I was reborn in the humiliating year of 2000. He became a poor boy forced by his stepmother to drop out of school and collect scraps. But no one knew that I had awakened the SSS-grade Global Retrieval System. Trash in my hands can yield 10,000 times the return, and even unlock divine-level weapon blueprints. Starting off with reclaiming a scrapped aircraft carrier, he directly obtained complete construction blueprints, only to be hunted down as a spy by the nation. When I pulled out the mountain-like stacks of aircraft carrier, nuclear submarine, and fighter jet blueprints from my bedroom, all the academicians have gone mad. The system notifications sounded once more. The next recyclable item is that enemy spy satellite hovering over our motherland. Chapter 1, Unlocking Aircraft Carrier Blueprints by Collecting Scrap? On March 28, 2000, a phone call. Hello, this is the China Coast Guard. Hello, comrade, my name is Su Hai, I'm a scrap collector. Do you want an aircraft carrier? Ah, fellow townsman, what did you say? That's not something to joke about. I'm not joking, I really want to donate an aircraft carrier to our country. This time, the other party hung up the phone directly. Indeed, you still don't believe me? Su Hai sighed, he truly was a junk collector. And he really had an aircraft carrier in his possession. This morning, he was woken up by the system's notification. Ding! Successfully recycled S2 season junk, one retrofitted aircraft carrier from the United States of America. You have received a 10x cashback, amount, $1 billion. The aircraft carrier blueprints have been unlocked. Loading in progress, estimated print completion in 3 hours. Receiving this message made Su Hai extremely excited. Having been reborn for over 3 months, he finally unlocked the LV2 function of the Global Recycling System, the military equipment catalog. And it even recycled a cargo-converted aircraft carrier that was about to be dismantled and melted down. Unexpectedly, aside from cashback, the system also directly unlocked the blueprint for an aircraft carrier. Su Hai immediately got out of bed and began making calls to various state institutions. It is the year 2000, and our motherland, whether in terms of economy, culture, politics, or military, holds a weak position internationally. It could be said that he suffered endless humiliation. Su Hai still remembered, in his past life. In 1999, the United States bombed an embassy, resulting in the deaths of 2 Chinese journalists and dozens injured. The vengeance remains unsettled. In June 2000, they went on to construct military bases in Korea, deploying anti-air and anti-ship missiles, aiming to sever one of Hwaxia's limbs. From then on, step by step, they imposed various countermeasures against Hwaxia. Peaceful evolution, spy infiltration, technological blockade, economic sanctions, island chain strategy, and even the S3 season exclusive gene bombs targeting only Hwaxians. This continued until 2060 when they, allied with multiple nations, launched the full-scale S4 season invasion against Hwaxia. Suddenly, war broke out everywhere, and the people were plunged into misery and suffering. Su Hai's entire army was annihilated in the flames of war. Su Hai once watched his comrades fall one by one, seeing civilian corpses and collapsed ruins everywhere. But since he had been reborn, with a second chance and the cheat-like assistance of a system, this time, he was determined to make the motherland rise arrogantly amidst the wolves encircling it. Let all people around the world witness the glory of China's rejuvenation. Given that several calls had just been made but the other party refused to believe him, Su Hai left a backup plan to ensure the aircraft carrier blueprints were correct. He photographed a few pages and posted them on a military forum. Hey, fellow military enthusiasts and experts, take a look, is this an aircraft carrier? With attached images. Soon, someone instantly replied, aircraft carrier? Real or fake? Fake bravado gets struck by lightning. Where the hell did this thing come from? Su Hai replied, picked them up from scrap collecting. After waiting a while without a response, Su Hai was just about to go out for a meal when the door was knocked. Su Hai, open the door for your mother right now. I know you're home. The visitors were Su Hai's stepmother Li Dongxia and younger brother Li Jinbao from this life. Li Dongxia was the woman his father married after Su Hai's mother passed away, and she brought along a son named Li Jinbao. After being reborn, Su Hai thought he would have a harmonious family life, but he never expected that Li Dongxia and her son would turn out to be greedy leeches. This time they showed up at his door, surely just to ask for money again. Su Hai first locked his bedroom door, then walked out and opened the front door. Staring at the 2 people outside impatiently, he spoke. What are you here for again? Li Dongxia humphed and roughly pushed Su Hai aside, heading straight for his cash box. However, there were only a few banknotes inside, amounting to less than 200 yuan. Li Dongxia slammed the table, her flabby cheeks quivering as she opened her wide mouth to spew curses. Little wretch, where have you hidden all the money? I'm telling you, your father is dead, and you have a duty to support me too. You can't even afford the 5,000 I'm asking for. If I hadn't made you drop out of school to work and start that scrapyard, a useless wretch like you would still be wandering around with nothing to eat. Hurry up and hand over the money, don't make me teach you a lesson. 5,000 yuan a month. Keep in mind this was the year 2000, when even state employees only earned a few hundred yuan per month. The 2,000 yuan Su Hai gave her last time was already considered a huge sum. Seeing her charge over like a wild boar, Su Hai swiftly dodged out of the way. I already told you last time, I can only give you 2,000 every 6 months, that's all I have to spare. Li Dongxia, seeing Su Hai disobedient, beat her chest and wailed loudly. "Oh, poor me, a woman who raised you to adulthood, and you won't even give me a bit of money." Su Hai still remembered waking up here, lying on the ground of a scrapyard as cold as an ice cave. It seemed that the original Su Hai must have frozen to death, allowing him to be reborn here. Su Hai snorted coldly, "Raised me this big? After my dad died, you tore up my college acceptance letter and forced me to work to support you and your son." "Who exactly raised whom? Giving you 2,000 last time was already the limit of my generosity. Get out of my scrapyard immediately." Seeing Su Hai's resolute attitude, Li Dongxia immediately changed her expression again. "You little brat, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in it? With your pathetic appearance, what third-rate college could you possibly get into? Mom brought your brother here this time because we actually have good news to tell you. Come on, Jinbao, show your brother your report card." Li Jinbao immediately handed a piece of paper to Su Hai upon hearing this. Su Hai took a look, Chinese 32, Math 27, Foreign Language 9, General Subject 75, Total Score 143. "Good news?" Li Dongxia immediately jumped up, pointing at the report card to explain to Su Hai. "Our Jinbao is practically a reincarnation of the god of literature. Don't you dare be jealous. The teacher said with his current grades, he could even make it to Tsinghua or Peking University. He just needs 3 months of cram school before the college entrance exams. Just chip in 5,000 for Jinbao's tutoring fees, and when he gets into Tsinghua or Peking, you'll share the glory too." This good news really gave Su Hai a good laugh. In the original host's memory, he had indeed received admission letters from both Tsinghua and Peking University that year, but the venomous woman standing before him had personally torn them to shreds. Now, she had the audacity to claim he was benefiting from her influence. This mother and son were truly something else. After a moment's thought, Su Hai agreed to their request. "I can provide the money, but I have one condition." Li Dongxia immediately beamed with joy. "My dear son, speak. As long as Mom can do it. I demand to sever familial ties," Su Hai said. He truly didn't want to see this idiotic mother-son pair ever again. "If you agree, I can give you 8,000 directly." Li Dongxia's eyes darted around as she calculated in her heart, claiming to cut ties is just a verbal agreement and doesn't count. At worst, she could just backtrack later. After all, Su Hai couldn't possibly abandon his own mother. Beside her, Li Jinbao couldn't hold back any longer, his eyes gleaming with greed as he kept tugging at Li Dongxia's sleeve. Finally, Li Dongxia said, "Fine, but my feelings for you run deep. I want 10,000. Deal." Su Hai readily agreed, as the price matched his expectations perfectly. "Wait right here, I'll go get the money immediately." In fact, Su Hai was looking for a lawyer to draft a severance agreement. It's best to get rid of such a wicked stepmother vampire once and for all. Actually, after he left, Li Dongxia regretted it, feeling she had asked for too little. She and Li Jinbao took advantage of Su Hai's absence to rummage through his place, trying to find something valuable. On the other hand, Su Hai never expected that upon returning home, he would encounter over a dozen police and military vehicles driving straight into the scrapyard right in front of him. Chapter 2. Absolutely Precise Blueprints. At a certain military region, General Chang Yongxi was convening an important meeting. The National Intelligence Agency has learned that Armory has sold a large quantity of Fox anti-aircraft missiles and Fish Stab anti-ship missiles to Han country. All missiles are expected to be fully deployed at a military base facing the Huaxia mainland within 3 months. The intentions of the United States are very clear. They aim to prevent Chinese missiles from breaching the first island chain, to silence Huaxia's artillery and transform it into a landlocked nation suffocated without maritime rights. Chang Yongxi solemnly announced the news. The United States of America will never cease its ambition to destroy our great Chinese nation. The only way to solve our predicament now is to acquire aircraft carriers as soon as possible. Only with carriers can we achieve flexible strikes. Easier said than done. We bought a semi-finished vessel back in '95, and it's still stuck in the Bosporus Strait. In my opinion, the Americans have already made up their minds. They'll never let us have aircraft carriers. Fine. These foreign devils' technological blockade is working again this time. It's so frustrating. All our lifelines are in others' hands. How are we supposed to live like this? We've been striving for 50 years. If we can develop nuclear weapons, I refuse to believe we Chinese can't build our own aircraft carriers. Old Chang, how's the progress at the Engineering Academy? Chang Yongxi shook his head, not sure, but if there's any progress, our Navy should be the first to know. Are we just going to swallow this injustice? Let them point guns at our heads? The meeting was filled with sighs of frustration. Everyone knows that current-day Huaxia lacks the capability to retaliate. Only an indomitable spirit continues to sustain them. Just as they were at their wits' end, the head of the information department suddenly spoke up. Someone just uploaded blueprints of an aircraft carrier on a military forum. I'll print them immediately. Everyone, take a look. The printouts were distributed to everyone present, but none of those in attendance were experts in this field. Who uploaded it? Where did these blueprints come from? According to the uploader's own account, he obtained them while collecting scrap. That does sound rather far-fetched. There were computers in the meeting room, and they immediately pulled up the forum. A comment below says, "OP, you must be joking. Where could you possibly scavenge aircraft carrier blueprints from? America? You must be out of your mind collecting scrap. The person upstairs isn't normal either. What reason would America have to sell aircraft carrier blueprints? Worried their enemies are too weak, so they're handing out guns? As far as I know, even their decommissioned S2 conversion carriers get dismantled and melted down, unless the original poster has the skills to salvage them from American scrapyards. In my opinion, the OP has delusions of grandeur. There's a photo included, right? Can anyone who knows about these things take a look and tell me what this actually is? I've had some exposure to ship knowledge. Figure 1 looks like a hull structure diagram. Where did you get this, OP? This should be classified at the national security level. Is this stolen national secrets? Is the OP a spy? Displaying stolen state secrets on the internet? With that level of intelligence, you might as well go back to farming. The replies below immediately flooded in, all asking follow-up questions to the original poster. Chan Yongsi hadn't spoken a word since receiving the blueprints, carefully examining the contents, a full-scale structural diagram of an entire ship. He was quite familiar with this type of structural diagram because his daughter Chang Rundong was dedicated to becoming an academician in the shipbuilding specialty of the National Academy of Engineering, and the diagrams provided by this poster showed striking similarities to what Rundong had been painstakingly drawing these past few days. The original poster is either a genius hidden among ordinary people or a spy stealing state secrets. No conclusion has been reached yet when the National Academy of Engineering called, specifically asking for Chang Yongsi. Old Chang, it's me, Old Gua. Wei Songshan happens to be the vice president of the National Academy of Engineering responsible for the shipbuilding sector. Before Chang Yongsi could reply, Wei Songshan anxiously asked, "Did you see that post about an aircraft carrier blueprint on a military forum just now?" "Yes." "What, could it really be the blueprint for an aircraft carrier?" "Yes. These blueprints are extremely important to the research institute. The blueprint of the aircraft carrier is so precise it's measured in millimeters. No matter which country it belongs to, this should be classified as top secret information. The information department must delete it immediately." Chang Yongsi sprang to his feet in an instant. The situation had taken a dire turn. These spies and lackeys are truly audacious, stealing state secrets and even publishing them online. They're truly trampling the nation's dignity underfoot. Information department, delete all information related to this post immediately. Received. Also, Lao Chang, our top priority now is to immediately locate this person. Don't worry, Old Gua. We're mobilizing personnel now and having the Cyberspace Administration track the IP. We'll definitely catch this arrogant traitor. Good, good. Wei Songshan agreed hastily without thinking. The blueprint provided by this individual was extremely precise. Even after years of research on aircraft carrier structures, the Academy of Engineering had never obtained such accurate data. No matter where he obtained such detailed blueprints, if he drew them himself, then he might be the only unparalleled genius in Huaxia capable of drafting aircraft carrier blueprints to date. The information department had already located the original post data and was about to delete it when the thread owner replied, "I'm a lunatic, and I'm an idiot. These blueprints were stolen by me. Ha ha ha, come and catch me. I'm right at the XX scrapyard right now. Nye nye nye." In no time, netizens flocked to the thread to condemn the original poster. In the conference room, everyone was also stunned. We've seen thieves crying "stop thief" every day, but this is the first time we've seen a thief shouting to catch themselves and even giving away their location. Chang Yongsi slammed his palm on the table. This is too outrageous. Information department, continue the cyber cleanup. Dispatch personnel immediately. Also, Lao Gua, have your engineering academy dispatch a few professional academicians to a certain scrapyard in the suburbs of X City. Everyone, move quickly. Uphold the dignity of our soldiers. We absolutely cannot allow such individuals to commit acts that endanger national security on our turf. As soon as Su Hai got home, he heard the chaotic sound of police sirens behind him. He turned around and saw a bizarre combination, a line of police cars and military vehicles heading straight toward him. What's going on? Su Hai stared dumbfounded as they drove the cars into the small courtyard of the scrapyard, filling it to capacity in one go. The police are handling a case. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. A police officer shooed Su Hai away. But, this is my house, Su Hai said with a puzzled expression. The officer who stopped him also wore a look of astonishment. Never seen a suspect so determined to return home after their place got raided. That's utterly arrogant. Several policemen immediately surrounded him. Soon, Li Dongxia and her son were also dragged out of the house. 3 individuals were surrounded by a group of people dressed in police uniforms and military attire. Upon seeing Su Hai, Li Dongxia immediately let out a loud roar before bursting into tears. "Ah, Su Hai, you heartless beast. A stepmother is still a mother. It's only right to demand child support from you. Yet you actually called the police on me." She wailed like a cawing crow, but no one paid her any attention. An officer presented his identification to them. "National Security Bureau. May I ask who posted these images online?" Suhai examined them carefully and confirmed they were the aircraft carrier blueprints he had posted on a military forum that morning. So he nodded and admitted, I posted them. Seeing the situation wasn't targeting her, Lee Dongxia took a deep breath and launched her counterattack. Comrade officer, chief, this has nothing to do with me and my son. We've already agreed to sever ties just now, we're innocent. I've always thought this Suhai was no good. From a young age, he was stealing chickens and dogs. When he grows up, he'll definitely betray the country and collude with the enemy. Li Jinbao also followed suit. We know nothing. He's the one who offered us living expenses and used fetching money as an excuse to leave. This is all his setup to frame us. Suhai glanced at the two of them and began to explain. Comrade from the National Security Bureau, I believe there's a misunderstanding here. These blueprints were originally intended to be donated to our country. I only posted them on the forum because I couldn't find anyone authorized to receive these designs. Who else are you trying to contact? The officer asked sternly. Suhai paused, then laughed. Since you've come to me directly, I can certainly hand them over to you. I hope you'll forward them to the National Academy of Engineering. Stop grinning like an idiot. The Academy of Engineering academician is arriving any minute now. Your evasion is pointless. Spit it out. How did you steal these blueprints from the Academy? Li Jinbao pointed at Suhai and said, right. It must be him who stole it. He never even went to college. Where would he get aircraft carrier blueprints? Plus, he offered to give my mom 10,000 yuan to stop us from bothering him. That's definitely dirty money. How could a scrapyard owner have that kind of cash? Suhai stared at Li Jinbao in astonishment, while Li Jinbao shrank back into Li Dongxia's embrace. Li Dongxia cried out, Officer, we really know nothing about this. He was the one who offered us 10,000 yuan and wanted to sever family ties. He's obviously planned his escape route. This has absolutely nothing to do with me and my son. We haven't taken a single cent. Suhai held a bag in his hand, inside of which was indeed neatly stacked cash totaling 10,000 yuan. The evidence is irrefutable. What else do you have to say for yourself? Chapter 3, You must never doubt my patriotism. Chan Yongxi stepped out of the car and fixed his gaze on Suhai. Seeing everyone's suspicious glances fixed on him, Suhai emphasized firmly. No. I didn't steal it. These things I collected them as scrap. Then how do you explain your confession to theft on the forum? Chan Yongxi asked. Suhai was taken aback, admitted to stealing? I posted on the forum this morning and replied once. After that, I was busy helping this mother and son, then went out to get money. I don't know what you're talking about admitting to stealing? Seeing his denial, Chan Yongxi had no choice but to lead him to the computer and show him. I'm a lunatic. I'm a complete idiot. I stole these blueprints. Ha ha ha, come arrest me. I'm at the XX Scrapyard right now. He. Time, 10:28 and 33 seconds AM. At this very moment, Suhai was still at the lawyer's office printing the contract to sever family ties. He immediately had a suspect in mind for who sent this message. Li Jinbao. Did you touch my computer? Li Jinbao trembled like a leaf, kneeling on the floor. The truth seemed obvious. Suhai pulled out the disownment agreement. The lawyer's phone number was printed on the file folder. Comrade, when this message was sent, I was discussing this contract with attorney Zhang. You can contact him. Seeing Suhai produce the crucial evidence, Li Dongxia immediately knelt on the floor. No. Our Jinbao is just a child. He sent it because he thought it was funny. It was childish curiosity. He didn't mean it. He's just a kid. I recall Li Jinbao is already 19 years old, Suhai sneered. A 19-year-old child? A giant baby? Suhai. He's just a junk collector. Where would he get aircraft carrier blueprints? He didn't even go to college. He's the fraudster. It has nothing to do with our Jinbao. Suhai. I was only your stepmother. Your father died long ago. We never had any real connection. Whatever trouble you've gotten into, don't drag us down with you. Fine. With all these police officers as witnesses, sign this agreement now, and we sever all ties immediately. Suhai responded. Li Dongxia eagerly snatched it, signing without a second glance. Suhai's lips curled into a smirk. Perfect. That way, the money could be saved and donated to the state for military equipment. After signing, Li Dongxia grabbed Li Jinbao and tried to leave. But the police stopped them and locked them in a police car. The two hadn't been cleared of suspicion and required further investigation. The newly signed agreement, which could be a ploy, was confiscated by the police along with other evidence. Even if they hadn't participated in stealing the blueprints, the charges of spreading rumors, defamation, and causing trouble were enough to land this mother and son in the police station. Just then, the sound of a car pulled up outside. Soon, several well-dressed individuals crowded into the room. They were the academicians specializing in shipbuilding sent by the National Academy of Engineering. Chan Yongxi handed them the blueprints found in Suhai's room. At a glance, one academician confirmed they were structural design blueprints for an aircraft carrier. Yes. This is it. I recognized it the moment I saw it on the forum today. These are aircraft carrier design blueprints. Upon hearing this, the other academicians immediately took the blueprints for a closer look. Wow! This drawing contains an incredible amount of detail. Beyond the propulsion system, it's annotated with numerous specifications for other functionalities. The structure here is designed like this? Look at this, isn't it incredibly logical? No wonder we kept hitting a wall at this stage during our research. Whoever drew these blueprints must be a genius. Why wasn't I born with a mind like that? Some elements on the blueprint were even concepts these academicians had never encountered before. After all, in China, no one had ever seen a real aircraft carrier. Even when they studied naval architecture abroad, those prestigious institutions would stingily shut the door on knowledge concerning aircraft carriers. Simply because they were Chinese students. This was the essence of the technological blockade imposed on China for years. Watching these academicians pore over the blueprint repeatedly and engage in heated discussion. This left Chen Yongxi in a panic. What's going on? Did your institute lose it? The academicians snapped back to reality. The institute has never lost any blueprints. Chen Yongxi's expression immediately darkened. No blueprints lost? Then what about the blueprints before them? He turned his gaze towards Su Hai. Su Hai stood silently by, watching them. Chang Yongxi forced a smile. Young comrade, did you? I got them from a scrap dealer, Su Hai nodded. Do you have any more blueprints? Where are they? Could you take us to see them? Ding, blueprint printing complete. The timing was perfect. Su Hai finally moved, opening the bedroom door. Inside, the room was packed with blueprints printed by the system. They're all here, Su Hai said. Chang Yongxi frowned at Su Hai and asked. This much? You're not giving us junk paper, are you? Look, kid, we wouldn't blame you if you didn't have the blueprints, but you can't. Su Hai was genuinely getting annoyed. Sir, I really need to say this. Whether you suspect me of being crazy or a spy, whether you look down on my job as a scrap collector or question my abilities, I don't care about any of that. But you absolutely cannot doubt my patriotic heart. I would never joke about matters of national importance. I dream of making our motherland strong. Over the years, we've endured far too much humiliation. Our generation fought wars meant for 3 generations that suffering was enough. After finally establishing our nation, we still face contempt everywhere. The 1993 Silver Sea Incident, the 1994 South China Sea Incident, the 1995 Wanchai Island Incident, the 1999 Embassy Incident. One after another, each and every one utter humiliation. Decades after founding the nation, this humiliating predicament remains unchanged. Not a single bit of that humiliation has lessened. That's why I've worked tirelessly to earn money, buying up scrap metal plants abroad, all to get something worthwhile for the motherland. Scrap is scrap. But if there's even a 1 in 10,000 chance of recovering weapons, then my efforts won't have been in vain. By the time he finished speaking, tears welled up in Su Hai's eyes. Nearly 4 months had passed since his rebirth in the new millennium, and he had finally unlocked a new system feature, one that would allow him to make an even greater contribution to his homeland. What's wrong with collecting scrap? Only a vulgar person like Li Dongxiao would look down on this profession. Collecting others' scrap steel to supply arms for the motherland, was that something to be ashamed of? As long as it made the motherland stronger, he'd sacrifice anything. Chang Yongxi listened to these words, deeply moved. Every word spoken by this young man sprang from a profoundly patriotic heart, striking a deep chord within Chang Yongxi. Ah, Chang Yongxi sighed. Truth or falsehood, it would be clear enough soon enough. You heard that too. Hurry in and take a look. What exactly are all these documents? Several academicians, unable to contain their curiosity, rushed inside one after another. They picked up the nearest documents and began examining them, immediately letting out gasps of astonishment. Good heavens! These are the blueprints for an aircraft carrier's propulsion system, including the operational principles and structure of a miniature nuclear fusion device. Are you certain? Chang Yongxi asked sternly. Chapter 4, is 10 billion enough? Here are the calculation formulas and final results for the aircraft carrier deck runway's tilt angle, another academician added. This is the technical essentials for fighter aircraft takeoff and landing, phased array radar, anti-radar stealth technology, anti-submarine technology, land attack missile launch technology, electronic warfare jammers, chaff flare countermeasures, even the detailed specifications for arresting wires. The more the academicians looked, the more their legs felt like jelly, as if they were in a dream. Unbelievably comprehensive. Unbelievably comprehensive. Even the carrier designs of the United States and Russia don't match the detail in these blueprints, exclaimed one academician, his eyes sparkling. It feels like a dream. My mentor spent over a decade researching carriers, yet never saw one in person before passing away. Now, such detailed documentation lies right in my hands, another academician remarked, nearly moved to tears. With these materials, China will surely develop its own aircraft carrier. We'll never be held hostage by others again. This is the most advanced nuclear-powered carrier in the world today, another academician added. Wonderful. We no longer need to tiptoe around, spying on others' technology like thieves. China has long yearned for maritime supremacy. The time has finally come to hold the weapons in our own hands. They too sat down directly on the floor, poring over the blueprints. The sooner they mastered the blueprints, the sooner construction could begin. The sooner all of China could walk tall on the seas. Chan Yongxi watched the academicians, each engrossed in their own document, and felt an overwhelming surge of joy. A nuclear-powered aircraft carrier? Isn't that the ideal ship design proposed in American theory? I never imagined that before they could build it, the blueprints would end up in our hands first. He recalled the years when the nation lacked an aircraft carrier, its maritime sovereignty repeatedly violated. The cold nation to the north, the cherry blossom nation to the east, and the Philippines to the south each had coveted China's islands and reefs, even expelling Chinese fishermen. Faced with such brazen acts of piracy, China could only voice condemnation and lodge complaints in the past. Not because the adversaries were untouchable, but because China lacked the weapons to defend itself. But now it's different. With the aircraft carrier blueprints secured, once this formidable maritime weapon is launched, let's see who dares to make threats near China's islands and reefs. Especially that cold country they even dared to deploy anti-China military bases. This time, they'll learn the bitter taste of spending money on scrap metal. Chan Yongxi grew increasingly excited as he pondered this, unable to suppress his admiration. It seems heaven is aiding China. Truly, when you're sleepy, someone brings you a pillow. We don't even need to build an aircraft carrier, the enemy is delivering it to us. Academicians, hold on a moment. Let me ask, with such complete blueprints, how quickly do you estimate we could build an aircraft carrier for the nation? With over 10,000 people working together, the absolute minimum would be 3 months, one academician replied, stealing a moment from his busy schedule. 3 months? Looks like we can change the agenda and hold another meeting. Brother Su Hai. You're nothing short of a blessing for our nation. Chan Yongxi's face flushed with excitement as he gave Su Hai a hearty manly hug. If this aircraft carrier is truly built, I'll personally ensure you, the donor, receive top credit. Just wait for your honors. Su Hai remained unmoved by the praise. General, I'm not in it for so-called honors. I'm doing this for the future of our nation. What's one aircraft carrier? I believe that whether it's fighter jets, missiles, or nuclear submarines, whatever we set our minds to, we can build. Because our nation possesses the most indomitable will, and our motherland is the greatest nation on earth. Good lad. Those words are truly inspiring. Chan Yongxi patted Su Hai on the shoulder, deeply impressed by the young man. Li Dongxia sat in the police car, clutching Li Jinbao as she shivered uncontrollably. Inside, she cursed Su Hai relentlessly, calling him a harbinger of doom. Those blueprints definitely weren't for an aircraft carrier. Who knew where Su Hai had dug up that nonsense? How dare he post it online to deceive people? As Jinbao would say, he's just showing off. He deserved to be struck by lightning. Jinbao had only posted that message to expose Su Hai's hypocrisy. And look at it, helped the country catch a deeply embedded spy. The more Li Dongxia thought about it, the more justified she felt. She couldn't help but glance at the police officer monitoring them from the front row. Officer. Jinbao just did the nation a huge favor. He saw through Su Hai's true colors long ago. Who'd have thought he'd dare steal state secrets? Thanks to Jinbao's quick thinking, exposing his location online, you were able to catch this traitor. The officer glanced back at her. You two should focus on clearing your own suspicions instead. Officer, that's easy. Su Hai isn't even my biological son. We're not even registered under the same household. I'll cooperate fully with your investigation. As she spoke, she winked and nudged Li Jinbao. Officer. Ask me anything you want. I'll tell you everything I know about Su Hai. Oh my, our Jinbao is so wonderful. Officer. If we successfully catch that traitor Su Hai, can we count it as a major achievement for our Jinbao? We don't ask for much, just add a few hundred points to his college entrance exam score so he can get into Peking or Tsinghua. Li Dongxia was already dreaming sweet dreams, floating on cloud 9. Li Jinbao's face was equally dazed, yearning for a bright future. The police officer remained silent, dismissing the mother and son's wild fantasies with a sneer. A few hundred extra points on the college entrance exam? Unless they could donate an aircraft carrier outright. These two really had some nerve. Just then, the State Security Bureau officer emerged from the house and walked straight toward the police car. He whispered to the officer for a long while. Li Dongxia only caught one sentence. Everything's under control here. You can stand down now. She immediately reached for the door handle to get out, but the doors had been locked. Why won't you let us out? Isn't everything fine now? Heh, he's fine. But you two are suspected of spreading rumors and defaming a national hero. You'll need to come with us. With that, the police started the vehicle. Li Dongxia shook the metal bars of the car frantically, shouting. National hero my ass. He's just a junk collecting con artist. Jinbao is the real national hero who caught a spy for our country. You've got the wrong people. It's him you should be arresting. Save your breath. You can yell at the station. Looks like you really don't care about your stepson at all. Can't you see the situation? What he produced is almost certainly the real aircraft carrier blueprints. He's the most genuine national hero you could possibly have right now. What? Lee Dongxia felt as if she'd been struck by lightning, the words echoing relentlessly in her mind. It took her a full 5 minutes to recall the resolute words she had just spoken to sever ties with him, and the agreement she had already signed. A tidal wave of regret washed over her. Lee Dongxia could only console herself. It's nothing. Just a few pieces of paper, tear them up and they're worthless. As long as she went back to his doorstep and threw a fit, Su Hai, with his spineless nature, would have no choice but to take her and her son back. After all, she and Li Jinbao were his only two relatives left in this world. Li Dongxia and her son were sentenced to 7 days of detention and fined 500 yuan for publicly fabricating facts and defaming others. 500 yuan was all the money Li Dongxia had left. After paying this fine, she'd be left with nothing but thin air to eat once she was released from detention. General Chang, to help our nation's aircraft carrier be completed sooner, I want to donate money. Donate money? Chang Yongxi surveyed Su Hai's living quarters. Residing in such a dilapidated scrapyard yet still thinking to contribute to the nation's military funds, this young man truly possessed remarkable awareness. Yes. Over the past few months, Su Hai had diligently collected scrap metal, earning 10 times its value in cashback for every piece. He now owned 8 scrap steel plants across multiple countries and had even acquired a valuable cargo ship converted into an aircraft carrier. His system balance had surpassed 100 billion. If this money wasn't donated to the nation as military funding, it would be a waste. But considering the public's acceptance level in this era, Su Hai carefully weighed a figure. 10 billion American dollars. Is that enough? Chan Yongxi thought he'd misheard. What did you say? $10 billion? Chan Yongxi had expected Su Hai to donate a few thousand yuan at most. Given his financial situation, he had already prepared his refusal. But Su Hai said $10 billion. This figure truly exceeded Chan Yongxi's wildest expectations. Su Hai nodded calmly. Chan Yongxi felt a chill run down his spine. When this kid had claimed to have aircraft carrier blueprints, he'd assumed he'd stolen them from the Academy of Engineering. Now he was talking about donating such a staggering sum. Chan Yongxi pondered briefly. He had to try believing it, because their military district's budget was indeed tight. He immediately began arranging follow-up procedures. All blueprints were handed over to the academicians of the National Academy of Engineering. Everyone present signed confidentiality agreements. As for Su Hai, he was to be brought back to the military region first, where the department responsible for accepting social donations would coordinate with him. Chapter 5: Aspiring to join the academy. After the donation was successfully processed, Su Hai received a donation certificate from the military, along with a promise that the funds' usage would be meticulously recorded. He was assured he could review the details anytime he wished. Su Hai trusted the state would allocate these funds where they were most needed. But he didn't expect that due to his series of unusual behaviors, an investigation team dispatched by the State Security Bureau had already arrived at his hometown Su village. A military vehicle pulled up at the village committee office. Village party secretary Su Jianjun emerged, utterly bewildered. The lead investigator presented his National Security Bureau credentials, classified investigation. The team thoroughly investigated Su Hai's family lineage spanning 3 generations, confirming he was a pure-blooded 3rd-generation revolutionary descendant. His grandfather was a veteran of the War of Resistance against Japan, and his father, also a soldier, had died in the line of duty. Su Hai himself excelled in both character and academics, having been admitted to prestigious universities like Peking and Tsinghua, yet for unknown reasons never attended college. During the first 3 months of 2000, Su Hai made multiple frequent trips abroad, also due to business operations at scrap metal plants he ran in multiple countries. His identity was verified, his financial sources were legitimate, and he paid taxes punctually every month. He was essentially cleared of espionage suspicion. The investigation team left, but Su Jianjun began to ponder. Su Hai was the only college graduate in their village. Why would he open a scrapyard? And why would the State Security Bureau investigate him? He immediately set out to find Li Dongxia, only to find the front door locked tight. Neighbor Sister Lu mentioned that Li Dongxia and Li Jinbao hadn't returned home for 3 days. Su Hai spent hours each day managing his international operations. With 8 scrap steel plants spread across 3 continents and different time zones, Su Hai was feeling utterly drained. Recently, he planned to establish a company to manage all these scrap metal plants together. But he still hadn't found the right person for the job. Ding! Scrap recovered from Delagu Maxim machine gun fragments. Received 10x cashback. MG4 light machine gun blueprint unlocked. Loading complete. Print? Ding! Scrap from the Great Bear Nation recovered Katyusha rocket launcher barrel. Received 10-fold cashback. WS2 multiple rocket launcher blueprint unlocked. Loading complete. Print? These were his recycling achievements over the past 3 days. Su Hai discovered that regardless of whether the junk he recycled was intact, the blueprints rewarded by the system were always complete and featured more advanced technology. Take the aircraft carrier as an example. When he first obtained the blueprints, he assumed they were merely for converting cargo ships into aircraft carriers. His original intention in handing them over to the state was merely to contribute to the nation's aircraft carrier research. It wasn't until several academicians received and analyzed the blueprints that Su-hai, drawing on his past life experience, recognized these technologies as belonging to the most advanced aircraft carriers of his former era. The aircraft carrier depicted in these blueprints was unmistakably equipped with American technology, specifically the Ford-class carrier, the world's most formidable weapon system that even the United States would take 20 years to develop. And now, it was only the year 2000. If this development continued, completing the 100 recovery missions in the Arms Compendium would significantly enhance China's military strength. At the very least, surpassing the world's technological edge by 2 to 3 decades would be entirely achievable. This is the advantage of an asymmetrical offensive and defensive posture. Completing system missions would trigger upgrades, and what came next was even more anticipated. Su-hai opened his computer, intending to post a recruitment notice on a website, only to discover all his account information had been wiped clean. It was likely due to the classified nature of the aircraft carrier blueprints he had uploaded earlier. The recruitment plan would have to be put on hold for now. It wasn't his fault no one believed him back then, so he had no choice but to post it online. Recalling the 2 newly unlocked blueprints within the system, Su-hai dialed Chang Yongxi's number. "Hello, Su." Chang Yongxi sounded exceptionally cheerful. "I was just about to reach out to you. General Chang, please go ahead. Here's the situation. We've learned that 4 years ago, you were admitted to Qingbei University, but for certain reasons, you didn't report for enrollment. I took the liberty of contacting Qingbei University on your behalf. Because of your immense contribution in donating the aircraft carrier blueprints, they've agreed to reinstate your admission status and reissue your acceptance letter. You can report for enrollment this September." After speaking, Chang Yongxi waited expectantly for Su-hai's response, but only faint static crackled through the receiver. After a moment of silence, Su-hai replied, "I'm sorry, General Chang. Given my current age and mindset, I don't believe I'm suited for classroom learning anymore. I'm afraid I must decline your kind offer. Please reconsider carefully. This is China's most prestigious institution. There's still half a year before classes begin. No need to rush your decision. To be honest, I'm more interested in joining the Academy of Sciences right now. You youngster, pushing your luck, aren't you?" "Haha, just kidding, General Chang. Have you finished discussing your matter?" Go ahead. What did you need from me?" "I've obtained blueprints for machine guns and rocket launchers." Before he could finish, Chang Yongxi cut him off. "Xiao Su, even jokes have their limits. What do you take these blueprints for tons of scrap paper? How can you just casually collect them like junk? Get to the point." Su-hai sighed inwardly. If he could accept an aircraft carrier, why couldn't he handle these minor details? "Why don't you believe me again? Fine, find a weapons expert. I'll bring the blueprints, and we'll meet up." Chang Yongxi hung up and immediately summoned Yi Shushue, the military district's weapons specialist. "What? General, you actually believe the crazy claims of a scrap collector? Where on earth would a scrap collector get blueprints for machine guns and rocket launchers? If he can really produce them, I'll swallow my rifle whole." Chang Yongxi hadn't believed it either, but this Su-hai had produced aircraft carrier blueprints just days prior. A room full of them. When they were brought to the Academy of Engineering, the entire institute was stunned. Now he claimed to have mere machine gun and rocket launcher blueprints. Even if skeptical, Chang Yongxi had to see the goods first. Better safe than sorry. As for Yi Shushue, that young girl, though a rare weapons expert, was still too green in dealing with people. "Hold your horses, Shushue. Aren't you heading to the arms exhibition in a few days? If these blueprints are genuine, pulling an all-nighter to build them would be a huge feather in our military region's cap. General, firearms are my specialty. Building weapons from blueprints requires navigating numerous procedures. Even experts with decades of experience in this field, like the blueprints drawn by Teacher Lin, still require multiple revisions through practical testing before new weapons can be developed. How could a scrap collector suddenly produce flawless blueprints? Even if they were perfect, they'd represent technology already validated by others. If someone could buy them back as junk, they're probably outdated. Don't get your hopes up too high. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment." Chang Yongxi listened and found some truth in his words. Even if that kid Su-hai really had some luck, he couldn't possibly be that lucky every single time. Chapter 6, Machine Guns and Rocket Launchers. Su-hai entered the room carrying nothing but a simple backpack. Immediately, he spotted a tall, slender beauty in military uniform standing with her back to him. "General Chang, this must be the weapons expert. I brought the blueprints." Yi Shushue watched as Su-hai unzipped his backpack, looking skeptical. "You brought both the machine gun and rocket launcher blueprints in just this little bag?" Su-hai looked at Yi Shushue. She was quite beautiful, but her tone was haughty and condescending. He pulled out 2 thin stacks of paper. What else could he use? Aircraft carrier blueprints barely filled a single room. How much space could these little guns and cannons possibly take up? Chang Yongxi quickly intervened. Shushue, let's look at the contents first. Su Hai handed her the blueprints. Yi Shushue weighed them in her hand. Detailed blueprints for the MG4 light machine gun? Humph, they even made it look proper. High precision, high reliability, and excellent mobility. Aren't those the basic requirements for any machine gun? Yi Shushue remained skeptical, convinced these so-called blueprints were nothing but a pretty face. Empty weight 7.9 kilograms, plastic stock? Is this some kind of children's toy? It's so light, it'll feel unstable when firing. How could it possibly achieve high accuracy? Her patience had reached its limit. She tossed the blueprints onto the table and crossed her arms. General Chang. I'm swamped. The arms exhibition is in 3 days, and our new design hasn't even finished testing. I really don't have time to play house with this scrap collector. Chang Yongxi picked up the blueprints and flipped through them. Gas-operated automatic principle, self-locking bolt, quick barrel detachment and replacement. Shushue, just be patient and look at the later pages. Yi Shushue looked skeptical. General Chang, don't try to fool me. These are Delinquent's top-tier technologies. We've never even seen them before. How could they possibly be on some junk blueprint he picked up? Having spent half his life in the military, Chang Yongxi may not have been an expert on firearm blueprints, but he knew firearms inside out. A 100-round belt feed with up to 200 rounds of reserve ammunition. I think this is actually quite feasible. Seeing Chang Yongxi repeatedly speak up for the blueprint, Yi Shushue took it with a mix of skepticism and curiosity, flipping to the back. The more she flipped, the more astonished she became, and the faster her hands turned the pages. Chang Yongxi recognized the shift in her expression and knew Su Hai had brought another genuine design. What do you think, Shushue? Well, theoretically, it could work. Su Hai chimed in at just the right moment, and there won't be any issues in practice either. His tone was unwavering, radiating absolute confidence. Yi Shushue looked at him, her eyes still brimming with skepticism. You clearly haven't studied firearms engineering. Do you have any idea how many revisions go into turning blueprints into finished products? A scrap collector like you has the nerve to spout nonsense here. Yi Shushue. Chang Yongxi immediately cut her off. Watch your tone. Mr. Su Hai donated $10 billion to our military district just 2 days ago. The research funding you recently received came from him. Apologize immediately. Yi Shushue stared at Su Hai in disbelief. This man was tall and handsome, yet his attire and demeanor made him look like an ordinary person. There was nothing about him that suggested he was a billionaire who could donate $10 billion without batting an eye. And his profession was scrap collecting. Yi Shushue's face flushed crimson. She stammered an apology. I'm sorry. I judged you by appearances. Having faced life and death situations, Su Hai no longer cared about such things. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Let's get back to the blueprints, Su Hai said casually. Yi Shushue shot him a grateful look before returning to the blueprints issues. It only has fully automatic fire mode, which is perfect for suppressive fire. If we actually build this, we'll get to experience what those foreign devils call fire coverage for ourselves. Her tone softened unconsciously. Chang Yongxi nodded and reminded her. Shushue, don't just focus on that one. There's also a rocket launcher blueprint here. Yi Shushue picked up the other booklet. Detailed specifications for the WS-2 multiple rocket launcher system. Components include rockets, rocket launch vehicles, fire control vehicles, transport and loading vehicles. This is a mobile multiple rocket launcher. Yi Shushue flipped back through the blueprints. Range 6,480 kilometers. Capable of striking targets 480 kilometers away? How is that possible? Rocket artillery wasn't Yi Shushue's specialty, so she skimmed the contents briefly. Ammunition types, high explosive, incendiary, bunker buster, cluster munitions, and other applicable variants. Equipped with strap-down inertial guidance, laser-guided trajectory correction, and global satellite positioning? Wait, we don't even have military satellites capable of global positioning yet. So far, we've only launched one Beidou satellite. So, does that mean all these technologies I've never heard of used in this multiple rocket launcher are futuristic? Su Hai recalled that in his previous life, this was a multiple rocket launcher independently developed by China, considered highly advanced globally at the time. Now, in the year 2000, its superiority was beyond question. But with the current technological level, its full potential couldn't be realized. It was still too slow. If only aerospace technology could keep pace with the weapons he'd unlocked. It can even carry drones? Yi Shushue exclaimed in astonishment. Our third-generation fighter jets are still in testing. What kind of drone is this? It's a reconnaissance micro-aircraft capable of delivering bombs, Su Hai added. Doesn't that mean this technology is a decade ahead of the world? At least 20 years, Su Hai stated. Chang Yongxi shot Su Hai a surprised glance, an idea forming in his mind. Shushue, how feasible are these blueprints? I need to discuss this with my colleagues in RD, Yi Shushue replied cautiously. She dared not accuse Su Hai of exaggeration this time. After all, he had considerable financial backing, and antagonizing him would be unwise. Chan Yonsi summoned all the weapons experts from the military district. Lin Shang had just returned from a business trip and rushed over immediately upon receiving the news. Old Chang, let me see what you've got this time. Yi Shushue greeted Lin Shang with a smile as soon as she saw him. Professor. You're back early. That's wonderful. With her mentor back, she could get an impartial assessment. The authenticity of these blueprints would be revealed immediately. If it was fake technology, she might hesitate to call it out, but her mentor certainly wouldn't. Lin, come take a look at these rocket launcher blueprints. How feasible are they? Chan Yonsi immediately beckoned him over. Before arriving, Lin Shang had heard that the National Academy of Engineering had recently received aircraft carrier blueprints donated by civilians. At the time, he'd marveled at the abundance of talent among ordinary people. If civilian experts in firearms could emerge too, that would be even better. Alright, let me take a look. Lin Shang took the blueprints and examined them carefully. The more he looked, the more his heart raced. A surge of excitement seemed to boil within him. He stood up, his face flushed with excitement. This is the blueprint for a mobile multi-purpose rocket launcher. During this business trip, I exchanged views with weapons experts from several European countries. When the topic of multi-purpose rocket launchers came up, they were all evasive, guarding me like I was a thief. Their rocket launchers are indeed technologically advanced, but they won't sell them to us. We can't replicate them, and it's frustrating to even bring it up, said Yi Shushue. But strap-down guidance systems, laser-guided trajectory correction, global satellite positioning. The technologies on these blueprints are precisely what they're researching now. Old Chang, I was only away for a little over 10 days. How did our military region manage to crack these technologies? How did the blueprints even materialize? Chan Yonsi also stood up, his expression serious as he questioned Lin Shang. Are you saying the technology on these blueprints is actually operational? Chapter 7, Multiple Rocket Launchers. Apart from the satellite positioning and drone sections I don't fully grasp yet, the vast majority of the technical theories here are operational. Where did you get this? This technology is at least 20 years ahead of the world. Chang Yonsi looked at Su Hai, who was nodding calmly. I'm sorry. Yi Shushue stepped forward to apologize. If even Professor Lin Shang said so, it meant the blueprints Su Hai provided were flawless. The problem lay with her own shameful behavior, judging by appearances and treating people differently based on their status. I apologize for underestimating these blueprints earlier. If you won't accept my apology, I can practice swallowing rifles, even perform it for the entire army tour. Yi Shushue was genuinely impressed now. It had to be said, the scrap collector kid really had some luck. Su Hai had no idea why Yi Shushue wanted him to swallow a rifle, but Chang Yonsi burst into loud laughter. Young Su, you've truly come through for us in our hour of need. Shushue is attending the military equipment exhibition in a few days and was worried about her research progress. Su Hai nodded. So that was it. No wonder this proud woman had done an about-face. What a coincidence. Lin Shang, however, stared at the young man before him with astonishment, lost in thought. If he hadn't misinterpreted old Chang's meaning, these blueprints were provided by this young man? To create such forward-thinking designs at such a young age, truly a prodigy. Tell me, Chan Yonsi said to Su Hai, is there anything within my power to help you achieve? Entering the Academy of Sciences is out of the question. Su Hai chuckled. Getting into the Academy of Sciences is just a joke, but I do have something I need your help with. Go ahead. My grandfather was a veteran of the War of Resistance. He passed away many years ago. We used to have an old rifle at home, but my father turned it over to the state. Now we have nothing left to remember him by. I was wondering if General Chang could help me get an old rifle. I'm a law-abiding citizen, of course I just need one that's been rendered harmless. Beyond preserving a memento, Su Hai also hoped to exploit a system glitch, attempting to boost his military weapon catalog collection progress through this method. Before Chang Yonsi could respond, Yi Shushue gave him a thumbs up and praised. Mr. Su, I never imagined you were so devoted to your family. I, Yi Shushue, adore men who value loyalty and affection like you. Rest assured, our warehouse is full of scrap junk guns and cannons. As long as the general and the professor approve, I'll personally take you to pick one out. Chang Yonsi pondered for a moment before suggesting. How about this, Xiao Su? The propaganda committee is currently planning to build an anti-Japanese war memorial among the civilian population. I trust you, and you have some financial standing. I can connect you with them to secure a construction qualification. That way, you can showcase your grandfather's wartime exploits in the exhibition hall while contributing to the propaganda committee's cause. Great! Su Hai had been worried that spending money wouldn't count as recovery and the system might not approve it. Now this opportunity to spend money had come right to him. Just tell me how much it'll cost, we've got some funds available. I'll arrange for someone to coordinate with you immediately. Chan Yonsi made a call, and moments later, someone came to escort Su Hai away. Yi Shushue witnessed the entire scene, her gaze toward Chan Yonsi tinged with disdain. General, you really know how to rip people off. Isn't this memorial project meant for major corporations? He's just a scrap collector who just shelled out 10 billion. How could he possibly have money left to invest in this? Chan Yongsi smiled and shook his head. Shushue, you're still too young. What do you mean? Shushue scratched her head in confusion. Take these two blueprints, for example. Do you really think he's just a scrap collector? Isn't he? Maybe he just got lucky. Let me put it this way, today he turned down admission to Peking and Tsinghua universities and instead applied to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Do you understand what that signifies? Turned down Tsinghua and Peking? That's just being ungrateful and delusional. Chan Yongsi shook his head and smiled. In ancient times, this was called concealing one's talents. To put it plainly, it's playing dumb to catch the wise. Yi Shushue still didn't understand. Chan Yongsi waved her off, signaling her to return first. Lin Shang, who had been deep in thought nearby, suddenly spoke up. 2 sets of blueprints. What's the other one? Yi Shushue immediately handed over the machine gun blueprint. Lin Shang took it and examined it, then sucked in a sharp breath. This one. What's wrong with it, Professor? Isn't this the new design proposed by Delia? He flipped through the blueprints, then dismissed his earlier opinion. No, wait, compared to the light machine gun they're currently developing, the one in these blueprints is clearly more compact and boasts superior accuracy. It looks pretty ordinary to me. Shushue, you're still young and have only encountered domestic firearms. The advantages of this machine gun's design are very clear. Look here, it employs gas-operated automatic action combined with a blowback delayed firing mechanism. This allows the machine gun to achieve a theoretical rate of fire of 800-850 rounds per minute. What does that even mean? Even American military equipment couldn't achieve that level of firepower suppression. If our forebears had possessed such weapons during their campaigns, they likely would have subdued the entire world long ago, sparing us decades of humiliation. But it's not too late now. Only with new equipment can we stand tall and speak with confidence. Does this mean that with sufficient ammunition, this machine gun can deliver massive firepower in a short time? Chan Yongsi asked. Over 800 rounds per minute. It fully meets the demands of modern warfare. Excellent. This time we'll finally get our fill taste what true firepower coverage feels like. It's settled. Shushue, put your current research on hold. Over the next couple days, we'll build a prototype MG4 based on these blueprints. We'll take it to the military expo and make sure the old-timers from other military districts screen with envy. Yes, sir. After the excitement subsided, Lin Shang whispered to Chan Yongsi, Old Chang, what's the story with that young man earlier? A scrap collector, Chan Yongsi smiled. He's good at hiding his talents, almost fooled me too. We absolutely can't let talent like that slip away. You're absolutely right. Old Lin, let's figure out a way to get him into the Academy of Sciences. After utilizing his cash ability, Su Hai selected the Memorial Hall's location in Su Village, the hometown of the original owner. The publicity committee would handle all subsequent matters, including the Memorial Hall's construction. However, Su Hai insisted on personally selecting the weapons and equipment to be displayed in the memorial. The propaganda committee had no choice but to send someone to escort him to the decommissioned weapons warehouse for selection. Ding! Recycled Japanese junk, Type 96 light machine gun. Received tenfold cashback. FNM 249 light machine gun blueprint unlocked. Loading complete. Print? Ding! Scrap from the Bear Nation recovered Mosin Nagant sniper rifle. Received tenfold cashback. Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle blueprint unlocked. Loading complete. Print? Ding! Recycled Delia junk Type 88 rifle X6. Received 60x cashback. A 545 rifle blueprint unlocked. AKM rifle blueprint unlocked. 416 Hong Kong dollars rifle blueprint unlocked. August A3 SF rifle blueprint unlocked. FN SCAR rifle blueprint unlocked. FNF 2000 rifle blueprint unlocked. Loading complete. Print? Su Hai hadn't expected the recycling system to unlock different blueprints for duplicate items. This was truly an unexpected discovery. Chapter 8, Unlocking New Features. Just as he was about to select more items for the Memorial Hall, the system popped up another notification. Ding! Weapons Catalog Collection Progress 11,100 exceeding 1/10. Unlocked Auxiliary Recycling Feature. 1. Recycling Prompt. Usable Times 1. 2. Portal. Usable Times 2. View. Su Hai was startled. Such a useful feature existed? If he'd known sooner, he would have unlocked it long ago. But hindsight is 20/20. He tapped the recycling prompt. Notice. Maria Trench, North Pacific. Elevation, 6,859 meters. An Armory nuclear submarine suffered a deep dive accident 10 minutes ago. Successfully salvaged the wrecked nuclear submarine before the United States. Mission completion reward, +1 hint usage. Mission failure penalty, weaponry compendium progress reset. Acquired blueprints will vanish. Unbelievable. Su Hai whispered in shock. At an altitude of 6,859 meters, this nuclear submarine must be as flattened as a crushed soda can. It certainly qualifies as scrap. But how could they possibly recover it from such depths? And there's a time limit. America's nuclear submarines are vital national assets, undoubtedly equipped with highly sophisticated positioning systems. Upon detecting the submarine's immobility, they would immediately suspect an accident and launch a search and rescue operation. This was impossible both in terms of time and feasibility. Suhai made a rough calculation: within a day at most, the United States would discover the nuclear submarine's predicament. Then the rescue operation would begin. As for how long it would take to rescue them, Suhai couldn't say for certain. He needed to consult professionals. This mission must be completed. Otherwise, the 3 blueprints he had just handed over would become worthless scraps of paper. For the moment, Suhai had no heart left for further selection. Back home, Suhai re-registered an account on a military forum and posted, "Friends, today I had a sudden thought. If a submarine suffers a deep dive accident and sinks to 6,000 meters below sea level, how would you salvage it?" The post immediately sparked heated discussion. Why bother salvaging it at 6,000 meters? Just wait for the deep-sea fish to deliver it to shore. I know the answer to this. There was a Chuman in ancient China who carved his boat to mark the spot where his ship sank. Just find him. I checked with my local salvage team. This is a sure thing. Just wait for it to fall from the sky. None of the above works. I've got the real solution. As we all know, the moon is a giant magnet that causes tides. Just electrify the moon to amplify its magnetic force, and it'll pull the submarine right up to the surface. Hearing these answers, Suhai felt slightly calmer. It seemed the technical difficulty of this task was exceptionally high. He couldn't accomplish it, and even the United States might not be able to. What if they sent another nuclear submarine for rescue, only for it to sink again upon arrival? Suhai told himself to stay calm and wait for further developments. His phone suddenly vibrated. Suhai pulled it out to find a text from Yi Shushue. "Mr. Su, this is Yi Shushue. I'm truly sorry about this morning. I misunderstood you. Let me treat you to lunch." Suhai considered declining, but then thought perhaps he could consult Yi Shushue about the submarine issue. He accepted the invitation. When he arrived, Yi Shushue was already waiting for him. Instead of the haughty, cold expression from earlier, she greeted him with an admiring smile, one that even carried a hint of ambiguity. Suhai couldn't fathom what had changed, but in Yi Shushue's eyes, he had become a mysterious genius radiating golden light. They each ordered a bowl of noodles. Suhai buried his head in his meal and finished quickly. "Mr. Su, you're truly exceptional," Yi Shushue praised, batting her eyelashes at him. Suhai had little experience with women, and he'd never encountered one who looked down on him in the morning only to flirt with him by afternoon. Yi Shushue, too, had never met a man like Suhai before. He clearly possessed both talent and wealth, and was quite handsome to boot, yet he remained single-mindedly devoted to collecting scrap. He even blushed shyly when looking at her, his ears turning crimson. Staking the pride of a military flower, she was determined to win this man over. "Do you know if a shipwreck at 6,000 meters below sea level can be salvaged?" Suhai cut straight to the chase, stumping Yi Shushue. "No. Human technology simply can't achieve that." Yi Shushue paused to think before replying. Suhai nodded at the answer and started to slip away. Yi Shushue grabbed his arm. "Hold on. I have a surprise for you." She pulled him down to sit beside her. "I know researchers like you love seeing your creations come to life. I'm preparing a report to request you join us at the military equipment exhibition." Suhai hesitated to refuse, but the thought of potential opportunities to complete the recovery mission at the exhibition made him reconsider. "But isn't the arms exhibition classified? My position isn't suitable." Yi Shushue squeezed the rock-hard muscles on his arm, her mind wandering as she said, "I heard from General Chang that he's going to secure you a position as a special advisor to the Academy of Sciences." Suhai was taken aback. He hadn't expected Chang Yangsi to actually do this. His original request to join the academy was merely to understand the nation's current technological bottlenecks. He only intended to observe. He hadn't anticipated General Chang Yangsi would secure him a special advisor position. It seemed they had made quite a few assumptions about why he could submit those blueprints. But since the situation worked in his favor, Suhai saw no need to explain. Suhai nodded and withdrew his arm from Yi Shushue's grasp. "Please convey my thanks to General Chang. Miss Yi, I'm still busy collecting scrap at home. Let's connect another time." They'd met, they'd eaten, and he'd delivered the surprise. Yet Suhai remained as wooden as ever. Yi Shushue could only bid him a reluctant farewell. When it came time to settle the bill, she discovered Suhai had already paid. Ripples stirred once more in Yi Shushue's heart. Back home, Suhai opened the forum again. The replies below were much the same as before, mostly stating that recovering a ship from 6 kilometers below the ocean surface was impossible. Suhai contacted the manager of his overseas scrap metal plant again for advice. First, John from America. "Boss, it's absolutely impossible. The technology required for salvaging a sunken ship is too complex. It demands a national-level professional team. 6,000 meters? Even the US Navy can't manage that. Just give it up. Our scrapyard isn't short on scrap metal to recycle for now. Then Mendeleev from Russia. Absolutely impossible. Our country's nuclear submarines are world-class, but rescue operations at 6,000 meters underwater? Utterly unfeasible. Salvage? Forget it. Boss, I think you'd be better off keeping your salvage business on land. There are so many sunken ships out there, but none of them will ever be brought up. Next, Suhai searched online for every news report about submarines sinking to great depths. There had never been a single survival case, let alone a successful salvage operation. Only then did he steady his nerves. Just as he was about to sleep, he received a text from Yi Shushue. Suhai, the approval came through. You'll be joining us at the Military Expo the day after tomorrow as a special advisor. This news instantly stirred Suhai's excitement. This was an internal military exhibition. All major theater commands would be present to showcase their latest military research and development achievements. The opportunities were endless. Plus, there's a stack of newly unlocked blueprints in the system that haven't been submitted yet. Now they had a place to go. Perhaps because Suhai hadn't replied, Yi Shushue sent another message. I'm so happy. Are you happy? Suhai replied, happy. Then he turned over and fell asleep. Chapter 9, I don't know, but I hate stupidity. The Internal Military Equipment Exhibition was an internal event involving all forces from the 5 major theater commands. Its primary purpose was to exchange military equipment technologies across the entire armed forces, but behind the scenes, each military region was pulling out all the stops to showcase their RD capabilities. As soon as Suhai and Yi Shushue arrived at their booth, a young man wearing glasses walked straight toward Yi Shushue. Shushue, we meet again. Recognizing the man, Yi Shushue rolled her eyes and sidestepped him, ducking behind Suhai. This action immediately provoked the man's strong displeasure. He fixed his gaze on Suhai and demanded, Shushue, what's this about? Who is this guy? Hearing this, Yi Shushue immediately wrapped her arm around Suhai's. This is my boyfriend. Yang Wei, it's never going to happen between us. Give up on that idea. Though Suhai had no romantic interest in Yi Shushue, he couldn't stand men like this. He was both troublesome and disruptive. Besides, he had come to the military exhibition today with no intention of letting anyone disrupt his plans. So he readily complied with Yi Shushue, stepping forward to block Yang Wei. What do you want with her? Say it right here. Boyfriend? Yi Shushue, don't joke with me. I've been chasing you for 2 years. Don't you think I know whether you have a boyfriend or not? Yi Shushue, afraid Suhai would deny it, pressed her cheek affectionately against his arm while speaking sharply to Yang Wei. I don't like you, so why should you know? Yang Wei was furious. Yi Shushue had never spoken gently to him, yet now she was acting all lovey-dovey with another man right in front of him. He pointed at Suhai and yelled, You little punk. Do you even know who I am? How dare you steal my woman? Suhai frowned. I don't, but I despise stupidity. Please leave our booth. Seeing Suhai's tall, muscular build, he knew he wasn't someone to mess with. Yang Wei adjusted his glasses and glanced at the name tag on Suhai's chest. Special advisor to the Academy of Sciences? Oomph. Nothing but a backdoor hustling good for nothing. Yi Shushue, if you prefer this useless fool over a genius like me, you'll regret it sooner or later. Yi Shushue rolled her eyes at him once more. Seeing Suhai frown, Yang Wei, fearing physical confrontation, slunk away. Suhai immediately shook off Yi Shushue's hand, bent down, and retrieved the MG4 from the case, placing it on the display stand. Yi Shushue suppressed a smile. Suhai's instinctive protective gesture just now had been so manly. She found herself liking this man more and more. That Yang Wei just flaunts his power because he has a well-connected father. He's been harassing me since school. Suhai, I had no choice but to say you were my boyfriend just now. Please don't be angry with me. Suhai replied calmly, just don't forget why we're here today. Yi Shushue immediately pouted in hurt. What was wrong with this man's brain? Was he blaming her? If you've nothing else to do, contact RD and see if the gun test data is ready. Seeing her silence, Suhai took charge of the conversation. The MG4's manufacturing process wasn't complicated, and the blueprints were clear and complete. So the RD department rushed to make 2 prototypes, one for the military expo and another for field testing at the range. Yi Shushue agreed and contacted Lin Sheng to inquire about the test results. Lin Sheng summarized succinctly, 1 gun, for operators, 3 days, 50,000 rounds. 0% attrition rate. His tone brimmed with pride. The WS-2 multiple rocket launcher prototype we rushed to build is being transported over right now. Shushue, you'd better keep those guys in the ordnance department in line. We absolutely have to bring back a second-class merit award this time. Got it, sir. I heard some big Middle Eastern buyers are here to shop for arms. Wonder if they'll drop by our military expo. Whether they come or not, keep your composure. Every booth was now packed with the latest military equipment developments from various military regions, everything from combat uniforms to military rations, an impressive array of gear. Su-hai scanned the booths briefly. Most exhibits focused on logistics, combat readiness, and protective gear, with firearms being scarce. Their machine gun display immediately drew a crowd. This machine gun model is pretty detailed. I heard folks from the armaments headquarters are coming today. Are you just going to show them this model? A young soldier asked cheerfully. This isn't a model. It's our military region's newly developed NG-4 light machine gun, capable of firing 850 rounds per minute, Yi Shushui explained. This statement immediately drew a burst of laughter. 850 rounds? Holy cow, the barrel would melt, he said, lifting the gun to weigh it. It feels way too light. No way. The barrel is detachable and replaceable. Your military district sure knows how to brag. Heard rumors you got your hands on aircraft carrier blueprints recently, is that true? I think it's all hot air. An aircraft carrier? And this little thing has a detachable barrel? What, are we supposed to lug around extra barrels in combat? And this stock, it's plastic, right? This isn't a model, is it? This is the real deal. Yi Shushui finally understood Su-hai's frustration from that day. No matter what he said, the other party wouldn't believe him. The ordnance department has arrived with their design team. Let them take a look later. I'll see how you explain this. Su-hai and Yi Shushui looked up to see a group of people wearing ID badges approaching, surrounded by a crowd, heading straight for their booth. Make way! Make way! Yang Wei pushed through the crowd at the front, pointing at Su-hai and addressing one of the armament department personnel. Director, this is the man. His credentials are suspect. I just investigated. He's nothing but a scrap collector. Somehow he obtained an Academy of Sciences advisory title and managed to infiltrate our internal military exhibition. Only then did everyone notice the badge on Su-hai's chest, which read Special Advisor to the Academy of Sciences, completely different from their own military region credentials. Despite years of hosting these exhibitions, this was the first time anyone had ever seen Academy of Sciences personnel at the military arms show. Yi Shushui, a fiery-tempered woman who couldn't tolerate the slightest injustice, immediately pointed at Yang Wei and berated him. Yang Wei, don't be so shameless. Su-hai is a legitimate special advisor to the National Academy of Sciences. General Chang Yongsi personally vouched for his admission. This gun is his design, unparalleled in history. You failed your firearms principles exam. What gives you the right to question his credentials? Yi Shushui, whether his credentials are legitimate will be investigated. You can't shield an indulgent just because he's your boyfriend. Who can say for sure if the person sleeping beside you isn't an enemy spy? That remark was utterly despicable. Yang Wei, watch your mouth. Su-hai stepped forward, shielding Yi Shushui from the stares of those around them. Yi Shushui was still a virgin. Hearing such lewd remarks in public made her so angry tears welled up, yet she stood flushed and speechless. Many present recognized the jealous undertones in Yang Wei's words. Zhang Lifeng, the head of the ordnance department, wasn't stupid either. Out of respect for Yang Wei's father, he could only smooth things over for now. Alright, young Yang, everyone attending the military exhibition has undergone background checks by the military region. Since General Chang Yongsi vouched for her, I'll give him a call shortly to clarify matters. Zhang Lifeng's words were deft and flawless. Yang Wei had nothing more to say, and Zhang Lifeng quickly changed the subject. As for young Yi, you claim he can design firearms? This machine gun, perhaps? Yi Shushui nodded through her tears. With over a dozen people now backing him, Yang Wei felt emboldened and continued his loud rant. Oomph. Don't you dare believe him. This guy's nothing but a useless hack who snuck into the academy through back channels. He's just showing off some model. For all we know, he picked this junk up from a trash heap while scavenging. Several members of the armaments department stepped forward, turning the exquisitely crafted light machine gun over in their hands for a thorough inspection. Zhang Lifeng examined the rifling. This gun was definitely no simple model. Ignoring Yang Wei's remarks, he turned to Yi Shushui. Did you test fire it yourselves? What were the results? 1 gun, 4 people, 3 days, 50,000 rounds. 0% wear rate. Yi Shushui sniffled as she relayed the data Ling Shang had given her. Chapter 10, I ate the shell casings like peanuts. What does that mean? Most people present couldn't make heads or tails of Yi Shushui's technical jargon. But the designers at the Armory understood perfectly. Zhang Lifeng explained, this means that during testing, 4 people took turns firing this light machine gun non-stop. The gun never stopped firing while the operators rested. Over 3 days, they fired 50,000 rounds. And the barrel showed no wear. What does that mean? The machine guns currently issued by the military district would overheat after firing just over 300 rounds. If firing isn't halted promptly to allow the barrel sufficient rest and cooling, it easily leads to bullet deviation or even the risk of a barrel explosion. Traditionally, when the gun rests, the operator is forced to idle. Now you're telling me this machine gun can be fired by 4 people in rotation for 3 days straight without a scratch? How is that possible? Is this your final test result? Zhang Lifeng asked sternly. No, this gun has only been in production for 3 days, so we only have 3 days worth of data. Yes, some firearms show excellent initial performance, but significant issues may arise later. But how did you achieve zero barrel wear at such a high rate of fire? Simple. This machine gun features a detachable barrel for rapid replacement. Extremely convenient. Everyone's attention shifted to the weapon itself as Su-hai demonstrated the process. 3 days is merely the time limit. The true limits of this gun remain unknown. Yang Wei gritted his teeth. Ha! Nothing but hot air. You're blowing your own horn so hard it'll burst. Even if it's a real gun, it couldn't possibly achieve those specs you're claiming. If you can prove it, I'll eat all these spent casings like peanuts. Su-hai replied calmly, the gun is right here. Just take it to the range and test it. Practice speaks louder than words. Fine. I'll see what kind of junk this fancy pillowcase can design. The designers from the ordnance department readily agreed. They too wanted to see if the gun truly possessed the performance he claimed. Hold on. Before we go, we need to settle one thing first. Yang Wei immediately pointed at Su-hai and laughed mockingly. Ha! Kid! Backing down? Scared? It's too late now. Today, I'll expose your true colors. Comrades, it doesn't matter if he slanders me. I don't care. But if my identity and this gun's capabilities are proven, I demand Yang Wei apologize to Yi Shushue in front of everyone. Yi Shushue heard these words and lifted her tear-filled eyes to gaze at Su-hai's back. This man, Su-hai, truly made her feel so secure. Yang Wei listened with utter disdain. With your pocket-sized pistol? Oomph. If it truly lives up to your boasts, I'll kneel and kowtow to Yi Shushue myself. You're the one who said it. Deal. Zhang Lifeng nodded. Rest assured, I'll be your witness. The group arrived at the shooting range. Su-hai loaded a 100-round belt and invited Zhang Lifeng to test the weapon. Zhang Lifeng had handled at least 1,000 guns in his career, making him the perfect choice for a test fire. He could instantly make a professional assessment of the weapon's performance. He aimed at the target, pulled the trigger, and emptied the entire 100-round magazine in just 8 seconds. Before those around him could react, Zhang Lifeng stood up, applauding enthusiastically. Excellent! 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 The handling is superb. And the recoil is minimal. Yang Wei approached in disbelief. Only a few seconds? You emptied 100 rounds? Did it jam? But the magazine was empty, spent casings neatly scattered to the lower left. 100% hit rate, 90% bullseye accuracy. Zhang Lifeng beamed as he studied the results. 100 rounds in 8 seconds, an average of 12 to 13 rounds per second with perfect accuracy. This weapon's performance is truly top tier across the entire military. Keep in mind this was a standard 25-meter range. For ordinary light machine guns, while maintaining design accuracy, the effective range rarely exceeds 10 meters. For this rifle to achieve such high accuracy at 25 meters speaks volumes about its exceptional precision. As he spoke, Zhang Lifeng ran his hand over the barrel. It was only slightly warm. Indeed, the steel quality is also excellent. Yi Shushue, having calmed down, began introducing the weapon to everyone. This light machine gun employs the world's most advanced gas-operated automatic principle, enabling fully automatic fire. The bolt locks automatically, eliminating safety concerns. Is it really that amazing? Can I try it out too? The voice belonged to the young soldier who had initially doubted them. Su-hai immediately invited him forward to try it himself. This time, everyone held their breath, watching his every move intently. Again, in just 8 seconds, the magazine was empty. Unbelievable. I've never used a gun this smooth and easy to handle. The recoil is so minimal, you barely feel it. Is it really that good? It's fantastic. How to describe it? It feels like an extension of my own arm. Aim and fire, it's incredibly precise. Everyone was itching to try it out. But Su-hai and his team only had a few magazines, so they randomly selected a few people to test it out. It received unanimous praise from everyone. Under Zhang Lifeng's leadership, the armament department designers conducted an on-site evaluation of the rifle. Their final verdict: its performance was truly outstanding. Although it hadn't undergone final testing yet, based on the existing data, it surpassed the entire military standards, even exceeding the world's firearm benchmarks. Upon learning the armament department's verdict, Yang Wei found it hard to believe. Impossible. Su-hai is just a scrapyard owner. How could he design such an outstanding firearm? Yi Shushue, how can you prove this gun is his design? In my opinion, you must have passed off your own work as his. You've really devalued yourself by throwing yourself at him like this. I can prove it. Lin Shang finally arrived and, upon hearing the situation, rushed straight to the firing range. Zhang Lifeng recognized Lin Shang. Teacher Lin. Weren't you attending the International Arms Forum? You're back already? I returned 3 days ago specifically for our military exhibition. Come, Zhang, you've already seen this machine gun. Now take a look at the multiple rocket launcher I brought. Who is this guy? Yang Wei asked. He's calling Director Zhang Little Zhang? You don't even recognize teacher Lin Shang? He's the former head of the armaments department. After retiring, he voluntarily transferred to a military region. He's an expert among experts. A designer finished explaining and immediately stepped forward to greet him. Old Lin, you brought a multiple rocket launcher? Quick, show us what it can do. Your design must be far more impressive than this machine gun. Lin Shang waved his hand dismissively. Not my design. Both sets of blueprints were provided by Su Hai. Both provided by Su Hai? All eyes turned to Su Hai, filled with astonishment. Su Hai asked, have the rocket launchers been rushed into production too? Chapter 11, Rocket Launchers Not for Sale. The WS-2 multiple rocket launcher was mounted on a military off-road vehicle. Due to the tight schedule, it hadn't been painted yet. 6 black circular steel tubes were tightly arranged together. Its appearance looked incredibly imposing and formidable. Due to time constraints, this rocket launcher hasn't undergone test firing yet, but its theoretical range exceeds 400 kilometers. Lin Shang explained. 400 kilometers? Zhang Lifeng exclaimed. Short-range missiles barely hit 1,000 kilometers. If this rocket launcher can reach 400 kilometers, it's not just a rocket launcher, it's practically a mini-missile. It's not that exaggerated. That's just theoretical, Lin Shang replied modestly. But Yang Wei took it seriously. That's ridiculous. If you're so confident, fire one off right here in front of everyone. Let's see what it's made of. It might just be a dud. Zhang Lifeng shot Yang Wei a pitying look, thinking to himself, old Yang, your son's courting disaster, there's nothing I can do to save him now. The others also worried about Yang Wei's intelligence. The weapons were personally supervised by the veteran head of the ordnance department, and here he was rushing to discredit them. Wasn't that like offering his face for a slap? And he couldn't detect a shred of humility in the other man's tone. Never seen someone so dumb and clueless. But no one dared remind him. Everyone was too preoccupied with whether this rocket launcher could actually achieve its theoretical range. No way. We don't have the space. Within a 400-kilometer radius, where could we possibly fire it? Su Hai refused. Yang Wei nodded solemnly. True. If it fails to reach the theoretical range and lands in a residential area, that would be a major incident. Zhang Lifeng pondered for a moment. No problem. We'll fire it into the sea. The southern waters are uninhabited, and it's the fishing moratorium period now, so safety is guaranteed. I'll apply for permission immediately. Ha! Yang Wei froze. Director Zhang, is that really necessary? Before Zhang Lifeng could respond, the others already began to contradict Yang Wei. Why not? It's absolutely essential. I've never seen a weapon from old Lin that didn't deliver. Exactly. Absolutely essential. I want to witness history. We absolutely need field testing. Otherwise, people will just sour grapes over someone else's achievements. You lot. Yang Wei was being berated right to his face for the first time, and he was utterly helpless. Moments later, Zhang Lifeng returned, followed by several specialists who drove away the vehicle carrying the WS-2. Old Lin, I've got great news. Just moments ago, several defense ministers from the Middle Eastern Oil Kingdom arrived at the arms exhibition. They want to witness the rocket launcher's test firing firsthand. If we can satisfy them and secure a major order, you'll definitely be rewarded handsomely this time. Lin Shang nodded. He had personally overseen the development of the WS-2 and was confident in its performance. However, this weapon felt a bit too advanced. Was it really suitable for foreign eyes? Lin Shang remained uncertain, but since events had unfolded this way, he decided to observe the situation first. The exhibition hall has arranged a live broadcast. Everyone can witness the WS-2 test firing together. The group returned to the exhibition hall, where a large screen was indeed positioned in the center. Seating had been arranged nearby, with several rows of foreigners already seated. Zhang Lifeng had selected an uninhabited, barren beach within the military zone as the test site. The WS-2 was positioned, underwent brief adjustments, and fired a guided projectile toward the southern sea. 6 barrels roared as 6 shells erupted like fireworks, soaring toward the distant horizon. Moments later, the on-site personnel received the data. Reporting to command headquarters, all 6 projectiles landed within the designated zone. Average range, 428 kilometers. Deviation, less than 200 meters. Awaiting instructions. Hearing this news, everyone lost their composure. Theoretical range, 400 kilometers. Actual range, 428 kilometers. Who else has actual measurements exceeding theoretical values by such a margin? I've seen modesty before, but never this level of modesty. The foreigners sitting before the screens clapped in approval, repeatedly giving thumbs up while chattering excitedly. Su Hai couldn't understand the words, but their expressions made it clear they were thoroughly impressed. Zhang Lifeng was summoned over. Director Zhang, we have great confidence in China's military equipment RD capabilities. We're very satisfied with this mobile rocket launcher. Could you sell this one to us too? Name your price. We'll pay whatever it takes. The interpreter relayed the message to Zhang Lifeng. As director of the armaments department, Zhang Lifeng understood the strategic value of the WS-2 to national defense. He therefore declined politely. I'm very sorry, but this multiple rocket launcher is still in the development phase and is not for sale. What you saw earlier was merely a test launch. That's truly unfortunate. Additionally, upon arriving earlier, I heard you were testing a new machine gun reportedly capable of firing 50,000 rounds in 3 days with a 4-man crew. Is that true? Could we acquire it? I intend to equip my ground forces with it. Zhang Lifeng paused, deciding to consult old Lin first. Hold on, I need to consult the designer's opinion. The multiple rocket launcher is definitely not for sale. As for this machine gun, Su Hai, you provided the blueprints. What do you say? Su Hai recalled he still had the blueprints for the FNM-249 machine gun, which outperformed the MG4 in several key areas. It can be sold, Su Hai said. Professor Lin, I have even newer, more advanced machine gun blueprints. What? Lin Shang and Zhang Lifeng were both stunned. Lin Shang was astonished that Su Hai had produced these blueprints in just 3 days since their last meeting. What kind of genius was this? He was incredibly efficient. Zhang Lifeng was stunned that this gun was actually designed by the young man standing before them. According to Yang Wei, his profession was collecting scrap. That occupation typically suggested limited education, yet here he was, designing firearms and doing it exceptionally well. Su Hai immediately produced the FNM-249 blueprints for the two men to examine. Both Zhang Lifeng and Lin Shang were connoisseurs who could instantly gauge its true value at a glance. Put it away for now. Come find me after the arms exhibition ends. Zhang Lifeng felt as if a piece of heaven-sent fortune had struck him on the head, his excitement making him feel feverish. He forced himself to suppress his wild excitement and returned to discuss business with the foreigner. They ultimately sealed a 500 million yuan deal. Beyond the originally planned missile purchase, the foreign party added a full 100 million yuan for machine guns. And this was 500 million yuan in the year 2000. Zhang, we wish you success in developing your multiple rocket launchers. When they're ready, please consider us first for sales. We look forward to that day and to a fruitful partnership. Zhang Lifeng nodded repeatedly in agreement. Meanwhile, while Yi Shuxue and Lin Shang were tidying up the exhibition booth, Su Hai searched the hall for Yang Wei. Seeing the situation turning against him, Yang Wei was about to slip away when Su Hai grabbed him by the collar and dragged him before Yi Shuxue. What did you just say? That bullet casings are like peanuts? Get down on your knees and apologize to Yi Shuxue. I didn't mishear that, did I? Let go of me. Su Hai, mark my words, you're a nobody. Don't mess with me, or I'll make you regret it. Hearing Yang Wei's words, Yi Shuxue interceded. Forget it, Su Hai. I'm fine. Su Hai, apologize. Once you apologize, you can go. Seeing the crowd gathering, Yang Wei had no choice but to grit his teeth and apologize. I'm sorry, Yi Shuxue. Never chase a defeated enemy. Su Hai released him, and Yang Wei bolted away in a flash. Yi Shuxue's heart pounded wildly. But Yang Wei's father is the director of the Military Equipment Bureau. Then just wait for both father and son to come apologize to you. Chapter 12, a worthless piece of junk worth 1,000. Su Hai wasn't speaking lightly when he said that. When Zhang Lifeng returned to the armaments department, he found his office completely swamped. Layers upon layers of researchers and designers packed the space. What's going on here? Zhang Lifeng was completely baffled. Haha, Zhang, you're finally back. If you hadn't returned, your researchers and designers would have eaten us alive. Lin Shang's voice rang out from the crowd. It didn't sound angry, but rather an extraordinary kind of excitement. Zhang Lifeng pushed his way through the crowd and saw everyone passing around some blueprints. Director Zhang, you're letting us down. How could you just hand such talent over to the Academy of Sciences? Can't we snatch him back for our ordnance department? Just look at this rifle design, it's truly extraordinary. Rifle? Zhang Lifeng was confused. Hadn't he just been looking at the blueprints for the FNM-249 machine gun? Where did this rifle come from? Lin Shang laughed heartily. Gotcha, Zhang. Su Hai just pulled out 6 rifle designs at once. It startled even me. 6? Let me see. A 545 assault rifle, low recoil, high accuracy within 300 meters. AKM assault rifle variant, lightweight, affordable, and rugged. Effective range 200-1000 meters with high accuracy. 416 Hong Kong dollars modular assault rifle, allows rapid barrel changes to adapt to different missions. August A3SF assault rifle. Compact barrel designed for use in confined spaces. Capable of firing grenades for additional fire support. FN SCAR assault rifle, capable of swapping 3 barrel lengths within 1 minute for different purposes and converting between caliber types. The FNF 2000 assault rifle is a compact bullpup design. It comes standard with a 1.6x scope. When fitted with a dedicated grenade launcher, it can be equipped with a specialized fire control system featuring rangefinding and point-of-impact calculation capabilities. 6 rifles, each with its own strengths. The blueprints detailed every advantage and disadvantage. Zhang Lifeng felt his scalp tingle. These 6 rifle designs encompassed the distinct characteristics pursued by major global defense contractors. While not extraordinary, they were remarkably well-rounded. Su Hai remarked casually, "I'll donate all of these to the state. They can all be sold. Whoever offers the highest price gets them." Though the words sounded a bit crass, they made perfect sense. The nation was just getting started, and money was needed everywhere. Otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed foreigners into their military exhibition. Really? Seriously? Zhang Lifeng had never encountered such a situation before. Su Hai nodded and explained, "As far as I know, the United States is publicly bidding for the FN SCAR design to equip their special operations forces. Without false modesty, these blueprints far exceed their requirements. We could win the contract outright. Second, the FNF 2000's performance is ideal for urban combat. We can pitch it to the Middle East, they'll definitely buy it. The other models were designed to meet the diverse needs of various countries under the defense contracts. Bringing them out could also bring in some profit. In short, we can sell them all." Based on Su Hai's experience fighting in S4, these handheld weapons would prove utterly useless in combat. Therefore, generating revenue for the nation's defense industry was his primary objective. Once we tell the Ordnance Department, there can be no backing out. No backing out. Zhang Lifeng kept emphasizing this as he looked at his designers clutching the blueprints tightly. He was aware of the open tender for rifle designs issued by the United States. The designers had once strived to win that bid. But the technological gap was too vast. No matter how they designed it, they couldn't meet the other party's tender standards. Though the project team still existed, it was on the verge of dissolution. Now, the blueprints Su Hai had presented were a timely solution to their urgent need. This time, they would deliver a taste of China's technological prowess to the United States. Su Hai nodded. "I don't ask for much." Hearing this, Zhang Lifeng's anxious heart leapt again. He knew at Old Lin personally bringing his team to deliver the goods meant there must be conditions attached. If they didn't speak up, Zhang Lifeng would likely lie awake all night. Go ahead, brother Su Hai. Whatever I can do, I'll agree to any condition." He braced himself for Su Hai's demands, mentally listing everything he could possibly promise. "Got any scrap here? Scrap metal, scrap paper, plastic bottles, I'll take it all. Rest assured, I'll pay above market rates." This time, not only Zhang Lifeng was stunned, but everyone else was too. "You came here to donate blueprints just to collect scrap?" Seeing no response, Su Hai pressed, "Nothing? A military armory this size shouldn't have none." Truthfully, Su Hai had already made up his mind. He intended to test the arms catalog feature one more time at the armory, hoping to see what new information it might reveal. Of course, he wouldn't take the department's resources for free. Before coming, he'd already decided to donate some money to the department. After all, developing new weapons required funding. This would also satisfy the system's requirement to spend money on recycling while earning cashback. Yes. Zhang Lifeng feared Su Hai might change his mind. "Plenty. I'll have someone sort it out for you right away." The armory department acted swiftly, gathering a large pile of scrap metal and waste paper. They even thoughtfully provided Su Hai with a vehicle to transport it away. When it came time to pay, Zhang Lifeng flatly refused, insisting the junk was all a gift. But Su Hai wouldn't have it. "If you don't take my money, how am I supposed to fund the system?" He thrust a stack of cash a full 1,000 yuan into Zhang Lifeng's hands. "No way. Director Zhang, I have a little money, it must go toward our armaments department's R&D fund." Zhang Lifeng pushed Su Hai's hand away. "Brother Su Hai, how much could you possibly earn from collecting junk? Our armaments department isn't short on funds right now." Seeing the stalemate, Lin Shang stepped in to mediate. "Come on, Zhang, don't turn down his goodwill. Just take the money." Zhang Lifeng finally accepted the money, 1,000 yuan bills, a full 1,000 yuan. "This, 1,000? We won't need that much." Zhang Lifeng looked up to see Su Hai and Lin Shang had already left in their car. Dazed, he returned to his office and called Chang Yangxi. "Old Chang. That Su Hai you vouched for getting into the Academy of Sciences, what's his background? You saw him at the military expo? What do you think? He's a real talent, right?" "You bet." Zhang Lifeng recounted the series of events to Chang Yangxi. Only then did he recall that Su Hai had only provided the rifle blueprints. The FNM 249 machine gun blueprints he'd shown him at the arms exhibition were conspicuously absent. What did this mean? Chang Yangxi smiled faintly, knowing the matter was far from simple. "He only gave you 1,000 yuan? Well, it's scrap metal, isn't that enough? He donated 1 billion to our military region. Ha! And deliberately didn't give you the machine gun blueprints you were promised. Director Zhang, you didn't miss it, did you? He's trying to pull the wool over your eyes." After hanging up, Zhang Lifeng fell deep in thought. Where exactly had things gone wrong today? He recalled Yi Shushua, the young girl Su Hai had been protecting. She hadn't even come to the armaments department with them earlier. Zhang Lifeng slammed his fist on the table. He found the reason. It's all Yang Wei's fault. I need to have a serious talk with old Yang. Chapter 13, A Belated Apology. I sent you to help set up at the military exhibition, and what do? Not only did you mess things up, but you vanished without a trace. You're hopeless. You can't master culture, and you can't do your job right. You're neither fish nor fowl. How could I, Yang Wonwoo, have a son like you? If this happens again, you're going straight back to the countryside to raise pigs with your uncle. Don't ever mention coming to the city again. When Zhang Lifeng arrived, Yang Wei was being kicked out with a dejected look on his face. Lifeng, come in quickly. We found something worthwhile at the military equipment exhibition, something worth you making the trip yourself. Seeing Zhang Lifeng, Yang Wonwoo's mood eased slightly. Yesterday I signed a 500 million yuan deal with the defense minister over there. Take a look first. Besides that, I've discovered a major talent. 500 million? Didn't we only sell 2 Dongfeng missiles? What about these machine guns? Zhang Lifeng gestured wildly as he recounted the details, and Yang Wonwoo clapped his hands in laughter. So this is the prodigy you mentioned? Where is this kid? Can we recruit him to our team? Ah, don't even mention it, old Yang. He's one of Chang Yongxi's people. They've already secured him a spot at the Academy of Sciences. But he provided us with 6 new rifle designs. 6? Yang Wonwoo jumped to his feet in astonishment. They cover all performance specifications. But unfortunately, he didn't give me the machine gun blueprints we agreed on. What happened? Old Jiang, I hate to say this, but I have to. The reason boils down to your son, Yang Wei, publicly humiliating his girlfriend at the arms exhibition. What? Before Zhang Lifeng arrived, Yang Wonwoo had already heard complaints about Yang Wei from others. He assumed Yang Wei was just lazy and unreliable. Little did he know Zhang Lifeng's account was 100 times worse. He had publicly harassed and humiliated a female comrade from the military district. He had completely disgraced Yang Wonwoo, the director of the Military Equipment Bureau. He, Yang Wonwoo, had always conducted himself with integrity and uprightness. He would never stoop to the level of Gaucho, framing Lin Chong for his son's sake. And who knew how many times Yang Wei had abused his father's authority behind closed doors? Was everyone afraid to report it out of deference to his father's position? If word of this got out, Yang Wonwoo would be branded a villain who lets his son run amok, a grave mistake. Yang Wonwoo had always been one to believe that a good son is made with a stick. Upon hearing this news, he was ready to drag Yang Wei over for a severe beating. Yang Wei had completely shed the arrogant demeanor he displayed at the military equipment exhibition, now cowering with shoulders hunched, unable to utter a word. Zhang Lifeng managed to talk him out of it. Old Yang, don't be so quick to hit the kid, he's not a little boy anymore, he's got his pride too. He wants face? Where's that supposed to leave my old face, Yang Wonwoo's face? Old Yang, listen to me, there's still hope. I've checked around. Chang Yongxi says the Su Hai is a young man with real vision. If we go personally to apologize with genuine sincerity, we can definitely make amends. Fine. We'll leave immediately. I'll personally drag this good-for-nothing son of mine to beg forgiveness. Ding. STG-44 assault rifle with 90-degree bent barrel recovered. Received 10x cashback. CSLW-9 curved barrel blueprint unlocked. Loading complete. Print? Upon receiving the system notification, Su Hai immediately began rummaging through the scrap pile. Sure enough, he found a curved black barrel with its rifling nearly worn smooth. It appeared to be a long discarded part. It might even be wartime captured booty. Lin Shang watched Su Hai examining a steel pipe and asked curiously, "What is this?" "A bent barrel from an STG-44 assault rifle." Lin Shang took it with surprise and examined it closely, spotting severely worn rifling inside the barrel. If I recall correctly, this weapon was issued to armored soldiers by the Nazi regime over 50 years ago. I didn't recognize it at first glance either. Young Su, you're quite knowledgeable. Teacher Lin, you flatter me. I'm just a junk collector. Why didn't you hand over the machine gun blueprints to the ordnance department earlier? Ah, that. Don't worry about it, Teacher Lin. I've got my own rhythm. I just received word that I need to return home over the next couple days to check on the memorial hall's construction progress. I won't be able to report to the Academy of Sciences for now. Could you kindly explain the situation to General Chang for me? Alright, that shouldn't be a problem. Lin Shang got out of the car to leave, but Su Hai called him back. Professor Lin, if you see Yi Shushue, please give her my regards. Lin Shang was taken aback. What was going on? Had these two young people hit it off in just one day? Back at the military district, upon seeing Yi Shushue, Lin Shang began his earnest advice. Shushue, you know, girls shouldn't marry too young, it could affect your career. With your talent, you should stay in this position and contribute more to the country. After a lengthy conversation, they finally pieced together the whole story. No wonder Su Hai has been giving the armaments department crew the cold shoulder, it's all because of Yang Wei. His behavior would have landed him a charge of hooliganism 20 years ago. Yi Shushue had been gloomy ever since returning. But Yang Wei's father is the director of the Armaments Bureau. We can't afford to cross him. So what if he's from the Armaments Bureau? Does being the son of the bureau chief give him the right to harass female comrades? His behavior is lecherous, his mindset is filthy. It doesn't matter whose son he is, it's unacceptable. This is the nation's military, not Yang Wonwoo's private army. Come on, I'll take you to Old Chang. Rest assured, you have the entire military district backing you. Yang Wonwoo and his group had arrived long ago and were enduring the ordeal at Chang Yongxi's place. Old Yang, we've known each other for years. Let me speak from the heart, raising kids is truly tough. Our Rendingang is no better. She just started her internship at the Academy of Sciences a few days ago. When will she ever make something of herself? Yang Wonwoo was already irritated, and now he had to listen to Chang Yongsui brag about his daughter. His heart churned with mixed emotions, and he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. I always said daughters are easier to raise. But mine's a son causing trouble since he was a kid. Ah, Old Chang, please have mercy on me. Just let us meet Su Hai, the young man. I'll even make my little brat kowtow and apologize to him. He's just a filthy junk collector. Why should I bow to him? Shut up. You little brat. Is this any place for you to speak? The moment Lin Shang and Yi Shushue stepped through the door, they were met with Yang Wonwoo's booming curses. Yi Shushue instantly tensed up. Teacher Lin, what are we going to do? Director Yang is here. Shushue, don't be afraid. With me and Old Chang here, I'll see what grounds Yang Wonwoo has. As the two entered, Yang Wei's venomous gaze locked onto Yi Shushue. The moment Yang Wonwoo saw the young, attractive woman entering, he understood. You must be Xiao Yi. I'm Yang Wei's father. Yesterday's incident at the military expo was entirely Yang Wei's fault. I brought him here personally today to apologize. Yi Shushue was taken aback. Su Hai said, then just wait for them to come apologize together. They actually came. Chapter 14, Yi Shushue slept with me. Yang Wonwoo hurried forward to shake hands with Yi Shushue, while Yang Wei stood impassively on the sidelines. Yang Wei, how can you just sit there? Come over and apologize. Apologize? Why should I apologize to that? It's all Yi Shushue's fault. She toyed with my feelings for 2 years. I was just getting my revenge. Look at her innocent, haughty face, you'd never guess she's a piece of trash. When she couldn't seduce me, she dumped me and went after that junk collector. Ugh, what a piece of work. On the way here, Yang Wonwoo had asked Yang Wei several times why he was doing this, but Yang Wei refused to say a word, insisting he wanted to see Yi Shushue first. Zhang Lifeng and Yang Wonwoo both assumed he intended to apologize face to face, but to their shock, he dared to curse and rant right in front of them. Hearing Yang Wei's filthy language, Yang Wonwoo whipped his hand around and delivered a resounding slap across his face. A crisp smack echoed through the room. A brief silence fell over the room. Fuming with rage, Yang Wonwoo gasped for breath, his finger trembling as he pointed at Yang Wei. You animal! Can't you speak like a human being? Yang Wei took the blow, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Zhang Lifeng, wanting to avoid escalation, stepped forward to calm the situation. Director Yang, please calm down. Since both parties are present, let's clarify the situation first. Yi Shushue, suddenly faced with such a serious and unfounded accusation, was overwhelmed with shame and indignation. No matter how eloquent she usually was, she couldn't find the words to clear her name. Lin Shang was the first to react. Yang Wei, what evidence do you have to back up that statement? Wiping the blood from his lip, Yang Wei flashed a lecherous grin at Yi Shushue. The evidence? Yi Shushue slept with me, then went and got Su Hai as her boyfriend. Yang Wei. Stop spouting nonsense. I only rejected you, how dare you make such outrageous claims. With such a huge load of crap dumped on her, Yi Shushue couldn't care less about saving face anymore and fired back. Yang Wei knew full well Yi Shushue couldn't prove whether it was true or not, which was precisely why he said it. As long as he muddied the waters, he could slip through unscathed and avoid being sent back to the countryside to raise pigs by his father. Rejected? I distinctly remember you being quite eager. I still remember the feel of those two tits absolutely. Before he could finish, Yang Wonwoo slapped him again. Yi Shushue was already crying from anger. Chan Yongxi slammed his fist on the table and leapt to his feet. Yang Wei. This is the military zone, not your family's bed. Watch your language. Without concrete evidence, you're just making baseless accusations. You'll be held accountable for this. Yang Wei had taken 2 slaps, his right cheek already swelling high. General Chang, what do you mean by this? I was slept with by I'm the victim here. Shut up. Yang Wonwoo barked. Today felt like the first time he truly knew this son of his. Chang Yongxi saw Yi Shushue weeping uncontrollably and knew she was likely being framed. Facing such thugs, a young girl like her would surely be unable to speak up. Lin Shang stomped his foot in anger, pointing at Yang Wei. Shushue has worked under me in RD since her senior internship over 2 years now. She spends all her time with her RD colleagues, never takes vacation, and has no record of overnight stays outside. How dare you slander a young woman's integrity like this? Yang Wei hadn't realized Yi Shushue was so dedicated to her work that she hadn't even taken a vacation. But he still had a chance to wriggle out of it. Who said it was within the last 2 years? It was 2.5 years ago. She slept with me first, then toyed with me. That's perfectly reasonable. Hearing this, Yang Wonwoo understood completely Yang Wei was lying. Enough. Yang Wei. Yang Wonwoo cut him off. Is this not humiliating enough? A habitual liar, despicable and shameless. I, Yang Wonwoo, have lived with integrity my entire life. How could I have fathered a son like you? Neil immediately encountered to comrade Yi Shushui to apologize. Absolutely not. If you don't believe me, go ahead and call that junk collector over. Ask him if Yi Shushui was a when she slept with him. The situation had reached a complete impasse. In the end, it was Zhang Lifeng who proposed a solution. Since everyone has their own version of the truth, why don't we do as he suggests? Gather all the parties involved and sort this out properly. Yang Wei turned and sat down smugly. Su Hai and I are innocent. We're not even in a romantic relationship, Yi Shushui choked out. All the better. Having Su Hai here will only strengthen your innocence. Seeing no objections, Chang Yongxi dialed Su Hai's number. Su Hai returned to the scrapyard, sorting and arranging the collected items. While he was away these past 2 days, the scrapyard had been managed by old Wang Dequan next door. While working, Wang Dequan remarked to Su Hai, "Your mom came by again this morning demanding money. Since you weren't here, she insisted on going into your room and rummaging through your stuff. She's your mother, I couldn't stop her. Better check if anything's missing. Just so you know, this has nothing to do with me." Su Hai frowned. This Li Dongxia was like a stubborn plaster impossible to shake off. But there wasn't much of value in his room anyway, all his money was stored in the system. Su Hai entered his room to find it in utter disarray. Besides a few coins in the cash box, the only thing missing was that billion yuan donation certificate. The certificate wasn't particularly useful to Su Hai, but if it fell into Li Dongxia's hands, who knew what trouble she'd stir up? "Uncle Wang, let me stay on for 2 more days. I'll pay you as usual. I need to make a trip back to Su Village." Just as he was about to leave, Chang Yongxi's call came through. After briefly hearing the situation, Su Hai rushed straight to the military district. Yi Shushui sat in the corner, her back to the men in the room, sobbing uncontrollably. The first thing Su Hai saw upon entering was her back. It was a stark contrast to the tall, straight, and proud figure he had first encountered. "Oh, the cuckold's here." Yang Wei raised his chin at Su Hai. Su Hai remained silent. On his way over, he had already prepared his response. "Yang Wei, let me make one thing clear, I am not Yi Shushui's boyfriend. That day, I was merely helping her fend off your advances." Yang Wei burst into laughter, his swollen peg-like face contorted in amusement. He was thoroughly satisfied with this answer. "See? Yi Shushui, even your man won't admit he's involved with you. You might as well come with me. Considering we spent one night together, I don't care if you're a." Su Hai smiled faintly. The fish had taken the bait. "So you're saying she really slept with you? Where?" Yi Shushui looked up at Su Hai, her face frozen in shock. Yang Wei smugly bluffed, "At the XX Grand Hotel. You have no idea how Yi Shushui is. Who can prove it? Who else? The front desk." The front desk lady was Yang Wei's longtime fling, testifying would be a piece of cake for her. "Fine." Su Hai turned to Yi Shushui. "Yi Shushui, do you remember this?" Yi Shushui shook her head in despair. It seemed certain that Yang Wei would make her reputation as a stick today. Su Hai turned to Yang Wonwoo and stepped forward to shake his hand. "Director Yang, I'm truly sorry." Seeing Su Hai merely inquire about these details and even proactively shake hands with Yang Wonwoo, Lin Shang and Chang Yongxi were on the verge of doubting their own eyes. Little did they know, Su Hai continued, "I'm afraid we'll have to call the police and accuse your son of drugging and raping a soldier." Chapter 15, Kicking a Man When He's Down. Su Hai's series of actions after entering the room left everyone utterly bewildered. Seeing their confusion, Su Hai calmly explained. "Yi Shushui knows nothing about this incident, yet Yang Wei insists it happened. He's adamant, providing a specific time, location, and eyewitness accounts. All we need to do now is call the police. Let them investigate whether there was any romantic basis between the two, examine the sequence of events, and question the eyewitness. It's straightforward and sure everything will become crystal clear immediately. If Director Yang has no objections, we can contact the police to initiate the investigation immediately." Yang Wei froze momentarily. With just a few simple sentences, Su Hai had completely reversed the course of events. "What drugging? She clearly went with me willingly." He stood up, pointing at Yi Shushui in a last-ditch defense. "Oh, and one more thing, that XX hotel you mentioned? I used to collect scrap there. The cleaning staff told me they installed surveillance cameras that capture pretty clear footage. It even made the cleaning ladies hesitate to take scrap paper anymore." This left Yang Wei utterly speechless. Yang Wonwoo rose and delivered a kick to the back of Yang Wei's knee. Yang Wei collapsed with a thud, landing face down on the floor. "You beast. Kneel and apologize to Comrade Yi Shushui immediately." No need, no need." Su Hai hurriedly bent down to help Yang Wei up. "Director Yang, please don't get angry. Whether it's true or not, let's leave it to the police. They're the professionals. Yang Wei now grasped the gravity of the situation and stubbornly refused to rise, locked in a standoff with Su Hai. Young Master Yang, please get up. The floor is cold. Yang Wenwu delivered another kick to his backside, and only then did Yang Wei snap out of his daze. Going to jail versus going home to raise pigs. Clearly, the latter was far more palatable. Pigs were so adorable. Besides, there might be some country girls in the village, nothing stopping him from continuing his womanizing ways. Yang Wei looked up at Su Hai, his eyes filled with terror, slapping himself repeatedly across the face. I'm sorry. Su Hai. Brother Hai. I was just talking nonsense. Yi Shushue is your woman, I never even touched a single finger of hers. I'll never speak out of turn again. She's yours. Yours. Su Hai sneered coldly, leading Yi Shushue before Yang Wei. Seeing those long, straight legs in military uniform standing before him, Yang Wei realized for the first time that his mind was completely devoid of lewd thoughts. All he wanted to do was cry out in terror. Shushue. My ancestors. I'm so sorry, Yi Shushue. Please forgive me. It's all because of my big mouth. You know me, I always like to tell little white lies. Su Hai, what did you say last time? What should an apology look like? I can't quite recall. Yang Wei glanced up at his father. Yang Wenwu wore an expression of profound regret, signaling that a severe beating awaited him back home. Now, he cared nothing for his pride. He threw himself to the ground, banging his head against the floor. I'm sorry. Please, I shouldn't have spoken out of turn. I'll keep my filthy mouth shut from now on. I'll never bother Yi Shushue again. Brother Hai, spare me. I beg you. I don't want to get arrested. Having witnessed Yang Wei's earlier slander and ranting, and now seeing his groveling, Yang Wenwu truly felt this son was a complete failure. Sending him home to feed pigs would be too generous. But without proof, we still need to take Yi Shushue to the hospital for a checkup to confirm if she was harmed. Su Hai looked at Yi Shushue, meeting her pleading gaze head on. He nodded slightly, his hand gently supporting her back. Yi Shushue instantly felt a surge of strength, as if all the grievances she'd endured moments ago had vanished. Yes. I definitely need to get checked. Lin Sheng chimed in, right. I remember one day Shushue suddenly fell ill. Maybe it was that very day. Yang Wei was now completely at a loss for words, thoroughly outmaneuvered by Su Hai. Yang Wenwu couldn't tell who was telling the truth and who was lying. But Yang Wei's actions this time had truly disappointed him beyond measure. Fine. I agree to call the police. Let them investigate personally. Only then will the truth come out about who is truly innocent. Yang Wei stared at Yang Wenwu in disbelief, breaking down and shouting, Dad. Yang Wenwu turned his face away. Don't call me Dad. If you really did this, you don't deserve to be my son. Yang Wenwu acted decisively, immediately calling the police himself to have both individuals taken away for investigation. Yi Shushue's emotions had calmed, and she regained her composure. She went alone. The farce concluded, leaving the office atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Su Hai calmly poured himself a glass of water from Chang Yonxi's desk, sipping it slowly without a word. While Yang Wenwu's actions were satisfying, the entire ordeal had been mentally draining. Yang Wenwu and Zhang Lifeng had secretly discussed their plans for quite some time. Their purpose for coming was to obtain the machine gun blueprints. The incident was over, and now they were the ones needing a favor. With Su Hai remaining silent, they had no choice but to swallow their pride and speak first. Young brother Su Hai, we're truly sorry. I never imagined Yang Wei would behave this way. It's all my fault as a father for neglecting his upbringing. Su Hai nodded. Zhang Lifeng continued, about those machine gun blueprints you mentioned at the military expo last time. Could I take another look at them? Only then did Su Hai slowly utter, oh. Look at me, getting all giddy over collecting some scrap. My apologies for making you two come all this way. With that, Su Hai nonchalantly produced 3 sets of blueprints. FNW-249 light machine gun. Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle. CSLW-9 curved rifle. He laid them out one by one on the table. Zhang Lifeng picked them up and exclaimed excitedly, Old Yang! Old Yang! Old Yang! Old Yang! Look at this. Yang Wenwu was doubly astonished. He never imagined that after his son humiliated his girlfriend, Su Hai would still be willing to hand over the blueprints. And not just one, but 3 sets of blueprints. This young man named Su Hai truly had vision. This! Lin Sheng exclaimed, slamming his fist hard on Su Hai's shoulder. You're something else. No wonder you recognize the STG-44 at a glance today. You've already designed a curved gun. A cornering gun? The one in the global police firearm tender by the United States? The one that perfectly counters urban crime and alleyway pursuits, the one where the bullets curve around corners, hitting targets without needing to peek out? Exactly, Su Hai confirmed. We spent 3 years developing it, but we couldn't even figure out the STG-44's curved rifling because the technical difficulty was too high. This project was abandoned long ago. Zhang Lifeng couldn't help but doubt, is this reliable? Chapter 16, The Scrap Collecting Weapons Designer. I remember that project. Over a dozen designers were assigned to tackle the technical challenges for 3 years. Ultimately, every prototype shared the same critical flaw: rifling wear, barrel blowouts, and recoil misalignment. The firearm's performance was completely unreliable, and safety couldn't be guaranteed at all. So millions in R&D costs went down the drain. Yang Wenwu turned to Su Hai. Su Hai, I know you have some talent, but this design is genuinely difficult. Don't try to save face by presenting something half-baked. Su Hai understood perfectly well. This gun wasn't successfully developed until 2005 in the future, and the number of technical hurdles overcome during that time was incalculable. So it was only natural they couldn't accept it now. Director Yang, Director Zhang, rest assured these blueprints are absolutely sound. Zhang Lifeng sighed. The young man still lacked a sense of proportion. He opened the blueprints and reviewed them with Yang Wenwu, while Lin Shang also leaned in to look. Upon closer inspection, they realized the design was truly unique. It featured a clamp designed to secure the Type 92 9mm pistol. The clamp's contours matched the pistol grip perfectly, ensuring consistent alignment during repeated assembly and disassembly. A handle at the bottom allowed the weapon to rotate left or right. Moreover, the rotating mechanism formed a modular system capable of accommodating multiple firearm variants. For example, the QSZ-92 pistol, NP-2234 pistol, and standard CSLW-9. The front end incorporates a CCD camera, laser pointer, and high-intensity tactical light. The CCD camera connects to a monitor via a video cable, enabling the shooter to observe the target situation from a concealed position. The entire system enables observation and firing from behind cover without endangering the operator. Countless potential applications immediately flashed through Zhang Lifeng's mind. Its effectiveness would be even greater in complex environments like urban combat, close quarters, reconnaissance, surveillance, counter-terrorism, or even tunnels, caves, and underground fortifications. Lifeng, I'd say this design is more ingenious than anything those designers in your ordnance department have come up with. Old Zhang, don't even get me started, I could kick myself right now. There's always someone better out there. We just have to admit there are geniuses in this world. To be precise, this should be called the CSLW-9 bending system. Truly groundbreaking design, Lin Shang praised. Su Hai, your design thinking is incredibly broad. From assault rifles to cornering systems, you keep surprising us. This modular, interchangeable component firearm is incredibly practical in modern warfare. Old Yang, looks like we can't be too quick with our words from now on. See? I just opened my mouth and got shot down. This is embarrassing for me as the armament department director. Neither of us is saving face today. Thank goodness we didn't bring that bunch of designers along, otherwise, this embarrassment would have spread like wildfire throughout the entire army. This time, both men were thoroughly subdued. To think they'd unveiled such a revolutionary design. The curved barrel rifle design system, it's the world's first of its kind in small arms. Present this internationally, and Western and American manufacturers would be green with envy. And this is merely the initial prototype. Once returned to the armament department for further refinement and upgrades. The future of Huaxia armaments looks incredibly bright. Quickly, bring out the other 2 blueprints for us to examine. Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle, Yang Wenwu read aloud. This? Barrett. Isn't this the mainstream sniper rifle that practically monopolizes the Western and American markets? As an anti-material assault sniper rifle, we've never had a domestic alternative. And they never sell it to the Chinese. Zhang Lifeng sighed, I know exactly what you mean. I once negotiated this deal myself. They wouldn't sell it for $800,000 American dollars per unit. The talks ultimately fell through. You actually got your hands on the blueprints for this? Su Hai spoke honestly, this is just scrap I picked up from a scrapyard overseas. Scrap? Scrap metal. Lin Shang suddenly understood. So Su Hai had collected scrap metal and reverse-engineered the blueprints from the fragments. This required not only expertise in weapon design but also exceptional insight. This Su Hai was truly a rare talent. For the first time, everyone present gained a whole new perspective on collecting scrap. So that's how it works. Truly, every profession has its master. Today, our nation has gained a scrap collector turned weapons designer. Just imagine how jealous those foreigners would be if they heard this. No way. Yang Wenwu said earnestly. I suggest we raise the security clearance level for Su Hai's identity. Keep the external narrative unchanged, but avoid excessive internal publicity. When you have a treasure, keep it hidden, don't flaunt your wealth. Lin Shang frowned, voicing Su Hai's grievance, but isn't that unfair to Su Hai? People seek fame and fortune. He donated all those blueprints for free and contributed so much money to the military region and the armaments department. You won't even give him a good reputation? Su Hai declined, no need for that. I have a little money, and I don't care what outsiders say. That's not how it works, Su Hai. What you earn is yours, but what others give is theirs. Our focus isn't on the money, it's about respect. Chang Yongxi, who had remained silent, chimed in, "That's right, old Yang. I didn't take a single blueprint, I gave them all to your military equipment bureau. If I wanted to grab them, you wouldn't stand a chance." Zhang Lifeng and Yang Wenwu were momentarily at a loss for words. They had only considered Su Hai's safety, not his actual needs. A man whose livelihood depended on collecting scrap inevitably faced scorn in daily life. Having finally made a contribution to the nation, he deserved honor and recognition to encourage him to continue. Not everyone can remain indifferent to fame and fortune. After a moment's thought, Yang Wenwu said, "Here's what we'll do. Even though you're already a special advisor to the Academy of Sciences, our Military Equipment Bureau would be delighted to extend an olive branch to you. The capable should shoulder more responsibility. The salary and benefits will be the same as what you receive there. What do you say?" Su Hai considered it and agreed. "The advisory role is fine, but I have numerous domestic and international projects to manage. The issue is my work schedule." "Don't worry about that." Yang Wenwu waved his hand dismissively. "Work? You can come in whenever you like. Just bring us your new findings when you have them." Zhang Lifeng picked up the final set of FNW-249 light machine gun blueprints. Today's mission had been entirely for this. Compared to the MG4 sold at the arms exhibition, the FNW-249 offered superior performance. Its rate of fire, accuracy, and stability were all higher. He thought securing this alone would be a success, never expecting to also unexpectedly gain a sniper rifle and a cornering gun system. Zhang Lifeng said to Su Hai with satisfaction, "That's right, Su. You're young, it's the perfect time to go out and make your mark. Just make sure to come home often. But in a few days, there's an international joint military exercise in Shat. You'll need to go with our designers, it'll spark your creativity." Yang Wenwu added. "Alright, I actually need to head back to my hometown these next couple days to handle some matters," Su Hai agreed. Zhang Lifeng extended his hand to Su Hai. "I'll personally lead the team. We'll send a car to pick you up when it's time to depart." Su Hai shook his hand. "Director Zhang, I'll be in touch then." Chapter 17, The Beautiful Young Neighbor. The villagers of Su village gathered, speculating who had donated the memorial hall. Some said it was Aunt Lu's son-in-law, since he was the director of a military factory. Xia Zisheng hasn't left her parents' house for days. Do you know why?" Aunt Lu lowered her voice. "I saw her on the rooftop yesterday, her face was covered in bruises. She must have gotten divorced. Maybe she even found some young lover on the side. Otherwise, why would she get beaten so badly?" This was major gossip, and the crowd debated it heatedly for a while. Well, if that's the case, it couldn't have been Aunt Lu's son-in-law. Then who else could it be? Li Dongxia and Li Jinbao had just reached the village entrance when they overheard this. Thinking of the billion yuan donation certificate in her hand, Li Dongxia felt so overjoyed she could barely contain herself. Boastful words slipped out naturally. "Of course it's my son." The crowd turned to see Li Dongxia, her face haggard yet her head held high in arrogance. "Ha ha ha ha. You still owe me 1,000 yuan. Pay me back first, then I'll believe it. That's easy enough, my son's worth billions." At this, the crowd burst into even louder laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. Sisterly, the whole village knows the rumors Su Hai collects scrap metal and spies for the enemy. He's under investigation by the state. You're still dreaming. Cut ties with him fast, or you'll both end up in jail." Ha 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 ha. Look at her, she's gone crazy from the shock. The mention of jail made Li Dongxia immediately feel uneasy, but she had evidence in her hands. After a moment's thought, she pulled out the proof. "Look. What's this?" The crowd immediately gathered around. When they saw the numbers written on the donation receipt in her hand, they all gasped in shock. Tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000. Oh my goodness, my eyes are spinning. 100 million? How much is that? It really is Su Hai. Sisterly, your son Su Hai has really made something of himself. Maybe he got it by selling state secrets. Who knows if this paper is even real? Aunt Su sneered. While others might not know about Li Dongxia tearing up Su Hai's university acceptance letter, she knew the whole story. Su Hai was just a scrap collector, after all. Li Dongxia tilted her head back, refusing to argue. "Just wait. Our Su Hai will find time to come home and see me in the next couple of days. Sisterly, you still owe us 1,000 yuan. You can't keep putting it off." Aunt Lu reminded her. "Don't worry, would I, Li Dongxia, ever owe you money?" "Li Dongxia, don't speak too soon. What if Su Hai doesn't give you a single penny?" Just as Li Dongxia was about to retort, a Bentley pulled into view, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Seeing the car heading toward her house, Li Dongxia grabbed Li Jinbao and rushed after it. "Quick, Jinbao, your brother's home." The villagers had never seen such a luxury car before. Hearing Li Dongxia's words, they followed to watch the commotion. The car stopped in front of Aunt Lu's house. A man stepped out, it was Aunt Lu's son-in-law. Soon, the sound of shouting and scolding came from Aunt Lu's house. In no time, the entire village was drawn to the scene. As soon as Su Hai arrived home, he saw Aunt Lu's doorstep completely packed with people. His own door remained closed, so Su Hai walked over. Amidst the crowd, a man was seen dragging Xia Zisheng in a struggle. Xia Zisheng, the older sister of Su Hai's neighbor, possessed skin as white as snow and a voluptuous figure, making her exceptionally beautiful. But now her face bore bruises and contusions. Several other men were locked in a brawl. Village chief Su Jianjun bellowed, and the men finally stopped fighting. Shangxiang, Uncle Su has something to say. You two need to sort out your issues properly, don't let it delay the construction of our village memorial hall. Xia Zisheng wrenched her hand free from her ex-husband Zhang Guoliang. What memorial hall? The one Guoliang donated money to build, at the village entrance. Su Hai interrupted, Village chief, I invested in that memorial hall. This statement drew everyone's attention to Su Hai. Whispers immediately began to circulate. Isn't that Su Hai? He really came back. Li Dongxia hit the jackpot. My guess is he won't even give Li Dongxia any money. She can't pay back what she already owes. Su Jianjun eyed Su Hai. You're just a junk collector, mind your own business. Hurry up and talk some sense into your sister Shangxiang. She can't divorce your brother Guoliang. Why should I? Let me tell you, Su Jianjun, even if you're the village chief, you have no right to interfere in our family affairs. Aunt Lu shouted. Sixth sister-in-law, you're being foolish. Guoliang works as the factory director at the military plant that's a state-owned enterprise. Where would Shangxiang find such a good man after a divorce? And our village finally got this memorial project. If it gets halted, it'll be a loss for the whole village. Hearing the village chief speak, others chimed in to persuade her. Zhang Guoliang caught the drift and seized the moment. Shangxiang, if you don't forgive me today, I'll halt the memorial construction. You're threatening me. Xia Zisheng glared at Zhang Guoliang. Ha! I'd love to see how you'll make them stop construction, Su Hai remarked. Shut up. Su Hai. You've contributed nothing to this village, you have no right to speak. The village chief turned back to Zhang Guoliang, his tone shifting abruptly. Guoliang, why don't we go to my place? It's spacious. We can talk things through properly there. Let's not ruin our harmony. Zhang Guoliang immediately pulled Xia Zisheng along and followed the village chief. As the commotion died down and the crowd gradually dispersed, Li Dongxia finally spotted Su Hai. Oh my goodness, Xiao Hai. You're back. Mom missed you so much. Li Dongxia made no mention of his 7-day detention. She stepped forward to embrace Su Hai. Su Hai quickly dodged her and stated bluntly, the agreement is in effect. You are no longer my mother. Li Dongxia, I came here today solely to retrieve my donation receipt. Seeing Su Hai's reaction, Li Dongxia's expression hardened instantly. She snapped, you little bastard. Don't give me that nonsense. I tore up those papers ages ago. If I don't get my money today, I'll change my surname. Fine. If that's the case, I'll have no choice but to report this again. With old Wang as a witness, let the police investigate who trespassed and committed burglary. Li Dongxia hadn't expected Su Hai to be so unyielding to both threats and pleas. Fearing he might actually call the police, she softened her tone and begged. Xiao Hai, you said last time you'd give us 10,000. I don't want much, just that 10,000. Can you do it? That was last time's price. No deal now. Hand over the proof. Su Hai insisted firmly. Chapter 18, Catching a Spy. Li Dongxia thought for a moment before replying. Jin Bao took it to school with him. He won't be back until tonight. Su Hai knew immediately that Li Dongxia was up to something. But he had no idea where the receipt was now, and he still needed to visit the memorial hall. You'd better not play any tricks. I need it by 7 at the latest. Otherwise, I'll have the police come get it. Li Dongxia agreed. Su Hai had no choice but to head to the memorial hall first. The memorial hall was right next to the village chief's house, and Su Hai happened to hear voices coming from inside. Xiangxiang, the memorial hall next door was funded by Guoliang. They just compiled information on all the village's veteran soldiers from the War of Resistance a couple days ago. They plan to include it all. Guoliang is such a good young man, you absolutely can't divorce him. We can talk things through. That's right, Shangxiang. You'll never find anyone who loves you more than I do. Zhang Guoliang said. Xia Zisheng sneered and finally shook off Zhang Guoliang's grasping hand. Put. Zhang Guoliang. How dare you say that? Just the other day, you made me go drink with those damn Japanese soldiers for a measly technical job. When I refused, you beat me. And now you suddenly remember your ancestors fought in the war and even funded a memorial hall? What? Su Jianjun stared at Zhang Guoliang in disbelief. You made Shangxiang entertain those Japanese devils? Aunt Lu sat on the ground, pounding her thigh and wailing. Zhang Guoliang, how could you do something like this? She's your wife. And you're the director of a military factory. Why are you so eager to curry favor with the Japanese? Zhang Guoliang snorted impatiently. What do you know? Those cherry blossom country people have this technology for making curved guns. If I can get my hands on it, I'll definitely get promoted. I'm doing this for Shangxiang and my future. Bendable guns? Guoliang, the stuff you guys are researching is way too advanced. Can these guns actually bend? Of course it can. Su Hai walked in, looking at Zhang Guoliang. No need to trouble yourself, Director Zhang. The Military Equipment Bureau already possesses the technology for the curved trajectory rifle. Zhang Guoliang demanded, who are you? How do you know? Su Jianjun, recognizing Su Hai, waved him away urgently. Guoliang, ignore him. He's just a junk collector. The State Security Bureau investigated him a few days ago. Who knows what shady business he's been up to. Your position is sensitive. Don't engage with him too much. It wouldn't be good if you got dragged into trouble. In my opinion, he's the one who should be investigated. As someone from a military industrial unit, he's actually discussing cooperation with the Japanese. Su Hai declared indignantly. As a Chinese person, have you forgotten the blood feud? Who do you think you are, shouting at me like this? Zhang Guoliang, stop pretending. You're nothing but a traitorous lackey. Xia Zixiang shouted. Village chief, believe me, this memorial hall absolutely wasn't funded by Zhang Guoliang. You! How dare you slander me like this? Believe me, I can halt the construction of this memorial with a single phone call. Though Zhang Guoliang didn't know who built the memorial, he knew it wasn't the person standing before him. That was enough. Guoliang, don't get angry. Let's talk this out calmly. Our village still relies on you. Su Jianjun immediately stepped in to flatter him. Su Hai pointed at Zhang Guoliang, ruthlessly exposing his insincere act. Zhang Guoliang, stop lying. I just contacted the memorial hall's director. He's on his way. You? Su Hai, you're not just waiting to collect construction debris, are you? Su Jianjun sneered. Apologize to Director Zhang right now. Don't jeopardize our village's income. Seeing Su Hai unmoved, Su Jianjun cursed. Listen here, Su Hai. I don't care how you dodge the investigation. If you ruin our village memorial hall's big day today, I'll personally call the police to arrest you. Su Hai ignored the argument and turned to Xia Zixiang. Sister Shangxiang, did he hurt your face too? Xia Zixiang covered her face and nodded. Forced drinking, domestic violence, and secretly negotiating deals with the Sakura people. Each crime is worse than the last. Director Zhang, you've got some nerve. Zhang Guoliang, a hot-tempered man, lunged forward to fight Su Hai. Su Hai had seen combat in his past life. His skills were more than sufficient to handle such a man. In just a few swift moves, Zhang Guoliang was pinned to the ground, his hands twisted behind his back. You dare lay a hand on me? Zhang Guoliang screamed in agony. Seeing the two grappling, Su Jianjun feared they might injure his old bones. He could only stand aside, cursing Su Hai. Su Hai! You ungrateful bastard! You grew up without parents, relying on the village to feed you. Now that you've grown strong, you dare attack the village's money tree. You deliberately make life miserable for our fellow villagers. You're nothing but trouble. And to think I even spoke up for you. You deserve to be arrested and thrown in jail. Let go of Guoliang this instant. The commotion drew a crowd of villagers who soon gathered to watch the spectacle. Could this Su Hai be Xia Zixiang's kept man on the side? Looks like it. If he wasn't, why would Xia Zixiang take such a beating? Good heavens. Now mistresses dare beat the legitimate wives in their own homes. Just then, a military vehicle pulled up and stopped in front of the memorial hall. Seeing the crowd gathered, a man in military uniform pushed his way through the throng and spotted Su Hai surrounded in the village chief's courtyard. Mr. Su Hai. What's going on here? Su Hai turned to see Zhang Qi, the propaganda department official who had previously hosted him. We caught someone suspected of being a spy, Su Hai said. The crowd, which had been discussing and cursing Su Hai, suddenly fell silent. Several more people got out of the vehicle and helped Su Hai restrain Zhang Guoliang. Who are you people? Let me go! Zhang Guoliang shouted. Zhang Qi flashed his credentials. Military Region Publicity Department. Zhang Guoliang hurriedly explained, you must have the wrong person. I'm the director of a military factory. This Su Hai is the spy. Zhang Qi asked, what exactly is going on here? Xia Zixiang recounted Zhang Guoliang's identity, his dealings with the Japanese, forcing her to entertain them, and his domestic violence. Su Hai added, on top of that, he impersonated me, claiming to be the memorial hall's investor to gain villagers' trust. Zhang Qi surveyed the gathered villagers. Everyone, let me clarify first, the memorial hall in our village was funded by Mr. Su Hai. What? It really was Su Hai? What kind of incredible luck did Li Dongxia have to end up with such a wonderful son? So this Zhang Guoliang is really a fraud, huh? I'm here today specifically to coordinate the memorial hall's exhibition content with Mr. Su Hai. Any of you with veterans of the War of Resistance in your families can contact Mr. Su Hai to have their stories featured in the memorial hall. At that, everyone began to stir with excitement. After all, who wouldn't want to showcase such an honor? It's a chance to bring glory to their ancestors. Chapter 19, A Job Offer. I told you Su Hai from the Su family was a talent, but you wouldn't believe me. Even though Li Dongxia tore up Su Hai's college acceptance letter, just look at how accomplished this kid has become. Oh my. Could that billion yuan donation certificate Li Dongxia got be real too? Did Su Hai really donate 10 billion to the country? At his age, he probably doesn't have a girlfriend yet, right? My daughter Xiulian is a college student. Would you like me to introduce her to him? Su Hai frowned. It seemed Li Dongxia hadn't done anything good with his donation certificate after all. Su Jianjun paced anxiously, finally pushing his way to Su Hai. Little Hai. It's all my fault for not recognizing your worth. I apologize. You absolutely must not withdraw your investment. This memorial hall must be built for our village. Su Hai ignored him. But he understood the village chief's actions were for the village's benefit, even if they were a bit excessive. Seeing the shift in the conversation, Zhang Guoliang seized the moment to defend himself. My talks with the Sakura people were purely for the sake of national technological advancement. Only through technological progress can we earn others' respect. I'm thinking of the country. You can't arrest me. Director Zhang Guoliang, let me be perfectly clear, the state prohibits all military cooperation with the Sakura people. Even if we desperately need technology, we cannot bow to the Sakura people. This is the backbone of our Chinese people. Your actions have severely violated national regulations. We must take you back for investigation. Zhang Qi ordered his men to escort Zhang Guoliang to the vehicle, preparing to transfer him to the State Security Bureau. Madam, if you have any relevant evidence, you may submit it to me. All right. Xia Zhixiang agreed. Auntie Lu, you always brag about your daughter marrying well, but this divorce sure came pretty quickly, someone in the crowd sneered. Your Xia Zhixiang has a master's degree, but what good is that? She's divorced and back living off her parents. Aunt Lu wept as she embraced her daughter. Shangxiang, it's all mom's fault. If I'd known Zhang Guoliang was this kind of person, I never should have let you get married right after finishing grad school. Go to work early. Now we have a way to support ourselves. Mom, it's okay. I'll work hard to find a job. Xia Zhixiang spoke, her gaze darting toward the surrounding villagers, looking rather pitiful. I always told you, what's the point of sending a girl to school? A good marriage is all that matters. Look at Xia Zhixiang now divorced at her age. How will she ever remarry? She probably won't even find work. She'll end up like us, toiling away as laborers. Aunt Lu's tears flowed even more freely upon hearing this. A graduate degree? Su Hai hadn't expected this neighbor's sister to have such a high level of education. What did you major in? Su Hai asked. Business administration. Well, I happen to have a position for you, Su Hai said. Though I wonder if you know how to manage a scrapyard? Put. Ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. Everyone had expected Su Hai to offer some well-paying job, but instead it was running a scrapyard. Su Hai, she's a graduate student. She has high aspirations. Back in the day, Xia Zhixiang was the village beauty. So many guys wanted to marry her, but even Auntie Lu wasn't interested. How could she possibly want your crappy junkyard now? Ha ha, if she actually agreed, that would be ridiculous. A top student running a junkyard? That's something even a 50-year-old man could do. But times had changed. Given her circumstances, what else could Xia Zhixiang possibly complain about? Xia Zhixiang made up her mind instantly and accepted the offer. I've never managed a scrapyard before, but I can learn. Alright, start work tomorrow morning. Su Hai finalized the arrangement. He was set to join Zhang Lifeng for the international joint military exercises tomorrow, and the scrapyard couldn't remain under Uncle Wang's temporary management indefinitely. Besides, he'd long wanted to find someone to handle this aspect of the business but hadn't found the right candidate. Xia Zhixiang happened to be a graduate student in management studies. While she lacked work experience, finding such a candidate was a pleasant surprise. As for her work capabilities, they'd find out soon enough. This decision sparked another round of sarcastic remarks from the villagers. Su Hai paid them no mind, instead following Zhang Qi to inspect the memorial hall's construction progress. Village chief Su Jianjun trailed behind them, his attitude toward Su Hai nothing short of obsequious. Little Hai, I never imagined you could earn so much running that scrapyard and make such a huge contribution to the village. I always knew you'd amount to something. Back when your mother tore up your acceptance letter, I knew you'd make something of yourself. Never any trouble. It seemed more than one person brought up this topic today. Judging by this, it seemed many villagers were well aware of the original owner's past, how Li Dongxia had humiliated him, torn up his admission letters to Tsinghua and Peking University, and ultimately prevented him from attending university. Yet none of them offered a helping hand in the end. If asked why, Su Hai could only think of one reason. They envy others' success, mock their failures, despise their poverty, and fear their wealth. So they all took pleasure in seeing Su Hai's future destroyed by a vicious woman. Even today, it's just a casual remark. Their current politeness stems solely from Su Hai displaying some financial means. Who could guarantee these people wouldn't become bloodsuckers like Li Dongxia, clinging to him to feed off him? If the memorial hall hadn't already been registered with its address, Su Hai would have wanted to relocate it. But it didn't matter now. This would be his final appearance on Su village soil. The most urgent matter now was to retrieve his donation receipt immediately. If he couldn't get it, he'd destroy it was useless to him anyway. But he couldn't let Lee Dongxia use it to swindle others. Village chief, since you brought up the matter of the admission notice back then, could I ask for your help? Please accompany me to meet with Lee Dongxia. Fearing Su Hai might cancel the memorial hall, Su Jianjun readily agreed. Sure thing. It's been ages since I last saw your mother. She's not my mother. We signed a severance agreement a week ago. I'm only here to retrieve my donation receipt. Receipt? Could it be for the memorial hall construction? Su Hai remained silent, and Su Jianjun took that as tacit agreement. This was unacceptable. If Li Dongxia took that receipt and it caused the memorial hall to fail to be built, what would happen? The two hurried to Li Dongxia's house, where they saw a young girl standing in the courtyard. Xiaohua, what are you doing here? Hurry home, your mom will be looking for you soon. Hee, mom said I should marry, hee. Brother Su Hai. Chapter 20, Reverse Manipulation. Su Xiaohua, a mentally disabled girl, stood drooling and grinning foolishly at Su Hai. Su Hai instantly understood Li Dongxia's scheme. She wanted him to marry just anyone, then manipulate him like she used to. But he wasn't the same Su Hai anymore. Su Hai walked straight into the room. Two women were seated inside. Li Dongxia saw Su Hai enter and immediately came forward. Xiao Hai, you've met Xiaohua, right? Mom found you a great match. Xiaohua's mother was overjoyed. This must be my future son-in-law. What a fine young man. Li Dongxia, don't try any tricks. Hand over the receipt right now, Su Hai demanded. Li Dongxia, what were you thinking introducing Xiaohua to Su Hai? I'm warning you, don't mess with our village's money god. Hand over Su Hai's donation receipt now. Su Jianjun demanded. This remark, however, displeased Xiaohua's mother. Village chief, what do you mean? Do you look down on our Xiaohua? For a scrap collector like Su Hai to marry our Xiaohua is a blessing from 8 lifetimes of good karma. Sister Li and I have already agreed if Su Hai agrees to marry Xiaohua, our family won't ask for a single penny in dowry. We'll even give a 5,000 yuan dowry gift. The village chief sucked in a sharp breath. Good heavens, 5,000 yuan. Su Hai, your mother only wants what's best for you. Xiaohua is pure-hearted, young, and beautiful. She's the perfect match for you. Uninterested in this farce, Su Hai immediately pulled out his phone to call the police. You ungrateful wretch. How dare you call the police? Li Dongxia lunged to grab Su Hai's phone but was shoved to the ground by him. Give me back my phone. Li Dongxia sat down on the floor and burst into tears. Xiaohua's mother rushed over to defend her. Su Hai, how could you treat your mother like this? How dare you lay a hand on her? Su Hai glanced back at Su Jianjun, who immediately stepped forward. Li Dongxia, Xiao Hai has already told me everything. You tore up his admission letter to Qingbei University back then, preventing him from attending college. You never deserved to be his mother. Moreover, a week ago he signed an agreement severing all familial ties with you. You are no longer his mother. Stop acting like his mother. Return the documents to Su Hai immediately. Xiaohua's mother froze in shock. Li Dongxia hadn't mentioned any of this. Li Dongxia, what do you mean? You promised me Su Hai would definitely marry Xiaohua. You've severed ties with him. Why would he listen to you now? Listen to me, if this marriage falls through, you'd better return my 5,000 yuan immediately. Or else I'll make you pay dearly. Xiaohua's mom, don't worry. I'll convince him. Li Dongxia pulled a piece of paper from her bosom and waved it in front of Su Hai. Su Hai, take a good look. This must be something important to you. If you agree to marry Xiaohua, I'll give it back to you. Li Dongxia still remembered how Su Hai had knelt on the ground, crying and begging her when he tore up the acceptance letter. He had also handed over every penny of his scholarship money to her. This document must be even more important than that acceptance letter back then. Only then did Su Hai realize that because he refused to give her money, this vicious stepmother had sold him to a fool for 5,000 yuan to marry into the family. Ha! It was laughable. What if I just refuse? Li Dongxia glared with her triangular eyes, then I'll tear it up. I don't think you have the guts. Mark my words, I absolutely refuse to consent to this marriage. Go ahead and tear it up if you dare. But Li Dongxia hesitated. This wasn't right. Shouldn't Su Hai be kneeling to beg her? Seizing the moment, Su Hai strode forward and snatched the document back. Li Dongxia immediately leapt up to wrestle it back. Su Hai raised both hands high and tore it to shreds with his own hands. Village chief, can I borrow a light? Su Jianjun, confused, handed over his lighter. In full view of everyone, Su Hai burned the fragments to ashes. Now it's all settled. Having achieved his goal, Su Hai uttered these words and didn't want to linger a second longer. He immediately turned and walked away. Li Dongxia was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this thing incredibly important? Su Hai had been so adamant about not touching it before, wasn't it precisely because he wanted to retrieve it intact? Why burn it now? Xiaohua's mother grabbed Li Dongxia by the collar. Listen here, Li Dongxia. I don't care what shenanigans you two are up to. Since the engagement is off, you must repay the money immediately. But Li Dongxia had no way to repay it. She'd given the money to Li Jinbao the moment she received it. Li Jinbao had long since taken the money and left. By now, he'd probably already paid the tutoring fees. Li Dongxia tried to call after him, but Su Hai had already stepped out the courtyard gate. Xiao Hua's mother, furious, slapped Li Dongxia across the face. You dare deceive me. You dare bully my Xiao Hua. I'll beat you to death, you filthy. Xiao Hua's mom, please listen to me. I used that money to pay for Li Jinbao's tutoring fees. The teacher said he could get into Tsinghua or Peking University. Don't worry. If he gets into Tsinghua or Peking University, the village and school awards alone will be tens of thousands. We've got experience with this kind of thing. Xiaohua's mom, just think of it as an investment, okay? I'll pay you back 10,000 when the time comes. Xiaohua's mother sneered coldly and slapped her across the face again. Who do you think you're fooling? You damn. With that good-for-nothing Li Jinbao, he'd struggle to get into any school, let alone Tsinghua or Peking. You're just trying to pull the wool over our eyes. If you don't pay back the money tonight, we're taking this to court tomorrow. No wonder Sister Lu warned me not to give you any money. This is fraud. After Xiao Hua's mom pointed it out, Li Dongxia finally calculated her current debt a whopping 6,000 yuan. How on earth was she supposed to pay that back? Su Hai rushed back to the scrapyard that night. Sure enough, Xia Zhixiang showed up early the next morning. Come in. I'll show you what the job entails. Su Hai's living quarters consisted of just 2 rooms. One was a bedroom, the other, an office. The office contained nothing more than a bulky desktop computer, a printer, and a landline phone. Xia Zhixiang entered the cramped space. Being alone with a man in such a small room made her feel extremely awkward. The workload isn't heavy, but it's quite tedious. Su Hai began explaining the locations of his 8 scrap metal plants and their functional divisions, leaving Xia Zhixiang utterly bewildered. She had assumed it was just simple scrap collection, old paper, scrap metal, plastic bottles, that sort of thing. Who could have imagined it involved 8 large scrap metal plants spread across the globe? It had suddenly become a global operation. By the way, do you speak any foreign languages? Xia Zhixiang bit her lip and timidly replied, only 3, English, Russian, and French. That'll do. I'm heading out this afternoon and won't be sure when I'll return. For the next few days, I'm handing these operations over to you. If you run into anything you don't know, just call me. When I return, your performance will determine whether you get a permanent position. Got it. Xia Zhixiang nodded vigorously. This was her first job where she was truly supporting herself. She would give it her all. Oh, and by the way, the regular position pays 3,000 a month. 3,000? Just as Xia Zhixiang was about to say something, the sound of a car engine reached them from outside. Su Hai stepped outside to see the car sent to pick him up. Seeing Su Hai and Xia Zhixiang emerge one after the other, the young soldier driving the vehicle saluted. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, Director Zhang sent me to escort Mr. Su on his departure. A blush instantly spread across Xia Zhixiang's face. Su Hai cleared his throat awkwardly. This is the manager of my scrapyard. The young soldier looked surprised. The scrapyard manager? This stunning beauty? Who would believe that? Let's go. Chapter 21, The Deep Diving Nuclear Submarine. After reuniting with Shang Lifeng, Su Hai boarded a special aircraft with Military Equipment Bureau technicians, flying toward Shat. Only now did Su Hai belatedly recall that he had heard about this 2000 international joint military exercise in his previous life. During that exercise, a missile test fired by the United States landed in China's training zone. Fortunately, it struck an open field, causing no casualties but destroying one of China's armored vehicles and a tank. The loss of personnel and property was not significant. What was lost, however, was China's dignity and face. At a multinational joint military exercise, having one's headquarters open field struck by a single missile is nothing short of a humiliating disgrace. Wasn't this openly declaring to the world that China was incapable of defending against missile attacks, with virtually zero anti-missile capabilities? Wasn't this telling the world that China's airspace was open for invasion, that the Chinese people were helpless meat buns? In the previous incident, domestic public opinion erupted in condemnation, yet the United States brushed it off with excuses like no damage occurred and it was purely a misunderstanding. For any Chinese person to endure this without feeling utterly humiliated. This time around, there's an overwhelming likelihood they'll pull the same stunt again. Su Hai pondered, could the system intercept missiles flying through the sky? Even if it could, would this unpaid recovery count as junk? Su Hai opened the system interface, where a line of red text floated. It was still the same prompt about recovering the nuclear submarine. A sudden thought struck Su Hai. Wait a minute, that nuclear sub had sunk over 6,000 meters deep. Retrieving it definitely wouldn't cost a dime. If this falls within the system's parameters, could he try using the system to pick up a missile? Anything lying on the ground that nobody wants is just scrap to be salvaged. The logic was flawless. At this thought, Su Hai chuckled softly, startling Zhang Lifeng sitting beside him. What's so funny all of a sudden? We're about to land. Are you excited? No. Just remembered something amusing. Not bad, kid. You're in good shape, got the guts to handle the big stage. After a few more casual words, the private jet touched down at the dedicated airport. The group checked into the special hotel provided by Shate for technical personnel. All the international technicians were staying here. At dinner time, Su-hai and Zhang Lifeng went to the restaurant together. They happened to overhear people in the next private booth conversing in English. Have you heard about the Apollo? Su-hai immediately fell silent, listening intently. I heard the Apollo nuclear submarine sank. Is that true? It's true. I work in the Pentagon's intelligence department and saw all the command center footage. I'll give you $100. I want the details. Here's what happened. That day, the submarine command center suddenly received an alarm. Reporting, sir. The Apollo nuclear submarine has been stationary for 30 minutes with all communications severed. What's going on? Where are they? Commander Rhodes inquired. They're transiting the Mariana Trench. The Mariana Trench? The Apollo has made over 20 round trips there. Shouldn't be any issues. Keep monitoring their movements and report back in half an hour. Commander Rod was busy planning his date with a new sweetheart after work that day. He took the observer's report of the Apollo stasis in stride, dismissing it as routine mission procedure. This observer was overreacting. Half an hour later, when the observer returned to report, Rod was already seated with his date at an upscale restaurant. It wasn't until 8 hours later that the Apollo's suspected deep dive accident was brought up again at the command center. By then, the Apollo's positioning signal had completely vanished. Only then did Rod report the situation, prompting the American Navy to immediately dispatch rescue submarines to search the waters near the Mariana Trench. However, after 4 days of exhaustive search operations, no trace of the Apollo was found within the operational search area. Finally, using sonar detection technology, they located a large, flat piece of metal at a depth of 6,859 meters. Preliminary speculation suggested this was the wreckage of the Apollo, which had plummeted to the depths. However, due to technological limitations, it was completely impossible to salvage it. A memorial service for the lost crew members was ultimately held at sea. Soldiers, let us observe a moment of silence for them. How did that loser Rod become commander? He goes on a date with a beauty when something this big is happening? They say that woman's under investigation now. Big tits, long legs, stunningly gorgeous, truly a goddess on earth. Damn. You've got my brothers all worked up. For a brother's happiness, neglecting duty seems understandable. When will we ever get to sleep with women so freely? Just wait. After this military exercise, planning for the Armory garrison base will begin. As long as you can stay stationed here, women will come knocking non-stop. You won't even be able to keep up. Ha 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 ha. Su-hai and Zhang Lifeng listened silently to the entire exchange. They exchanged glances, both seeing astonishment in each other's eyes. Su-hai was astonished that Armory truly had no solution for salvaging the deep-sea nuclear submarine. Zhang Lifeng, meanwhile, was stunned that the American military base was already set to be established in Shat. Back in their room, Zhang Lifeng immediately reported the situation to his superior, Yang Wanwu. Meanwhile, Su-hai opened the system interface. 1. Recovery prompt. Usable times, 1. 2. Portal. Usable times, 2. Su-hai activated the portal function. Enter precise coordinates to teleport across dimensions with unlimited item capacity. He'd read this feature description countless times. Traveling through the portal was easy enough, but surviving over 6,000 meters below sea level and completing the recovery mission, that was the real challenge. This was precisely why Su-hai had shelved the mission for so many days. It wasn't until today that he finally heard a glimmer of progress from the Americans. At the very least, the Americans couldn't retrieve it either. Chapter 22, No Budget Constraints. Acquiring the oil company. Su-hai stowed the panel and stepped outside. He wanted to walk around the neighborhood to see if he could find any other clues. The first floor of the hotel housed a large, open-plan restaurant. Su-hai spotted several men wearing headscarves. They were discussing the sale of an offshore oil drilling platform. Overhearing fragments of their conversation, Su-hai learned the rig was specifically designed for offshore oil and mineral resource exploration. Its exploration depth ranged from approximately 6,000 to 7,000 meters. This depth seemed tailor-made for his purpose. Su-hai immediately concocted a plausible excuse to approach them. Gentlemen, I apologize for overhearing your conversation. I recently acquired an oil company and am currently in need of equipment. Your discussion has piqued my interest, might I join in? The other party was a very young man. My drilling rigs come with a hefty price tag. You'll need deep pockets first. Rest assured on that front. I have only one strength, and that is money. Su-hai said he had hundreds of billions in his account. The other man eyed his attire, clearly skeptical. Looking at you, you resemble a beggar on the streets of our country. What line of work are you in? I'm in the global steel recycling business. Su-hai replied, unwilling to waste time on this matter. May I see the quality of your equipment? If it doesn't meet my standards, I won't be purchasing. The man laughed heartily, inwardly dismissing this as just an excuse for Su-hai not being able to afford it. He then generously pulled out the photos. Su-hai glanced at them. The platform looked well worn, perhaps only 30% new. It certainly wasn't anything special. This looks passable. What's your asking price? 150 million, cash. The other party's casual tone made it sound like they were describing what they had for breakfast that morning. Such a sum was no big deal to Su-hai, who agreed immediately. It's a deal. What? You're really buying it? I need it urgently. If it's not enough, I can raise the price, Su-hai said calmly. After the initial shock, the other party agreed to hand over the contract and payment first thing tomorrow morning. The next day, Su-hai learned this man was the Prince of Shat. He oversaw all petroleum-related operations. The drilling platform was purchased and transferred smoothly. Ding! Scrap recovered offshore oil drilling platform. Cash refund received $1.5 billion. Su-hai curled his lips. Well, a 30% used item worth 150 million, how could it not be junk? He immediately contacted John, the head of operations in the United States, to request the acquisition of an oil company along the Atlantic coast. No budget constraints, speed is paramount. Once everything was arranged, he could take the drilling rig to salvage the nuclear submarine. The opening ceremony for the International Joint Military Exercises was scheduled for 2 p.m. Su-hai followed Zhang Lifeng to the site, where representatives from over a dozen participating nations had largely assembled. All technical personnel were seated in the same designated area. No sooner had he taken his seat than Su-hai overheard hostile murmurs nearby. Tisk, why are we seated next to the Chinese? What are they doing here? Conducting advance reconnaissance on what weapons might attack them in the future? Ha 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 ha. Mocking laughter came from nearby. Su-hai looked over to see a group of Japanese nationals speaking English. All these years later, they still haven't caught up to our level of development. Bunch of underdeveloped morons dreaming of catching up to us? Their current progress is just to contribute to us later. Next time we start a war, we'll take over their entire territory. Su-hai snorted derisively, turning to face them. The speakers were seated just 2 rows away. Speaking English because you're afraid we won't understand? The other party clearly looked dumbfounded, not expecting Su-hai to respond. Is it a lack of confidence in your own language? Or are you too busy licking your American daddy's boots? He had barely finished speaking when Zhang Lifeng yanked him back into his seat. Su-hai heard them switch back to speaking Japanese. Stupid Chinese, daring to talk back. No worries. Once the weapons demonstration starts, they'll be begging like dogs to see our exhibits. Yeah, with just a handful of them? If they bring weapons that surpass ours, I'll slice up a warship for sashimi. Exactly. The firearms we brought this time are equipped with refractive optics. We can spot enemies around corners. What do those Chinese have to compete with us? This Shat weapons order is definitely ours, Sakura Nation. Su-hai remained silent this time, letting them rant for a while. Refractive optics? Put. What about the corner shooting guns they brought? Su-hai remained silent, but Zhang Lifeng began to mutter under his breath. What are those little devils muttering about? Don't worry, Director Zhang. Once we get to the exhibition area, we'll shut them up with our capabilities. This time, they had brought multiple newly developed firearms, half of which were based on blueprints submitted by Su-hai. Additionally, 2 military off-road vehicles equipped with WS-2 multiple rocket launchers were deployed for the live fire exercise. The goal was to flex China's military muscle during both the weapons showcase in the first half and the live fire exercises in the second half. They wanted to demonstrate China's current capabilities to the world. This joint military exercise centered on the theme of counter-terrorism and counter-terrorist attacks. Both the exhibition and exercise segments focused heavily on the Army. Therefore, the display of Army equipment was of paramount importance. Participating nations brought new weaponry and equipment. All were displayed in the exhibition hall. Zhang Lifeng first led Su-hai on a tour. Many nations brought weapons that were highly advanced at the time. But from Su-hai's perspective 60 years later, most of them were relics. The electromagnetic weapons that would dominate future warfare were only conceptualized by the United States, presented through concept art and videos displayed on large screens. Beyond that, the most eye-catching new design was the innovative curved rifle system proposed by the Americania, Sakura Nation, and Huaxia. Before long, the host, Shate, had cordoned off the competition area and arranged for the 3 nations to compete on the same stage. They announced that Shat would place an order for the most outstanding design. The budget? $40 billion. $40 billion. Consider it Shade's gift to us, the Americans. After all, maintaining a military presence here for so many years has been no easy task. We'll need to build new bases next. Even if it's the United States, their design this time definitely won't be as good as ours from Sakura Nation. We're confident we'll win this money. The Great Bear Nation raised doubts. I haven't heard of any major scientific breakthroughs from China lately. Suddenly they're bringing out a curved barrel gun system to compete with America and Sakura? I'm really worried for them. The designer from the Republic of Korea remarked, China is simply overreaching in courting humiliation. Their weaponry lags decades behind the Western world. Their military still uses relics from the 1980s. In our country, such guns would have been discarded long ago as firewood. The designer from Cold Nation chimed in, China's weapons tech is all stolen from us. Their people can barely afford food, yet they dare dream about doing America in weapon design? Chapter 23, Curved Trajectory Firing System. America's military equipment is the world's most advanced. Even a powerhouse like our Han nation still needs to purchase some from them, let alone China, which has been impoverished for 2 centuries. Su Hai, as the technical representative, entered the field alongside Wang Baichun, the soldier responsible for operation. Outside the venue, designers from various nations gathered on the stands, disparaging China. Some had even begun whistling and jeering, demanding China be removed from the stage. Su Hai took a deep breath and patted Wang Baichun on the shoulder. Soldier King, stay calm. Just give a normal demonstration. Our technology is far more advanced than theirs. Wang Baichun was the champion of a military district competition, a true all-around elite soldier. This performance posed no technical challenge for him, but he remained uncertain whether the weapon in his hands could truly suppress the opposition. He instinctively took Su Hai's words as reassurance. No big deal competing alongside the world's strongest military power. Even if we lose, it's no disgrace. After all, there was a technological gap to bridge. They could strive to catch up later. Once everyone was present, the first test began, corner shooting. Targets were placed behind 90-degree walls, and scores were based on shooting accuracy. The 3 nations took turns, with China going last. First up, Sakura Nation. Sakura Nation's corner shooting system showed little innovation, merely adding a rotating angle lens to America's previous design. Essentially, it was a periscope mechanism mounted on a rifle. Such angled rifles had also appeared in the former England. It was the most primitive variant, known as the submarine rifle. Sure enough, when Sakura Nation unveiled this rifle for demonstration, every designer in the venue burst into laughter. What is this thing? Some relic salvaged from the Western Front during Season 1? Are the Sakura people out of their minds? The rifle body is an American design, the submarine scope is a British design. Merging the two into one makes it their own Sakura design? They can't seriously expect to beat the Americans with this? It's a complete Frankenstein's monster. I doubt they can even beat China. The Sakura Nation representative calmly commenced firing. The automatic scoring system began announcing. 8 rings, 3 rings, 7 rings, 5 rings. Overall accuracy, 7 points. Shooter's body exposure rate, 40%. Safety rating, 5 points. Low accuracy and high exposure rate. What kind of junk did those cherry blossom people come up with? If they can't develop something properly, they shouldn't bother making up this kind of nonsense. Don't they feel ashamed? Next up was the United States. America's corner shot system was far more advanced than Japan's. It consists of 2 parts. The front section houses the pistol and color camera, while the rear section is the stock. It allows the gun body to fold and autonomously control the angle of the turn. As the American representative demonstrated and explained it, the entire audience gasped in awe. Wow, is this the true strength of the United States? It's even more advanced than our Japanese design. This design is way ahead of its time. Separating the stock from the firing mechanism ensures the shooter's safety. Truly befitting the world's top military power. This angled shooting system is incredible. Our nation will place an order immediately. With this, terrorist attacks in our country will surely decrease dramatically. The American representative entered the firing range with a smile on his lips. The automatic scoring system began announcing. 5 rings, 7 rings, 7 rings, 9 rings. Overall accuracy, 9 points. Shooter's body exposure rate, 10%. Safety, 8 points. The moment the scores appeared, the crowd erupted in astonishment once more. That shooting accuracy is incredibly consistent. And such a low exposure rate. With this curved barrel rifle system, we can surely counter global terrorist attacks. Only after comparing do we realize how utterly tie our Sakura Nation's new designs or they can't hold a candle to the American standard. Hurry up and wrap this up. Get this cornering gun system on the market immediately. Our Korea must buy it. Buy it now. If anyone's buying, it's us first. This is our reservation. Your orders should be queued after 40 billion. At that moment, the American representative spoke up. Gentlemen, this corner shot system is undoubtedly the most advanced in the world. It's designed for specialized tactical environments like urban street fighting, whether in open or enclosed building spaces. Naturally, we strongly hope it will be deployed in global counterterrorism operations. If any of you are interested in this system, please contact Gran, that is, me. Dr. Gran will provide you with a satisfactory quote. We're happy to share it with you. If you prefer designs from Sakura Nation or Huaxia, we won't object in the slightest. No sooner had he finished speaking than the room erupted in raucous laughter. Ha 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 ha. Japanese designs are utter crap. What fool would favor their Frankenstein's monstrosities? As for China's designs, I don't even need to look. They've never shown any talent in this field, it'd just be a waste of time. Exactly. The Chinese probably only know how to manipulate people's minds through food. When it comes to high-tech stuff like firearms, their IQs just aren't up to the task. With such a massive technological gap accumulated over the years, China has absolutely no chance of catching up. Let's skip them altogether and get straight to discussing the purchase. Dr. Gran raised his hand slightly, signaling for silence. I believe we should respect China and allow them to complete their weapon presentation. It won't cost us much time. Please show some patience and gentlemanly conduct, shall we? With that, Gran flashed a provocative smile at Su Hai. Su Hai heard Wang Baicheng grinding his teeth. It's fine, Soldier King. Trust our design. It absolutely won't be inferior to theirs. Wang Baicheng took several deep breaths. Yes, Designer Su, we should be confident. Despite his words, Wang Baicheng still felt a twinge of unease. Su Hai had already taken his position and begun his presentation. The CSLW-9 curved sight weapon system is an integrated platform combining observation, targeting, data collection, transmission, and firepower capabilities. It enables beyond line of sight reconnaissance and engagement. Ha 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 ha. This Chinese guy must be out of his mind to spout such nonsense. Cut the nonsense. Just fire a shot and admit defeat already. We're in a hurry to buy America's new product. Look at its barrel design, it's identical to the American corner shot, just with a CCD camera added. It's clearly another Frankenstein's monster like those from Japan. Get to the shooting range already. Stop with the explanations, it's a total waste of time. Su Hai and Wang Baicheng exchanged glances. Wang Baicheng nodded, walked to the firing range, and activated the swivel mechanism within the rear frame assembly. This drove the front frame to rotate 60 to the left, extending the CCD camera-equipped front frame toward the corner of the wall. He then pulled the trigger. The automatic scoring system began announcing 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings. Overall accuracy, 10 points. Shooter's body exposure rate, 0%. Safety, 10 points. Chapter 24, 1v2 instantly eliminated on exposure. A string of perfect 10s stunned everyone present. Is this automatic scoring system malfunctioning? Where are the organizers? Check the machine immediately. Dr. Gran, true to his title, processed information faster than anyone else. Shat's technicians immediately stepped forward to inspect the machine. It was functioning perfectly. Impossible. How could China's design achieve such precision? There must be something wrong. Gran turned his gaze to Wang Baicheng. Then it must be this soldier's fault. To uphold the fairness and integrity of the competition, I demand a replacement shooter for a retest. Wang Baicheng's veins bulged with rage. These American devils actually suspected him of cheating during the shooting. When they can't beat you, they insult you, typical bandit logic. Su Hai patted his back and took the rifle. Then who do you suggest would be fairer to shoot? Gran eyed the designer, who stepped forward with an expression of utter calm, inwardly sneering at his audacity. This is the venue provided by the organizers. Naturally, they should shoot. Gran turned to the Shat princes seated in the stands and extended an invitation. Which of your royal highnesses would be so kind as to witness fairness and justice for us? Zhang Lifeng leapt from the exhibition platform, shouting, "This is completely unfair." Replacing well-trained soldiers with pampered princes was inherently unfair. But his figure was quickly blocked by others. A prince accepted the invitation, took the rifle from Su Hai, and proceeded to the shooting range. 7 rings, 9 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings. Overall accuracy, 9.7 points. Shooter's body exposure rate, 0%. Safety, 10 points. This time, everyone could see that the Huaxia CSLW-9 curved rifle weapon system clearly outperformed the other two. Even when operated by untrained civilians, it maintained high accuracy and safety during firing. When Prince Shat returned from firing, he exclaimed excitedly to Su Hai. This system's stability is incredible. This is the best score I've ever achieved in target practice. Never been this good. It's nothing short of a miracle. Next up is the live fire exercise. If you can prevail in combat conditions, we will exhaust every last penny of our budget to procure China's CSLW-9 curved rifle weapon system. However, others present did not consider Prince Shat's assessment impartial. Prince Shat is just an ordinary person after all. He doesn't have deep expertise in firearms research, so his assessment might not be reliable. Exactly. Huaxia's curved barrel design excels at target accuracy, but on the battlefield, enemies move. To truly gauge a weapon's performance, we need to see it in actual combat. Weapons developed by our United States have never been defeated by any other nation. No matter what tricks China has pulled in this phase, they'll be exposed in real combat. Listening to their sarcasm, Su Hai called Wang Baicheng over and instructed him. Remember this, in combat, you must stay calm and never expose your body. As long as you remain concealed, the enemy will lose 100% of the time. The greatest advantage of the CSLW-9 cornering rifle weapon system is that it never exposes any part of the shooter's body. With a 0% exposure rate and its ultra-angle reconnaissance system, a CSLW-9 operator could remain completely concealed while seeking the optimal moment to engage the enemy. Wang Baicheng listened to Su Hai's analysis and committed his key points to memory. Soon, the three snipers entered the combat arena. The arena was partitioned off from an indoor basketball court, with countless walls creating a labyrinthine layout. The ceiling was absent, replaced only by suspended cameras allowing spectators to clearly observe all participants and their weapons. The firearms wielded by the three competitors were loaded with training paintballs. Hitting an opponent's vital areas would be counted as a kill. The Japanese contestant entered the arena and immediately began whispering with the American contestant. Everyone present could see these two had formed an alliance, intent on hunting down the Chinese competitor, Wang Baicheng. Hidden behind a corner, Wang Baicheng waited patiently for the other two to reveal themselves. He never imagined they would target him first. See? We Sakura people are the smart ones. Knowing our own limitations, we seek the aid of the strong first. Isn't there an ancient Chinese saying, those who recognize the times are wise? Why can't the Chinese follow it? They're far less savvy than us Japanese when it comes to reading the situation. Their culture is all stolen from our great Han nation. What do they know? Let's just sit back and watch the Chinese get beaten to a pulp. 2 against 1, China has no chance. They'd be better off withdrawing early and handing Shade's order over to us Americans. That way, they might suffer less humiliation. The crowd in the stands erupted in laughter. But Wang Baicheng, crouched behind a Z-shaped corner, heard none of it. His ears pricked up as he carefully assessed the positions of his two enemies. One in front, one behind. They were closing in on him. Wang Baicheng rotated his rifle, extending the muzzle outward. The Sakura man exposed one shoulder. Wang Baicheng aimed swiftly and fired a single shot. The impact knocked the Sakura fighter off balance, exposing a third of his head. Wang Baicheng fired another shot, instantly eliminating him. What? The Chinese firearm was barely exposed less than 3 centimeters and it killed the Sakura competitor? We refuse to accept this. China is cheating. Su Hai immediately stood up to explain. The CCD cameras installed in this corner surveillance system can be connected to monitors via video cables. Captured images can be enlarged and displayed on the monitor, allowing shooters to observe targets from concealed positions. Therefore, as long as the camera extends around the corner, it enables ultra-wide-angle reconnaissance of the opponent's position, ensuring a one-shot kill. At that moment, seeing the Japanese competitor eliminated, the American contestant exposed a vulnerability at another corner. Wang Baicheng activated the weapon's built-in tactical flashlight to disrupt his line of sight, then engaged the laser sight and delivered a headshot. The spectator stands erupted in an immediate uproar. I protest. China ambushed us. That's despicable. They used a bright flashlight to blind my American soldiers' eyes. This victory is dishonorable. It's completely unfair. How could our great Sakura nation be wiped out by the Chinese in a 2-on-1 fight? Such despicable tactics show how shameless the Chinese are. We absolutely refuse to conspire with them for world peace. Damn those cunning Chinese. Their results must be disqualified. Su Hai approached the seats of Prince Shat and his entourage, explaining. Gentlemen, what you see is the multifunctional configuration of our CSLW-9 cornering weapon system, the high-intensity tactical light. During corner street fights, enemies won't observe any etiquette. Gaining a 0.01 second advantage means victory, failing means death. These multifunctional configurations feature 3 control switches arranged in a triangle pattern in front of the monitor. The top one controls the targeting system, the CCD camera and monitor. The lower left controls the high-intensity tactical light, while the lower right activates the laser designator. As you can see, these prove extremely practical during actual combat. Furthermore, the weapon's power system utilizes China's latest battery technology, offering the advantages of lightweight design and extended endurance. Chapter 25, Enemy-Supplied Missiles. By the time the Americans and Japanese had stormed over, cursing and demanding explanations from Su Hai, he had already finished demonstrating all the features. Shat had already made up her mind. She would allocate the entire $40 billion budget to China to purchase the CSLW-9 curved barrel weapon system for nationwide police use. Absolutely perfect. The Chinese truly possess remarkable ingenuity. How did you design firearms that perfectly meet our Shat requirements? This live demonstration is worth preserving. Once the weapons are deployed, we'll use it as training material. Even the prince who had sold the drilling platform to Su Hai earlier that morning was present. He stood up excitedly and grabbed Su Hai's hand. Mr. Su Hai, I deeply regret not recognizing your genius this morning. Your design is truly magnificent. I'm deeply impressed. I'll return the 50 million to you. I hope you'll bring any future outstanding firearms to sell to us. Please don't be angry with me for my offenses these past 2 days. Su Hai could only take back the 50 million yuan with tears in his eyes, then pulled Zhang Lifeng over to begin introducing other weapon types. Rifles, machine guns. The diverse models and specialized capabilities dazzled the Shat princes. Seeing China draw all the organizers' attention, the Americans and Japanese were furious behind the scenes. They had hoped to secure orders from other nations, only to find nearly everyone had followed Suhai. The reason was simple: China's rifle designs perfectly matched the requirements for upgraded rifles from multiple nations. Damn those cunning Chinese! They've stolen both our American reputation and our money. Dr. Gran cursed. Losing to America was because our cherry blossom nation was outmatched, but losing to China? They must have used some kind of witchcraft. We must find a way to retaliate. Gran declared. During this international joint military exercise, I will not allow China to shine. We must nip them in the bud. But what else can we do? Tomorrow's full-scale combat drill, all we need is to feign an accident and blast them sky high. Blow them sky high? Before they could reach a conclusion, Gran spotted his assistant, York, approaching through the crowd. Sir, did you know what else China has developed? It's that FN SCAR assault rifle from our Ministry of Defense's global tender, and its performance specs even exceed our tender requirements. Impossible. Gran retorted. You must be mistaken. If we can't even produce this weapon at our research institute, I refuse to believe any country in the world could develop it. But the Chinese have released all the test data, and it truly outperforms our tender specifications. Then they're faking the test data. Come on, I'm going to expose them. With that, Gran instructed York to lead the way. Meanwhile, at the Chinese booth, Jack, the American military procurement minister, had already picked up the FN SCAR to test fire it. By the time Gran arrived, Jack had already begun negotiating the purchase price with the Chinese technicians. Oh no, Jack. You're actually going to buy those substandard rifles from China? Gran exclaimed. Ah, Dr. Gran. Are you opposing my decision? Before you arrived, I thoroughly tested this rifle's performance. It exceeds every specification in our tender documents. Surely you understand the significance of this rifle to the United States? Do you seriously believe your institute's so-called prestige outweighs the defense interests of the entire Americania? No, no, no. Gran lowered his head. Jack continued. We've allocated over $1 billion in funding to you, yet you can't even produce a firearm that meets 80% of the tender specifications. As the budget manager, it's better to buy the Chinese rifle that meets 130% of the specs than let you keep wasting money. Their quote is less than half of what you've squandered. I advise you to return to your office immediately and start drafting your own report on dereliction of duty. Gran felt humiliated like never before and fled in disarray with his assistant York. Back at his residence, his anger only grew. In his over 2 decades as a firearms designer, he had never been bested like this, nor had he ever suffered such humiliation. In his misconduct report, he listed a series of suspicions surrounding the Chinese firearms designer Suhai, demanding an immediate investigation by the National Security Investigation Agency of the United States. Meanwhile, among the forces participating in the international joint military exercises, the American commander Abel had already heard of today's defeat at the technology exhibition. He personally called Gran. Abel, a fanatical war enthusiast, readily agreed to Gran's proposal to blow it sky high. The next day, Suhai felt tense from the moment he woke up. He only remembered that a missile attack on the Chinese base was scheduled during the exercises, but he couldn't recall the exact date or time. The first day of the exercise passed without incident, but the second day marked the start of live fire drills. Suhai surmised that only during these live fire drills would the American forces have a plausible excuse to claim the missile had been accidentally fired. Therefore, after breakfast, Suhai used the excuse of debugging the WS-2 to remain at the garrison parking lot. All the off-road vehicles, armored vehicles, and tanks were parked here, making this location a prime target for American bombing. Moreover, they would undoubtedly strike when the area was unguarded. For the entire morning, everyone else underwent physical training while Suhai remained seated in the WS-2's driver's seat. During lunch, he ate a few bites before returning to his post. In the afternoon, the live fire exercise commenced. Every vehicle left the parking lot except for one spare armored vehicle and one spare tank. Suhai understood that the American forces were about to drop their bombs. He opened the system panel and muttered to himself. System, can you catch the discarded recyclables others toss your way? Of course, the system didn't respond. So Suhai climbed onto the armored vehicle, lay on its roof, and gazed up at the sky. When the missiles actually came flying, surely the system wouldn't just stand by and watch its host, Suhai, get blown to bits. It was past 4 in the afternoon, and Suhai was still gazing at the sky. Ding! Host detected in life-threatening danger. Portal activated forcibly. A hole suddenly appeared in midair, and the missile flew straight through it. Ding! Recovered American junk LGM-30 missile. 10-fold cashback obtained. Dongfeng 26 missile blueprints unlocked. Loading complete. Print? Suhai jolted upright. The armored vehicles and tanks were all intact, while a missile lay quietly on the ground. Portal usage count, 1. Chapter 26, Live-streamed missile disassembly. Suhai was utterly bewildered. He had assumed the system would forcibly activate the portal to transport him, the host, to a safe location. Instead, it had safely delivered the missile to the ground. Could the portal be used this way? Wait, this leaves only one remaining use. How am I supposed to retrieve the nuclear submarine afterward? As Suhai pondered his next move, the exercise command center in the United States fell into silence. You mean our missile lost its positioning signal after launch? Commander Abel of the United States stared in disbelief. Oh? How is that possible? Our American missiles are practically infallible. We've never lost tracking data after launch. Could it be negligence in your routine maintenance caused this? Sir, maintenance was performed just before today's launch. We've never had any issues in this area. Could it be that China detected our missile and intercepted it mid-air? Impossible. First, China doesn't possess that kind of intercept technology. Second, an aerial intercept would only cause it to detonate prematurely. Did any of you hear an explosion? Everyone shook their heads. Launch an investigation immediately. I need to know exactly where that missile landed. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Suhai contacted Zhang Lifeng, instructing him to bring several technicians to the parking lot. Suhai, where did this come from? Zhang Lifeng stared in shock at the golden legend lying on the ground. Suhai replied casually. I was studying an armored vehicle here when this thing suddenly dropped from the sky and it didn't even explode. Zhang Lifeng quickly identified it as an LGM-30 missile from the US military by the markings on its body. Fell from the sky? This is an American LGM-30. If it had detonated, these two vehicles would be reduced to scrap, and this parking lot would be a ruin. Could it be because we stole their thunder yesterday by landing that 40 billion yuan order from Shate? So they're retaliating with this today? That guess was spot on. Suhai gave Zhang Lifeng a thumbs up. Leaving this thing out in the open is too dangerous. We must move it indoors immediately. Also, Director Zhang, with a textbook like this delivered right to our doorstep, shouldn't we thoroughly dissect it and learn from it? Zhang Lifeng froze for a moment before realizing Suhai's meaning. Exactly. It's practically a textbook delivered to our doorstep. Disassemble it immediately. Neutralize it. Study each component thoroughly. And while we're at it, research countermeasures. Suhai knew the United States must be desperately searching for this missile's whereabouts. To help them find it quickly and to demonstrate China's lack of involvement, Suhai devised a rather devious plan. Since they were already in Saudi Arabia, why not connect directly to the local network? Using the region's advanced internet technology, they could stage a spectacular global live broadcast. In his previous life, they had bombed and then acted like bullies, leaving China helpless. This time, Suhai had captured the missile unscathed. While unlocking its technology, he was determined to exact revenge for that humiliation. He wasted no time. Suhai immediately procured live streaming equipment, logged into an overseas video platform, and mounted 6 cameras in front of the disassembly table. While setting up the equipment, Zhang Lifeng asked what he was doing. Suhai smiled faintly. Those Western devils wanted to bomb us, right? Shouldn't we return the favor? Director Zhang, remove all Chinese elements from this room. Have the technicians wear white lab coats, exposing only their hands. We'll host a global webcast of the American missile disassembly. This is too risky, Suhai. No problem. We're overseas, they can't trace it back to us. Plus, I'll narrate the whole thing in Japanese. Just sit back and enjoy the dogfight. Zhang Lifeng and the other Military Equipment Bureau technicians had never done anything like this before. Hearing Suhai speak, they couldn't help but feel a flicker of excitement. After all, who wouldn't want to deliver a satisfying counterattack against an enemy who'd been suppressing them for decades? Suhai finalized all the footage, typed out the livestream title, and clicked start. After a brief network buffer, a livestream titled Dismantling a Found American Missile quietly went live across the global internet. It quickly drew a large audience clicking to watch. The screen was divided into 6 sections, each focusing on a different part of the golden missile. The central lens remained fixed on the missile's identification markings, a LGM-30D21648. Holy crap, it really is an American LGM-30 missile. What are they doing? Are they crazy? This is an American national military secret. Where did you steal this missile? The FBI will pinpoint your coordinates and come arrest you. Bro, gotta say, what you guys pulled off is seriously awesome. Wow, such a realistic military reenactment. This prop is so lifelike it could fool anyone. Suhai watched the scrolling comments as he began his commentary through a voice-changing microphone. A childish little girl's voice rang out on the livestream. This junk? I found it while playing outside. It just fell into our backyard. Mom said anything that falls from the sky is a gift from the sun goddess Amaterasu and should be shared equally with everyone in the world. That's the language of cherry blossoms. How dare you? Finding something belonging to our great American nation and not returning it immediately. You've violated the dog code. I see you've forgotten the taste of mushroom eggs, haven't you? Hold your horses upstairs. This is called the rational sharing of the world's idle resources. Even if it's your American missile, so what? Once it lands in our cherry blossom people's hands, it becomes our weapon. Private Mass, Mr. Armory, we humbly accept your gift. Can you all quiet down? We're trying to take notes here. You're blocking the screen. Abel received word someone was live streaming the disassembly of an LGM-30 globally. Serial number D21648, sir. It's definitely the one we launched today. Why is it appearing in this live stream? Quickly trace their IP address. Sorry, sir. Our tech can't pinpoint their IP address yet. Then how long will it take? About 2 hours. 2 hours? Abel stared at the disassembled warhead. 2 hours would be enough for the entire world to see its entire structure. On camera, the young girl with the childish voice continued her detailed explanation of each wire's connection point and function. Just then, Abel received a call from the National Security Agency of the United States. Admiral Abel. You'd better explain how missile D21648 was transferred from your arsenal to someone else's control console. Chapter 27, a copy for everyone. Abel had no idea either. He could only explain the missile launch itself. I sought authorization before launch. This missile was intended solely to pressure China. But it failed to detonate. I've been actively searching for its impact site and have no idea why it ended up on another operator's console. Someone must have stumbled upon it by chance. Those cherry blossom people have always harbored grand ambitions. They must have tampered with it. But the other party clearly wasn't interested in hearing that. Abel, I regret to inform you that you are now under suspension pending investigation. Your actions have seriously jeopardized the national security of the United States. No, sir. You can't do this to me. I sought authorization. The Secretary of Defense approved the launch and assured me he'd handle any fallout. Abel, let me make this clear. His meaning was that he could handle the aftermath of the bombing. But you lost this missile and caused the leakage of top-secret information from Maryland. The nature of these two matters is entirely different. This is dereliction of duty. As a military officer, you've lost the actual prototype of a top-secret national weapon. We could even suspect you of being a spy. Effective immediately, your duties will be temporarily assumed by another. The National Security Agency will dispatch a special agent and aircraft to escort you back to the country. You'd best use this time for reflection and prepare yourself mentally. Upon your return, you will face trial before a military court. Abel tried to explain, but the other party hung up the phone with an unyielding tone. At that moment in the United States, the heads of the Department of Defense and the National Security Agency gathered in the White Chamber to receive instructions from the leader. What on earth is going on? Why was our LGM-30 taken and dismantled live on global broadcast? Demanded the Supreme Leader. Admiral Abel launched this missile without authorization toward the Chinese base during the joint military exercises. His intent was to pressure China and expose its defensive vulnerabilities to the world. But unexpectedly, during launch, the missile lost its positioning signal. Was it intercepted by China? No, absolutely not. China simply lacks the capability. The most likely explanation now is that Abel's unit made a mistake during routine missile maintenance, causing the launch failure. Then what about the Sakura personnel dismantling it live? Well, that still needs investigation. The Sakura people haven't been playing fair lately. During the military exercises, they actually tried to snatch the $4 billion SHAD order that our United States had a sure thing on. It was precisely because of their Sakura nation's interference that we lost that contract, allowing China to snatch it up instead. Those damn dogs need a good beating. Any dog owner knows that the fiercer the dog, the more you need to starve it to keep it in line. This incident caused a huge stir on the international internet. Soon, a military news story began circulating in the United States. As a loyal military strategic partner of the United States, why did Japan steal an American LGM-30 missile and broadcast its disassembly live worldwide? The U.S. Secretary of Defense announced the temporary suspension of all weapons cooperation with Japan until the circumstances of this live broadcast are fully investigated. Japan's Prime Minister flew to America on a special plane but was shut out by the White House. Have U.S.-Japan relations entered a deep freeze? Innocent. Japan's Prime Minister delivers tearful televised speech at Times Square. I knew nothing about this. Meanwhile, Suhai's livestream actually lasted only half an hour. To prevent location tracking, he immediately deleted his account after going offline. They meticulously disassembled the LGM-30 and recorded every detail. Suhai burned the 5 hours of footage onto a disk. On the day the international joint military exercises concluded, every technician received a special gift slipped under their door. A CD. Some claimed it contained a virus, but those who dared to play it discovered the full recording of the LGM-30 disassembly, the footage that had sent shockwaves across the global internet. Some had missed the live broadcast due to the military exercises and were already highly interested in the LGM-30 disassembly footage. Unfortunately, only fragmented screen recordings were available online, and the original broadcast itself was incomplete. This left many feeling deeply disappointed. Thus, upon receiving the CD, they were absolutely ecstatic. But when the American technicians got their hands on it, they all shouted, "Holy shit! As Americans, they've been taught since childhood that their country is the strongest in the world. This blind confidence seemed ingrained in them from birth. Thus, when their interests were compromised, this stark contrast made it all the more unbearable for them. This was a case of some rejoicing while others grieved. No one paid much attention to others' reactions. They all stashed the discs away, preparing to take them back to their countries. After accomplishing this monumental feat, Suhai harbored no concerns that revealing this information would compromise China's security. For even if most nations learned the technical details of this missile, they lacked the industrial infrastructure to build such a weapon. Those few nations capable of doing so would only focus on developing countermeasures against this missile. For China, releasing this footage struck a blow against its adversaries. To itself, it was a non-issue. Thus, there was nothing to worry about. When confirming the return schedule, Suhai requested leave from Zhang Lifeng. Director Zhang, I received a call yesterday. There's an issue with the scrapyard business in America. I must go handle it immediately. Zhang Lifeng was deeply concerned. We just dismantled their missile, and you're going there alone? That's far too dangerous. Suhai reassured him, rest assured, Director Zhang. I've distributed a copy to every technician involved in the military exercises. Now, this footage is essentially in everyone's hands. Even if they suspect something, they won't be able to pin it on us. You can return to the country with peace of mind. When I get back from America, I might just have a big surprise waiting for you. Zhang Lifeng gave him a long, meaningful look. Suhai nodded back. If it weren't for the National Security Bureau's investigation into this kid, Zhang Lifeng sometimes genuinely wondered if Suhai was a state agent. Sometimes, this kid was just too calm. And he'd taken it upon himself to distribute the discs without authorization. That was far too reckless. How could he just bundle up and give away this technology that Huaxia had worked so hard to obtain? We risked our lives working on it for 5 hours. But Suhai must have his reasons for doing this. Zhang Lifeng comforted himself with 1,000 thoughts swirling in his mind, telling himself it wouldn't hurt to ask him in detail once he returned to the country. After bidding farewell to Zhang Lifeng and the others, Suhai promptly booked a flight to the United States. The reason was simple: he had secured the oil company John had asked him to acquire. Moreover, the drilling rig he'd acquired in Saudi Arabia had already been successfully transported to the United States. Chapter 28, Mr. Poseidon, worth hundreds of billions. Major American media outlets were all reporting on the LGM-30 incident. After landing, while waiting for John to pick him up, Suhai listened to and watched no fewer than 10 different news reports on the incident. Unconsciously, a smile spread across his face. Boss. Looking in a good mood. Like the oil company I found for you? As soon as John spotted Suhai, he handed over the documents he'd prepared in advance. Suhai smiled as he took them and flipped through the pages. The oil company, named Sacred ISA, had decades of history specializing in offshore oil exploration and extraction. However, having failed to discover any valuable oil fields in the past 2 years, its previous mineral reserves were gradually depleted. Compounded by the deaths and aging of the old directors, the company had been poorly managed by the younger generation and was now on the verge of bankruptcy. John had already negotiated the price with them. A flat price of $30 billion would secure the extraction rights, production lines, and subsidiaries. Suhai agreed. This visit was solely for signing the contract and completing the formalities. Upon arriving at the headquarters building, Suhai and John were stopped at the entrance by security. What business do you have here? Unauthorized personnel are not permitted entry. John glanced at his watch. They still had 5 minutes until the scheduled time. We have an appointment with your CEO, Suhai stated. The boss ordered that we only receive one top-tier tycoon today. All other appointments are cancelled. Come back tomorrow. The security guard, a portly middle-aged white man, declared haughtily. Suhai glanced at himself and John. Their attire certainly didn't scream top-tier tycoon. In fact, they looked a bit shabby, fitting perfectly for junk collectors. Seeing their boss blocked, John stepped forward to negotiate with the guard. Sir, we do have an appointment for today. If you don't believe us, please verify with the secretary. At the very least, you shouldn't be so rude as to bar us from entering. Seeing John's fierce demeanor, the guard actually changed his tune. All right, you can go inside and ask. Suhai was puzzled by the sudden change in attitude when John beckoned him inside. But the security guard stepped in again to block him. Sir, I only permitted you to go in and ask. This yellow-skinned man is not allowed. These people have dirty hands and feet. We all need to be wary of them. Why would you hire a yellow-skinned man to work for you? John quickly explained, no. He's my boss. The security guard immediately shot him a look of contempt. So you're employed by a yellow-skinned man? No, you can't use that racist term for him. He's a respected Chinese man. China, the guard bellowed, then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Weak East Asian country. My apologies, but working under a Chinese man? Looks like I'll have to kick both of you out. American security personnel were armed. Seeing John about to speak, the guard drew his gun, unlocked the safety, finger on the trigger, pointed it at them, and shouted. Damn slant eyes. Get the hell back to your country. John stepped in front of Su-hai as the pair slowly backed away. Su-hai had never encountered such a scene before. This kind of situation in America where someone suddenly draws a weapon during a conversation was something he could never comprehend. At that moment, CEO David, who had been waiting impatiently for Su-hai's arrival, personally came to the entrance to greet him. John spotted a man in a suit looking their way and immediately called out to him. "Sir, we're here to see the CEO. We have an appointment scheduled for today. Could you please announce our arrival?" David took a moment to assess the situation, noticing the security guard pointing a gun at the two men. A scruffy white man and a scruffy Asian man. Needless to say, such a combination usually meant thieves or robbers. As the CEO trying to sell the company to save it from debt, he had no time for such trivial matters. Seeing no one else downstairs, he had no choice but to dial the number they had left. Su-hai's phone rang. Seeing David didn't respond, John obediently raised both hands and turned to look at Su-hai. "No, boss, don't reach for anything. They'll think you're grabbing a weapon and shoot you on sight." Su-hai had no choice but to retreat several meters with John before pulling out his phone to call back. It was the CEO of Sacred ISA Petroleum on the other end. Su-hai briefly explained his predicament. The man who had earlier watched him coldly now rushed toward him in a panic. The security guard shouted from behind. "Boss, they're two scoundrels. You need to stay away from them." David approached, casting a fawning glance at John. "May I ask if you are Mr. Poseidon?" Su-hai felt deeply annoyed. Why did everyone in this oil company seem to be so racially biased? In the minds of these bigots, white is automatically the most privileged, right? If he didn't need this company to handle some major business for him right now, he'd seriously consider not buying it. "No, no, no," John hastily denied, turning to Su-hai. "This is my boss, he's the real Mr. Poseidon, worth hundreds of billions." David looked utterly astonished, his wide eyes bulging so much they seemed ready to pop out of their sockets. He didn't seem very bright. He didn't seem to have any sense of awe toward his opponents. Su-hai now understood why this company had gone downhill under their management. But these people had handed him a perfect excuse. Perhaps he could use this as leverage to drive a hard bargain. David paused for a moment before stepping forward to shake Su-hai's hand. "Welcome, Mr. Poseidon. Please follow me upstairs for a detailed discussion." Su-hai neither shook hands nor spoke. His gaze shifted behind David, where the security guard who had been so arrogant moments ago now stood silent and still. Only when David saw Su-hai's lack of reaction did he recall what he had witnessed moments ago. Hadn't that security guard just pointed a gun at him, ordering him to get out? Before David could even think about what to do, he pointed at the security guard and ordered him to kneel. "Didn't I tell you today that a distinguished guest would be arriving? Why are you treating our honored guest so rudely? Kneel immediately and apologize. Beg for forgiveness. Otherwise, you'll be fired on the spot and face company charges." The security guard, now berated by the CEO, went from arrogant to groveling in an instant, immediately bowing his head and kneeling on the ground. "I'm sorry, Mr. Poseidon. It's my fault for not recognizing you sooner. Please, don't make me lose my job." Su-hai gave a cold laugh but remained silent. Was this merely a matter of failing to recognize him? The security guard pressed his palms together, eyes pleading as he looked at Su-hai. "Please, forgive me. I have a family to support." Su-hai turned his gaze toward David. "Mr. CEO. Please just call me David." David bowed and smiled. The company's bankruptcy notice had been posted for 3 months, and this was the first person to express interest in acquiring it. He naturally treated him with utmost courtesy, fearing that if the other party became displeased and backed out, they would be left facing enormous debts. "David, I deeply dislike the racially discriminatory corporate culture here. I believe whether or not to acquire your company is still a matter requiring careful consideration." Su-hai spoke calmly, making a move as if to leave. Chapter 29, Contributing to America's Unemployment Rate. "Mr. Poseidon, please don't leave. If there's anything you're dissatisfied with, we can sit down and discuss it." David spread his arms to block Su-hai's path. Su-hai paused, amusedly studying the anxious expression on his face. That's right, they should be the ones panicking. Invited back into the CEO's office, Su-hai's inscrutable demeanor nearly drove David to nervous exhaustion. David feared that the slightest displeasure might send him walking out. Su-hai flipped through the contract he was about to sign several times. Finally, he pointed to the employee labor clause and spoke. "I already made it clear I don't need your company's racially discriminatory corporate culture, nor employees influenced by it." David nodded, sweat pouring down his face. "Rest assured, this clause can be amended. If you dislike the existing staff, you have the right to lay them off." "Very well," Su-hai said. "Then I intend to dismiss everyone except the personnel involved in offshore surveying and extraction." David exhaled in relief. Thankfully, it wasn't a cancellation. "Of course. You can make any decision you wish." Su-hai immediately added, "You misunderstand. This decision is yours to make. What I'm acquiring is the company without these employees. Seeing David's troubled expression, Su-hai pressed further. Otherwise, I won't buy it. I was just looking to buy a company for fun anyway. Maybe another one would be more interesting. The more casually he spoke, the greater the pressure on David. In the end, Su-hai successfully negotiated a 2 billion yuan discount. $29.8 billion and the entire shell company was his. Ding! Recycled American junk sacred ISA Petroleum Company. Tenfold cashback obtained, $298 billion. Though the rebate was smaller, David's ashen face made it clear how much he'd contributed to America's unemployment rate. After taking over, Su-hai immediately convened a meeting, ordering all semi-submersible drilling rigs to mobilize simultaneously. He provided precise coordinates in the Mariana Trench. All semi-submersible drilling rigs, depart immediately and deploy drill strings at these coordinates. Su-hai commanded. But boss, this is the Mariana Trench, there's no way there's an oil field down there. A surveying technician pointed out. I'm the boss. I have inside information, there's definitely oil down there. Su-hai slammed the table decisively. If anyone questions my decision, they can take a cue from today's fired employee and start looking for their next job. The conference room fell instantly silent. A wealthy boss let him be as capricious as he pleases. This acquisition negotiation had already made it abundantly clear to these Americans that the Chinese were not to be trifled with. The actions of a mere security guard had cost over 10,000 people their livelihoods. This Mr. Poseidon was nothing short of a demon. Resolving this matter brought a wave of relief to Su-hai's heart. What could possibly lie beneath that he didn't already know? His true objective had never been oil, it was that sunken nuclear submarine. Over the past few days, Su-hai had already familiarized himself with the drilling platform's operational principles. When the drill bit was lowered, it was accompanied by a casing to collect the seabed sediment it crushed. If just one of these rigs could obtain fragments from the Apollo, his recovery mission would be accomplished. This approach was far more feasible than diving deep into the ocean or attempting to salvage the entire nuclear submarine. But whether this plan would succeed still needed testing. Therefore, Su-hai must remain in the United States for several days, awaiting results while simultaneously exploring alternative solutions. He set his sights on America's renowned maritime academies. To gather intelligence discreetly, Su-hai returned to his old trade scavenging scrap. This time, however, he adopted a name more aligned with American sensibilities: eco-book recycling. It was graduation season for American college students. Collecting discarded textbooks and materials seemed perfectly reasonable. Plus, Su-hai's youthful appearance and demeanor made him look like a college student, instantly drawing the attention of many students. Yet, very few actually brought books to recycle. Hey, are you from China? Su-hai looked up to see a vibrant young woman with blue-gray eyes fixed on him. She appeared to be of mixed heritage, dark hair, fair skin, but with a high nose bridge and large eyes. Yes. Su-hai replied. Great. My mom is Chinese, so it's so nice to meet you. My name is Ada. Ida extended her hand. Su-hai really wasn't good at dealing with women. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out and shook her hand. To his surprise, having grown up abroad, Ida was quite forward. After the handshake, she sat right next to Su-hai and draped an arm over his shoulder. You must be an exchange student from another university. Our school doesn't allow Chinese students on campus. See? You haven't gotten much out of it, have you? With her arm around him, the two were pressed so close together that Su-hai felt tense all over, desperately suppressing the urge to throw her over his shoulder. Yeah, why? Because there's a discrimination hierarchy on this campus, and Chinese people are at the very bottom. Ada said, her expression growing somber. Su-hai knew that as a mixed-race person, she likely occupied the lower middle tier of this hierarchy too. Damn America, even the ivory tower of a university couldn't escape racial and political discrimination. No wonder, after over an hour of being here, while many had gathered to watch him, few had actually bought his junk. Ada, we Chinese actually have professions dedicated to environmental protection. I honestly can't fathom why this isn't welcomed at this school. Okay, I can watch this stall for you, but I need you to do me a favor. What is it? After graduation, I want to secure a job back in China, preferably in my mother's hometown, X City. X City, wasn't that where Su-hai was located? Who knew I'd be from the same hometown as your mother? That's easy enough. What's your major? Marine engineering. Alright, I guarantee I can find you a job. Plus, I'll split today's stall earnings with you, half for you. After sealing the deal, Su-hai moved to another campus to continue collecting scrap. Sure enough, his haul improved significantly. That evening, Ada called Su-hai to come tally her haul, specifically instructing him to drive. Su-hai borrowed John's pickup truck. When he arrived, he saw Ada standing before a towering pile of books taller than herself, waving excitedly at him. Su-hai was stunned. How did this get so big? There were only a few books when I left this morning. Only then did Ada smile and reply. Forgot to tell you, I'm the cheerleader captain at this school. She even gestured with her arm to a very high spot. My popularity level is about this high. Su-hai nodded, understanding. So she was the school beauty, huh? Chapter 30, A Kiss from the Foreign Girl. Su-hai couldn't care less whether she was the school beauty. But he could ask her about something he wanted to know. I have a question for you, Su-hai said. Ida flashed a knowing smile. I don't have a boyfriend. As she spoke, she flashed Su-hai a flirtatious wink. No, not that, Su-hai shook his head. I want to ask an academic question. With current technology, can humans reach the seabed at 6,000 meters? Seeing that his question wasn't about her relationship status, Ada felt a slight pang of disappointment. But since he was genuinely asking, she answered from a professional perspective. Impossible. With current human technology, we can't even dive below 3,000 meters. Even the most advanced manned submersible in the United States can only reach a maximum depth of 2,800 meters. Su-hai nodded. Humans can only dive to 2,800 meters. There are no large-scale intelligent underwater salvage machines either. It really was the year 2000, a full 60 years behind his own era in technological advancement. Why are you asking about this? Do you like diving? Seeing Su-hai didn't respond, Ada pressed further. Su-hai gave a vague reply. At this moment, he had to admit that salvaging a shipwreck at over 6,000 meters was nothing short of a pipe dream. All hope now rested solely on the drilling platform. I know a spot where you can dive and see the wreckage. Are you free tomorrow? I can take you there. Ada continued her enthusiastic suggestion. Su-hai snapped back to reality and declined. No need, Ida. Thank you for your help today. The money I earned today is enough for my flight back home. He pulled out cash and handed her half of what he'd estimated as her share. This is what we agreed upon your payment. Ida accepted it without hesitation. Alright then, let's make plans. We'll go diving together once we're back in China. Ding. Recycled American Junk, textbook on submarine principles and technical essentials. Receive 10x cashback, $23.50. Unlock submarine blueprints. Loading complete. Print? Su-hai froze. Recycling textbooks could unlock military blueprints? He opened the system panel to examine the newly unlocked submarine blueprint, only to find it was an extremely simple, even rudimentary design for an ordinary submarine. It seemed the system determined which blueprints to unlock based on the quality of the recycled materials. Su-hai couldn't fathom the exact criteria behind this judgment, but one thing was certain: the quality of the salvaged materials directly correlated with the quality of the unlocked blueprints. Su-hai stood there blankly for several dozen seconds. Seeing no response from him, Ada asked again. Is it okay? Yes. Compared to Ada's effusive enthusiasm, Su-hai's reply was subdued. This only fueled Ada's desire to tease him. She pounced forward, cupping Su-hai's face. One on each cheek, smack, 2 solid kisses. Aida's sudden lunge was so forceful that Su-hai could actually feel 2 soft mouths pressing against his chest. It was the first time a beautiful woman at that had kissed him, and his face instantly burned. Hey, why are you spacing out? Ida watched Su-hai's dazed expression with amusement and nudged him. Only then did Su-hai realize he'd been holding his breath unconsciously. As he inhaled, the only scent that filled his nostrils was the fragrance wafting from Aida's body. Su-hai closed his eyes, silently feeling the tightening in his lower abdomen. Why aren't you returning the gesture? Ida extended a finger, pointing it toward her own cheek. Don't you know how to kiss? Su-hai clenched his fists tightly. Ida, we Chinese people don't engage in such frivolous gestures. Thank you for today. Regarding the job matter, I'll look into it once I return to China. With that, Su-hai turned and began loading books into the truck bed. This time, no matter how much Ida tried to tease him, he refused to respond. Ada could only shrug and sigh. How strange. Other men at this school would beg for a chance like this, but you turn it down. Su-hai silently placed the last stack of books, opened the car door, and was about to get in. Seeing him about to leave, Ida blew him a kiss. Remember to call me. I'll be waiting day and night for your news. Su-hai nodded and floored the accelerator. Foreign women are truly terrifying. That night, Su-hai stayed in the scrapyard's office. He roughly sorted the collected textbooks himself, then asked Chang Yangxi for the phone number of Gui Songshan, the vice dean in charge of the shipbuilding department at the engineering academy, and dialed it. Due to the time difference, dawn had just broken in China. Hello, Dean Gua. This is Su-hai. Do you remember me? Young Su, calling so early? What brings you here? Gui Songshan was puzzled. He remembered this young man distinctly. Back when he donated the aircraft carrier blueprints, he had even been mistaken for a spy. Fortunately, his innocence was eventually proven. But Gui Songshan still believed the source of those blueprints was a bit suspicious. This call, too, felt strangely timed. It wasn't unreasonable for him to be suspicious. After all, everyone at the Academy of Engineering had been swamped since receiving the aircraft carrier blueprints. Gui Songshan had no idea Su-hai had been recommended to the Academy by Chang Yangxi. Director Gua, I heard the academicians mention that studying abroad leaves many gaps in knowledge, is that correct? Mentioning this made Gui Songshan feel frustrated. Many members of the academy had studied abroad, yet what they gained was no more than what they could have learned domestically. This was all due to the technological blockade imposed by the United States on China, forcing Chinese students to spend enormous sums for minimal returns. Yes. It's an unavoidable situation, after all, they impose technological restrictions on us. Su-hai responded indifferently, flipping through the textbooks in his hands and reading the titles aloud to Guizong-shan. What? Su-hai, how do you know these titles? These are highly specialized theoretical foundations, cutting-edge content even in America. That's good. Dean Gua, the materials I mentioned earlier are all scrap paper I collected in America. If you find them useful, I can bring them back to China and hand them over to you. Hearing Su-hai's words, alarm bells rang in Guizong-shan's mind. Something's fishy. Fishy. Really fishy. The caller was suspicious, the timing was suspicious, and the content was even more suspicious. A flood of suspicions instantly filled his mind. How did this kid get his private number? What was the purpose of this call? A spy? Was he trying to extract important information? Guizong-shan recalled what she had said, but nothing seemed particularly sensitive. His mind calmed slightly. Since the other party hadn't demanded anything specific, he might as well go along with Su-hai's suggestion. Alright. Then bring it back to me. Alright, Director Gua. I'll deliver it to the Academy of Engineering for you. My apologies for the interruption. Please continue with your work. After hanging up, Guizong-shan promptly pushed the matter from his mind and plunged back into the work of building the aircraft carrier. Chapter 31, Just admit you're a spy already. Su-hai sorted all the books, keeping only one copy of each duplicate, and packed them into his suitcase. After the plane landed, Su-hai immediately headed to the Academy of Engineering with his suitcase. Guizong-shan had completely forgotten about the matter, and with her busy schedule, she had no time to receive him. Su-hai had no choice but to leave the suitcase of books behind and hail a taxi to the Academy of Sciences. Upon arriving at the Academy of Sciences, Su-hai stated he was there to report for duty. Kai Tianyun came out to greet him. Are you Su-hai? Kai Tianyun asked. Yes, Su-hai nodded. You actually dared to show up. Kai Tianyun remarked. Su-hai assumed Kai was referring to his delayed registration and was about to explain. Follow me. Kai Tianyun said, turning to walk inside. Su-hai had no choice but to follow. They entered a conference room. The moment Su-hai stepped inside, he felt all eyes turn to him. President Wang, who was chairing the regular meeting, asked, Kai Tianyun, who is this? Why did you bring him here? Kai Tianyun gave a slight, displeased snort and said, Dean Wang, this is the special advisor recommended by General Chang Yongxi, Mr. Su-hai. After speaking, he shot Su-hai a contemptuous look, as if waiting for some spectacle to unfold. Before President Wang could respond, Lu Su, the personnel section chief seated beside him, spoke up first. Su-hai? Are you the Su-hai who accompanied Zhang Lifeng from the Military Equipment Bureau to participate in the International Joint Military Exercises a few days ago? His tone was decidedly unfriendly. That's me, Su-hai replied. I apologize for the delayed reporting, it wasn't intentional. I had urgent matters. Clap. 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 Before Su-hai could finish, Kai Tianyun began clapping. Good. Well said. You truly had legitimate reasons for the delay. I've heard all about your exploits. Director Zhang from the Ordnance Department and 5 or 6 researchers painstakingly spent 5 hours dismantling a missile. You then leaked the footage to over a dozen countries and had the nerve to livestream this military secret globally. After pulling off something like that, you actually show up at the Academy of Sciences as if nothing happened. Who knows what you're here for? You'd better explain yourself clearly. Otherwise, today I will expose your false facade in front of all the leaders. Even if you're connected to General Chang Yongxi, that won't save you. Su-hai was puzzled. When had he become connected to Chang Yongxi? You've misunderstood. While General Chang Yongxi did recommend me, I have no special relationship with him personally. As for the LGM-30 missile disassembly video, I did indeed burn it onto a disk and send it out. See? He admitted it. I knew he was a spy. Kai Tianyun pointed at Su-hai excitedly. No, I did it because I possess blueprints for a more advanced missile. Compared to it, the LGM-30 is just outdated junk. Su-hai explained. Kai Tianyun laughed heartily. At this point, you're still spouting nonsense. Just admit you're a spy already, save us both time and effort. It's already a done deal. You've leaked state secrets, what else is there to argue? If you really have such advanced missile blueprints, I'll stand on my head and take a dump right here in this conference room. Director Wang Anji rose from his seat and approached Su-hai. Comrade Su-hai, I heard from old Chang that you recently donated $10 billion to the nation. We certainly won't forget that contribution. But young people make mistakes, it's only natural. Since leaking the missile blueprints is undeniable, you can't blame Kai Tianyun for accusing you. We still need to get to the bottom of this. Though young Kai's words may not be the most refined, there's truth in what he says. If you truly possess more advanced missile blueprints, then bring them out for inspection. This conference room is filled with experts in this field, they won't wrong you. Kai Tianyun crossed his arms, speaking with disdain. Well, scared now? Admit it now, and we'll consider it a voluntary surrender. If your tall tales get exposed later, you'll be left with egg on your face. At that moment, Chang Rendong, seated in the corner of the conference room, stood up and spoke in a soft voice. Kai Tianyun, could you please be a little more polite? Mr. Su has already stated he possesses more advanced blueprints. He will certainly produce them. Kai Tianyun shot a sarcastic glance at Chang Rendong. Sister Rendong, I'm only looking out for General Chang's best interests. If the person he recommended to the academy turns out to be a spy, it could reflect poorly on him too. Many people were already dissatisfied when General Chang suddenly pushed two of his connections into positions. If this Su Hai turns out to be problematic and we failed to detect it, how will those who worked hard to earn their spots feel? Does this Academy of Sciences belong to your father now? You! How dare you speak to me like that? I got in through the selection process too. How dare you speak to me and my father like that? Su Hai glanced over. Chang Rendong looked very young, perhaps only 18 or 19, and was now stomping her feet in frustration. Calm down, little Rending. Look how steady Su Hai stands. He clearly doesn't think much of General Chang at all. Don't let your youth fool you. Men who seem honest like him are actually the worst kind. Kai Tianyun said. Su Hai took off his backpack and, using it as cover, pulled out the missile blueprints. Kai Tianyun, right? Well, I just happened to bring the missile blueprints today. He placed the thick stack of blueprints on the table. Everyone is welcome to inspect them freely. If my blueprints prove accurate, then Mr. Kai here had better prepare to clean the entire conference room. On top of that, you must apologize to Chang Rendong and General Chang. Ha 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 ha. Still talking tough when you're about to die, Kai Tianyun laughed. Let me tell you, Su Hai, you're just unlucky. These scraps of paper you've produced will be proven fake in no time. You'll be eating prison food soon enough. The academicians examining the blueprints gasped in succession. What? The Dongfeng 26 marked on these blueprints is actually a new generation of medium to long-range precision strike weapon system. With a maximum range of approximately 5,000 kilometers, it possesses ultra-long-range strike capability, hypersonic flight capability, and dual-capable strike capability for both nuclear and conventional weapons. A maximum range of around 5,000 kilometers means it can cover most of the Asia-Pacific region and its waters, including military bases and deployments in places like Guam, Japan, and South Korea. With this weapon, we needn't fear the military bases Japan is about to deploy targeting China. Kai Tianyun scoffed, sounds impressive. Anyone can brag. Have you actually examined the substantive content of these blueprints? Is it truly reliable? Chapter 32, the leak was clearly America's secret. Kai Tianyun, how many years have you spent at the Academy of Sciences? How come you can't read blueprints at all? Su Hai sneered. Kai Tianyun was instantly speechless. After a long pause, he muttered, none of your business. Su Hai, I warn you, this is the Academy of Sciences. You won't get away with pulling this kind of nonsense here. Su Hai nodded indifferently. My blueprints are absolutely authentic and reliable. But as for you, Kai Tianyun, an academician here, whether you possess genuine expertise, well, that I can't vouch for. Hearing this, Kai Tianyun nearly jumped out of his skin with rage. Just as he was about to explode, the other academicians gasped in astonishment. Based on the data provided by these blueprints, I've done a rough calculation. This missile's maximum flight speed could reach Mach 18, which is approximately 5,500 meters per second. The speaker was the oldest and most senior member present, Ma Chichang, whom others referred to as Old Ma. Old Ma, is that really true? You didn't miscalculate, did you? How could Old Ma make a mistake? He's a founding member who's been researching missiles for 30 years. Old Ma has witnessed more live missile launches than any of you have seen in experimental data. He absolutely won't make a mistake. Old Ma nodded and continued, I've never seen a missile designed to achieve this kind of speed before. This is simply too powerful. Such velocity not only shortens strike time and boosts strike efficiency, but also dramatically enhances penetration capabilities, posing a formidable deterrent to enemy air defense and missile defense systems. Old Ma exclaimed. So you're saying these blueprints are genuine? Absolutely genuine. We've simulated these parameters before, though never successfully, and certain designs in these blueprints align perfectly with our projections. The data cannot be fabricated. I'll stake my life on it, these blueprints are genuine. Old Ma's words rang out with conviction. For a moment, everyone in the conference room was stunned into silence. A profound silence descended upon the room. Old Master Ma continued with passionate fervor. With this, any point within a 5,000-kilometer radius from any land border of China falls within our strike range. If we acquire an aircraft carrier and equip it with these missiles, then every inch of land on this planet will fall within the range of our artillery. When that day comes, I'll see who dares to speak loudly against China. As he finished, thunderous applause erupted in the conference room. Dean Wang, overcome with emotion, grasped old man Ma's hand. Professor Ma, based on what you're saying, which is more advanced, the DF-26 or the LGM-30? Good heavens, young Wang. Old Ma pointed at President Wang. Can't you tell? Of course the DF-26 is superior. With a maximum range of 5,000 kilometers, it can strike across the entire continent from our border. The LGM-30 can't even compare. Now that's what you call a true national treasure. Director Wang smiled politely. Professor Ma, I understand perfectly. It's just that when you say it, it carries more weight. In that case, Comrade Su Hai, though he leaked LGM-30 missile secrets, the Dongfeng 26 blueprints he provided hold far greater strategic value. His contributions outweigh his transgressions. Therefore, we cannot impose punishment on him. This outcome was utterly unacceptable to Kai Tianyun. Dean Wang, his leak is undeniable. Even if he provided new blueprints, it doesn't erase the fact that he leaked classified information. President Wang turned and glared at him. Young Kai, you've been at the academy for several years now. How has your research progressed over these years? Do you have a single achievement worth presenting? Kai Tianyun immediately fell silent. President Wang continued, Su Hai did indeed leak details about the disassembly of the LGM-30 missile. But ultimately, that technology never belonged to our nation in the first place. If we're talking about leaking state secrets, then what he leaked were American secrets. Therefore, there's no need to debate whether his actions involved compromising national security or betraying state secrets. The question simply doesn't exist. Turning around, President Wang extended his hand to Su Hai. Comrade Su Hai, welcome to the Academy of Sciences. Thank you for your trust, Director Wang. Regarding the Dongfeng 26, I have many more details to share. Upon hearing this, Ma Qichang pushed past President Wang and grasped Su Hai's hand. Young Su, tell us more. Su Hai nodded and began. To achieve a velocity of 5,500 meters per second, we must employ next-generation materials and solid rocket motor technology. Additionally, the warhead design requires a double cone configuration with aerodynamic fins and terminal maneuvering capabilities. Only then can we ensure both the required speed and the capability to engage dynamic targets. These words, however, gave old Ma pause. As everyone knew, in the year 2000, China's aerospace technology was still in its infancy. Not only was manned spaceflight technology lacking, but even satellite technology was far from mature. The space agency was actively negotiating to join the Galileo navigation system of the European Union. However, the asking price of 200 million euros was prohibitively expensive, a cost China simply couldn't afford at the time. The joyful expression on old Ma's face instantly turned somber. I've grown senile. A missile capable of striking targets over 5,000 kilometers away would certainly require support from a global satellite navigation system. But judging by China's current aerospace capabilities, we simply don't have the capacity for that. Young Su, your design is truly flawless and remarkably forward-thinking. But sadly, even if we could build it, we'd have no way to test it. At this point, Ma Qichang choked up, tears streaming down his face. No! Professor Ma, don't say that. Since I can articulate this technology, it means we needn't worry about its feasibility. Ha! Kai Tianyun suddenly chimed in again. Su Hai, you're not trying to pull a fast one with some sci-fi novel design blueprint, are you? Su Hai ignored him and pulled the remaining blueprints from his bag. Teacher Ma, they're all here. Kai Tianyun felt as if he'd been slapped across the face multiple times, the stinging sensation burning fiercely. Good. 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 Ma Qichang exclaimed repeatedly, stacking the blueprints together. I hear the space agency is already researching the Beidou navigation satellites. We shouldn't be too impatient. Who knows? By the time our missile is developed, our own navigation satellites might already be in orbit. His cheerful tone now seemed like a completely different person from the one who had been choking back tears moments ago. Dean Wang, ever the quick-change artist, excitedly grabbed Su Hai's hand and showered him with praise. Seeing everyone's attention focused on Su Hai, Kai Tianyun gritted his teeth in frustration. Chang Rendong noticed his sour expression and stood up to pour more fuel on the fire. Kai Tianyun, Su Hai's blueprints have been fully verified. Does your earlier challenge about standing on your head here still stand? Chapter 33, Time to Apologize Upside Down. In an instant, everyone's attention shifted to Kai Tianyun. Kai Tianyun instinctively tried to backtrack. No need for that. I was just speaking in anger earlier. That kind of behavior is just too unsightly. Su Hai. I'm sorry. I apologize to you, is that acceptable? But everyone in the conference room had heard Kai Tianyun's words clearly. His denial now only made him look like a clown. Seeing Su Hai remain silent, Dean Wang stepped forward to smooth things over. Young Kai, earlier I said your words were blunt but true. But this time, they were indeed a bit too blunt. While the latter part might be impossible, the former part is certainly something we can work on. Defecating here was absolutely out of the question. Even if Kai Tianyun himself wanted to relieve himself here, as the dean, he could never agree to it. However, stirring up trouble deserved some punishment, so Director Wang only made him do the first 2 words, stand on his head. Kai Tianyun glanced around. Seeing no one speaking up for him, he rolled up his sleeves and braced himself on the ground, ready to stand on his head. But having neglected exercise for so long, he was thin and weak. His 2 skinny arms couldn't support his weight. Before he could even get upside down, he crashed to the floor. His comical appearance had the entire room roaring with laughter. Kai Tianyun reluctantly scrambled to his feet, looking thoroughly disgraced as he tried to slip away. Wait! Su Hai called out to him. You haven't apologized to Chang Rendong and General Chang yet. She earned her place in the Academy of Sciences through genuine merit. Yet with just a flick of your tongue, you branded Rending as a connection seeker who got in through back channels. General Chang Yongxi has always conducted himself with integrity and dignity, yet you unjustly accused him of using influence to get his own daughter into the academy. If you don't apologize today and set the record straight, how will they ever face the rumors and gossip surrounding them? Hurry up and apologize immediately. Kai Tianyun lifted his head. All eyes were fixed on him, waiting for his response. Knowing there was no way out this time, he gritted his teeth and apologized. I'm sorry, Chang Rendong. I was mistaken, I thought you were a connection. I shouldn't have spoken ill of General Chang either. My deepest apologies. Seeing his sincere apology, Dean Wang chuckled and let the matter drop. Young Kai, admitting your mistake and correcting it is the greatest virtue. Xiaosu, Rendong, since he's apologized, let's put this behind us. We're all colleagues at the Academy of Sciences, let's not harbor any ill will. Harmony is what matters most. Furthermore, I'm here today to confirm for everyone that Comrade Chang Rendong joined the Academy of Sciences solely because of her outstanding academic achievements and her successful completion of the Academy's assessment. It has absolutely nothing to do with her father, General Chang Yongxi. As for Comrade Su Hai's appointment as an Academy advisor, the circumstances are more complex. Due to confidentiality regulations, I cannot disclose the details at this time. The matter of Su Hai donating the blueprints for a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier to the state is currently known to only a select few. Due to the carrier's classified nature and concerns for Su Hai's personal safety, this matter absolutely cannot be made public. Given the confidentiality regulations, those present wisely refrained from further questions. Instead, they turned their attention to seriously discussing the Dongfeng 26 blueprints and technology. Seeing no one paying attention to him, Kai Tianyun slipped away unnoticed. But in his heart, he had already harbored resentment towards Su Hai. President Wang stated that Su Hai's identity could not be disclosed due to confidentiality regulations, but in Kai Tianyun's eyes, Su Hai was nothing more than a genuine connection seeker. Having risen from a rural background through academic merit, Kai Tianyun had always held himself in high regard. That's why, despite producing little research output during his years at the academy, he simply believed himself to be a talent unrecognized by his superiors. Su Hai's arrival had filled him with intense jealousy. After today's incident, his hatred for Su Hai only deepened. Su Hai spent the entire day at the Academy of Sciences. After work, he headed straight back to the scrapyard. Only upon reaching the entrance did he remember that someone now lived there. Xia Zishan heard footsteps and went out to check. She saw Su Hai standing at the door, hesitating to enter, lost in thought. Su Hai, you're back from your business trip. Why aren't you coming inside? Su Hai stared at the pink curtain nailed to the door. It wasn't that he didn't want to enter, he simply dared not. Xia Zishan pulled him inside. Su Hai saw that the once merely tidy, simple room had been almost completely transformed. There were also some new, delicate decorative items. It looked quite nice, giving off a sense of home. Su Hai thought to himself, no wonder the class monitor always said that a home really needs a woman to feel like a home. Xia Zishan showed Su Hai the work she'd done over the past few days. Su Hai, here's the information I've compiled on various scrap metal plants over the past few days. Take a look and see if anything's missing. Su Hai took it and found Xia Zishan's compilation to be extremely thorough. He didn't actually need such detailed income and expenditure records, because the system would return 10 times the amount for every transaction. So the original records weren't that important. But if he neglected managing the scrapyards, he'd quickly lose control over them. That's why he needed someone to handle all operations. Reviewing the documents in his hands, it was clear Xia Zishan had done an excellent job. Xia Zishan picked up her bag. Su Hai, take a look at these for now. It's time for me to head home. If there are any issues, we can address them tomorrow when I come in, okay? Su Hai nodded. Sis Shangxiang, no problem at all. You go ahead and head home. We can discuss your permanent position tomorrow. Xia Zishan left in high spirits. Just as Su Hai was about to rest and adjust to the time difference, having just washed up with a basin of water, he heard a knock at the door. Su Hai, are you home? The woman's voice sounded familiar. Su Hai opened the door to find Yi Shushue standing there. Su Hai, long time no see. Yi Shushue's gaze drifted uncontrollably from Su Hai's face to his bare upper body. And his lower body, covered only by a towel. Her face flushed instantly. She covered her eyes with her hands, yet peered through her fingers to openly gaze at Suhai's body, saying coyly, why aren't you wearing any clothes? Suhai had assumed it was the scrap-selling auntie coming by, never expecting it to be Yi Shushue. He felt awkward too, turning to go inside and hastily pulling clothes on. Sorry, I was just taking a shower. I'm dressed now. You, come in and talk. Yi Shushue stepped inside and frowned at the room's furnishings. That pink curtain, the furnishings in the room, it seemed like a young woman still lived here. How did you end up at my place? Suhai asked. I came to thank you. Suhai, last time you saved my skin, otherwise my reputation would have been ruined. Yi Shushue immediately switched to a smile, leaning close to Suhai and speaking warmly. No need to thank me. A girl suddenly showing up at night isn't good for your reputation either. Who said I came alone? Dean Guo Songshan from the Engineering Academy also wants to thank you. She's on her way here right now. Chapter 34, Earn more, spend less, that's true wealth. What does Dean Guo want with me? Suhai was puzzled. She said she wants to thank you for delivering the textbooks. Yi Shushue replied. Suhai waved his hand dismissively. There's nothing to thank me for. It was just a small favor. Then I'm even more confused. Yi Shushue shook her head and stepped forward to grab Suhai's hand. Suhai, to show my appreciation, I'll treat you to a big meal tomorrow. How about it? No need to be so formal. Helping you was just a small favor. Suhai pulled his hand away, sensing the awkwardness in the air. By the way, did Jiang Wei give you any more trouble after that? Though he said this aloud, his mind was elsewhere, wondering why Dean Guo hadn't arrived yet. After being politely declined, Yi Shushue didn't seem upset. Her gaze shifted to Suhai. Yang Wei hasn't bothered me since, but ever since then, there's been someone else who's been a constant problem I just can't seem to shake. Suhai looked down at her. His instincts screamed that he absolutely must not respond to this. Seeing Suhai's silence, Yi Shushue took a step forward. Aren't you going to ask who it is? Just as Suhai was at a loss, the sound of a car engine roared outside. It must be Dean Guo arriving. Suhai hurried to the doorway, lifted the curtain, and stepped out to greet them. The car pulled into the courtyard, and 3 people stepped out. President Guo Songshan of the Engineering Academy, Director Zhang Lifeng of the Armaments Department, and President Wang Tao of the Academy of Sciences, whom he had just met today. Spotting Suhai, Wang Tao spoke first. Young Su, are you surprised? President Guo came to the Academy of Sciences looking for you earlier and happened to catch Director Zhang and me discussing the Dongfeng 26. President Guo mentioned he wanted to thank you for the teaching materials you sent. Director Zhang and I took the liberty of tagging along. We hope we're not disturbing you. Suhai was taken aback for just a moment before quickly regaining his composure. Not at all, not at all. It's just that my place is very modest. Before he could finish, Zhang Lifeng cut in, Suhai, you're being too formal. Just then, Yi Shushue emerged. Spotting her, Zhang Lifeng laughed heartily. Oh my, Suhai, hope we're not interrupting your date. Suhai waved his hands frantically. No, no, no. Yi Shushue just came to thank me. We're not that kind of relationship. Director Zhang, saying that could lead to misunderstandings. Zhang Lifeng nodded. We're here to thank you too. Just then, another car pulled up. Chang Yongxi arrived with Chang Rendong in tow. We're here to thank you too. Old Chang. Wow, tonight sure is lively. Suhai immediately ushered everyone inside. His cramped room contained only a sofa and an office chair, reserved for the 2 elders. Everyone else sat on small stools. Suhai, your place is quite modest. Gu Songshan remarked. You must have spent a lot buying back those textbooks. To show my gratitude, I absolutely must repay you. Suhai hastily declined. No need, Dean Guo. I've got no real talents, just a little cash. Chan Yongxi chimed in with a smile. Old Guo, remember I told you about that 10 billion yuan donation? You recall that, right? Gu Songshan nodded, still puzzled. That person was Suhai. Don't worry about it, he really does have a little money. Zhang Lifeng chimed in, exactly. When we went to the ordnance department to collect scrap, he gave us 1,000 yuan for just a few scraps. What Songshan was stunned. He gave all his money to the nation for development, yet lived in such a humble house. He earned a lot but spent little. What noble character. Truly a patriotic hero. That's one thing. Even if you, Suhai, refuse my money, I still owe you my deepest gratitude. The textbooks you delivered today have truly solved our urgent need. Wang Tao was puzzled. Today? Suhai worked all day at the Academy of Sciences today. When did he deliver textbooks to you? Old Guo, you must be mistaken. No mistake, no mistake. My eyes aren't failing me yet. That box even had Suhai's flight details on it. Wang Tao tried to say something else, but Guo Songshan quickly covered his mouth with her hand. Don't interrupt. Let me finish. The obstacles we face in shipbuilding research are twofold: technological barriers and talent development. Both of these challenges were overcome by Comrade Suhai. Especially the textbooks he brought today. I initially thought it was a prank, but upon closer inspection, they contain the world's most cutting-edge theoretical knowledge. Regardless of where you obtained these books, you've made an immense contribution to our nation. Since you refuse monetary compensation, I'll arrange alternative recognition for you. How about this? Would you accept a residence in our Academy of Engineering's family compound? No. I won't agree. Su-hai is a special advisor to our Academy of Sciences. How could he possibly live in your Academy of Engineering compound? Wang Tao firmly refused. Su-hai first presented aircraft carrier blueprints, then produced numerous firearm designs, and now he'd even brought out missile design schematics. It was clear this man possessed extraordinary talent. He finally saw through it. What Songshan's visit wasn't about gratitude, it was a blatant attempt to poach talent. If he must stay, it will be in our Academy of Sciences single-person dormitory or family compound. Wang Tao declared. Dean Wang, please hold your horses. Let me speak. Su-hai is still our special advisor at the Military Equipment Bureau. We can also provide him with good housing. But the question is whether he wants to. If he wanted to move, he would have bought a villa long ago. Zhang Lifeng said. Director Zhang is right, Su-hai said. I'm actually planning to buy a house. Ever since Li Dongxia stole his donation receipt last time, he'd realized the scrapyard wasn't a suitable place to live. So you needn't worry about my living situation. Then let's get back to expressing our gratitude. Chan Yangzi said. Su-hai, Lindy told me about the misunderstanding at the Academy of Sciences today. Thank you for defending our honor, both mine and my daughter's. General Chang, no need for such formalities. I believe anyone aware of the situation would have done the same. Su-hai's words drew another wave of admiration from those present. Alright, let's skip the pleasantries then, Zhang Lifeng said. Let me share some good news to lift everyone's spirits. What good news? You've been teasing us about it in my office earlier, spill it already, urged Wang Tao. The good news is that the WS-2 multiple rocket launcher Su-hai entrusted to us has passed all tests. Especially during the recent international joint military exercises, we covertly launched several practice rounds with outstanding results. The final test data shows this rocket launcher has an actual strike range of 500 kilometers. That's even better than expected. Excellent. Great. Fantastic. Really? Fantastic. Cheers erupted in waves throughout the room. Chapter 35, The Nuclear Submarine as a System Test. So I came here today for two reasons. First, to thank you for donating the WS-2 blueprints without compensation, and second, to invite you to the Ministry of Defense's celebratory banquet. Zhang Lifeng continued. No. He doesn't have time. Before Su-hai could speak, Wang Tao interjected with a refusal. Su-hai is now an advisor to our new generation of medium to long-range precision strike missile project team. He certainly won't have time for your little rocket launcher celebration banquet. Once this missile is successfully developed, we'll have an even bigger celebration banquet. If you two keep talking like this, I'll have to host a banquet with my academicians to thank him for sending us, those blueprints and manuals. Gu Songshan chimed in, his excitement nearly causing him to blurt out the word aircraft carrier before he caught himself. For a moment, the group argued over who Su-hai should attend. Su-hai watched these grown men bickering like children, torn between laughter and tears. He couldn't fathom how he'd become such a hot commodity. Just then, Yushushua quietly tugged at Su-hai's sleeve and whispered in his ear. Su-hai, don't go with those old men. It'll be boring. Let me treat you to dinner instead. Her warm breath tickled his ear, sending a tingle through him. Please, Yushushua pleaded. Su-hai forced himself to suppress that strange sensation welling up inside. He genuinely didn't know how to refuse these people. He decided not to go to any of them. Using jet lag as an excuse, Su-hai dismissed everyone, finally able to rest in peace. But around midnight, he was abruptly jolted awake by a system notification. Ding! Recovered debris from the American wreckage fragments of the Apollo nuclear submarine. Total, 368 pieces. Tenfold cashback obtained. Blueprints for the North Wind God strategic nuclear submarine unlocked. Blueprints for the Jiaolong deep sea man submersible unlocked. Ding! Recycling tip task, recycled the Apollo nuclear submarine. Completed. Reward, recycling tip. Usable times, 1. View. Ding. Portal usage, 1. Function manual acquired. View. Su-hai saw this series of prompts and instantly felt wide awake. He first tapped the recycling prompt. Notice. Southern China Sea, coordinates XXXX. Elevation, 137 meters. The United States has deployed an underwater probe. Please retrieve it within 10 minutes. Mission reward, +1 available hint. Mission failure penalty, weaponry compendium progress reset. Acquired blueprints will vanish. Not this again. 10 minutes? I can't even gather my gear in time. How am I supposed to finish this in 10 minutes? Su-hai leapt off the bed, scrambling to get dressed. Suddenly, he remembered he had another auxiliary function. He opened the instruction manual for the portal door function. Portal function overview. Deployable across any spatial distance to link two coordinate points. After deployment, the user may traverse between the 2 points twice. Note, external factors such as atmospheric pressure, water pressure, air, and radiation are disregarded. Duration, 1 minute. Suhai quickly scans the critical information. Deploy anywhere within the space unaffected by external factors, allowing 2 traversals per use, lasting 1 minute. This thing is utterly unbelievable. The system actually provides such an unscientific auxiliary function. Recalling the last time the system caught a missile mid-air, allowing it to land unscathed despite its high velocity, that must have been due to the portal ignoring external factors. So, could it also ignore external factors during this recovery mission over 100 meters underwater? In the yard of Suhai's scrapyard stood a small scrap metal warehouse, barely over 100 square meters. Though called a warehouse, it was essentially just a fence with a roof. Suhai quickly got up and walked into the warehouse. This space could be considered an open indoor area. Suhai reasoned that opening the underwater portal here should prevent drowning when seawater flooded in. Half the time had already passed. Suhai took a deep breath, input the coordinates for both locations, and deployed the portal onto the open ground. In the blink of an eye, a translucent circle appeared, its center displaying a faint 1-minute countdown. The portal was pitch black inside. Suhai shone his flashlight in, startling several fish that darted away. On the soft seabed sand, a white underwater probe lay quietly, its only sign of activity being the flickering light at its top. Suhai felt as if he were viewing the underwater world through the glass at an aquarium. Time was of the essence. Without pausing to think, Suhai reached out to touch it. His hand passed through the air and seawater, truly touching the probe. And no seawater spilled out. To Suhai, the seawater before him felt no different than air. He had no tactile sensation of it at all. Seeing this, Suhai didn't have time to think. He immediately pulled an iron rod from the scrap pile beside him and, using both hands and feet, managed to drag it into his scrap metal warehouse before the countdown ended. The moment it surfaced, Suhai saw its work light go out. Ding! Recycled scrap from the United States underwater probe. 10-fold cashback obtained. Unlocked blueprint for the 815 electronic reconnaissance ship. Ding! Recycling tip mission, recycle the subsea probe, completed. Reward, recycling tip. Usable times, 1. View. Ding! Tip. Weapons catalog collection progress, 17,100. Current portal usage, 0. The system alert snapped Suhai back to reality. He pinched himself hard. It hurt. It wasn't a dream after all. He flipped the wet seabed probe over in his hands, confirming it had indeed ceased functioning. And he himself had actually made a full circuit beneath the ocean. Suhai returned to bed and lay down. The events of the day had left him utterly exhausted. Yet sleep eluded him as he tossed and turned, pondering the system's capabilities. This portal function was simply too powerful. Unfortunately, each use was limited to just 1 minute. He recalled that if he had known how to use it this way when he first obtained the portal, he could have obtained the nuclear submarine blueprints long ago or even brought the entire submarine home. But, if he had actually done that, it would have been impossible to explain. Perhaps this was the test the system had set for him. Only after completing that arduous mission would it provide detailed instructions for using the portal. And after mastering its use, a simple retrieval mission would be assigned as practice. No matter how you look at it, this series of actions resembles a beginner's tutorial. And right now, he's like a newbie who's just left the starting village and picked up a few basic skills. Moreover, this powerful portal ability likely grants 2 uses only after completing 1/10 of the recycling quest. So for now, he still doesn't have any. Chapter 36, No Stopping Scrap Trucks. Lost in thought, Suhai drifted off to sleep without realizing it. Upon waking, his first thought was who to entrust with the 3 newly unlocked blueprints. Nuclear submarine, deep-sea man-submersible, electronic reconnaissance ship. All 3 were vessels. At the Academy of Engineering, President Guai Songshan, who oversaw naval vessels, had committed all personnel and resources to the aircraft carrier project. There was no way she could take on additional projects. The question now was, which unit still had the capacity to take on such a massive project? Suhai was troubled. After getting up and washing up, he found Xia Zisheng had already arrived at work. Suhai briefly outlined key considerations for her work after formal employment and arranged for a lawyer to sign her labor contract. With that matter settled, Suhai rolled out a manual tricycle, laid down several layers of cardboard. He carefully placed the deep-sea probe he'd recovered early yesterday morning on top, then covered it with a burlap sack. To prevent the burlap sack from being blown away by the wind and exposing its contents, he found several pieces of scrap iron to weigh it down. With a long stride, he mounted the tricycle and pedaled all the way to the Academy of Sciences. As soon as Suhai entered the academy compound, he ran into Kai Tianyun. "Whoa!" Kai Tianyun exclaimed dramatically. "Well, if it isn't our academy's special advisor. What's with the look today? Riding a tricycle to work?" He walked over to the tricycle, eyeing the cardboard boxes, woven sacks, and scrap metal in the cargo bed with disdain. What's this? Collecting scrap from the academy today? Su-hai had no desire to engage with him. He parked the tricycle against the wall, pulled the handbrake, and headed toward the building. Hey! Where are you going? It's just collecting junk. I never said you couldn't do it. Kai Tianyun blocked Su-hai's path, seeking to humiliate him. I happen to have a lot of cardboard boxes. You can take them all later. I don't mind if you charge me extra. Blocked in his path, Su-hai had no choice but to look at him. Don't you have a proper job at the Academy of Sciences? Or did the academy hire you just to be a security guard? Kai Tianyun sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. What do you mean by that? You're questioning my professional competence. And what are you, anyway? I've heard it all, you're nothing but a junk collector. You just got lucky donating some money to the state, so you snagged this special advisor gig. Otherwise, a peasant like you would never even know which way the Academy of Sciences doors open. It was rush hour, and many people passed by. Naturally, some couldn't stomach Kai Tianyun's words. Kai Tianyun, you mock others as mud-legged peasants. Have you ever considered you're a farmer yourself? The speaker was a young academician, seemingly only a few years older than Kai Tianyun. Zhao, don't talk nonsense. I switched to Beijing residency long ago. Zhao chuckled and stepped forward. Su-hai, ignore this madman Kai Tianyun. He's just jealous, can't stand seeing others do better than him. Kai Tianyun's face twisted with rage as he pointed at Zhao and shouted. Who are you calling jealous? Su-hai is nothing but a junk collector. Scavengers are lowlifes. What did I say wrong? I'm a postdoc with Beijing residency. Why would I envy him? Zhao sneered. Only the envious know. So what if you have a fancy degree? Your research hasn't made any progress. You just loaf around all day. My research stalled because radar equipment isn't needed in China right now. Kai Tianyun shouted, his neck stiff with defiance. If it were needed, I'd have developed phased array radar ages ago. Like I need you to remind me? Zhao pulled Su-hai toward the building, saying as they walked, ignore him. Su-hai asked Zhao, is Kai Tianyun a radar researcher? Yeah. When he joined the Academy of Sciences, everyone called him a genius. Too bad he wasted his talent. All these years, he hasn't produced a single result. Su-hai listened, his expression thoughtful. Walking to the dean's office, Su-hai knocked on the door. Dean Wang, I have something to hand over to you. It's urgent. After being dismissed by Su-hai last night, Wang, Hua, Zhang, and Chang gathered for an urgent exchange of intelligence regarding Su-hai. They shared all information not bound by confidentiality agreements. Their conclusion was clear, Su-hai was extraordinary, a true genius. If he offers you something, you absolutely must not refuse because whatever he gives is always top-notch. Even if it's junk he's collected, it's just a treasure in the wrong place. Therefore, the moment Wang Tao heard Su-hai speak, he immediately rose from his seat. Where? Take me to see it now. The two walked over to the tricycle. Kai Tianyun hadn't left yet, he was sticking a note on the tricycle. Su-hai stepped closer and read the note. No parking for scrap vehicles. Su-hai felt a headache coming on. Kai Tianyun's behavior was utterly unreasonable. Seeing Su-hai return, Kai Tianyun handed him the note directly. Since you're here, I won't post it. Now get your junk bike out of here. Don't park that filthy thing at the Academy of Sciences. It's an eyesore. Wang Tao snorted coldly upon hearing this. Oomph. Kai Tianyun, you're quite the big shot, aren't you? I had no idea you'd become the head of security here at the Academy. The moment Kai Tianyun recognized Wang Tao's voice, he flinched and took 2 steps back. Director Wang, what brings you here? Wang Tao ignored him and turned to explain to Su-hai instead. Su, it's fine. Our institute doesn't discriminate against any mode of transportation. As long as you park in the designated area, no one can say a word. Su-hai nodded. Wang Tao continued. Where's the thing you want me to see? Su-hai pointed to the burlap sack on the vehicle, right here. Kai Tianyun sneered dismissively, humph, you're showing this to Director Wang? You wouldn't be implying you've taken over all the Academy's scrap, would you? Su-hai gently lifted the burlap sack, revealing the white submarine detector beneath. Kai Tianyun glanced at it casually. It's just a gas cylinder. But upon closer inspection, he was rendered speechless. Wang Tao quickly pulled out his reading glasses and examined it closely. The markings and serial numbers clearly identified it as an American subsea probe. Su, where on earth did you get this thing? Wang Tao asked, adjusting his glasses. From collecting junk. Don't be ridiculous. This is an American deep-sea probe. Look at its condition, it's practically brand new. Where on earth would you find something like this at a junk shop? Probes were Kai Tianyun's area of research, so he knew quite a bit about this device. Hearing Su-hai's explanation, he looked utterly unconvinced. This thing has immense strategic value. If you really got this from junk collecting, I'd sell myself as scrap to you. Chapter 37, I want to kneel and kowtow to Su-hai in gratitude. Ha! Don't speak too soon, Su-hai chuckled. I recall you said the same thing last time. But this time, I'll warn you in advance, human trafficking is illegal. Seeing Su-hai's confident demeanor, Kai Tianyun was so furious he could have killed someone. Wang Tao, seeing him about to start another argument, snapped at him. Kai Tianyun, forget where it came from. Once it's in our hands, it's ours. Come over here and take a look. Kai Tianyun reluctantly approached. After a thorough inspection, he discovered the device was currently in a non-operational state. When it came to matters concerning his own field of expertise, Kai Tianyun finally adopted a serious demeanor. Dean, I need to take this apart and examine it. Wang Tao nodded in agreement. Kai Tianyun no longer cared about the dilapidated tricycle. He pushed it toward his research lab. But Wang Tao stopped him again. Kai Tianyun, apologize to Su-hai first. It's thanks to him that he worked so hard to bring this thing here. Kai Tianyun pursed his lips, glancing at Su-hai with obvious reluctance. This thing might not even be useful for my research. Wang Tao shot him a fierce glare. Only then did Kai Tianyun continue. Sorry. Even if it's useless, thanks anyway. Alright then. Now that sounds more like someone who appreciates a favor. Wang Tao said. Don't be angry, Xiao Su. That's just how he is. It's fine, Dean Wang. It doesn't matter. Su-hai waved his hand dismissively. As far as he was concerned, as long as someone possessed genuine talent and could contribute to the nation, he could accept any attitude toward him. Besides that, I have another matter to consult with you. The two returned to the office. Su-hai mysteriously locked the door. Wang Tao was puzzled. Su, whatever it is, just say it plainly. We don't need to be so cautious here at the Academy of Sciences. Su-hai sat across from Wang Tao, leaned in close, and lowered his voice. Director Wang, I wanted to ask you how is the progress on the aircraft carrier? At this mention, Wang Tao also lowered his voice. Classification regulations. Su-hai paused for a moment. Then let me rephrase my question. Are there any spare personnel at the Academy of Sciences or the Academy of Engineering being reassigned to nuclear submarine construction? Wang Tao's expression remained composed, but his mind couldn't help but stir with unease. Something about this kid Su-hai's line of questioning felt off. Why are you asking about this? Hearing that tone, Su-hai knew the next step would be suspicion that he was a spy. President Wang, what I mean is, I possess the complete blueprints for a strategic nuclear submarine. But I don't know who I could hand them over to now. All the shipbuilding personnel at the Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Engineering are probably working overtime on the aircraft carrier project. A loud thud. Wang Tao's abrupt rise sent his chair crashing to the floor. He stared down at Su-hai in disbelief. What did you say you have? Nuclear submarine blueprints, Su-hai repeated. Plus deep-sea submersible blueprints, maritime reconnaissance vessel blueprints. Wang Tao gasped for breath, his face flushed crimson. Seeing his state, Su-hai feared he might faint from the shock and hurried over to help him steady his breathing. Dean Wang, please calm down. If you faint, who else would I consult? Wang Tao felt his blood pressure skyrocketing. The sheer magnitude of the surprise came too fast and too overwhelming for his body to handle. After all, today was only Su-hai's second day reporting to the Academy of Sciences. Which department should I hand these blueprints over to for development? I wonder if their research funding is sufficient. Wang Tao finally caught his breath. What? Are you planning to donate money too? Su-hai nodded. My regular income is decent. Could you help me contact the department that will receive the blueprints? Wang Tao nodded and immediately began making calls to assemble personnel. Overhearing his calls, Su-hai noted he was contacting not only the Academy of Sciences, the Academy of Engineering, and the Ministry of Defense, but also senior executives at major state-owned shipyards like Dalian, Jiangnan, and Bohai. He instructed them to depart immediately for the Academy of Sciences and attend a crucial meeting promptly at 2 p.m. After hanging up, Wang Tao turned to Su-hai. I've called everyone I could for you. He paused, deliberating for a moment before asking. Su-hai, your blueprints, they're authentic, right? Su-hai patted his chest and replied. Dean Wang, rest assured. Absolutely authentic. I'll go get them right now. Seeing him rush toward the door, Wang Tao hurriedly called after him, where are you going? Su-hai paused. He couldn't reveal that, so he could only give a vague reply. Rest assured, Director Wang, I'll deliver it before 2 o'clock this afternoon. With that, Su-hai dashed out of the office and vanished in a flash. He ran so fast it left Wang Tao feeling uneasy. Could this kid handle it? He blamed himself for acting impulsively, forgetting to verify the authenticity of the blueprints first. Even if Su-hai had previously submitted aircraft carrier blueprints and numerous other military weaponry designs, that alone was sufficient proof of his talent. But a nuclear submarine was an entirely different concept from an aircraft carrier. And this was a strategic nuclear submarine, with even higher performance requirements. Even the noise it emitted underwater had to be kept within strict limits. The difficulty level is no joke. And Su Hai claimed to possess blueprints for deep-sea manned submersibles and electronic reconnaissance vessels. Each of these projects represents an entirely distinct system. Even if there are geniuses in the world, could any one genius truly be this versatile? Wang Tao couldn't help but dwell on it, growing increasingly uneasy with each thought. If this kid Su Hai was pulling a boy who cried wolf on him, where would that leave the old face of the institute director? But fretting over it now was useless. He could only hope Su Hai was telling the truth. At lunchtime, Zhao Yiha happened to cross paths with Kai Tianyun rushing in and out of the cafeteria. It was strange. Since Kai Tianyun joined the Academy of Sciences, he'd only shown any real drive during his first year. The following 2 years had been nothing but idleness. This was the first time Zhao Yiha had ever seen him looking so hurried. Zhao Yiha followed Kai Tianyun to the lab, where he saw Kai set his lunch aside and bury his head in tinkering with something on the dissection table. He didn't even notice Zhao Yiha had entered. "It's rare to see you so full of energy," Zhao Yiha remarked. But Kai Tianyun seemed oblivious, continuing his work and occasionally jotting down notes. After a long while, he finally looked up, his face beaming with delight. That's it. What's right?" Zhao Yiha asked. Kai Tianyun's gaze locked onto him. "Who let you in? You're not authorized to enter my lab. Get out immediately." Zhao Yiha almost laughed, but Kai Tianyun shoved him out the door. He watched as Kai Tianyun locked the door and dashed toward the dean's office. Fearing Kai would cause more trouble, Zhao Yiha chased after him. Wang Tao was still anxiously awaiting news from Su Hai. Kai Tianyun burst in, waving his 2 filthy hands. "Dean! Where's Su Hai? Where's Su Hai? I need to kneel and kowtow to thank him." Zhao Yiha followed him in, saw Wang Tao's astonished expression, and explained. "Dean, I don't know what's going on either. Director Kai seems to have lost his mind. We couldn't stop him." Chapter 38, Dean Wang got duped by a scrap dealer. "I'm not crazy. Dean. I've had an epiphany. Where's Su Hai? Hurry and bring him out. I must kowtow to him." Kai Tianyun exclaimed excitedly. Wang Tao turned to Zhao Yiha. "Zhao, step outside for now. I need to ask him." After Zhao Yiha left, he saw the hallway was empty and stood by the door trying to eavesdrop. But the voices inside were too faint to make out. Wang Tao motioned for Kai Tianyun to sit down and lowered his voice. "What did you discover after studying that thing he gave you?" Kai Tianyun's face lit up with excitement. "It broke through my bottleneck." "Ha ha ha. Keep your voice down. What's with all the commotion?" Kai Tianyun lowered his voice. "I couldn't help myself, Dean. 2 whole years. This technology had me stumped for 2 years. These past 2 years, I've been frantic, like a mad dog. Thanks to Su Hai bringing this underwater detector, I finally grasped the principles behind this technology. I'm going to kowtow to Su Hai today. I'll apologize to him. I'll do a handstand while pooping. I'll do anything." His eyes bulged wildly as he spoke, drool dripping from the corners of his mouth, his hands flailing about. Wang Tao was startled, fearing Kai Tianyun had truly lost his mind. "Calm down first. Su Hai isn't here right now. Where did he go? I'm going to find him." Kai Tianyun immediately stood up. "If I don't thank him today, I won't be able to focus on my research." Wang Tao hurried to placate him. "Don't worry, I don't know where he went either. But there's an important meeting at 2 p.m. this afternoon, and you need to attend it too. Let's just wait patiently for Su Hai to bring the blueprints." "Blueprints? What blueprints?" Wang Tao gave a mysterious smile. "The blueprints for the electronic reconnaissance vessel." "An electronic reconnaissance vessel? How is that possible?" Su Hai collects junk. Finding an undersea detector among his haul might be believable. But an electronic reconnaissance ship requires multiple radar systems. I absolutely refuse to believe Su Hai could produce its blueprints. After all these years researching radar, I can say with absolute certainty he's lying. Dean, he must be bluffing. You don't actually believe him, do you? Wang Tao looked pensive. Truthfully, he felt a bit uncertain himself. Su Hai had vanished without a trace since his departure. Seeing Wang Tao's silence, Kai Tianyun assumed his guess had come true. You didn't actually believe him, did you? Don't tell me you called this afternoon's meeting just because of what he said. Wang Tao nodded. Over these past 2 days, based on my observations, Su Hai seems like a pretty dependable young man. Kai Tianyun paced anxiously in place. How is he dependable? Sure, he managed to get an underwater probe, but electronic reconnaissance vessels aren't something you can just pull out of thin air. Dean Wang, at your age, how can you still be so impulsive? If he can't deliver, this afternoon's conference will be a complete embarrassment for you. Wang Tao sighed deeply. If he really can't produce it, it won't just be my embarrassment. He said this, but deep down, he felt a twinge of unease. Yet deep down, Wang Tao clung to a thought or perhaps a hope. He hoped Su Hai could truly produce the blueprints he claimed to have. Because if this matter truly came to fruition, it would be a blessing for all of China. So Wang Tao was willing to risk his reputation on this gamble. Kai Tianyun sighed along with him. Dean, you must be out of your mind to believe Su Hai's wild claims. The two chatted for a while longer before heading together to the conference room. Some had arrived early and were already waiting. Upon seeing Wang Tao enter, they immediately approached to inquire. Dean Wang. Such an urgent meeting, is another major project about to be announced? The question came from Lu Dihu, the director of Jiangnan Shipyard. Their factory hadn't secured the aircraft carrier blueprint project last time, which had severely dampened morale on the production floor. Later, hearing that Dalian Shipyard had secured the project, he was so furious he couldn't sleep. Hearing about the Academy of Sciences' urgent meeting, his first thought was that another major project was on the horizon. Wang Tao merely smiled warmly, saying nothing. This left Lu Dihu in a panic. Kai Tianyun opened his mouth to speak, but Wang Tao ushered him out. Xiao Kai, Su Hai hasn't been to this meeting room before. Go to the door and see if he's arrived. Kai Tianyun immediately refused. Oh, Dean. Do you really think he'd dare show his face after telling such a colossal lie? It's almost time all the shipyard directors are here. Almost everyone is waiting for him alone. How are we supposed to wrap this up now? Truthfully, it wasn't entirely Su Hai's fault. Hauling 3 sets of blueprints at once was no small feat. He'd gone to great lengths to find a box truck to haul them. Seeing that Kai Tianyun was losing his cool, Wang Tao scolded him. Save your breath. This isn't your concern. Go sit at your post. I'll go fetch Su Hai myself. Lu Dihu looked utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. After Wang Tao stormed off, Lu Dihu grabbed Kai Tianyun's sleeve. Director Kai, do you know what's going to be discussed at today's meeting? Tell me now. This is driving me crazy, it's eating away at me. His voice carried, instantly drawing a crowd of onlookers. Kai Tianyun looked around at the nearly full room of professionals and couldn't help but sigh. Sigh, you guys wouldn't believe it, Dean Wang got scammed by a junk collector. Scammed? What happened? Did he get ripped off? What could a junk collector possibly swindle him out of? It can't be about money. What happened? Spit it out. Kai Tianyun's lips trembled. This morning, he delivered an underwater probe recovered from the C-1 deployed by the Americans. Isn't that a good thing? It is. But then he tricked our director into believing he had blueprints for an electronic reconnaissance ship. That involves multiple radar technologies and electronic warfare systems. Where could a scrap collector possibly get his hands on something like that? Exactly. Dean Wang didn't actually believe him, did he? Is this what we're discussing at today's meeting? A single stone sent ripples across the pond. Hearing this, the crowd erupted into heated discussion. What's the background of that junk collector? How could he have the Academy president wrapped around his finger? Didn't Director Wang verify the authenticity of his claims? Kai Tianyun recounted the incident from 2 days prior when Su Hai had submitted the missile blueprints. But everyone present knew that missiles and electronic reconnaissance ships were two completely unrelated technologies. Even if this scrap collector Su Hai has some talent and could design a missile, that doesn't mean he could design an electronic reconnaissance ship. How could President Wang believe such nonsense? He's clearly a fraud. Did he swindle money from Dean Wang? Not exactly. Then what's the deal? He's not swindling money? That doesn't make sense. Could this Su Hai be a spy? Chapter 39, The North Wind God Strategic Nuclear Submarine. I bet he won't dare show up today. With so many of us here, if he were a spy, he'd be walking straight into a trap. I agree, he won't show up. Too bad we're all here for nothing. What a wasted trip. Hey, Director Kai, why don't you share any new research findings you have? Exactly. Now that only the Great Curtain Shipyard has active projects, our only tasks are civilian vessels. We're practically idle. Kai Tianyun was actually unaware of the others' research progress. Regarding his own research direction, he had only overcome the technical bottlenecks so far. The subsequent development and evaluation stages hadn't even begun. Seeing him shake his head, everyone's enthusiasm waned considerably. Looks like we really did come all this way for nothing today. Lu Dihu sighed. Just then, the sound of car horns blared from outside. Several people near the door went out to investigate, only to find Wang Tao and Su Hai seated in the driver's and passenger's seats of a box truck. Wang Tao's face was crinkled with laughter. Director Kai, look. Isn't this the junk collector you mentioned? Kai Tianyun was taken aback to see Su Hai actually show up. No way. That kid Su Hai actually showed up. He drove such a big truck, he's not just bringing a pile of scrap paper to fool us, is he? Lu Dihu, upon hearing this, was ready to storm over and drag Su Hai out. He dares. Taking on this delicate job without the right tools? If he tries to pull a fast one on us, with so many people here today, we'll make sure he pays dearly. Does he really think we're all idle fools to be bossed around? Wang Tao stepped out of the car with a smile, seeing the crowd gathered at the conference room door. What's up, old friends? Are you all as impatient as I am? Kai Tianyun hurried over. Dean, how on earth did you get brainwashed by this Su Hai? Things are this serious, and you're still laughing. Wang Tao scanned the room and only then noticed everyone's gloomy expressions. What's wrong with you all? Looking so downcast. Let me tell you, this vehicle is carrying the complete blueprints for 3 major weapons systems. Wang Tao had expected this revelation to spark excitement, but instead, the room fell deathly silent. He turned to Kai Tianyun. What did you tell them? Didn't you mention the electronic reconnaissance vessel? Kai Tianyun was nearly in tears. He genuinely had no idea how to salvage the reputation of Dean Wang in the Academy of Sciences. In the end, it was Lu Dihu who stepped in to smooth things over. Director Wang, please don't put on a brave face. We've heard Director Kai's explanation. This Su Hai is just a scrap collector, where would he get any blueprints? Rest assured, we all understand how much you've sacrificed for the nation's scientific progress. But you can't resort to desperate measures. Just believing this junk collector's nonsense. Su Hai pointed at himself, asking innocently. What nonsense did I say? Kai Tianyun stormed over, fuming. Su Hai. Stop playing innocent. If you hadn't swayed Dean Wang, how could so many people have wasted half a precious day? Stop trying to wriggle out of this. Immediately apologize to everyone present and resign in disgrace. Maybe you'll get off lightly. Everyone's eyes scrutinized Su Hai as he overheard their murmurs. Look at this young man, he's quite handsome, isn't he? What a shame. With able hands and feet, he could have gotten a decent job instead of dressing up as a junk collector to swindle people. He even scammed his way into the Academy of Sciences. Kai Tianyun chimed in at the perfect moment. Su Hai, our director may be getting on in years, but you might fool him, you won't fool me. This morning when you delivered that underwater probe, I was actually grateful and ready to kowtow in thanks. But then you go and spout nonsense about an electronic reconnaissance vessel. I truly misjudged you. Bah! Disgraceful. Wang Tao and Su Hai exchanged glances, realizing everyone had misunderstood. Wang Tao immediately stepped in to explain for Su Hai. Everyone, please calm down. Su Hai has already brought the blueprints. Why don't we just take a look at them first? Dean. Get a grip. What could he possibly bring? Just some worthless scraps of paper meant to fool you. Kai Tianyun's veins bulged with frustration as he tried to shake Wang Tao out of his trance. At that moment, Wang Jiangwo, the factory director of Dalian Shipyard, also stepped forward to speak. Dean Wang, let me speak plainly. The single set of blueprints handed over last time? This vehicle absolutely cannot accommodate it. You just mentioned 3 sets of blueprints this time. 1 truck? Tell me, does that sound reasonable? Wang Tao seemed to grasp this point for the first time and turned to look at Su Hai. Su Hai explained, the previous aircraft carrier was built from scratch, hence the extensive blueprints. This time, it's based on existing domestic technology, so naturally there are far fewer drawings. Truthfully, Su Hai wasn't entirely certain either. His assessment was merely a projection based on China's developmental status in the year 2000. At that time, the nation already possessed operational nuclear submarines, reconnaissance vessels, and manned submersibles. The blueprints provided by the system were upgraded versions of these. Compared to building something from scratch, the amount of work required was undoubtedly much less. But his explanation failed to convince the others. Instead, it sparked a fresh wave of criticism. Exasperated, Su Hai raised his voice and shouted. Even if none of you believe me. Even if all I brought were worthless scraps of paper meant to deceive you. At the very least, you should examine them first. I refuse to die unjustly. Seeing the ringleader Su Hai show no fear, the crowd fell silent for a moment. Wang Tao immediately chimed in, following Su Hai's lead. I'm not senile. If you don't trust him, surely you trust me? The evidence is right here, we've nothing to lose by examining it. As the sage said, facts speak louder than words. Oh, for heaven's sake. Kai Tianyun was nearly driven mad by the dean's stubbornness. Fine, let's see it. We've already lost so much face, what's a little more? The others present were also curious what Su Hai could possibly bring out. After all, they wanted the full scoop. They genuinely wanted to know how a scrap collector had earned the trust of the Academy of Sciences president. Seeing the tension finally ease, Su Hai immediately opened the door, revealing a truck full of blueprints inside. He picked up a stack of nuclear submarine blueprints nearby and handed them to Lu Dihu, who was closest to him. As the director of Jiangnan Shipyard, Lu Dihu possessed considerable expertise in nuclear submarines. After all, the only nuclear submarine currently in service in China had been built at their very shipyard. Upon receiving the blueprints from Su Hai, Lu Dihu immediately spotted the title. North Wind God Strategic Nuclear Submarine. He thought, the name certainly sounds imposing, but I wonder if the content lives up to it. Hope it's not all bark and no bite. However, as soon as he flipped to the next page, his eyes locked onto the table of contents, glued fast and utterly unable to look away. Chapter 40, Mad Dog Kai Tianyun turns into a lapdog. Wang Jiangwo had been watching the situation unfold. Seeing Lu Dihu suddenly freeze, he immediately stepped forward to ask. What's up, old Lu? What are you staring at? You look like you've seen a ghost. Lu Dihu didn't even glance at him, muttering to himself as he read the description on the blueprint. North Wind God Strategic Nuclear Submarine. A strategic strike submarine possessing sufficient survivability and combat capability while carrying a substantial number of strategic nuclear warheads. Ha ha ha. That's a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? Wang Jiangwo burst out laughing, expecting Lu Dihu to chime in with a few words, but received no response. Old Lu. Why aren't you saying anything? Lu Dihu's hand holding the blueprint trembled slightly. He slowly lifted his head and looked at Wang Jiangwo. Old Wang, step back 2 paces. Wang Jiangwo was baffled. Seeing Wang didn't move, Lu Dihu stepped back several paces himself, retreating to the edge of the truck's cargo door. Wang Jiangwo, don't come any closer. This time, it's definitely our Jiangnan shipyard's turn. With that, Lu Dihu started climbing toward the truck. Wang Jiangwo realized the nuclear submarine blueprints seemed genuine and rushed forward to inspect them. Lu Dihu, stop hiding it from me. Let me see what this precious thing is. Lu Dihu clutched the documents tightly to his chest, refusing to let go. Su Hai had no choice but to hand Wang Jiangwo another stack. Wang Jiangwo took it, glanced at it, and fell silent. The crowd, drawn over by the two men's childish antics, now looked on in puzzlement. What's going on here? Factory directors Wang and Lu, you two should explain yourselves. Kai Tianyun stepped forward from the crowd and urged them. Factory directors Wang and Lu, our Academy of Sciences has already been sufficiently humiliated. There's no need for you two to save face for us anymore. We all know whether it's worthless paper or not. Just tell us straight. Wang Jiangwo and Lu Dihu exchanged glances, each understanding the other's meaning from their eyes. Wang Jiangwo. I got to it first, it belongs to our Jiangnan shipyard. Wang Jiangwo laughed bitterly. Old Lu, rest assured. We still have to rush the top secret project out in 2 months. Even if I wanted to compete with you, I'd be powerless to do so. Lu Dihu finally relaxed. He addressed the group, everyone. This isn't scrap paper, it's genuine nuclear submarine blueprints. Moreover, this design is far more rational, it's even more powerful than the Ohio-class nuclear submarine published by the United States. A single stone sent ripples across the pond. Everyone immediately grew restless. Kai Tianyun froze in place, watching everyone rush toward the vehicle, eager to verify the truth. Wang Tao hurriedly tried to restore order. Everyone. The meeting time is upon us. Let's first move the blueprints into the conference room. We can sit down and discuss this properly. The proposal passed smoothly. Fortunately, with so many attendees, everything was quickly arranged. Experts in ships, submarines, and radar from across China gathered in a circle, beginning to study the blueprints together. Lu Dihu remained uneasy and stood up early to assert his authority. Let's start with the god of the North Wind. I must make it clear, this project belongs to Jiangnan Shipyard. No one can take it. Zhao Haishan, director of Bohai Shipyard, was reluctant to concede and tried to argue, but Wang Tao silenced him and handed him the Zheilong submersible blueprints. Seeing no objections, Lu Dihu sat down with a broad smile. Alright, let's begin. Everyone can review the drawings and share your thoughts on the North Wind God as we go. First, note this section, it incorporates 150mm thick acoustic tiles and 2 high-power electric motors that ensure silent operation at low speeds. Lu Dihu spoke up first. This design is excellent. Underwater stealth relies entirely on concealment. The lower the noise level, the greater the stealth. The god of the North Wind is projected to dive to depths of 450 meters and sustain continuous operations for up to 90 days on a single resupply. If it truly achieves these projected capabilities, once this submarine enters deep waters, its ability to conceal itself will be absolutely outstanding. The others nodded in agreement. When it came to understanding nuclear submarines in China, aside from the designers themselves, none knew more than Lu Dihu, the shipyard director of Jiangnan Shipyard, who had overseen the entire construction process. With him affirming this, no one dared to voice dissent. The foremost characteristic of a nuclear submarine, the very first point to emphasize, is stealth. Only by mastering concealment can it become the most dangerous mobile assassin in the ocean. The group unanimously agreed. Wang Jiangmo inquired, then what about the second point, its lethality? That's even less of a concern. Lu Dihu continued interpreting the blueprints. The Boreai can carry multiple advanced ballistic missile systems. For instance, the blueprints include the Bulava missile with a range of 8,000 to 11,000 kilometers. Additionally, it can carry up to 6 hypersonic warheads with a yield of 150 kilotons each. Only 6? Only 6, because it also carries a large number of decoys designed to counter missile defense systems. But these missiles all have one prerequisite, Su Hai interjected, global satellite positioning. Wang Tao continued, this might take some time, but China has already proposed the Beidou Global Navigation System. I believe one day we will have our own global navigation capabilities. Su Hai nodded. With global navigation, the Bulava missile system can achieve a range of 8,000 to 11,000 kilometers. Its diverse cruise missiles can effectively strike any enemy land-based target. Many may not be aware of this, so let me briefly explain. This means that the 6 150-kiloton nuclear warheads deployed by a single missile are sufficient to completely obliterate any major city in the United States. Moreover, given the stealth capabilities of the Boreai-class submarines, they can silently infiltrate to the east or west coasts of the United States. In other words, beyond the United States, there will be no target on any continent, at any location on this planet, that we cannot strike. Hearing this, everyone felt profoundly shaken. It was as if the grand vision Su Hai had painted was unfolding before their very eyes. The rebirth and rise of China could no longer be stopped. Cai Tianyun had remained silent since the meeting began. He pored intently over the blueprints detailing radar and counter-radar systems, utterly captivated by the sophisticated, cutting-edge technology. Until he saw that the technology he had been researching was presented in the blueprints with clearer and more concise methods. He looked up in disbelief. His gaze fell upon Su Hai. Only then did Cai Tianyun finally grasp the truth. This cutting-edge technology, leading the world. These blueprints absolutely could not have been salvaged by Su Hai from scrap. There was only one possibility: these blueprints were created by Su Hai himself. Su Hai was a monk who willingly swept the floors and collected junk. A sword concealing its sharp edge. A peerless, extraordinary genius. That's why General Chang Yongxi vouched for him to enter the Academy of Sciences. That's why President Wang Tao trusts him unconditionally. Because the undeniable facts before them left them no choice but to believe. At that moment, Cai Tianyun wished he could slap his past self twice. How could he have doubted the actions of a genius? Chapter 41, could all this be Su Hai's work? After studying the nuclear submarine blueprints, they turned their attention to the Jiaolong submersible's designs. Zhao Haishan cleared his throat and began explaining to everyone. While everyone else focused on the nuclear submarine, he had already reviewed the Jiaolong blueprints from start to finish. The Jiaolong deep-sea manned submersible is primarily designed for deep-sea mineral exploration, high-precision seabed topography surveying, detection and retrieval of suspicious objects, and deep-sea biological research. Sounds like just an underwater workboat, right? In fact, with this technology, we can delve into deep-sea nuclear submarine research. Or other deep-sea weapons. Because according to the blueprint data, the Jiaolong's theoretical maximum diving depth is 7,000 meters. That means we can explore 99.8% of the world's seafloor. And it can accomplish difficult deep-sea tasks like mining seabed mineral resources, deploying underwater equipment, laying submarine cables and pipelines, conducting deep-sea exploration, and more. Even deep-sea salvage operations will become a reality. Director Wang, since you've already entrusted me with the blueprints, the construction of the Jiaolong must be entrusted to our Bohai shipyard. Wang Tao nodded. That had been his intention all along. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he spoke in a mysterious tone. Speaking of deep-sea salvage, let's discuss this behind closed doors today. I have some earth-shattering news. Our intelligence division has learned that an American nuclear submarine suffered a deep-sea accident in the Mariana Trench. Not a single screw has been recovered so far. Ha ha ha. This was indeed heartening news. Zhao Haishan slammed his fist on the table and roared with laughter. Once our factory finishes building the Jiaolong, its first mission will be to take a spin around the Mariana Trench. What the Americans can't salvage, we absolutely must retrieve. If we pull this off, it'll be a huge morale boost for all Chinese people. It was hard not to agree with that sentiment. Wang Tao watched the meeting room grow increasingly heated, then turned his gaze toward Su Hai. Su Hai didn't show the joy he had imagined. Instead, his face bore a faint trace of sorrow and worry. Wang Tao could roughly guess what was troubling him. The blueprints were in hand, but blueprints alone were insufficient. Maritime powerhouses like aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines weren't something you could simply build one ship or one submarine and call it a day. The most crucial factor was the perfection of supporting infrastructure. For instance, the most critical technology to secure was a fully independent global positioning system. History had taught China that relying on others' technology was untenable. Such capabilities must be firmly held in one's own hands. That's why Su Hai must have been pondering satellite issues, revealing his worries. This kid is truly remarkable, Wang Tao thought. He hadn't expected someone of Su Hai's age to possess such composure in the face of both praise and criticism. He possesses depth, foresight, talent, a steady mindset, stable emotions, and the ability to anticipate danger even in times of peace. What China needs now is precisely this kind of talent among talents. By now, night had fallen. Wang Tao announced a break in the meeting. After all, everyone needed to eat and rest. Lu Dihu and Zhao Haishan, having received their assignments, immediately expressed their intent to return to the shipyard that very night. Wang Tao had no choice but to arrange for staff to coordinate with them and dispatch vehicles to escort their return. After making these arrangements, Wang Tao held onto Su Hai's arm. Su Hai, don't rush off just yet. I still have many important matters to discuss with you. As they spoke, Cai Tianyun suddenly appeared from somewhere, throwing himself at Su Hai's feet. Su Hai and Wang Tao both jumped in surprise. Cai Tianyun, what are you doing? Su Hai asked in surprise. Wang Tao burst into laughter upon recognizing the visitor. Ha 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 ha. Little Su, you didn't know? That deep-sea probe you delivered today helped Kai Tianyun break through a technical bottleneck he'd been stuck on for 2 years. He's been clamoring to kowtow to you in gratitude since this morning. Sure enough, after Wang Tao finished speaking, Kai Tianyun knelt on the ground and banged his head on the floor several times. Thud. 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 The commotion drew the attention of many people who were leaving. Su Hai didn't stop him. If he wanted to kowtow, let him kowtow. Kai Tianyun lifted his face, tears streaming down his cheeks. Su Hai. I sincerely apologize for my shameful words and actions these past few days. His voice carried loudly, drawing a crowd of onlookers. A technician who had once been humiliated by Kai Tianyun whispered to his companion. Isn't that Kai Tianyun from the Academy of Sciences? I heard he's been acting like a mad dog, biting anyone he can get his hands on. What's gotten into him now, apologizing like this? No idea. Both of us got pushed out by him back then. But you know what? Seeing him like this feels pretty satisfying. Su Hai cast an unreadable glance at the two men. Kai Tianyun, skilled at reading people, immediately turned toward the pair and bowed his head. I'm sorry. Back then, I was too full of myself. I sincerely apologize to you both. This left the two men utterly flustered. Kai Tianyun turned back to Su Hai. Su Hai, I beg you, please forgive me. For the first 30 years of my life, I, Kai Tianyun, was full of myself, convinced I was a rare genius. It wasn't until I met you that I truly understood how vast the world is beyond my own horizons. I'm nothing but an ant. Su Hai, your talent far surpasses mine. Please be magnanimous. Can you forgive me? My request isn't much, I only ask to be your disciple. No, just an apprentice will do. Master, I beg you let me follow you. I'll do anything. I'll even wash your feet, just take me in. I want to learn everything. Really? Please, Su Hai. For the first time, Su Hai felt utterly at a loss. Wang Tao understood Kai Tianyun's temperament well. Since his research was crucial, Wang Tao usually turned a blind eye to Kai Tianyun's behavior. He'd seen Kai Tianyun belittle others countless times, but this was the first time he'd witnessed Kai Tianyun weeping, kowtowing, and begging for forgiveness. Get up, Kai Tianyun. I don't take apprentices. And I have nothing to teach you anyway. No. Su Hai, you absolutely must teach me your radar technology. This statement sent shockwaves through the assembled crowd once more. What? Radar technology researched by Su Hai? Kai Tianyun, what do you mean by that? Didn't you say this Su Hai was just a junk collector? Could it be these blueprints are all his research? Chapter 42, Genius is merely the threshold to his door. Wang Tao nodded. Yes. These blueprints were all designed by Su Hai. Lu Dihu, the director of Dalian Shipyard, was already rushing off. Technical personnel from Dalian Shipyard remained on site. Among them was Li Xiaoxian, an engineer involved in the aircraft carrier construction project. He asked Wang Tao, Director Wang, could it be that the project blueprints we're currently working on are also his designs? Of course. Upon receiving Wang Tao's confirmation, everyone immediately lost their composure. Wasn't he just a scrap collector? What scrap collector could produce nuclear submarine blueprints in one go? And these blueprints are accurate. They even outperform China's currently deployed nuclear submarines. Not just superior to ours. They're even better than America's. I always thought I had some talent in this field. Never imagined that talent was merely the threshold to even meet him. He looks perfectly ordinary, just a bit handsome. How could he have such a brilliant mind? I could study these blueprints for 10 years. Su Hai was immediately surrounded by everyone. How many people are on your project team? Do you need more? Li Xiaoxian was the first to speak up. Su Hai shook his head in refusal. Just me. I'm not considering hiring help for now. He hadn't anticipated Kai Tianyun's sudden, frenzied outburst. The current situation felt like he was being roasted over an open flame, a stark contrast to his usual low-key approach. After hearing Su Hai say he had independently completed the blueprints for the aircraft carrier, nuclear submarine, and deep-sea submersible all by himself, the looks on everyone's faces turned slightly frenzied. Seriously, not hiring? I'll work for free, just let me assist. Me too. I'll pay tuition. Academician Su, please let me intern with you for a month. Kai Tianyun, who had been forgotten and pushed aside, suddenly piped up again. I can introduce my sister to you, Su Hai. If you teach me, I'll even let her marry you. The situation was spiraling further off course. Su Hai found himself trapped in the middle, unable to escape. Suddenly, he recalled the question Guo Songshan had raised: talent incubation. It sparked an idea in his mind. Everyone, I really don't hire people here. And I'm not even a full member of the Academy of Sciences, just a nominal one. Who cares about formalities? Learning real skills is our goal. Li Xiaoxian interrupted. All right. Su Hai gave him a thumbs up. I understand how everyone feels, so I have a proposal. What kind of proposal? Su Hai shared his idea. Here's the thing. A few days ago, I launched a new scrap collection business recycling discarded textbooks from universities in the United States. Among them are many books on ship and marine machinery systems theory. I've already handed them over to Dean Guo Songshan of the Engineering College. If any of you wish to enhance your skills, you can borrow these books from Dean Guo. Scrap collection from the United States? Li Xiaoxian exclaimed in surprise. As expected of academician Su, you've taken scrap collection to a transnational level, turned it into international trade. Kai Tianyun nearly gritted his teeth to pieces upon hearing this. Why couldn't he come up with such sycophantic flattery for Su Hai? University textbooks from America? The speaker had once studied in America, majoring in naval architecture. Academician Su, I recall the United States prohibits Chinese students from bringing textbooks back to China. Moreover, certain elective courses are off limits to Chinese students. Could it be that the textbooks you brought back contain this very content? Su Hai nodded. Yes. I was fortunate enough to meet an extraordinary woman who helped me collect all the books. That's truly wonderful. I'll go ask my classmates at the Academy of Engineering right away to see if these books can be borrowed. The others seem to have found their next course of action. Seeing this, Su Hai quickly slipped away from the crowd. Wang Tao announced once more, everyone, it's getting late. Let's head back to the guest house for the night. Any remaining issues can be discussed at tomorrow's meeting. With that, the two immediately headed for the exit. Su Hai's truck was still parked where it had been. The two climbed aboard. Wang Tao felt deeply gratified. He had served as the Academy's president for over a decade. Over those years, the Academy had produced many outstanding achievements. Yet never before had anyone achieved so much in such a short time through sheer personal effort as Su Hai had. Moreover, Su Hai had completely declined any national awards. Instead, he donated $1 billion back to the nation. This led most people to view him as nothing more than an unremarkable junk collector. Had Kai Tianyun not realized this today and staged the farce, perhaps no one would have known just how extraordinary Su Hai's talents truly are. That's great! Wang Tao exclaimed from the passenger seat. Su Hai turned to look at him in surprise. Dean Wang, what did you want to discuss? Surely not just to say those two words? Wang Tao smiled warmly. No. Besides praising you, I have something far more important to discuss. During today's meeting, I noticed an issue one you're undoubtedly more familiar with than I am. That's why I wanted to discuss it with you. It's a common issue concerning our nation's strategic assets, missiles, aircraft carriers, nuclear submarines, and so on. It's global navigation. Sure enough, a look of concern flashed across Su Hai's face. That's precisely what I'm worried about. Without global navigation, even if we build these things, we just end up with a bunch of tall, blind giants. But I have no clue how to solve this problem. Wang Tao sat up straight. I have a solution for that. If you wish to learn about aerospace and satellite technology, I can arrange for professionals from the China National Space Administration to meet with you immediately. Su Hai perked up. Really? Is that possible? When? Wang Tao chuckled softly, glancing at his wristwatch. The timing is perfect, let's go right now. I'll lead the way, we'll go straight to his place. Chapter 43, Tank Graveyard? Su Hai and Wang Tao arrived at the location quickly. Wang Tao grinned. This is the China Aerospace Administration's family compound. Park the car and we'll walk in. I'll introduce you to Director Du Dupeng. Su Hai was taken aback. Meeting the director of the space agency directly? But then he thought, why not? If they could salvage some scrap from the space agency, it might even help progress their weapons catalog. Just as they approached the director's residence, Su Hai heard the system notification chime. Ding! Bear Nation Tank Graveyard recovered. Counting in progress, please wait. Total of 5 models. Total quantity, 137 units pieces. 10-fold cashback obtained. Blueprints loading. Select your reward after unlocking LV3. Ding! Weapons catalog recycling progress, 2100, exceeding 1/10. Reward, assisted recovery feature. 1. Recovery prompt. Usable times, 2. 2. Portal. Usable times, 2. View. 2 consecutive messages left Su Hai puzzled. Before he could ponder further, his phone rang. It was Mendeleev, the head of the scrap metal plant in Big Bear Country. Boss. I just closed a deal on a project, you won't believe it. An entire tank graveyard. Tens of thousands of tons of scrap steel, we've secured it all. Mendeleev sounded incredibly excited, and Su Hai couldn't help but smile at his enthusiasm. Great work. You called because the account's low, right? I'll transfer the funds immediately. Boss, no. Mendeleev denied it. We still have the money for the tanks. They've got a bunch of wrecked planes here too, probably scrapped from the war. But they're a bit over budget, so I need your call on whether to take them. War-damaged aircraft? The more the better. Money was no issue for Su Hai. How many? About a dozen. Some are practically rotting away, we can negotiate the price. Great. Su Hai was thrilled upon hearing this. Mendeleev, secure every single one. Money is absolutely no issue. Only after hanging up did Su Hai remember Wang Tao was standing beside him. Wang Tao looked at Su Hai with keen interest. Big Bear spoke well. Is business good over there? Su Hai chuckled. Not bad. We've only collected over 100 scrap tanks so far. Su Hai made it sound casual, but Wang Tao was stunned. Good grief, over 100 tanks. That must be tens of thousands of tons of scrap steel. Truly, exceptional people excel in every field. Wang Tao's impression of Su Hai grew increasingly favorable. If he had a daughter, Su Hai would be his top choice for a son-in-law. Du Dapeng had just finished dinner when an unexpected visitor arrived. Huo Songshan rushed over to his place, just to ask about the progress of Huaxia's global navigation satellites. The two had just exchanged a few words when Wang Tao and Su Hai arrived. A few people exchanged a few greetings and found that everyone's goal was remarkably aligned. Everyone is concerned about the progress of the navigation satellites. Bringing this up, Du Dapeng himself was worried. This is really something that can't be rushed. Our research is already lagging behind that of the West and the United States, and now we have to face their tech blockade against us. You have no idea how hard it is for our aerospace agency. Old Du, I know you guys are having a hard time, too. What Song San said. But it's hard for us too. These are all people of our own, I'll say it directly, the aircraft carrier has already been a third completed. But it's only the hull, all the high-tech and cutting-edge technologies are still in development. Other things are easier to say with drawings as a guide, you can copy exactly like a gourd's drawn into a gourd, and you certainly won't go wrong. My only worry is, after the aircraft carrier is built, will it be like the Silver Sea in Hai and become blind once it hits the water? I heard that recently the country is negotiating cooperation with Beiyao to join the global navigation system? Wang Tao asked. Don't bring this up. Du Dapeng looked furious, don't bring it up. Lao Wang. This thing almost killed me with anger. How? Du Dapeng stood up, speaking vehemently. What the hell is this preposterous agreement? Taking advantage that we need them, they're openly asking for a monstrous sum, 2 billion Bitcoin equivalent. Do you really think our China is a gullible fool? This matter is still vivid in Su Hai's memory. He saw this incident in a history book when he was in school. Under the pretense of this cooperation, he deceived Huaxia of 2 billion yuan in proposal coins, refused Huaxia's joining, and still refused to return the money. Director Du. This money must not be given. Su Hai suddenly shouted loudly. Du Dapeng does not know Su Hai, but he also understands this principle. I obviously know that I can't give it. But this decision is not something I can make alone, it requires comprehensive consideration before a conclusion can be reached. Su Hai nodded, which meant that the money had not been paid yet. As long as the money hasn't been paid yet, there is still a chance for a turnaround. Su Hai thought that he had 2 recycling reminders to check and immediately opened the system panel. Hint. In the Great Bear Nation XX location, scrap metal dumpyard. 157 scrap tanks, 15 scrapped aircraft can be recovered. Time is not limited. Task completion reward, Armaments Atlas progress +3. Task failure penalty, Armaments Atlas progress reset to 0. The drawings already obtained will disappear. Su Hai was startled. The affairs of the Great Bear Kingdom had already been completed by Mendeleev before he saw any prompt. No wonder the system had suddenly indicated that the progress of the Armament Atlas was at 2/10 just now. He immediately opened the second item. Prompt. Huaxia X Desert XXXX. 3 days later, the United States obsolete satellite URA will fall to the solar wind impact. Fall time, 2:28 and 13 seconds AM. Please go to the recycling on time. Task completion reward, hint usage count +1. Failure penalty for the mission, Armaments Atlas progress reset to 0. The drawings that have been obtained will disappear. After reading this, Su Hai immediately felt full of energy and motivation. The 3 in front of him were still analyzing the issue of the 2 billion coins. Su Hai waved his hand directly. Director Wang, Director Guo, and Director Du, if you trust me, could you give me 3 days? Within these 3 days, no matter what, do not hand over the money to Beiyue. Wang Tao, hearing him say this, knew that he might have some plan in mind. Su Hai, I know you have money, but how can you take this money? Such national matters cannot be handled with your personal money. What Sangshan was also quite shocked to hear Wang Tao say this. Xiao Su, how much do you usually earn scavenging junk? This is 2 billion yuan worth of cryptocurrency. Don't overestimate yourself. Su Hai chuckled. No, 2 deans, I'm not here to put in money. I think we in Huaxia cannot let a single penny out. And you don't have to put in either. You just wait for 3 days, after 3 days I'll give you a surprise. Wang Tao thought about it again and again, and he felt that when Su Hai said this, there was only one possible explanation. This Su Hai wants to produce satellite design drawings within 3 days, and then deliver them to the Space Administration. Su Hai, I understand now. Wang Tao said. Even if I admit your extraordinary talent, completing a design you've never touched in 3 days is absolutely impossible. After Wang Tao finished speaking, the other two finally understood what he meant. The young man in front of me, named Su Hai, actually wants to produce the design drawings for a navigation satellite within 3 days. And he was very confident, believing that his design blueprints could surpass the mature satellite technology of the West and the United States, saving the country 2 billion yuan in fiscal expenditure? This is obviously a pipe dream. Du Dupeng scanned Su Hai up and down and spoke to Wang Tao. Old Wang, I've been meaning to ask you just now, who is this young man? Why are you talking with such air? Chapter 44, a small shocker for the director of the Aerospace Administration. Wang Tao felt a bit embarrassed. He does want to speak up for Su Hai, but what Su Hai is saying now is really too far-fetched. It was simply impossible to achieve. Therefore he couldn't speak up. Su Hai was not at all surprised by Du Dupeng's attitude. Director Du, please don't get angry yet. I thought about it carefully again. With such a large expenditure, there was no way to make a decision within 3 days. I was being too reckless in my words just now. Du Dupeng's expression slightly recovered, but he heard Su Hai speak again. In short, I will come to see you again in 3 days. Seeing that Du Dupeng was about to get angry again, Wang Tao hurried to smooth things over. Old Du, let it go. It's normal for young people to be a bit reckless. You should pretend you didn't hear what he said and continue to arrange your affairs. And besides, I think a final decision can't be made within 3 days. 200 million is really too much. You just wait and see, he'll come up with some sort of stunt in 3 days. Don't bother getting angry with him, he's just a youngster from our own family. Du Dupeng, considering that this was his first meeting with Su Hai, forcibly held back his temper. Young man, this excuse can only be used once. If you say such boundless bluster again next time, I can't guarantee what I will do with my temper. When Du Dupeng gave a way out, Wang Tao quickly changed the subject. By the way, old Gua, have you translated the technical theories contained in those Su Hai gave you? What Songshan shook his head. Speaking of this, I'm actually worried. These are too specialized, and the United States has a blockade on us. Every one of our Chinese students can't even touch the edge of these subjects. Furthermore, their naming is completely irregular, and we simply cannot infer the meanings of these words. This translation job is getting tougher and tougher. Du Dupeng nearly understood. Then why don't you find some professional translators? Just a textbook, with so many talents in Huaxia, can it stymie us? Wang Tao briefly explained the cause of the matter. Du Dupeng was taken aback, turning to Su Hai. You actually got the confidential materials from the United States Merchant Marine Academy? Su Hai said calmly, just lucky. Du Dupeng couldn't help but have a somewhat new understanding of Su Hai. His instincts told him that the young man in front of him was definitely not ordinary. What is your occupation? My formal job is collecting scraps, but now I am a special advisor to the Academy of Sciences and the Bureau of Armaments. Su Hai answered truthfully. Du Dupeng was startled again. How could 8 distant reputations converge on one person? At that moment Su Hai suddenly remembered Ada. When in the United States, Ada helped him because she wanted to land a job in Huaxia. And now, wasn't this job opportunity right in front of him? Thinking of this, he directly asked Wei Songshan. Director Gua, I actually have a candidate here who might help solve the problem with translating the teaching materials. It's just that I'm not sure whether her identity is trustworthy or not. Whether to use her will require the Academy of Engineering to conduct a detailed investigation into her. Wei Songsan was indeed very interested. Tell me about it. This person is named Ida, a fresh graduate from the United States Maritime University. But she is a bit special. She is a mixed-race person with Huame heritage. Therefore, the Maritime University did not restrict her choice of major. That's all. Wei Songsan, after listening, found this Ida somewhat suspicious. Su Hai spoke up immediately. If you think she isn't very trustworthy, I have another proposal. We can have her do some translation work first to test her. Wei Songsan nodded. Su Hai's idea was rather meticulous, and he could still endorse it. It will just trouble you a bit. Director Gu, please don't be polite. Du Dupeng, after they finished talking, seized the moment to raise his own questions. Su Hai, if you can get the Maritime University's textbooks, then they're aerospace textbooks. Su Hai thought for a moment. We can give it a try, but there's no guarantee. Whether the Maritime University's recovery was ultimately successful still depends on Ida's help. Whether this luck would follow elsewhere is hard to say. Du Dupeng is hot-tempered, and he can be considered to understand the reason why Wang Tao, this old rascal, has been protecting Su Hai all along. How could this be impossible? If I could do it before, I can definitely do it again afterward. As long as you can get it back, I'll also invite you to come to our aerospace administration as a special consultant. Su Hai scratched his head. Director Du, about I really can't guarantee it. But 3 days later, I promise I will definitely give you a set of blueprints. Then mention that wild and wishful blueprints. Du Dupeng is now very regretful, and he keeps patting his thigh in a hurry. Just now, when he spoke so bluntly, he must have offended someone. He looked at Wang Tao. Wang Tao shifted the focus. Lao Gua, there's one more thing. Look at my memory, I actually forgot to invite you, Academy of Engineering, to today's meeting. What meeting? Wait, Songshan asked. Wang Tao feints with a fake move. It's not a big deal, just that Su Hai brought a few new drawings, and we held a reading session. Old Wang, you know I'm so right now that my feet are beating the back of my head, I have no time. Yes, exactly, so I didn't invite you. Even if you went, you wouldn't have a hand free to take over this project. So I took the initiative and handed the blueprints for the nuclear submarine and the deep-sea manned submarine directly to the shipyard. Anyway, they have experience, the technicians should be able to understand them, so we just have to wait to see the finished product. Wang Tao's casual remark sounded light, but to Guo Songsan and Du Dapeng it was like a stormy sea. Guo Songsan turned pale with fright, stood up directly, and pointed at Wang Tao with shaking fingers. Lao Wang, are you saying that the blueprints for the nuclear submarine and the manned deep-sea submarine have already been delivered to the shipyard? Why didn't you inform me first? After all, our Academy of Engineering is above them. Wang Tao, seeing everyone's attention shift here, hurriedly apologized to Guo Songshan. Oh, old Guo, don't be angry, blame me. But you just said you didn't have time either. Guo Songsan snapped in annoyance, not enough time for other things. This thing must have time. Du Dapeng sat on the side for a long time without saying a word. It's fine, old Gu. Su Hai is here himself, he must have a backup. Just have him give you another copy. Du Dapeng finally uttered a question. Old Wang, old Guo, by your meaning, are the blueprints for this aircraft carrier, the nuclear submarines, and the manned deep-sea exploration vehicle all provided by Su Hai? Su Hai knew that Wang Tao was doing this to hype himself up, so he simply said nothing. Wang Tao chuckled, yes, didn't I tell you? Du Dapeng's mind instantly went blank. That's Su Hai what he said about being able to provide his own drawings. Could it be, also quite believable? Chapter 45, the elegant figure that appears upon opening one's eyes. Back home, Su Hai contacted Ida immediately. Ida, hello. There is a commercial translation job in Huaxia. Are you interested? The two of them were separated by time difference. This was Su Hai's first contact with her since they were apart. I didn't expect Ida to reply so quickly. Dear, you actually contacted me so quickly. With your eagerness to help me like this, of course I'm interested. Su Hai briefly explained the work content and suggested that she casually translate articles in textbooks and teaching materials that contain many technical terms. Okay. You're really thoughtful, dear. Huaxia is nighttime now, right? Dear, are you thinking of me this late? Su Hai saw a screen full of dears and could hardly say a word. No wonder she grew up in the United States. The woman is truly passionate and exuberant. After a long while, Su Hai finally replied. Goodbye. Rigid and stiff. 2 characters. Without a hint of any other emotion. Ada on the other side of the screen pouts, muttering in discontent. What a blockhead. People are being so proactive, yet you're not grateful at all. I just like men who look so indifferent. Who says men of this type are good at cooking? Ida licked her lips, hoping to win Su Hai over soon. This Huaxia man is really good at doing but not saying. When I get to Huaxia, I must taste what your cold lips are like. Su Hai was unaware of this. He lay on the bed and opened the system panel. The tank system alert I just received had a sentence that caught Su Hai's attention. The blueprint is loading, please select a reward after unlocking LV3. This is the first time the system did not directly provide the reward blueprints. Su Hai reviews all previous system prompts. Generally speaking, whether it is a fragment or a wreck, it can directly unlock blueprints more advanced than the original weapon. There are special cases. One model, for example, 6 recycled rifles, unlocked 6 different rifle blueprints. The design of each gun is 5 to 10 years ahead of its era. Also, more than 300 nuclear submarine fragments unlocked 3 different types of aircraft and submarine blueprints. The technology of these blueprints is top tier, 10 to 15 years ahead of its time. Furthermore, these more than 100 tanks do not have unlocked blueprints. Instead, they require unlocking these system functions before choosing a reward. If we follow the previously established pattern, the tank blueprints that can be chosen by oneself are likely technologies that are more than 20 years ahead of the times. Su Hai pondered these details again and again, and the more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that this inference made sense. He tried to inquire with the system. What are the functions of the LV3 system? The system panel only displays one line of large characters. Tier 3, locked. Requirements not met to unlock. Su Hai sighed. If you want to know the result, you'd better hurry and collect up the arms catalog. Su Hai's nerves, taut all day, finally relaxed. Mei Mei slept for a night, and in the morning, Su Hai was awakened by a gentle voice. Xiao Hai, haven't you gone to work yet? With 2 half-hearted knocks on the door, Xia Zisheng pushed open Su Hai's bedroom door and met Su Hai, who was drowsily half awake, eyeing her. You're still here. Xia Zisheng spoke, then, being very at ease, walked to the edge of the bed, lowered her head with a smile and looked at Su Hai. Do you have the day off today? Do you want me to buy you some breakfast? Xia Zisheng lives up to her name. The whole person smells wonderfully fragrant. She was wearing a form-fitting dark red dress today, which complemented her white skin like snow. From Suhai's perspective, all he can see is a flat abdomen rising upward, as two large thunderbolts leapt up from the ground. And above the side of his head were the slender waist and the rounded, full curves of hips and buttocks. Suhai's throat lump slides up and down. If you are very familiar with Suhai, you would know that he is very nervous right now. Every man would understand that this early morning moment is extremely special, not to mention that as soon as he opened his eyes he saw such a graceful figure. Seeing that Suhai did not respond, Xia Zisheng bent down and stared at Suhai's face. A faint fragrance drifted by, and Suhai quickly looked away. But he felt a soft hand resting on his forehead, belonging to Xia Zisheng. Why is my face so red, so hot, could I be sick? Suhai listened to the sweet voice beside his face and secretly tugged at the duvet, trying to hide his upright, chest-out thermos. No, ahem, I'm not sick, Shang Jia. When Suhai spoke, his voice carried a touch of hoarseness, which even startled him. I want to eat steamed buns and soy milk, Suhai said, turning away and rolling back onto the bed. Xia Zisheng is a married woman, of course, knowing what Suhai is up to with this move. She blushed at what she had just done. Okay, you get up first, I'll go buy you breakfast. Xia Zisheng finished speaking and fled as if escaping. Suhai checked the time. He actually slept until after 9. The Institute of Sciences today seems to have missed it. But there were no missed calls from Wang Tao. He stared at the still ajar bedroom door for a moment, only to feel that his insulated thermos was painfully swollen. Today it actually refuses to fade away for a long time. It must be that the stimulus was too strong. Helpless, Suhai had no choice but. Fortunately, Xia Zisheng understood men and gave him enough time. Only after half an hour did he come back with breakfast. Suhai washed up and tidied himself, ice cold, as he took the breakfast bought by Xia Zisheng, eating as he walked. Seems like they must buy a new house. Xia Zisheng comes here to work every day, and they are a single man and a single woman living together. The situation is indeed a bit awkward. Suhai recalled everything that had just happened. If this thing were to happen a few more times this morning, and he one day couldn't help but do something, then this situation would be difficult to bring to a close. Although Suhai lacks much practical experience, his theoretical knowledge is very rich. Why can divorcees and married women of a certain age attract men? Isn't it because of being mature and seductive, so people can squeeze and flatten it at will? Suhai shook his head and could not think about it anymore. A woman only slows down his speed in forging swords for the country. When they arrived at the conference room, the guard at the door showed keen insight and opened the door for Suhai. Suhai walked in and only then found that it was a chaotic mess inside. Two groups of people are arguing about something. Wang Tao sat to one side, supporting his chest. No wonder no one called to urge him to come. Suhai thought about sitting in the empty seat beside Wang Tao. Director Wang, what's wrong? Wang Tao had not yet answered when Suhai heard Kai Tianyun's roar. Have you ever heard of my name, Kai Tianyun? I'm the famous crazy dog in the Academy of Sciences who bites whoever gets near. Even you still dare to snatch this blueprint from me? I'm telling you, you 8th Bureau aren't qualified yet. Suhai can be considered to have understood the situation. Hey, Director Wang, aren't these 8 places for the main attack aircraft? How did you snatch the schematic drawings of the reconnaissance ship from Kai Tianyun? Chapter 46, Rainbow Series Drones. It's all because the 8th Bureau hasn't made much progress in its recent research. There's also the pressure of the situation. This aroused Suhai's interest. What has the 8th Bureau been researching lately? Have you hit a bottleneck? Wang Tao sighed. You probably don't know yet. Yesterday and today, the United States gathered Sakura Country, Cold Country, Philippines, and India to hold a 5 national security conference. According to reliable intelligence from the security departments, they are expected to hold a 5-nation joint naval exercise as soon as a month from now. Exercises around the first island chain, code-named Pacific Ocean. Suhai listened, his nerves instantly tensing up. These East Asian countries are forming a surrounding stance against our Huaxia. Isn't this naval exercise directly aimed at Huaxia? Wang Tao nodded. Yeah. At this very moment, the data on the new combat aircraft that the 8th Bureau was ordered to develop has been destroyed. Suhai was startled again. Destroyed? Could it be that the 8th Bureau has a spy infiltrated? Wang Tao shook his head. The details are not yet clear. The news I received in the middle of the night yesterday was that 8 teams suddenly caught fire, burning one floor. If we say there are no spies or moles inside the 8th Bureau, even a dog wouldn't believe it. I heard that we're having a meeting here, and people from the 8th Bureau have come over. Your electronic reconnaissance ship's blueprints, they like them very much. This is just like arguing with Xiao Kai. Suhai nodded. The 8th Bureau is pushing to develop aircraft and wants the electronic reconnaissance ship drawings, which should be for radar technology and stealth technology. This is easy enough. I understand, Director Wang. I have a backup here and can give them another copy. Wang Tao also had this intention. Since Suhai had no objection, he stood up to stop this farce. Alright, Kai Tianyun. Look who came here. Kai Tianyun glanced over and saw Su-hai, and his swagger immediately vanished. Master! You're here! Kai Tianyun ran over with a flattering smile. If he had a tail, it would be whirling like a propeller at this moment. Su-hai quickly stepped back one pace, putting distance between them. Don't call me master arbitrarily, we don't have a master-disciple relationship. Wang Tao chuckled and greeted the head of the 8th Bureau, who had just argued with Kai Tianyun. Jitsai, let me introduce you to Su-hai, who is the one providing us with the drawings. Lu Jitsai walked over, his expression very serious. Comrade Su-hai, I'll say it straight. Your radar technology is very advanced, and our 8th Bureau now also needs it. We are all national agencies, all working for the country, and we really need to share these technologies. Kai Tianyun sneered coldly and began to bite furiously again. You just want to catch a free ride with nothing. If you like the technology of our Academy of Sciences, take it away, but I also like your fighter fire control radar. Why don't you share this technology with us? Su-hai reached out and grabbed Kai Tianyun's arm. Kai Tianyun, say a few less words. Kai Tianyun refuses to listen at all. Master, you can rest assured. If those 8 divisions want to take away your radar technology, they'll first have to be skinned alive by me. Su-hai was simply at a loss whether to laugh or cry. When Kai Tianyun previously targeted him, his words and behavior were nothing short of nonsensical. Now, when it comes to supporting himself in the opposite way, how could his incomprehensibility seem to have doubled? Lu Jikai got angry as soon as Kai Tianyun spoke. This technology, at its core, is for the country not to be bullied by others anymore. Of course we will pay the compensation, but you, Kai Tianyun, do not have the qualification to speak. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Su-hai spoke up hastily. Well said. Kai Tianyun just doesn't have that qualification. Lu Shitsai looked at Su-hai, not understanding what he meant. Apprenticeship student Kai Tianyun snarled and bit randomly like a crazy dog, as if afraid this master would again make a lioness open mouth a huge demand. Su-hai Ping calmly said, Comrade Lu Jitsai, I still have a backup set of drawings here. If your 8th Bureau needs it, I would be very willing to give it to you free of charge. Being able to help you develop the new generation of fighter jets and let the motherland grasp air superiority as soon as possible is the reward I want most. The anxious Lu Jitsai, upon hearing these words, was at first somewhat incredulous. The impression Kai Tianyun left on him was too deep. Su-hai suddenly being so easy to talk to was really unfamiliar. Su-hai continued, it just requires time to reprint. Do you have time to wait a little? Lu Jitsai glanced at Su-hai and Wang Tao on both sides, as if still judging the truth of this matter. Wang Tao proposed, how about this, comrades from the 8th Bureau have run such a long distance here they must be fatigued from the journey. Why don't we have a meal together at the Institute of Science midday? Jitsai, you also don't be angry with Shao Kai. In a moment I'll have him toast to you. Great. Su-hai replied immediately. This is best, he had been thinking of delaying things just now. It would be best if we could delay it until the afternoon. Because the recycling of those decommissioned aircraft over at the Bear Country will be completed soon. If we can delay until the aircraft blueprints returned by the system are received, we can directly hand them over to the 8th Bureau for development. Seeing that the other side has shown sincerity, Lu Jitsai's expression finally softened. Director Wang, we have time. Additionally, Comrade Su-hai, we really can't take this technology for nothing. Everyone here is engaged in research. Achieving a technological breakthrough requires everyone to know how much hard work has been put in. Before Su-hai could refuse, Lu Jitsai spoke in a tone that left no room for refusal. Although our funds are not that great either, what we can give you is limited. But I will actively apply for you. I definitely won't take your technology for nothing. Su-hai was very relieved. This is China's research workers full of warmth. Since Lu Jitsai said the funding isn't much, the next donation target will be tentatively set to Bureau 8. During lunchtime, after Wang Tao's explanation, Lu Jitsai finally realized that Kai Tianyun's reference to Su-hai as his master was just wishful thinking. My impression of Su-hai immediately went up by several degrees. Su-hai is currently receiving a series of messages from the system. Byte. Recovered Ingli State Wreckage, Queen Bee Unmanned Aircraft Debris X2. Ding. Recovered Dashon State Wreckage, Swift Unmanned Reconnaissance Aircraft Debris X7. Ding. Recovered from the Great Bear Nation's remnants, 6 pieces of the Navigator Unmanned Reconnaissance Aircraft. A total of 15 UAV debris parts. 10-fold cashback has been obtained. Unlocked drawings of the Rainbow Series drones. Rainbow 4, Rainbow 5, Rainbow 7. Drawing loading completed, print now? Su-hai quickly flipped through the drawings. Stealth Master, Rainbow 7. Aerial Truck, Rainbow 5. Strike Armor Integrated, Rainbow 4. These 3 drones each have their own roles and should be able to handle some situations for the time being. He immediately printed the drawings. Chapter 47, The Door of Perception Satellite Retrieval. Su-hai sat alone, staring blankly, and Lu Jitsai noticed that he had not spoken all this time. Comrade Su-hai, thank you very much for being willing to share the radar technology blueprints with us. I toast you a cup. Su Hai hurriedly stood up to respond. I didn't expect Lu Jiai to return home right after finishing the drink. The time is about up, Director Wang, thank you for the hospitality, we should head back. Su Hai was startled. His drawings had just begun printing, and if they left now, they wouldn't be able to hand them over to them in time. Wang Tao also spoke to keep him. But Lu Jitsai was very firm and was about to set off immediately. It is really that the 8th Bureau needs personnel right now. The fire yesterday has not yet been investigated clearly. I'm afraid we've been away for too long, someone might go and cause more trouble. The words have come this far, so Wang Tao and Su Hai could hardly hold them back any longer. It seems this drone blueprint can only wait until he finishes his current work, then he will personally go to the 8th Bureau to deliver it to them. Su Hai's work at the Academy of Sciences is to follow up on the implementation of the drawings, which is quite complex. Sometimes it is also necessary to interpret certain contents for researchers, and Su Hai is living a very fulfilling life. Time quickly arrived on the day the system prompted. Su Hai has learned the skills to use the arbitrary door from the previous mission to recover the deep sea probe. And he summarized the experience. He combined the previous 2 uses of the arbitrary door and set the arbitrary door at the satellite's precise landing point. 2:28 a.m. Su Hai inputs 2 coordinates into the arbitrary door. One end is placed on the landing ground, and the other end is connected to the ground of its own junkyard warehouse. He leaned in halfway, and at the landing point he saw a variety of desert plants growing unevenly. I can barely conceal this tiny portal of my own choosing. At 2 hours 28 minutes and 13 seconds in the early morning, the scorched satellite debris fell precisely and on time into the portal. Su Hai aimed the wrench at the pile of scrap iron and gave it a sharp twist. Luckily the temperature drop came in time, preventing it from catching fire in the waste scraps yard full of flammable materials. Ding! Recovered American junk, discarded URA satellite. Obtained tenfold cashback. Unlocked BDS navigation satellite blueprints. Loading complete, print now? Receiving the system notification, Su Hai's heart swelled with excitement. Here it comes. Navigation satellites. Su Hai quickly skimmed the drawings and understood their content in brief, discovering that, in addition to the satellite components, it also briefly mentioned how carriers transport the satellites. It's so comprehensive, worthy of being a system product, directly solving all the transportation issues at once. With this, all of Huaxia's missiles and ships now have Tianyan. With this, all enemies will live under Huaxia's gaze. Just as they are doing to Huaxia. This time let them try it too, to feel the sensation of being exposed. Su Hai is simply too excited. He is completely oblivious to what time it is now, as it is the early hours of the morning. Get into his own battered cart to go to Du Dapeng's house. Du Dapeng and his wife were awakened from their deep sleep by the banging sound of someone knocking at the door outside. The two of them opened the door with rolling pins and brooms, and outside was Su Hai. Du Dapeng was instantly furious, muttering with resentment. Su Hai, do you know what time it is right now? What are you rushing over here for at this time, even if we agreed on 3 days, isn't this time a bit tight? When he spoke, he didn't even give Su Hai a way to enter, and he nearly said outright that he would drive Su Hai away. Su Hai pretended not to understand what he meant, directly shouldering a big bundle of schematics and squeezing through the door, then sitting down on the sofa. This is absolutely Su Hai's most unstable moment. Du Dapeng was angered into a furious roar by his behavior. Su Hai, I've already given you a lot of face. Do you know that with you sneaking into a residence in the middle of the night like this, I could sue you for breaking into a private home? If you say it more seriously, we can directly call the police to arrest you for home invasion. Su Hai pluggies his ears and takes out stacks of drawings, laying them out in a line on the coffee table in the living room. Director Du, hurry and come see the surprise I brought you. Du Dapeng's wife nervously grabbed Du Dapeng's arm. Du Dapeng looked at him like this, and it didn't seem like he was here to cause trouble. And with a stupid grin on his face, he didn't change for a long time. Du Dapeng suddenly had a few guesses in his mind. Wife, you go back to your room first. I think this kid is a bit enchanted, he might be sleepwalking. Close the door securely, and I'll sit with him for a while. This Su Hai, when Wang Tao introduced him to him last time, he shouldn't have met him, and he shouldn't have agreed to meet him 3 days later. The last time I saw him looking refined and handsome, who would have guessed that he was so deep hidden, with such a serious case of sleepwalking? Du Dapeng knew that with his old arms and legs, he would surely lose to Su Hai if he tried to push through. He could only step forward, seeking an opportunity to outsmart them. Su Hai is at this moment holding a stack of drawings, smiling stupidly. Du Dapeng's hair stands on end, and he dares not even look at the documents in his hand. Su Hai leaned in with the drawings. Director Du, look quickly. This is the blueprint for the very advanced BD navigation satellites. But if he won't say this, that is fine. Once he mentions this, Du Dapeng really thinks he is crazy. Epsilon equals Omicron psi, that's quite pitiful. This fine young man has gone crazy and ruined his research for himself. Su Hai is completely at a loss. But it doesn't matter right now, nothing is more important than this set of drawings. It's okay, Director Du, although our aerospace industry isn't very strong right now. You don't need to be self-abasing either, broaden your mind. Du Dupeng glanced at Su Hai. What is it that even ends up comforting me in return? Su Hai continued to point at the drawings and speak without noticing. Take another look at this part. This is the content about the launch vehicle. Su Hai began explaining the technical details on the drawings to Du Dupeng. This time he directly held the drawings up in front of him. Du Dupeng had no choice but to take a few glances. Oh, these few lines look okay. I didn't expect you little guy to actually have done a bit of research. Du Dupeng looked at Su Hai, noticing that his eyes were bright and focused, quite unlike sleepwalking. Su Hai, are you awake? Su Hai was even more puzzled. What is this problem? Du Dupeng nodded clearly and put on his reading glasses. Since you, Su Hai, are not crazy or sick, I, Du Dupeng, want to see exactly what kind of thing you've brought. Came banging on my door in the middle of the night. He unfolded the drawings in his hand, enchanted. The BD satellite navigation system is tentatively composed of 3 parts, the space segment, the ground segment, and the user segment. It can provide high-precision, high-reliability positioning, navigation, and timing services for all kinds of users worldwide around the clock, and also possesses short-message communication capability. Capable of adapting to application scenarios across multiple bands and accuracies, including civil aviation, military, and police use. Du Dupeng nodded. This introduction is quite catchy. As he spoke, he threw down the drawings, removed his glasses, and rubbed his brows. Chapter 48, claiming to be formidable when you have no real power is just big and grandiose. Su Hai, do you know how precious my time is? I didn't rest well tonight, so I might make mistakes when I work tomorrow. This is very likely to cause irreparable damage to the country. Although we agreed that you would come to me after 3 days. But your arrival time is also too strange. You don't have to use this embroidered pillow with a pack of straw as a fake item to fool me just for the sake of face. For Lao Wang and Lao Gua, you may have made some contributions. But in the field of aerospace, you are still a bit too fantastical. Su Hai is getting a bit impatient. From the moment he walked in, Du Dupeng hadn't seriously looked at the drawings he had brought at all. Director Du, I'm not fooling you, please take another careful look. To say this without exaggeration, this blueprint can not only change the current situation in Huaxia of lacking global navigation satellites, could potentially change the future of the entire Huaxia aerospace industry. Du Dupeng slapped the table. Su Hai, I will say it one last time. Get out of my house right now. I didn't drive you out just now because I was being considerate of you, thinking you might have somnambulism. Since you're awake, don't make trouble in my house. Now, take your things and leave through the gate of my house at once. Su Hai has no way. Du Dupeng cannot hear what he is saying at all now. He had no choice but to organize the drawings and prepare to leave. At this moment, the main gate was knocked on again. Du Dupeng opened the door. Outside were 4 people, all aerospace engineers from the Space Administration living in the residential compound. It turned out that Du Dupeng's wife overheard Du Dupeng and Su Hai arguing in the room. The air was thick with gunpowder, and if a fight broke out, she was afraid that Du Dupeng's old arms and legs would be bullied. They were living again in the Aerospace Agency's off-site quarters, and they simply called to summon everyone over to lend a hand. Director Du, I hear from your wife that you have guests at home. The speaker was the youngest and tallest, named Lin Tian. He emphasized the word guests and winked at Du Dupeng. He signaled to Du Dupeng not to be afraid, saying there are many of us on this side. Du Dupeng hurriedly asked everyone to come in. Su Hai set down what he was holding and stood up. Lin Tianyima was at the front as he walked past, pointing at Su Hai. Who are you, barging into Director Du's house in the middle of the night? What do you intend to do? Several people arrived all at once, and Lin Tian was not at all afraid of the Su Hai before him, looking imposing. Su Hai could tell from the pose that another misunderstanding had occurred. Comrades, I'm just here to deliver satellite design drawings to Director Du. Lin Tian surveyed Su Hai from top to bottom. With you like this, you haven't even graduated from college yet, have you? This nonsense just comes right out of your mouth. Another man standing behind Lin Tian spoke up. A tricycle used for collecting junk was parked outside just now on my way downstairs. Isn't this kid's car? Su Hai nodded. Yes, it's mine. My job is to peddle junk. But he hadn't finished speaking when the other person cut him off. If you're a junk scavenger, then breaking into the director of the Aerospace Administration's home at midnight would be even more suspicious. You don't intend to steal some secret information and sell it, do you? Li Hadong spoke as he walked closer, his momentum fierce. Du Dupeng was afraid something unpleasant would happen. After all, it was recommended to him by Wang Tao, the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. He hurriedly stopped Li Hadong and spoke to him. Hadong, don't say that. Although Su Hai's main job is scavenging junk, he also has some scientific research talent. He is now a special consultant to the Academy of Sciences and the Military Equipment Bureau. What happened just now was a misunderstanding, and I've already had him leave my house immediately. Li Hadong was momentarily surprised. Is it really so easy to get into the Academy of Sciences and the Military Equipment Bureau now? Who can become a special consultant? Lin Tian murmured softly, our Chinese scientific research career has all fallen because of people like this. The third man, Zhou Weiguo, spoke to Su Hai. A few days ago I heard that General Chang Yangsu of the military region recommended someone to the Academy of Sciences. That person won TBU, right? Su Hai nodded calmly. It's me. Are you all engineers from the space agency? Are you interested in looking at the blueprints for the BD navigation satellite I brought? Satellite blueprints? The global navigation kind? Xu Yuan was a bit surprised since he entered. He hadn't spoken much, constantly watching Su Hai. The project under the Aerospace Administration that he is in charge of is the navigation satellite. The progress has simply been too slow. Our homeland's rocket launch technology and the courtship technology for navigation satellites are both too backward. Now Su Hai actually says he has brought the blueprints for global navigation satellites? Su Hai nodded. Seeing that he actually admitted it, several people looked at Du Dapeng for confirmation. Du Dapeng also nodded. Then several people burst into loud laughter. Ha 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 ha. Ah, this is so funny, ha. A few people laughed so hard their backs hurt, and they started talking one after another. Both the Academy of Sciences and the Armaments Bureau are too unpicky. Has our country's talent shortage reached this level? No wonder Director Du's wife rushed us here to save people. Isn't this just a fool dream, a complete pipe dream? In the middle of the night you're saying such crazy things, who wouldn't he be scared? Ha 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 ha. Du Dapeng saw Su Hai was still standing there, and he walked over directly to help him tidy up the drawings on the tea table. Su Hai, you should quickly tidy up and go back to rest. Everyone has work tomorrow, no time to accompany you in this kind of farce. Director Du, I'm really not here to make trouble. These drawings are real, you just can't see them. Perhaps, a few engineers could take a look as well. Believe me, this blueprint will surely change the future of China's aerospace industry. Lin Tian burst into laughter again. He has indeed met quite a few people who brag. To be honest, with that tone and expression, I really want to believe him. Zhou Weiguo nudged Lin Tian with his elbow and smiled. Then you should go take a look. It's a good chance to see how much you've learned since you've been at the Space Administration. Sure. Lin Tian really wants to see what kind of drawings this Scavengers Academy consultant can produce. Chapter 49, everyone in the entire compound is awake. Su Hai immediately handed the drawings to Lin Tian. Please have Lin Tian sit properly. Lin Tian held it with a joking attitude, feigning to pick it up. After a quick glance, he pretended to nod sagely. Ah, Comrade Su Hai, you are a genius. Lin Tian deliberately said. Made a few young people burst into laughter. At this moment Li Hadong also sat down. He was curious what drawings Su Hai could produce. He took up a document, and it happened to be about satellite launch vehicles. The above details the issues to bead during transport and the methods to them. Li Hadong was very knowledgeable about this field, so when reading it, he became more diligent. Du Dapeng shouted from the side. Alright, stop making a scene here, go home and sleep quickly. Li Hadong suddenly said, Director Du, wait a moment. This section, concerning launch vehicles, is still very informative. Is that so? Lin Tian, how come you didn't notice? Zhou Weiguo teased. Lin Tian's face flushed for a moment. If he admitted it, it would make him seem very ignorant. Team Leader Li, have you looked carefully? Please, I beg you, don't say things like that. Our team leader is going to make fun of me again. Li Hadong's expression was serious. I didn't say anything nonsensical. Let me see where. Lin Tian leaned in. Li Hadong called Zhou Weiguo over again. Weiguo, come over and take a look at this large diameter launch chamber separatrix drawing. Zhou Weiguo was startled by the term. Isn't this the carrier rocket shock absorption technology that is currently being tackled? He immediately leaned over to look. For a moment, no one spoke, only the sound of 3 people turning pages of the drawings. Du Dapeng now knows that things are not so simple. He looked at Su Hai. Didn't you say these are the blueprints for the global navigation satellites? Why is there content about launch vehicles still? Su Hai pointed to the other documents laid out on the table. All of this is satellite blueprints. Only that little bit about the rocket. Zhu Yuan is not particularly professional in rocketry, but he is very proficient in satellites. He stepped forward and picked up a satellite blueprint. The BD satellite navigation system is tentatively composed of 3 parts, the space segment, the ground segment, and the user segment. He muttered to himself, flipping it to try and read further down. He was immediately immersed in it. Du Dapeng had fully woken up by now. He tried hard to recall how highly Wang Tao and Guo Sangshan had evaluated Su Hai the last time they sat here. And that Su Hai once produced. Could it be that Su Hai really is a genius who understands everything? As long as he wants it, he can produce the blueprints for anything? Du Dapeng tentatively spoke up and asked. What do you think of this? The first to respond was Lin Tian. Director Du, this is too. He glanced at Su Hai secretly. This is absolutely not something a Chinese person like us could produce. Du Dapeng looked puzzled. What does this mean? Actually, this is not Du Dapeng's fault either. Although he is the director of the Aerospace Administration, he is not a very professional technician and cannot make very accurate judgments about the drawings. So at first he believed that Su-hai's blueprints were a hodgepodge made from scraps. Zhou Weiguo looked up to explain. Director Du, Shaolin means that this drawing is too technically advanced. Not like our Chinese technology, but more like the technology of the United States, which has developed 50 years ahead of us. No, that's not right, Su-hai retorted. It's a technology that the entire Western America cannot achieve. This is the technology of our Huaxia. Du Dapeng only felt his blood surging with enthusiasm. These words are so inciting. It would be great if it's true. Zhou Weiguo said, Director Du, from my rough inspection, almost 90% is very credible. What? Tell me specifically, quickly. Zhou Weiguo placed the blueprint on the desk and pointed at the characters. Take this large diameter hull to turret separation technology as an example. Generally speaking, the diameter of the connection interface between our carrier rocket, the space station crew module, and the rocket is about 3 meters. This is also the maximum diameter we can achieve. If it exceeds this diameter, it can easily cause the rocket to deform and crush the combat cabin. But the design here exceeds 4 meters. We need to consider factors such as reliability and impact environment when separating the cabin and the missile launcher. Not only must we ensure safe separation, but we should also minimize the adverse impacts such as the shock environment that occurred during the separation process. Du Dapeng nodded. I know this issue. It's quite difficult to solve. The project team has asked me to approve funding several times, and I'm very impressed. Clearly remember it. But look here, Director Du. Zhou Weiguo waved his arms excitedly, pointing at the drawings. Here it is proposed to adopt a shock isolation scheme of separated frame plus damping box and apply granular damping technology to achieve vibration reduction and noise reduction effects. I personally think there is a lot of innovative spirit, and the feasibility is extremely strong. We only need to conduct a few experiments to verify the effect during separation. Du Dapeng watched Zhou Weiguo's excited and animated appearance, and he was infected by this mood as well. Are you sure about this? Is it reliable? Director Du, I personally think there is nothing wrong with it. This design can be called perfect. Just to be safe, we can have colleagues take a look and discuss it. Lin Tian suddenly stood up. I think what team leader Zhou said is right. I'm so excited I can't sleep. Otherwise, I'll go and call everyone together, and we'll have a dawn meeting. Du Dapeng glanced at the watch. It was already 4:30 in the morning. Outside, a faint morning light has begun to seep in. How could I sleep at a time like this? Xiaolin, go ahead. Lin Tian is young and full of energy, and he immediately opens the door and rushes out. Du Dapeng looked at Zhou Weiguo. What else? Go on and tell me. Su-hai took the microphone. Let me explain it. There are 4 key technologies in the design of this carrier rocket. First, an oversized fairing. To improve aerodynamic characteristics, the rocket fairing adopts a streamlined von Karman curve shape, which can better reduce air resistance and lessen the impact of loads. Second, zero window launches, with launch time error controlled within 1 second. Third is the large diameter payload fairing separation technology one just mentioned. Fourth, the high thrust direct injection into orbit. As a first-stage semi-configured rocket, this carrier rocket does not have a separate attitude control and terminal velocity correction system. Instead, it uses the first stage to directly deliver the payload into the predetermined orbit. He then gave a detailed introduction to these 4 new technologies. Several aerospace engineers present, and the engineers who arrived one after another, nodded in agreement as they listened. In short, this rocket can be used to launch large satellites and spacecraft into near-Earth orbit, such as the core module and experimental module of a crewed space station. From the perspective of payload capability, it is expected that the payload capacity in geostationary transfer orbit GEO will be about 14 tons. LEO payload capacity is not less than 22 tons. Su-hai made a final summary, and the room fell into a collective intake of breath. Is this payload capacity real? Who is this person, and why is he giving us a lesson at dawn so suddenly at Director Du's house? No matter who he is, this theoretical knowledge is just too solid. Too strong. Su-hai looked up and realized the room was filled with people. When did so many people arrive? So all the families in the whole Space Administration compound have woken up, right? Chapter 50, BD Global Navigation Satellite System. Du Dapeng, Zhou Weiguo, and Li Hadong led the applause for Su-hai. Lin Tianqing leaned in excitedly. Su-hai, you speak so professionally. Which university did you attend? I feel your knowledge seems to surpass even my professors. Su-hai shook his head quickly. I never went to college. Surely I'm not as good as your teachers. I was just fortunate to stand on the shoulders of giants. Little did he know, this remark caused everyone present to erupt in an uproar. Never went to college. How is that possible? I just heard Shaolin say that his main job is collecting scrap. Is he a genius at breaking and collecting scrap on the ocean? Somebody who never attended university can independently research such a complete satellite blueprint? I heard he still has other projects and has been hired as a special advisor by both the Academy of Sciences and the Armaments Administration. Is he this capable? Just listen to how humble they are, merely standing on the shoulders of giants by sheer luck. Just talk, a giant by words only. Compared to him, we're probably not even touching the giant's footprints. Suhai only gave a faint response. You're exaggerating too much. Actually, I am just an ordinary person. While everyone was loudly lamenting in confusion, Zhu Yuan sat in the corner, studying the satellite blueprints in his hand. Lin Tian saw that he had not been participating in the discussion all along, so he asked him, Captain Shu, what do you think of this rocket's design? Calling out several times, Zhu Yuan finally looked up from the drawings. I think it's very good. This BD Global Navigation satellite blueprint fills in a lot of our gaps in work. If the contents of this blueprint can be realized, our Huaxia aerospace history will be completely rewritten. Lin Tianyi froze. Leader, we're talking about launch vehicles. How did you bring up navigation satellites? Where would we get navigation satellite blueprints? You're not unaware of the current research progress anyway. Du Dapeng was the first to react. From Suhai to this point, he has claimed that he brought the blueprints for global navigation satellites. I just thought at the time that he was casually fooling around. But from the current situation, the carrier rocket is only part of it, and it has already earned the unanimous approval of these engineers. Does that mean that satellite blueprints may also have a certain reference value? Sure enough, Suhai took over Lin Tian's lead and began to introduce his blueprints. I'm here today with the complete set of BD Global Navigation satellite blueprints. The launch vehicle you just saw is only the technology to ensure the satellite's ascent. In the entire set of blueprints, it accounts for less than 3%. Suhai Bian spoke while taking out the part of the drawings that had just been packed away. It quickly filled the entire coffee table. Team leader Zhu Yuan, if you want to understand this drawing, these are the key contents. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuan immediately walked over. Suhai places the blueprints in order. Zhu Yuan only needs to briefly skim the cover of each document to roughly understand its main points. All members of the satellite group, come over. Zhu Yuan said. About 7 or 8 people immediately moved in. After browsing, there were constant gasps of astonishment. This, surprisingly, is the world's most difficult satellite constellation technology. Are satellites all single? Can they form a network? Lin Tian asked. Of course I can. It's just very difficult. Zhu Yuan said. But look at this BD system, it combines the satellite network with a very ingenious design. This BD system consists of 3 parts, the space segment, the ground segment, and the user segment. In the orbital segment, design a satellite network composed of multiple geostationary orbit satellites, inclined geosynchronous orbit satellites, and medium Earth orbit satellites. Build ground stations on the surface section, such as the main control station, time synchronization injection station, and monitoring station, and manage the inter-satellite link operation and management facilities. Now this will achieve space-ground integration. Perfectly solve the issues of after-sales service and maintenance. Lin Tian is at a loss. Team leader Zhu, I completely don't understand. Zhu Yuan clenched the document in his hand, excitedly. Xiaolin, it's okay if you don't understand. You only need to understand that Huaxia Aerospace is about to open the door to a new world. The gate to a new world? Du Dapeng was very satisfied with the analogy. But there was still a big stone pressing on his heart. Yuan, I have just one question for you. Can this drawing actually be operated? Zhu Yuan nods vigorously. Of course I can. Very much so. Du Dapeng sighed with relief. Zhu Yuan is a satellite expert at the space agency. Now, the majority of the Huaxia satellites in space come from his research team. With his words, Du Dapeng felt much relief. From today onward, how long will overtime take to produce it? Zhu Yuan contemplated for a moment. With such detailed drawings, the finished product can be produced in 5 days. The fastest is 1 week, and it can be tested in the sky. Du Dapeng slapped his thigh hard. Good. Good, good. He immediately took out his phone to make a call. Such good news must be reported to the procurement team immediately. Our own satellite technology has made a breakthrough. That 200 million in standby funds may not need to be spent after all. Upon hearing the news from across, for a moment it was hard to believe. Du Dapeng assured again and again that the news was true. Director Du, it's 6 o'clock in the morning now. Aren't you still dreaming and haven't woken up yet? The call was hung up. But Du Dapeng still had a flushed face with excitement. Keep researching. Du Dapeng issue orders while putting on a coat. I must go to the administration office immediately. None of these drawings may be taken out of this room until I return. Including Suhai, you must not leave. If I can persuade them today to save this 2 billion, I will definitely give you a big reward. Du Dapeng laughed heartily and happily. Great, really great. This time, if they try to gouge us for money, it will absolutely not be possible. Besides Suhai and Du Dapeng, the others present were completely unaware of the reason behind this. I have no idea what 2 billion is, what saving money is at all. Lin Tian turned on the TV and said, maybe if we watch the news, we'll know for sure. There must be something big going on. Hello, audience friends, this is Newsworld. Breaking news, in the early hours around 2 o'clock last night, Washington time, the American satellite URA suddenly lost normal function under the influence of solar wind and diverged from its orbit. The Washington Daily reports that the satellite has fallen, with the impact zone unknown. Du Dapeng, who is in the process of putting on his shoes, looked up. Ha ha ha. Great, double joy. Their satellite actually fell. Well, it's time for our satellite to take off as well. This streak of luck is really unstoppable. Chapter 51, Can you understand the blueprints and dare to point fingers and give instructions? After Du Dapeng left, Su Hai and the other aerospace engineers continued to discuss the issues regarding BD Global Navigation Satellite System. For a full morning, no one felt hunger or fatigue. At noon, Du Dapeng returned with a face full of joy. Su Hai. What's the matter, Director Du? Su Hai, hearing him call out eagerly, immediately went out to meet him. The 2 billion yuan matter has already been abruptly halted. But now they need to evaluate the scientific research value of your drawing. Let us hurry up and tidy things up now, and have lunch. Take the drawings and go straight to the Star Construction Base to start work this afternoon. Du Dapeng finished speaking to Su Hai, then turned to the scientists at the Academy of Sciences. I will emphasize the confidentiality regulations once again. This afternoon, except for the people accompanying me and Su Hai to the star-making base, no one else is allowed to leave the Academy of Sciences and the housing compound. The itinerary for the next month must be reported in real time as well. Everyone responded in agreement. But some people also expressed concerns. Director Du, much of this drawing hasn't been verified yet, you're starting work directly? Yeah, isn't this a bit too sloppy? Du Dapeng also thought about this issue. If there are problems with the drawings, they can be modified in practice. Although there is a cost of trial and error compared to directly giving about 2 billion to be reserved. This cost is almost unbelievably low. Do not question my decision. Du Dapeng said. I think these blueprints are excellent and can be produced directly. Lin Tian, after listening, was not convinced. He muttered softly to himself. I don't even know who used to be so convinced that the blueprints were fake. In the afternoon, Du Dapeng, along with Su Hai and others, arrived at the Star Building Base on time. The Star Building Base, which is the production base for constructing satellites. After meeting with the management office staff in the morning, Du Dapeng sang the praises of Su Hai's BD satellite drawings to the sky. The staff from the management office said it sounded good, but they would only be convinced when they saw the real thing in person. Du Dapeng immediately decided to bring the drawings to the star-making base to start work directly, and invited the management office staff to come and observe. After the two sides merged, it was led by Du Dapeng who entered together. The workers at the base had already been informed in advance and had long since cleared a production line. After the blueprints were handed over, they immediately began basic framework welding according to the drawings. The reason Du Dapeng insisted on having Su Hai come is very simple. He understands the contents of this blueprint the best, and it happens that he explains it. The contents of the blueprint are very detailed, and most workers can understand them. But the designer's progress can effectively prevent mistakes in the construction process. So the workers work while Su Hai talks, and soon the satellite has already begun to take shape. The team leader who came to observe with the administration was a refined middle-aged man named Han Hongjun. I was very satisfied with Su Hai's explanation and kept nodding in agreement. Only after the basic structure is completed is the internal content of paramount importance. But when Su Hai pointed out that the workers had offset the installation location by 2 millimeters, the workers became angry. I've wanted to ask for a long time, what kind of person are you? This job is extremely meticulous and requires focus. You're the one always muttering in my ear. Even off by 2 millimeters, aren't you just a guide? I've been a skilled worker for 10 years. My practical experience is far more abundant than yours. Can you read the drawings? Just talk about my offset. If you say offset, then it's offset. It's obvious that the worker was very upset. A string of remarks came out like a fusillade. Su Hai was surprised. A 10-year skilled worker? A satellite is such a precise thing, you actually think a 2 millimeter deviation doesn't matter. Do you know that among such complex circuits, if any single point goes wrong, this satellite could crash in space? By then, it will cause tens of trillions of yuan in economic losses for the country. Even more, it could lead to unforeseeable and serious consequences. Seeing Su Hai speak so severely, there were many people around who looked like leaders, with inscrutable expressions, watching him. The workers felt more and more that they could not show their faces any longer, and began to argue with Su Hai. You don't know what you're talking about, stop making such reckless statements. You're not a designer either. This question can be considered to be asked to the right person. Su Hai looked unchanged. Interestingly enough, this blueprint really is my design. So the issue I pointed out is definitely problematic. No need for Su Hai to say more when he pointed out that the workers had a problem and the workers were unwilling to correct it. The management office and the people from the aerospace administration have contacted Zheng Dinghua, the chief engineer of the star-making base. The workers never expected that Su-hai, young in age and dressed simply and casually, would actually be a designer. What a coincidence, it's still the designer of this satellite drawing. Okay, designer, rest assured, I'll correct the small mistake immediately. I guarantee it won't happen again. Su-hai snorted, I really wish you would change. But I must say, during the production of the satellite, a worker who goes through the motions like you is not needed. Zhang Dinghua, who arrived after receiving the news, heard this as soon as he came. He knew how many people from the management office and the aerospace administration would come to observe today. Xianzi. Isn't it time to apologize promptly? Su-hai looked at him. This isn't a problem that an apology can solve. I think this worker is no longer suitable to work here. Please have Chief Zhang remove him immediately. Zhang Dinghua didn't expect that the young man in front of him would be so young-looking yet so ruthless at heart. Xianzi's 10 years of work experience can be said to be very senior. This is one of the best in the entire star-making base. Otherwise, how could he be invited to do this reception and leadership observation task? But how can we say to drive them away and then actually drive them away? Zhang Dinghua saw Su-hai as a new face and felt that he certainly lacked the ability to make a decision. Then he turned to Du Dapeng, whom he knew. Director Du, what's going on here? Are you really going to remove the hadrons? None of the star-making projects he has handled have ever had any problems. Du Dapeng let out a sigh. That's not a problem now. If there's a problem in the future, would we have to go to space to fix it? I don't agree with this work attitude either. I strongly agree with Su-hai's proposal. But the experience of skilled workers is also valuable. Wang Dinghua, first transfer him from the frontline position, and when he corrects his mindset, bring him back. This matter was decided like this: Xianzi was taken away by Zhang Dinghua and replaced with a younger worker. Under the command of Su-hai and others, the satellite components were installed in an orderly manner. Han Hongjun led the management office and others to observe for a whole afternoon. They believed the design drawings had a very high possibility of being realized as physical objects. Therefore, they decided to postpone the scheduled navigation cooperation meeting. After a week, following the satellite launch test, they would consider whether to continue. Chapter 52, Drones are just children's toys. Su-hai stayed at the star-making base for 3 days. Under Su-hai's guidance, all aspects of star-making work have fallen into proper track. There are still several days before the satellite takes off. Work in this area isn't needed from Su-hai for now. Su-hai finally had time to think about the drone blueprints. So he went to tell Du Dapeng that he needed to go to the 8th Bureau. Du Dapeng now wants nothing more than to hold Su-hai in the palm of his hand. He could find no real reason to refuse Su-hai's request. Even though the satellite blueprints were still under a confidentiality period, he still wanted to grant Su-hai some freedom of movement. Although the 8th Bureau isn't far from here, is there something you must go to the 8th Bureau for? Su-hai thought for a moment there was nothing to hide, so he decided to say it bluntly. A few days ago I heard at the Academy of Sciences about the fire in the 8th Bureau. It is said that a lot of the information about the aircraft under development has been burned. I happen to have several drone blueprints here, which I can provide to them. Perhaps it will be of some use to them. This line was spoken calmly, as if saying, I'm afraid to feed them, just give them a simple meal. But Du Dapeng, based on his own experience, thinks that I'm afraid what Su-hai will produce won't be something simple. You still know about aircraft design? It's not that Du Dapeng doesn't trust Su-hai, it's just that it's hard to imagine one person's abilities being so comprehensive. A little, just a rough idea. Du Dapeng takes a deep breath. Another one of these tones, another one of these words. He had been made to misunderstand him before, and the beaten face still aches faintly. If you still believe Su-hai knows only a little, then Du Dapeng has indeed grown a brain in vain. But to speak plainly, he also knew about the fire at the 8th Bureau. This morning's latest news said that the 8th Bureau caught the arsonist. He is a spy bought off by foreign forces, posing as a guard and infiltrating the 8th Bureau. Also sold the aircraft parameters recently developed by the 8th Bureau to overseas personnel. Exactly how much was lost is still under review. After a brief moment of thought, Du Dapeng decided to personally take Su-hai to the 8th Bureau for a trip. The director of the 8th Bureau is his old comrade in arms, Hua Feng. I will personally take Su-hai there, which will not violate the confidentiality agreement and can also prevent Su-hai from being misunderstood again there. Su-hai also agreed. This is better, as it can spare some unnecessary trouble. Du Dapeng directly arranged for a driver to take the two of them to the 8th Bureau. In the 8th Bureau, everyone was so busy that they were beating the back of their heads with their feet. The act of spying by arson and stealing research data indeed dealt a considerable blow to the 8th Bureau. Du Dapeng and Hua Feng discussed in advance over the phone. After they arrived, the receptionist directly took the two of them to Hua Feng's office. Old Du, you guys arrived so soon. Hua Feng stood up to greet him and shook hands with Du Dapeng. You said on the phone there's a big gift for me, you're not kidding, are you? I've heard that your space agency has been building stars these days. Unlike here, I just went through a violent storm and am worrying about how to clean up the mess. Hua Feng glanced at Su Hai, thinking he was an assistant brought by Du Dapeng, so he said nothing. Du Dapeng is proudly talking about making stars, and once this topic is mentioned, he cannot help but say a few more words. Oh wow, you already know about our star-making project. It seems my secrecy work still isn't good enough. Hua Fengbai looked at him. Old Du, this is plain naked bragging. You and I are on the same level. Whatever you want to do, keep it secret from me. Stop talking about that. I'm getting terribly worried. This year's research tasks are likely to fall through. And also, I have heard the wind. Yee. That five-nation conference led by America is pointing its spear at us. They're definitely up to something with this military exercise. Du Dapeng nodded, putting away his joking thoughts. Lao Hua, don't worry. I'm back. I've come to bring you a big gift. With this grand gift, I guarantee your scientific research tasks will be completed successfully this year. Hua Feng listened and sat up straight immediately. Old Du, don't try to fool me. We've known each other for so many years, how could I possibly fool you? What a grand gift, quickly bring it out for me to have a look. Did your space agency synthesize some new material that can be used on airplanes again? Du Dapeng. Is there progress in radar technology? Or is there some new coating? Du Dapeng still shook his head. What exactly is it, old Du? You might as well just say it. Du Dapeng opened his mouth. Specifically what it is, I don't know either. Hua Feng almost couldn't catch his breath and fainted. Old Hua, don't rush, let him talk to you properly. I specifically brought him here. Du Dapeng points at Su Hai. Su Hai, bearing his heavy briefcase, stood up and nodded to Hua Feng. Hua Feng looked at Su Hai with some doubt. Him? I thought he was the assistant you brought. Du Dapeng shook his head. How dare I let him be my assistant? I'm not even qualified to be his assistant. This sentence startled Hua Feng. It won't be that bad, old Du. He is so young I see it. You're joking with me again, aren't you? Hurry up and bring out your big gift, old Du. Old comrade, I beg you, please don't tease me with a riddle. Hua Feng nearly bowed to Du Dapeng. Du Dapeng waved his hands hurriedly. Hey, La Hua, I did not lie to you at all. This comrade Su Hai is the big gift I brought you. Come, Su Hai, come over quickly and show Hua Feng your good stuff. Su Hai nodded, walking to Hua Feng's desk. He opened his briefcase and laid out the drawings one by one. What is this? Drawings? Hua Feng watched Su Hai's actions and asked. Du Dapeng leaned in to take a look. His perspective was reversed, and all he could see on the drawings were dense, tightly packed parameters. Hua Feng picked up the cover copy. Rainbow Series drone blueprints? He finished reciting, then looked at Su Hai and then at Du Dapeng. Lao Du, isn't this the surprise you brought me? Du Dapeng nodded. Unmanned aerial vehicles are also airplanes. What's the problem? Hua Feng sighed helplessly. Old Du. He put the drawings down, laid his hands flat, and wore a helpless expression. I know you're thinking of me too. But our Bureau 8 is developing fighter jets. Fighter aircraft. Take another look at this. Isn't this drone just a remote-controlled plane? I don't mean to look down on this, but from the perspective of professionals like us, isn't this just a toy for kids? Chapter 53, a combined reconnaissance, attack, and childless toy? Du Dapeng is not quite sure about this. But the drawings Su Hai produced, he believed, could not possibly be simple children's toys. He quickly spoke up for Su Hai. Old Hua. Don't judge a machine by its appearance. Who says drones can't be fighters? Take a careful look at these drawings. This is something Su Hai came up with. How could he possibly fool you? Su Hai? I think I've heard that name before. Hua Feng thought for a moment. Oh yes, a few days ago the Academy held a meeting and our 8th Bureau brought back a set of radar ship blueprints. I heard from Ji Kai that those blueprints were designed by someone named Su Hai. That radar technology is truly advanced, ahead of its time. Hua Feng smiled as he looked at Su Hai, his eyes as if asking a question. Su Hai nodded. It's me. Hua Feng's smile stiffened and his expression turned serious. This radar technology is indeed very advanced, I do not deny it. But it doesn't reflect the level of your drone. There is a particular expertise that can already prove your value. I don't think there is any need to use this childless toy to fool me anymore. Du Dapeng saw Hu Feng's face showing disbelief, as if he was looking at his former self. I still feel the sting of the slap, and my face aches faintly. He hurriedly advised. Old Hua, I'll guarantee it to you. Su Hai will absolutely not joke with you about this. With his current achievements, there is absolutely no need to lie to you. You should hurry and take a look at the contents of this drawing, or have him tell you about it too. Absolutely no problem. I, Du Dapeng, guarantee it with my honor. Hua Feng looked at Du Dapeng. He doubted whether this old comrade had really become forgetful. Or perhaps the young man in front of him, who hardly spoke, really did have some ability to be able to brainwash the veteran Du Dapeng, who has seen and heard a lot. Du Dapeng saw that he still did not believe and spoke up again to persuade him. Lao Hua, don't be stubborn. Since this thing has already been handed to you, regardless of whether it's true or false, you should take a look first. There's no loss to you in this at all. Huafeng thought for a moment. Indeed, that was the principle at work. He looked at Su Hai again, then turned to the drawings and documents on the table. To prevent Su Hai from spouting any brainwashing rhetoric, he decided to take a look himself first. Opening the drawings, the first thing that caught Huafeng's eye was the introduction to Rainbow 4. Strike aircraft single-body Rainbow 4 drone? Huafeng finished reading and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Strike aircraft single-body? He really dares to brag. While conducting reconnaissance, it can also strike the target. After years of training, even seasoned fighter pilots dare not claim that they can achieve pursuit and strike with one integrated operation when piloting combat aircraft on missions. Otherwise, why categorize reconnaissance aircraft in fighters? A nameless designer, presenting a drone blueprint that looks like a child's toy, actually dares to utter such audacious words. This guy has quite a big name. Do you think your childish toy can achieve such an effect? Huafeng sneered at Su Hai. Su Hai smiled at him. Du Dupeng saw that his words carried a blade, and he couldn't help but recall his former self. Lao Hua, I'm giving you a friendly tip. Speak less, and study it carefully, only then can you save face. Huafeng glanced at Du Dupeng, clearly not convinced. He didn't expect Du Dupeng to be brainwashed so deeply. Old Hu, stop staring at me. Hurry up and finish reading the drawings. Take a look at this big stack at ISNT that little. Huafeng sighed, but said nothing more. Just to give this old comrade some face, I'll reluctantly take a look. Rainbow 4 Joint Strike Unmanned Aircraft, maximum range 3,500 kilometers? Maximum endurance 35 hours? Huafeng also wants to keep watching, but this data is too fake. He tossed the drawings aside and pounded the table. Such exaggerated data. Old Du, I think you're the one who has been brainwashed. How am I supposed to believe this? Du Dupeng was about to speak when Huafeng continued to question him. Come here and take a look yourself, old Du. Du Dupeng leaned in. This place. Operating this drone requires 8 positions to work in concert: overall clearance, propulsion, airframe, landing gear, avionics, link, electro-optical payload, and the drone pilot. During flight, there must also be logistics personnel such as a flight observer, Lin Hang dispatcher, flight controller, meteorological observer, fuel officer, security inspector, and others. Geez, it takes more than a dozen people to circle around a single drone. Is this finally an airplane, or an ancestor? Old Du, do you not know how hard it is to train our aerospace technicians? All these personnel coordinating to support one drone, how much resource waste will that cause? Huafeng angrily threw the blueprints on the ground. Du Dupeng was speechless. He also didn't know why Su Hai's design required so many people to cooperate this time. Xiao Su, do you have any reasonable explanation? Su Hai picked up the drawings and organized them. He is not angry. In 2000, the strategic status of drones had not yet risen to the level it later achieved. At times like this, it's understandable that people wouldn't believe it. This is a gap of the era, not a problem of people. Let me give you both a detailed explanation, then. Du Dupeng nodded, advised Huafeng to sit down, and trusted once more. Su Hai unfolded the blueprints for the two of them to see. Let me first explain the personnel issue. These posts and personnel are not controlling a single drone, but an entire drone fleet. One sentence, enough to confuse both of their minds. Su Hai continued to explain. The advantage of drones lies in their low cost. The Rainbow 4's price is estimated at 2 million. The funding for one fighter jet could produce 300 drones. And once the production line is successfully built, the cost will be even lower. Moreover, drones do not require professional pilots. A few dozen staff who have undergone short-term training can operate them. After hearing this, Du Dupeng looked at Huafeng. Lao Hua, this is good. Now you can greatly relieve the pressure on talent. Huafeng is not quite convinced. Strategic vision is fairly long-term, but I think the technical difficulty is too great. Du Dupeng choked. Su Hai continues to introduce. Then let us talk about the technical issues again. Wingspan reaches 18 meters, maximum takeoff weight 1.35 tons, maximum altitude 7,000 meters, loiter time of 14 hours when armed, mission payload 345 kilograms, maximum flight speed 250 kilometers per hour. The fuselage uses a glider aerodynamics layout, with a V-tail, a piston engine mounted at the rear of the fuselage, and the main wing adopting a high aspect ratio straight wing. Most of the aircraft body is made of lightweight composite materials, with a lift-to-drag ratio of 1.0. There are 4 weapons racks, capable of using multiple types of ammunition, such as the AR series air defense missiles from the blueprint appendix. This drone uses a composite guidance system, with the relay guidance system being inertial guidance, and it can also incorporate BD satellite signal corrections. Passive laser semi-active guidance system with a maximum static armor penetration depth of about 1,000 millimeters. Su Hai spoke extremely fast, quickly finishing a series of technologies for Rainbow 4. Huafeng's mind is almost overwhelmed. He frowned and thought for a long time before posing a question. Where does this BD satellite signal come from? Does our country have this satellite? Du Dupeng laughed heartily, startling Huafeng. Ha ha ha. How come there isn't any? Chapter 54, Aerial Truck with a Load of 1 ton. Huafeng was startled. Is this your project right now? Global Navigation Satellite? Du Dupeng wore a smug expression. That's right. Huafeng instantly envied it. Look at their space agency. Not only has the project broken through, but the technology has also been implemented. Soon the global navigation satellites will be launched into the sky. Look at their department. They set a fire with their actions, and it set the research progress back by years. Old Hua, I tell you, this satellite was also designed by Su Hai. If he hadn't provided our space agency with the blueprints, we wouldn't know how many years we'd have to study it. What? Huafeng stared at Su Hai in shock. Lao Du, are you saying he participated in designing the blueprints for 3 projects: the radar, the satellite, and the drone? What kind of terrifying strength is capable of designing drawings in 3 different fields? No. Du Dabeng denied, it's not about involvement in the design. Immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He said that if there really were such geniuses in the world, why had he not seen one in all these decades? These drawings were all designed entirely independently by Su Hai. Huafeng's relieved breath ultimately stuck in his throat. Lao Hua, even if you don't believe me, you have to believe Su Hai's drawings. As long as he's willing, your Bureau's scientific research tasks for this year will surely be completed with quality and quantity. No, beyond quality and beyond quantity. Huafeng choked in one go and started coughing. Du Dupeng patted him on the back. Oh, there's no need to get so excited. Old Hua, these drawings are already in your office. Take a look. You're so anxious you're turning red in the face and neck. Huafeng finally caught his breath after panting for a long while. He recalled Su Hai's earlier explanation of drone technology and could not help asking. So, does that mean the drone technologies you just explained are all trustworthy? Su Hai nodded. Absolutely feasible, I can guarantee it. If during the development process, it can be integrated with the radar stealth technology of the electronic reconnaissance ship, I believe this Rainbow 4 will surely become the Sky SI for Huaxia. Huafeng at this moment truly believed in it by more than half. But he cannot just take Su Hai's word for it. He immediately summoned all the heavyweight aircraft experts from the 8 bureaus. Had them study and interpret the drawings of the Rainbow 4 in front of Su Hai. These people are veteran experts who have studied fighter jets for more than 10 years. It can be said that there is a very in-depth study in multiple aspects such as aircraft structure and propulsion. Now almost all of the experts in this field in Huaxia are basically their students. Upon arriving, he saw drone blueprints and immediately a displeased expression appeared. Director Hua, is this the blueprint you want us to look at? The speaker, named Chen Jing, spoke in a tone, without praise or blame discernible. Chen Jing is a renowned expert in flight dynamics. Among these experts, he has the longest tenure. Huafeng nodded and hurried to explain. Old Chen, I also know that drones are not the main research direction for our 8th Bureau. But this design does have something to it, otherwise why would I bother your research? Chen Jing understood. The drone is indeed the major trend in modern warfare. I'm not very knowledgeable in this field, I'm afraid I can't make a very accurate judgment. If you all can't decide, then none of us in the 8th Bureau will have any say at all. Huafeng hurriedly handed over the drawings. Chen Jingxing behaves very calmly. He unfolded the drawings, gazed at them quietly for a while, then whispered something to the other experts. After more than an hour, a few people finally stopped. Only then did a look of joy appear on their faces. How about it? Huafeng could not wait and asked aloud. Chen Jing wore a look of high spirits. Very good. The theories and data here are very persuasive. Feasibility is also high. I think the urgent task now is to build one immediately and test it. If the theoretical data described in the blueprints could really be achieved, then the technology of this drone would stand at the pinnacle of the world. This appraisal is unbelievably high. Huafeng jumped up in excitement. Wonderful. Wonderful. Our 8th Bureau won TB at the bottom this time. Su Hai is somewhat curious and asked Du Dupeng. What does mean? Du Dupeng explained. At the end of every year, the country holds a National Science and Research Summary Conference, ranking various research units. Huafeng was extremely excited, squeezing Su Hai's hands. Su Hai, my brother. You really are my true brother. My elder brother's words just now were not pleasant. I offended you. You must not be angry with me at all. It's all thanks to you. Otherwise I would have started to sweat and redden my face again. Again? Su Hai was puzzled. They VE finished at the bottom for 2 consecutive years in the 8th round. Du Dupeng explained, and Su Hai understood. No wonder the people from the 8th Bureau rushed to the Academy of Sciences to grab the schematics of the electronic reconnaissance ship as soon as the data were burned. Yeah, this year I can finally bring one out. No need to take the 0-lidded egg. Su Hai, HM? A single one? I'll bring you 3 sets of drawings today. How could it be just one result? Huafeng paused, then slapped his own forehead. Yeah. There are 2 more models behind it. Brother Su Hai, quickly, while old Chen and the others are here, you bring out the other 2 models for a look as well. Su-hai immediately handed over the blueprints for the Rainbow 5 and Rainbow 7 to Chen Lao and the others. And then began the introduction. The air truck Rainbow 5 has a wingspan of over 20 meters and features advantages such as heavy oil propulsion, high payload, long endurance, and long range. For example, it can carry a payload of 1 ton and has the endurance of up to 40 hours. It can perform long-duration reconnaissance and surveillance missions. Old Chen flips through the drawings, cross-checking their contents against Su-hai's explanations. What Su-hai said matches completely. 1 ton payload, Chen Lao sighed. As this 1 ton weight, if converted into ammunition, Chen Jing's mind could instantly configure hundreds of combinations. Even without carrying ammunition, delivering 1 ton of supplies in special circumstances is an extremely remarkable feat. Chen Jingzhang was thinking, and Su-hai continued speaking. In addition, the Rainbow 5 can also be equipped with a synthetic aperture radar and a high-definition electro-optical reconnaissance system. It can also carry through-wall radar that can effectively identify and attack moving targets and targets inside walls. Huafeng was greatly stunned, and he completely understood what this meant. But even fighters may not be able to reach this level. According to Su-hai, Rainbow 5 only needs to carry radar to automatically identify targets and automatically lock onto them. The operator only needs to operate the firing switch to complete the strike. This is technology straight from aliens. Huafeng exclaims in admiration. Su-hai remarked calmly, this is quite something. There is still Rainbow 7 behind. Chapter 55, Youth version age 20. As soon as Su-hai finished speaking, Chen Jing began to ask while holding the Rainbow 7 blueprints. He pointed at the schematic diagram of Rainbow 7's structure on the blueprints. Is the layout structure used by Rainbow 7 actually a flying wing layout? As expected of old Chen, he saw at a glance the most advanced technology of the Rainbow 7. Su-hai gave Chen Jingshan a thumbs up. This drone uses advanced technologies such as aerodynamics, stealth, and tailless flight control. Its mission is to provide strategic-level information assurance and strike high-value targets. The two people's conversation was very brief, but Huafeng didn't understand 2 words. Old Chen, brother Su-hai, what is flying wing layout? What is wingless flight? Isn't it nonsense for an airplane to have no tail? Chen Jing shot a disdainful glance at Huafeng, regarding him, the director of the 8th Bureau, with considerable contempt. Tailless layout means there is neither a horizontal stabilizer nor a vertical stabilizer, a true tailless configuration. This configuration has no definite fuselage. The crew, equipment, and payload are all placed inside the wings. In appearance, this aircraft looks very different from traditional airplanes. Chen Jing pointed to the drawings for Huafeng to see. Just like this, the aft uses a tailless M-shaped design, making the Rainbow 7 overall look like a boomerang. Huafeng nodded vaguely as he looked at the structural diagram. Su-hai continues to explain. This Rainbow 7 is 10 meters long and has a wingspan of 22 meters. The maximum takeoff weight reaches 13,000 kilograms, and the cruising maximum altitude can exceed 13,000 meters. A payload of 13 tons, and it can reach a height of 13,000 meters. Such superior performance, and it's only a drone? Chen Jing exclaimed. This configuration was something he hadn't even dared to imagine, yet it was directly presented right before him by a young man named Su-hai. Su-hai continued with a calm tone. And its maximum flight speed can exceed 0.75 Mach. 0.75 Mach? Huafeng was horrified. This drone can actually fly at near supersonic speeds. That's right. At this moment, among the people present, only Su-hai understands the era-defining significance of Rainbow 7. This thing is jokingly nicknamed by netizens in future generations as the youth version of the H-20, an unmanned bomber. But above all this, that's not the core technical point of Rainbow 7. Such powerful performance doesn't even count as its core technology? Huafeng kept pressing questions. Su-hai nodded. What I'm about to introduce is its technical core. The main feature of Rainbow 7 is stealth. With this statement, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Chen Jing and several aircraft experts immediately began discussing. Du Dapeng did not have this field of expertise, and many technical terms left him confused. But even as an outsider, he was clear on the value of a stealth fighter. In modern warfare, the most important thing is to ensure our own eyes' radar satellites can see everything about the enemy. At the same time, it evades the eyes of the enemy, and with the advantage of stealth, it moves forward silently. Catch the enemy off guard. Su-hai, hurry up and give us a detailed explanation of this stealth configuration. Su-hai pointed to the structural diagram of the Rainbow 7. Here, everyone, please take a look. Rainbow 7 overall shape is very smooth. Its turbofan intake is positioned on top of the fuselage, and ammunition is loaded into an internal concealed ammo bay beneath the fuselage. This approach can effectively reduce the radar cross-section. On the entire Rainbow 7 fuselage, the radar reflector surface is only 0.1 square meters. 0.1 square meters, only the size of a palm. It is truly unbelievable. By aircraft of 10 meters by 22 meters, the radar reflector surface is only 0.1 square meters. Yes, with the added support of anti-radar stealth coating, it can be said that during the Rainbow 7's flight mission, the probability of being detected is vanishingly small. He is truly a master of invisibility. For a moment, several experts present began to imagine potential applications for Rainbow 7. The biggest advantage of drones compared to manned aircraft is their ability to perform strategic tasks in high-risk and complex environments. And Rainbow 7's performance is undoubtedly capable of more. Reconnaissance, air defense suppression, ground attack, and operational support. Moreover, the cost of drones is even lower. This makes their advantages even more evident. Rainbow 7 has much better performance than Rainbow 4, and the reference cost Suhai provided is only around 30 million. Compared to jets costing hundreds of millions, this is simply far too cheap. If this can be mass-produced, there is no doubt it will greatly enhance combat effectiveness by geometric margins. Suhai was very considerate to leave them time to sort out their own ideas. Suhai could fully imagine what kind of sensations these 3 drones would bring to them. A design more than 2 decades ahead of its time would of course shock them, who had only just achieved basic food and clothing in 2000. Jingha and Manhwa discussed for more than 10 minutes, thinking seriously and comprehensively about the importance of these drawings. Suhai, I am making a decision on behalf of Bureau 8. We want all 3 of these drawings. No matter how much reward you want, we will do our best to satisfy it. Manhwa spoke very sincerely. After speaking, he waited extremely nervously for Suhai to name a price. If all 3 blueprints can be secured, I don't know whether the 8th Bureau's funds will be enough. No matter what, even if we have to tighten our belts for a whole year, these 3 drawings must be obtained. Ha ha. Suhai chuckled softly. Director Hua, why don't you first tell us how much budget you have? Huafeng gritted his teeth and spoke a number. 2 million. Is it enough? This is 2 million from the year 2000. This is the research funding for year 8 of the Bureau. If there is too much, we really can't afford it. Manhwa's heart was dripping with blood. Suhai calculated that a year's funding was only enough to build 1 Rainbow 4. This one do, this is too slow. The elegant still worried that Suhai would not agree. Du Dapeng sat beside him, not daring to speak. Suhai can donate satellite blueprints for free. It is his wish to do so for free. But we can't possibly go around insisting that others hand over all their technology for free, right? After all, even the greatest scientists have to eat. How about this? Suhai did a quick calculation. Rainbow 4 is relatively low cost and its technical level is decent. My suggestion is to first build 10 Rainbow 4 airframes and take them overseas to sell. Rebuild 3 Rainbow 5s and 3 Rainbow 7s to keep as our country's trump card. Huafeng heard this and felt that Suhai was not satisfied with the price he quoted and was making an outrageous demand. Suhai summed up the budget and spoke to Huafeng in a nonchalant manner. I'll donate 300 million first. You guys hurry to produce prototypes of these 3 drones. Preferably after the BD satellite takes off, we should dock with the Space Administration to conduct joint testing of global navigation and drone coordination. Huafeng interrupted Suhai. Wait a moment, brother Suhai. Earlier you said you would give our 8 bureaus 300 million? Chapter 56, 3 Women Together. Suhai immediately changed his expression and thought seriously. 300 million in funding, isn't that a bit too little? To Huafeng's ears, this remark sounded like, did I give you face? Who has ever seen free blueprints handed out, yet people paying money back are given as research funds? Many. Huafeng quickly stopped while it was good. Only 300 million. Suhai readily agreed and immediately opened the checkbook. Huafeng was still uneasy when he saw Suhai casually write down a string of numbers. With a graceful motion, he tore it off and handed it to him. You all can use this 300 million first. Huafeng took it and a string of zeros on the check made his eyes dizzy. Chen Jing is in his 60s and has never seen such a scene before. He leaned in and confirmed the numbers on Suhai's check again. 300 million, real and solid. Huafeng, am I getting old and is this a hallucination? Why does it feel so dizzy? Chen Jing also felt dizzy from this string of zeros and ones. Huafeng hurriedly supported him. Elder Chen, to be honest, this thing makes me feel dizzy just looking at it. Suhai carefully reviewed his own actions and concluded there shouldn't be any major loopholes. But I should explain it anyway. This blueprint is mine for you. Whether we can successfully develop it, I'm not sure. We also can't waste your 8th Bureau's funds. So, I must pay this money. Suhai, little brother, take a look, you're being too courteous. This makes us at the 8th Bureau feel quite embarrassed. Huafeng spoke, gently tucking the check into his notebook. This money is enough to fund several years of research for 8 rounds. We were supposed to do research at the 8th Bureau as well. Suhai interrupted him, paving an easier path for him. That is not the same before. You were doing research for the country. Now, I, Suhai, am doing research for a momentary inspiration of mine. If this works, consider it a small contribution I'm making for the country. If it doesn't work, I'll cover the cost. Director Hua, rest assured and keep it. If funds for the RD run short, you can come to me. I'm not good at much else, but I do have a little money. This really hits at the heart of Huafeng. Judging by Su Hai's grasp of social nuances, there are even people who would believe he is a seasoned veteran who has spent decades navigating the official circles. Huafeng looked at Du Dapeng with a cheerful expression. Since Su Hai really wrote a check for Huafeng, Du Dapeng began to feel a bit odd. Haha, old Du, don't be unhappy. Your satellite project is ahead of ours. Du Dapeng turned his head away and snorted. Who would be interested? A few days ago I saved the country 2 billion, and it was in reserve currency too. As long as I want, no matter how much funding, it can be approved by our space agency in minutes. This has aroused Huafeng's curiosity again. Du Dapeng vividly told the story of Su Hai's BD satellite blueprints. There was laughter and cheer in the office. That day, Huafeng approved a project for the Rainbow Series drones. Besides the project team that is developing the radar, all remaining personnel from the 8th Bureau were reassigned to the Rainbow project team. Huafeng had only one requirement: everything must be expedited. Chen Jing guaranteed that within 5 days, 3 prototypes could be produced. Just in time to coincide with the BD satellite entering orbit, making it convenient for both to complete the testing together. After finishing this, Su Hai plans to return to the scrapyard. The non-stop work these past few days has left him feeling somewhat tired. He just wants to sleep well and take a long rest now. But he did not expect that inside the junkyard, there were 3 women waiting for him. Chang Rendong heard from the Academy of Sciences that the work at the star-making base had come to a stop for now. He already knew that Su Hai would surely have some free time. So he prepared to invite Su Hai to dinner to express his gratitude. But Chang Yongzai was busy, and Chang Rincher happened to meet Yi Shushue. The two then went together to Su Hai's residence. I didn't expect Su Hai to be away from home, and a very beautiful woman walked out of his room. Yi Shushue's alarm bells rang instantly. No wonder Su Hai had been so cold to himself before. It turns out there was a beautiful wife hiding at home. Are you? Su Hai-s? Yi Shushue spoke up directly. Xia Zishan felt a bit embarrassed, and she knew the other party must have misunderstood something. But she did not directly answer Yi Shushue's question. Instead, she asked a counter-question. Are you here to find Su Hai? He hasn't been home for several days. Being young in the cold winter year, he couldn't keep quiet and spoke words that Yi Shushue hadn't said. Beautiful older sister, are you Su Hai-ge's girlfriend? This sentence made both women blush. Xia Zishang is shy, Yi Shushue is furious. Ah, little sister, don't talk nonsense. It's still in its early days, nothing is decided yet. After hearing this, Yi Shushue grew even angrier. What does it mean to not even have a single stroke of the 8-character fate yet? If you don't even have this 8-character fate, it won't work. Niendong, she is already that old, you should call her auntie. I think she should be some relative of Su Hai. Xia Zishan was dumbfounded for a moment. Do I look very old? Compared to the 2 young women in front of her, Xia Zishan also knew that her own age might indeed be a bit older. But she considered her appearance and figure by no means inferior. Yi Shushue's words instantly made her lose confidence. Thus her aura also weakened a lot. I'm not Su Hai's relative, I'm his employee. Yi Shushue nodded, and she quite liked this answer. As long as Su Hai has no girlfriend. The 2 of us have something very important to discuss with Su Hai today. Since you are Su Hai's employee, do you know when he will be back? Xia Zishang shook her head, invited the 2 inside the room, and served tea. The 3 of them sat facing each other, waiting for Su Hai to come home. By the time Su Hai returned, it had already grown dark. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw that the light was on inside the house. Sent, Sister Xiang, you haven't left yet? Su Hai spoke, pulling aside the door curtain, and the 3 women in the room turned their faces to look at him. Yi Shushue's first reaction was to step forward and directly wrap her arm around Su Hai's. Su Hai! You're finally back. Su Hai was quite puzzled. You Yi Shushue? Why are you at my house? Xia Zishan was keeping a close watch on their movements, and he did not dodge Yi Shushue's approach. A chill ran through Xia Zishang's heart. She smiled and spoke up. Xiaohai, Missy said she wants to treat you to a meal, but she doesn't know when you'll be back. So I waited with them until now. You won't blame me for taking the initiative, will you? Xia Zishang spoke with the air of a mistress, which made Yi Shushue seem more like the illicit concubine who barges in. Indeed, Su Hai frowned. Yi Shushue, didn't I tell you last time that it's not necessary? How did you find me again? Is your hand busy with work? Yi Shushue gritted her teeth in anger, but she could only force herself to listen, though she couldn't understand. General Chang. She greeted Chang Rendong. General Chang asked Rendong to come to dinner to thank you. I was just accompanying Rendong here. Chapter 57, a new hint arrives. Su Hai can refuse Yi Shushue and can also refuse Chang Rendong. Because he is temporarily not in the mood to discuss romantic or intimate matters with women. He was filled with China's national strength in his heart and in his eyes. Therefore, he could not refuse Chang Yongxi. Thinking this way, Su Hai simply decided to agree. But he proposed bringing Xia Zishang. This is my secretary. If I happen to have some wine during meals, she can just drive me home. Yi Shushue didn't intend to, but she was afraid Su-hai wouldn't go. I could only pinch my nose and agree. When eating, Su-hai still focuses on eating. Yi Shushue made affectionate moves toward him multiple times, but he pretended not to see. This meal was naturally eaten with everyone carrying their own concerns. In the end, Su-hai pretended to go to the bathroom to come out and pay the bill. Su-hai? A young man came down the stairs and happened to see Su-hai at the cash register. It's really you. Su-hai looked over at the sound and saw his high school classmate Chen Chua. Chen Chua? I didn't expect to run into you here. Su-hai is a bit surprised. In Su-hai's memory of his original self, Chen Chua was his deskmate and close brother. We haven't seen each other since we graduated from high school. Chen Chua smiled. Behind him, a few men descended from the stairs, and when they saw the two chatting, they came over to greet them. Mr. Chen. Who is this? Chen Chu smiled wryly with contempt. This person is our high school's top student. When we were in school, our homeroom teacher compared him to me every day, saying he was a promising student from Qingbei. But do you know what he is doing right now? What are you doing? Weren't you admitted by Qingbei? One fat guy said, following Chen Chua's words. Chen Chu and Pei Pei Zue. Isn't it? We're collecting junk now. Ha 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 ha. Right, college bully? After Chen Chu finished speaking, a few men behind him, all reeking of alcohol, burst into loud laughter. Su-hai was speechless. This Chen Chua is completely two different people from the one in the original owner's memory. Seeing Su-hai remain silent, Chen Chua poked Su-hai's shoulder with his finger and spoke harshly. Say something, you university bully. Weren't you quite impressive when you were in school? I've long tired of your condescending arrogance. So how is it, is scavenging for junk nice or not? Call me grandfather and listen, I'll give you all the junk from this entire Royal Palace Hotel for free. The fat guy, seeing Su-hai still hadn't spoken, quickly fawned in front of Chen Chu. Hey, junk dealer. Hurry up and say something nice for General Manager Chen to hear. If such a great opportunity is given to you, you'd better not be useless. Hey, still not talking? Could you be dumb from reading too much? At this moment, Xiao Zishang, who had not yet returned after seeing Su-hai, came out and saw Su-hai surrounded by several people. Su-hai, what happened? Chen Chu and a few others had already been drinking, and upon seeing a beauty like Xiao Zishang, their minds naturally became unsettled. Yo, President Chen, your bookish old classmate can still flirt with a beauty like this. Chen Chu's eyes widened, and he spoke to Xiao Zishang. Pretty girl, what future do you have following a scavenger? Why not follow me and enjoy the good life? Su-hai, who had remained silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. You'd better keep your mouth clean. Chen Shui ignored them and reached out to touch Xiao Zishang's face. Su-hai shielded her behind him. You go first, go find Yi Shushue and the others. Chen Shu he was really angry. The fat man cursed Su-hai. Hey, you scavenger. You look like you've turned into a gigolo because you can't make ends meet as a scavenger, right? Chen Chua spat at Su-hai. Don't even look at your own ugly face. Su-hai, it's not too late for you to kowtow and apologize, otherwise I'll make sure you can't even scavenge a scrap in City X. As Yi Shushue and the others had just come down, they heard Chen Shu's words. I don't know who in X city can rule with an iron fist like this. Chen Shu and a few others turned around and saw Xiao Zishang walking over with two other beauties of different types, their eyes nearly popping out. Beautiful lady, who are you again? We're just giving a scolding to a beggar collecting scraps, why are you getting so worked up about it? Yeah, you're so pretty. Would you like to have a few drinks with me, brother? He reached out his hand to Yi Shushue. Yi Shushue was utterly unimpressed with such men, and just hearing them talk made her feel nauseous. I am with the XX military district and I am Su-hai's girlfriend. The man jumped in fright and pulled his hand back. Chen Chua looked astonished. Su-hai, a scavenger, could find a girlfriend in the military district? Yi Shushue on her hips, pointed at him. Mind your own business. I'm telling you, if you dare to move against us, you'll be waking up in the police station to sober up tonight. Hearing the bureau's call, Chen Chu and the others' whine instantly woke up halfway. The man who had just teased Yi Shushue finally noticed that Yi Shushue was wearing military uniform. A few people suddenly panicked. Chen Chu and the senior executives of the company where he serves as general manager have somewhat military backgrounds, and he truly dares not offend people in the military. Just then, when the people in the restaurant heard that there were soldiers here, they all came over to watch. Chen Chu and a few others could only retreat in a flustered hurry. After driving away a few people, Yi Shushue came up warmly again, but she frightened Su-hai into a quick run. Back home, Su-hai lay on the bed inside. I didn't expect Yi Shushue to harbor such a thought toward me. Just a couple of times I helped her because it was convenient. This woman actually covets my body. While we were eating, she kept moving toward me, and twice my arm nearly brushed against her chest. Su-hai was somewhat glad he had noticed it early. Yi Shushue is pretty, but her temper isn't very good. If I actually marry her and bring her home as my wife, I might not be able to keep her all by myself. Moreover, in the face of national peril, he has no mind to marry a wife. Su Hai sighed and lay flat. Opened the system panel. Since the last recycling task was completed, he hasn't opened the system panel again. He doesn't know yet what the next task will be. Ding! The satellite retrieval mission has been completed. The reward has been issued. Recycling reminder. Usage 1. 2. Portal to anywhere. Uses available 3. View it? Su Hai clicked the recycle prompt. Hint. Southern Chinese Seas, coordinates XXXX. 5 days later. An American reconnaissance aircraft will infringe upon China's airspace and will collide with a Chinese aircraft, resulting in a crash into the sea. Please proceed to the recycling area. Task completion reward, hint usage count +1. Failure penalty, armaments catalog progress reset to 0. Once obtained, the drawings will disappear. Seeing this prompt, Su Hai was momentarily stunned. In the Southern Sea area, a collision occurred and the aircraft crashed into the sea. Why does this feel so familiar? Su Hai recollected seriously in the previous life, it seemed there was also a mid-South China Sea aircraft collision incident. That incident happened in 2001 in the previous life, and the crashed aircraft was a Huaxia fighter jet. Su Hai clearly remembers that he studied the heroic deeds of the martyrs in the army, and this matter left a deep impression on him. The pilot who died at that time has never had his body found. After the crash, the American Department of State merely gave a few apologies with a rascal's shameless attitude and swept the matter under the rug. Could it be that this matter is just like in the previous life? Then why would the timing be nearly a year earlier? And why does the warning say that the American reconnaissance aircraft will crash? Su Hai thought of the rainbow drone drawings delivered today. 5 days later, the 8th Bureau hopes to have a test flight-ready prototype. At that time, he would personally pilot the drone to that coordinate to see what is happening. Chapter 58, just wanna buy 2 arresting cables? Thinking of this, Su Hai stood up and walked to the computer. He searches for a detailed map of Huaxia, marking the location with coordinates. This location is in the sea area near Jianfu province, a famous fishing ground rich in natural products. Fortunately, it's currently the closed fishing season, otherwise, it might end up harming fishermen by mistake. Su Hai fell into contemplation, wondering how he could persuade Huafeng to hand over the control to himself on the day of the Rainbow Drone's test flight. Ding dong! The computer played a mail notification sound. Su Hai opened it to find a translation document from Ada in the United States. The translated content was exactly the advice Su Hai had given her. Ida chose 3 articles from those textbooks to translate into Huaxia language. Su Hai quickly skimmed through, and where there were many technical terms, Ida even thoughtfully provided annotations. Su Hai downloaded the files and printed them out. Mei Mei slept for a night, and Su Hai, with the printed translations, arrived early at the Academy of Engineering. Wei Songshan and the academicians were discussing the problem of the arresting gear. We have had the aircraft carrier blueprints for a month now, and the basic structural work is basically completed. What Songshan said. Only those of us who work on the front lines know the difficulties involved. Speaking only about the material issue, many parts specialty steel is barely assembled with national effort. Now there is another problem in front of us, which is the carrier-based aircraft arresting gear. This thing may look inconspicuous, but it is the key to the survival of carrier-based aircraft, and must not be treated casually. If anyone has any ideas or suggestions, we can discuss them. Academician Zhang Wenlin, who is in charge of the materials, said. Dingwa, I still recommend an open bidding. Let's give it a try, perhaps there are domestic companies that can meet the standards. What Songshan listened, not quite satisfied. Let alone whether domestic technology can achieve it. Just talking about the bidding issue would waste several weeks in total. I had previously sworn a military decree to General Chang, vowing to complete this arduous task within 3 months. If we delay, wouldn't that make our Academy of Engineering look like we don't get things done? Another fellow scientist, Zhou Yong, said. Isn't there a time-saving way? Couldn't we just buy finished products from other countries? What Songsan still shook her head. Our project was supposed to be confidential all along. Going to buy others' things loudly, the goal is too big. And the gun fires at the bird that sticks its head out. No matter which company, they will not easily sell it to us. What should we do? What Sangsan also doesn't know what to do. The meeting fell into a deadlock for a moment. When Su Hai arrived at the Academy of Engineering, the gatekeeper immediately recognized him. Because of the matter of delivering teaching materials, What Songsan paid special attention and said that if Su Hai came again, he would be brought in directly to meet him. Su Hai was let in very smoothly by the gatekeeper, Mr. De Yi. I heard Guat Songshan was in a meeting, and Su Hai was waiting in the office. Soon Guat Songshan arrived, followed by 2 academicians behind him. Director Gua, the meeting is starting so soon? Su Hai greeted them. Gu Xingshan was very surprised. Su Hai, why are you here? He looked at the briefcase Su Hai was carrying, his face lighting up with a smile. What good thing are you bringing me this time? Su Hai handed Ada's translation to him. Last time you said you needed a translator, so I contacted someone and had a few articles translated just casually. See, I brought it to you as soon as I received it. Gu Songshan was overjoyed and took it to read carefully. Aida's translation is very accurate, and the explanations and annotations for some technical terms are very detailed. What Songshan was very satisfied after reading it. Not bad at all. Could we get her to come work at our Academy of Engineering? Su Hai's face was grave. Director Gua, I already told you last time about her identity. She is a citizen of the United States. What Songshan nodded. It's okay, I'll apply first and conduct a detailed background check on her. Zhou Yong heard this and couldn't help speak up. Director Gu, do you want to hire people from America to work as translators for the Academy of Engineering? If anyone can hire, why can't we go out to buy barriers? Guo Songshan glared at him. Shut up. Luckily, the person in front of me now is Su Hai, who is more trustworthy regarding this matter. Otherwise this Zhou Yong would be in violation of the confidentiality regulations. Zhou Yong realized only then that in a moment of impulse, he had actually spoken it aloud in front of Su Hai. Director Gua, do you need to block right now? From what you mean, you probably don't even have this, do you? Su Hai waves his hand. That isn't available right now. But I can help you get your hands on it. As soon as the words fell, Zhou Yong let out a chuckle. All the big talk is reaching the Academy of Engineering. Take a look at your own status. Do you have any right to speak on this? Zhang Wenlin nearby hurriedly stepped in to stop Zhou Yong. Zhou Yong, speak less. When the aircraft carrier blueprints were being moved, Zhang Wenlin went to the scene together. He clearly remembered that junkyard owner, the seemingly ordinary young man standing before him. Someone who can even obtain an aircraft carrier blueprint wouldn't boast so shamelessly over a mere obstacle line. Zhang Wenlin, what are you afraid he will do? Zhou Yong freed himself from Zhang Wenlin's grip. Su Hai ignored the two of them and looked at Guet Songshan. Director Gu, how many do you need? I'll manage to get them for you. Guet Songshan was momentarily incredulous as well. Can you really get this? Su Hai smiled. Have you forgotten what my main job is? As long as it's steel, I can get my hands on it. Guet Songshan recalls Su Hai's multiple scrapyards overseas. It seems like it might be worth a try. But there is one thing I need to make clear to you in advance. Our Academy of Engineering's budget, I'm afraid, isn't that large. Su Hai still thought it was some. This you don't need to worry about at all. I have a little money. That line, Xiao Su, you try first to see if you can buy it. Gu Songshan spoke while extending two fingers, signaling to buy two and give them a try first. 20 of them, right? Leave it to me. No, 2 will do. Guet Songshan spoke up quickly to clarify. 2 are enough. Let us just have 20. Su Hai spoke, turning away unrejectably. I'll go contact some people now to see if anyone is selling. Gu Songshan couldn't stop him at all. Zhou Yong was very incredulous. What is his real job? On what basis does he say that once bought, it can be bought? Zhang Wenlin replied, it seems like a scavenger, doesn't it? A scavenger? Zhou Yong absolutely would never have imagined that Su Hai's profession was this. A scavenger, how dare he say such big talk? Zhang Wenlin, don't tell me you'll believe him? If he really can buy back the blocking tether, I'll worship him as the king of trash, and shout long live the Lord 1,000 times whenever I see him. Zhang Wenlin looked at Zhou Yong with compassion. Okay, I'll wait to hear it. Chapter 59 easily resolved the crisis. After leaving the Academy of Engineering, Su Hai immediately contacted the heads of the scrap steel plants in various countries. Please recover the steel cables in the coming days. But just after finishing this task, Su Hai realized a problem. First, a tether rope is not considered weapons, and the system will not feed back. Second, he clearly remembered that in the original aircraft carrier blueprint, the detailed parameters of the arresting gear had already been provided. So why does the Academy of Engineering still try to find ways to buy someone else's anti-blocking cords? There is only one reason: domestic technology cannot meet the requirements, and they cannot produce steel cables that meet the standards. Of course, that's what Guet Songshan and the others think. For Su Hai, with memories from his past life, he can easily resolve this crisis. Because in the previous life, Hua Xiao was also tripped up by this very problem. There was a nationwide bidding process that wasted several months, and in the end it was found that the blocking tether of the United States had actually been outsourced to China to do it. Thinking of this, Su Hai immediately started calling all the steel mill owners he knew. After a round of bargaining, I finally got through to the phone number of Zhao Shangyang, the president of Dali Steel Group, who in the previous life produced this kind of steel cable. After Su Hai connected the call, the first thing he said was, Director Zhao, there is a chance to get rich. Are you in X City right now? I want to meet and talk with you in person. Zhao Shangyang's Dali Steel Group is facing a development bottleneck. That is overcapacity, with steel unable to be sold, and thousands of tons of steel rope stacked in the warehouse. Hearing Su Hai say he would take him to get rich, Zhao Shangyang gave a light laugh. He really is somewhat interested in the person on the phone. Brother, if you can get my contact information, you're pretty capable. But I don't need a chance to get rich, I just want to tidy up my storeroom. Upon hearing this, Su-hai knew what Zhao Shangyang's storeroom was piled with. In the previous life, the aircraft carrier's arresting wire had strangled the neck for more than half a year, and only after the bidding did they discover hundreds of steel cables in the Dolly Group's warehouse that met the requirements. The opportunity for getting rich I'm talking about is this. Su-hai excitedly told Zhao Shangyang the parameters of the blockade rope. Zhao Shangyang listened and happily slapped his thigh. I happen to have this parameter in stock and in a lot of it. I want to buy 20 of these steel cables in my first batch. Even Zhao Shangyang, who has seen the world, was startled by Su-hai's audacity. 20 lines. Do you know how many tons a single one weighs? What are you in, to talk with such arrogance? Aren't you afraid you'll bite off more than you can chew? Not afraid. Su-hai said, I can swallow even more. Director Zhao, to tell you the truth, I am here on behalf of the military to procure. For specifics, a face-to-face meeting is still necessary. When Zhao Shangyang heard it was the military, he was extremely excited. He himself is from a military background, and after retirement he began to work in the steel industry, also in response to the national call. Now that he can both solve his own difficulties and help the military, why wouldn't he do it? Okay, this is best. Little brother, where are you right now? I'll send a car to pick you up immediately. I've just left the engineering institute, and I'm right at the door. Zhao Shangyang, upon hearing this, became even more convinced by Su-hai's words. He immediately sent his own driver to pick up Su-hai. In less than half an hour, Su-hai arrived downstairs at the comprehensive office building of the Dolly Steel Group. Chen Shua received an order from Chairman Zhao and personally went downstairs to welcome a VIP. After standing for half an hour, I finally saw the car drive in. He turned around immediately and ordered the line of etiquette ladies to stand at attention. Director Zhao said this concerns the life and death of our great power group, a big figure indeed. We must treat him well. In a moment, when I give the order, you all bow together to welcome. The hostesses bowed and called it etiquette. Chen Shua turned around and saw Su-hai standing in front of him. Su-hai? What are you doing here? Is this a place you can come to? Su-hai also didn't expect to meet Chen Shua here. But he has important business to attend to today and doesn't want to say much more to Chen Shua. He ignored Chen Shua altogether and walked straight inside. Chen Shu he blocked him. Su-hai, you'd better get lost quickly today, we're hosting a very important person. If you stinky scavenger, collide with a big shot, Chen Shua, will absolutely make sure you don't walk away with your head held high. Su-hai was forced to stop in his tracks. I don't care about any big shot, I've already arranged a meeting with Zhao Shangyang. Fart. Chen Shua cursed loudly. You, a trash collector, how dare you know our director Zhao? I warn you, Su-hai, while I haven't taken action yet, you'd better stop while you can and get lost at once. Otherwise I'm afraid you'll dirty the eyes of the great man if he sees you. If you don't believe me, you can ask your chairman Zhao. Su-hai pulled out his phone, or I can also give him a call. Chen Shua kept pestering Su-hai and stepped forward to snatch his phone. As they were contending, he saw that Chairman Zhao's car had already turned around. Left with it. It's finished, it's finished, it's finished. Chen Shua shouted. It's all your fault. Su-hai. It's because you kept rambling here that the important people saw it. How can I explain to Director Zhao after he leaves? Su-hai followed his gaze to the car that drove away. Wasn't he a Zhao Shangyang who came to pick up his own car? So the big shot Chen Shu mentioned in his mouth turned out to be himself? Chen Shua was at this moment pointing at Su-hai and cursing loudly. Security. Where is the security guard? Grab Su-hai, this useless trash, quickly. It's all because of him. A full-on whiff of poverty and nothing good about him. He disgusted the important person who was about to come today. Su-hai unobtrusively sent Zhao Shangyang a text message. Director Zhao, I am downstairs, and your employee doesn't seem to welcome me. Zhao Shangyang had long seen the car drive and he personally brewed tea in the office and waited for Su-hai to come up. Waited and waited, no one appeared, only one message like this arrived. He suddenly became furious, and personally went downstairs to the door to welcome Su-hai. From afar, Chen Shu and others were shouting. Security, hurry and throw this poor beggar Su-hai out. Hearing the name Su-hai, Zhao Shangyang quickened his steps. Wait a moment. Stop. Chen Shua, seeing Zhao Shangyang go downstairs himself, immediately stepped forward to complain. Director Zhao. It's all my fault for not stopping that scavenger from leaving with the dignitaries. Zhao Shangyang glared at Su-hai, who was being pointed at with a steel fork by a security guard, and reflexively slapped Chen Shu and another person on the ear. Open your stupid eyes and take a good look. The person you're stopping is my distinguished guest. Since retiring from the army, Zhao Shangyang has also trained regularly, and his grip is quite strong. This slap made Chen Shu's eyes swim with gold stars. He looked at Su-hai. Gentleman guest? How is that possible? Su-hai is clearly just a scrap dealer. Director Zhao, are you sure you're not making a mistake? Su-hai's clothes were a bit disheveled from the pushing and shoving. Zhao Shangyang personally stepped forward to help him tidy up. Chen Shu's head buzzed, and it was incredibly hard to believe. Zhao Shangyang pointed at Chen Shua. You are dismissed immediately. Even ordinary guests should be treated with courtesy. Moreover, what more can you say about an esteemed guest like me who already explained it long ago? Chen Shua, pack your things and get the hell out of the Dallo group. This time, even if your father himself begs, it won't do. Chapter 60, the beginning of a thorough industrial survey. Su Hai followed Zhao Shangyang back to the office. After their exchange, they settled at a price of 500,000 for each unit. Su Hai impulsively placed an order on the spot and immediately wanted to write a check to Zhao Shangyang. I didn't expect to be stopped by Zhao Shangyang. Don't worry, brother Su Hai. My warehouse isn't far away either. I'll take you to the scene to see the goods. After you've seen it, it's not too late to pay. The reason Zhao Shangyang did this is actually very simple. This order is not a small amount. If Zhao Shangyang envied money and took the job, but the delivered goods ultimately did not meet Su Hai's requirements, wouldn't he that be slapping his own face? Therefore Zhao Shangyang decided to take Su Hai to the factory and warehouse to take a look. If the stock meets the standard and the business can be done, then of course that would be best. If it doesn't meet the standard, bring Su Hai to look at the production line, and we can discuss the next steps in the business. Su Hai thought for a moment and understood Zhao Shangyang's intention. This request is completely impossible to refuse. The two went downstairs, while Chen Shua was still crying downstairs. Director Zhao, I beg you, I was really wrong. Please don't fire me. Zhao Shangyang had no intention of paying attention to him at all. Su Hai followed Zhao Shangyang onto the car, directly turning a blind eye. Arriving at the steelworks area, Zhao Shangyang led Su Hai to tour the entire production line. Su Hai boasted from head to tail. Director Zhao, the management of your company is truly among the best. No wonder you can produce wire rope with such stringent parameter requirements. Su Hai is deeply impressed. Zhao Shangyang adopts a military-style approach to managing the entire group. But while being strict, he also provides a warmth like that of a family to the employees and their families. This ensures that the technicians here devote themselves wholeheartedly to research and development. The steelmaking level is vastly higher than that of peers. After touring the production line, Zhao Shangyang accompanied Su Hai to the warehouse. Hundreds of silver-gray steel cables that meet aircraft carrier arresting gear standards are neatly arranged in the warehouse. Su Hai inspected the real object and confirmed that this was the arresting cable that had been procured by the country in the previous life. How about it, brother Su Hai? Does it meet the requirements? Su Hai thought for a moment. Mr. Zhao, rest assured. Your product absolutely meets our requirements. You've really solved our urgent problem. Zhao Shangyang was overwhelmed with delight. Is that so? I'm also a veteran. If I can be of help, that would be wonderful. Director Zhao has been retired for so many years, yet he still cares about military weapons. He is truly the pride of our Chinese soldiers. Zhao Shangyang was overjoyed. You're too kind, you're too kind. By the way, Su Hai, I'll get you a detailed quality inspection report. You should double-check again and make sure there are no issues. Su Hai initially intended to refuse, but he agreed in the end. Take a portion. This would make it convenient to show what Songshan after I pull it back to the Academy of Engineering. The two of them quickly signed the contract. Zhao Shangyang paid great attention to this matter and specially dispatched his own transportation fleet to urgently provide dedicated transport services for Su Hai. A string of special trucks pulled by steel cables, and Su Hai followed the convoy back to the Institute of Engineering. What Songshan was also quite astonished when she heard that Su Hai had returned with a truck convoy. He hurried to the door of the Academy of Engineering to greet him. Director Gu. Su Hai ran over and lowered his voice. I've bought you 20 tow ropes. As he spoke, he handed Gu Songshan a thick stack of inspection reports. This is a detailed quality inspection report. All parameters meet the drawing's requirements. Take a look first, and tell me later where these 20 rods will be unloaded, so I can take the workers to eat. Su Hai spoke nonchalantly, but Gu Songshan was astonished beyond measure. Only 3 short hours have passed since Su Hai left, and Su Hai has returned with the goods. Even if we start manufacturing now with the parameters, these 20 rods will take at least a week's worth of work. Even buying ready-made goods from other countries would take about a week from negotiation to delivery, right? Su Hai, you brought it back in 3 hours? Gu Songshan took the report and carefully flipped through it page by page. Su Hai, you really think you're a god? Zhou Yang. You should have left the Academy of Engineering within at most 3 hours. From 3 hours to bring back 20 mooring lines? What kind of international joke is this? Unless you can conjure them out of thin air. Su Hai pointed to the convoy behind. Whether it's true or not, it's all loaded on the truck. Academician Zhou, why don't you take the trouble to go and have a look yourself? Zhou Yong naturally refused to accept it and immediately wanted to go over to see what was actually being hauled on the truck. Su Hai, you'd better not let me see a cartload of scrap metal. Zhou Yong, wait a moment. Wei Songsan urgently spoke up. What's wrong, Director Gua? Is there a problem with Su Hai's quality inspection report? Hua Songsan pointed at the numbers on the report and said. Jo-young, take a look at these data. Am I wrong to misread because of old eyes? How could you be wrong? It's these data that are incorrect. Jo-young said, leaning in. No, that's not right. How can this data be exactly the same as our tether parameters? Jo-young shifted his gaze to the quality inspection date below. Was it 6 months ago or earlier? How is that possible? How is that possible? Su-hai said. After visiting the production line of Dolly Group, I think there is no other company in the world that can produce steel wire of this quality. And I also heard that this kind of wire was originally exported to America. The parameters were given by the other party. Hearing this, Wat Songshan was stunned. This kind of steel cable with such parameters is even thicker than a person's waist in diameter. You could say that for this planet, there is only one use case for aircraft carriers. The United States provides the specifications for Dolly Group to manufacture? What is the intention behind this? Very worth examining. Seeing Wat Songshan's expression, Su-hai knew that his words had gotten through. What a coincidence, that was also something he had just thought of. The Dalio Steel Group was, in the previous life, exactly at the beginning of a major survey of private Chinese industry. How about it, Director Gua? I didn't lie to you, right? Wat Songshan regains her thoughts and keeps shaking Su-hai's hand up and down. Su-hai, you really are the lucky star of our Academy of Engineering. You can't fault it at all. Su-hai did not deny it. Then, where do you think it should be unloaded? Wei Sung-san thought for a moment. The best unloading location, of course, was the shipyard where the aircraft carrier was being built. But we also need to set aside a few for the Air Force Base to conduct simulated landing training. Well then, Su-hai, due to secrecy regulations I can't tell you too much. You have the workers wait a moment, hand the matters over to our Institute of Engineering colleagues. Okay. Su-hai understands the level of secrecy of the aircraft carrier project. What should not be asked, not be said, and not be looked at is automatically blocked by him. Wei Sung-san quickly found a person in charge to coordinate this matter with Su-hai. It was Zhang Wenlin. Chapter 61, Su-hai pilots the test flight himself. Su-hai submitted the contract and other documents, and also left his own contact information. His task was thus completed. After Su-hai left, Wat Sung-san arranged for Jo-young to assist Zhang Wenlin in handling a number of matters. Jo-young, how should you refer to Su-hai in the future? Jo-young still felt that today's events were simply too surreal and unbelievable. His mind was completely muddled, and only after a long while did he recall that he had said he would. Zhang Wenlin patted Jo-young on the shoulder. Let me tell you a secret, our aircraft carrier blueprints were moved from his house. I understand now, this is truly my grandpa. I, Jo-youngshin, am willing to be his grandson. Zhang Wenlin smiled with relief. Su-hai, who had resolved that matter on the other side, saw that it was not yet too late in the day and began to consider another private matter. That is to buy a house. He originally didn't want to spend this money. Although he has a balance of hundreds of billions in the system, his first use for this money is imagined as military expenditure for the country. In 2000, the national military expenditure was only 1.2 trillion, compared to America's 3 trillion American dollars, accounting for less than 1/10. His balance, even if used to manufacture guns and cannons for the country, would not be enough, so how could he spend it recklessly? It's not that Su-hai has such high enlightenment or such great character. It is the memory of witnessing comrades die in front of my eyes in a previous life, watching the homeland fall, and my own hard-fought battle still unable to escape death. It hurts so much. He absolutely does not want to relive it. So every penny should be spent where it counts the most. And now there is a reason to buy a house as well. Firstly, Dongxia stole his donation receipt, and then his sleep was blocked at the scrapyard for 2 consecutive nights. That is also Xia Zixiang's office location. Su-hai felt awkward from that morning onward. So it is very necessary for him to buy a house to maintain his ordinary daily life. And the place he wants to buy is also a good place. A dilapidated villa. Old, worn, and dilapidated, with a location it can't be sold at all. The entire villa complex is basically abandoned, with only a few residents. It can be said to meet Su-hai's every requirement. It is both shabby and quiet. He had been watching for a while, and today his mood was just right to seal the deal. Su-hai visited the homeowner, and sure enough the price was very low. The other party also generously gave the furniture in the house. Ding! A reclaimed shabby villa. 10-fold cashback has been obtained. Amount, 1 million yuan. Su-hai got the key and checked the house. The utilities basically work, but the water pipes are rusty and need to be replaced. There are some leaks in the roof and the walls are peeling. Most of the furniture is in good condition, only a small portion needs to be replaced. There aren't many places that require spending money. Originally, he could have done these tasks himself, but he suddenly thought of something. He knew how to persuade Huafeng to let him be the first to pilot the drone. Anyway, the house can't be lived in yet, so he might as well outsource it. As for himself, he got into his own small truck and headed straight to the 8th Bureau. 8th Bureau, Huafeng office. Upon hearing Su-hai's intention, Huafeng's first reaction was astonishment. Su-hai, can you really train UAV operators? Su-hai was full of confidence. Of course, Bureau Hua, you still don't trust me? He is a soldier of 2060. Controlling drones is just as easy as flipping a switch. Huafeng doesn't not believe he just didn't react at the moment. Hearing Su-hai say so, Huafeng was naturally overjoyed. After they obtained the blueprints, they had already built a flight system according to them. In other words, they had produced a hollow drone, with other functional parts not yet installed in time. This hollow shell, due to lack of experience in the hands of engineers at the 8th Bureau, feels more like a toy for children when it flies. It happened to be ready for Su-hai to test flight. If there are any problems, it's also good to rectify them promptly. It's dinner time now, and many people are free. I heard someone wants to test fly a drone, so everyone rushed over to watch. Who is this person? How could Huajie let him test fly the prototype? Yes, I wanted to test it before, but Old Chen scolded me for it. I don't recognize him. I just heard the security guard say he came in a small junk collecting truck. Are you a rag and bone scavenger? No way. A rag and bone scavenger could have the ability to control a drone? I think he is not up to it. We've all watched closely, and if he crashes the drone, we'll have to rush to rescue it. Everyone chattered and buzzed. Huafeng and Chen Jing stand on the second floor, issuing orders to Su-hai. Su-hai, we can take off. Su-hai places the prototype on the runway, steering the joystick. After accelerating about 100 meters on the runway, the drone successfully took off. Really took off. Stop just watching for fun, focus properly. I hope nothing goes wrong. This is the first prototype after all. I don't know what is going on with the Bureau. I think this person is not trustworthy at all. Wait a moment, he seems to be flying quite steadily. Su-hai maneuvered it to climb higher, and after the altitude difference was roughly achieved, he continued with a straight flight for a segment. Although only a hollow shell, it still flies fairly steadily. Compared to the unmanned drone he manipulated in his previous life, the difference is simply too great. Therefore I had only just slightly adapted for a moment. Then, Su-hai operated it to perform a few flight maneuvers. It's done, what is this flight attitude? There is a hill ahead, and this aircraft hasn't installed a navigation system yet. If it lands on the hill, we're probably going to have to search all night. But before these words could be finished, Su-hai had it assume its pose again. What is he doing? It seems like it's not a mistake, but an action being taken? No, it's not just like that. This move is almost on par with a pilot. Is he showing off his skills here? A single sentence awoke the dreamer. The crowd watching Su-hai's test flight suddenly realized that their worries were completely unfounded. This prototype in Su-hai's hands seems to have come to life. Su-hai gave it a simple try and then placed the prototype back in its original spot. Huafeng and Chen Jing hurried over. How is it? Are there any problems with taking off? Su-hai shook his head, but his expression was grave. This really startled Huafeng in him. If you have a problem, say it. There's still time to fix this now. Huafeng is anxious, and Su-hai's expression doesn't look like there is no problem. It really isn't a problem. Su-hai realized his complexion was not looking good, so he quickly adjusted his expression and smiled at Huafeng. You've done well following the drawings. Look forward to your finished product. Huafeng finally felt relieved and spoke to Chen Jing. Old Chen, don't worry, the blueprint designer says there's no problem. Chen Jing is relieved at last. But those who heard Huafeng say this were not calm. The person driving the scrap collecting cart is actually the blueprint designer? Huafeng arranged meals and shelter for Su-hai for the next few days. Before the drone is completed, Su-hai must serve as the performance tester. Train operators on the side as well. Su-hai paid no attention and sank into his own thoughts. Because the system suddenly pushed a message to him. Chapter 62, An Unexpected Crisis. Ding! Detected that the host is in mortal danger. Arbitrary door has been forcibly activated. Ding! American micro-missile Long Spike No. 1 has been recovered. Tenfold cashback obtained. Unlocked drawings of the QN-202 micro-missile system. Loading complete, print now? Su-hai received this message and immediately opened the system panel to check the launch position of any door. It is clearly the runway where the drone had just attempted flight. Huafeng is still arranging Su-hai's accommodation. Xiaosu, then I'll arrange for someone to take you to the dormitory to have a look? But Su-hai paid no heed and turned around to run. Hey, Su-hai? Huafeng looked at Chen Jing. Why is he running onto the runway? Chen Jing was also puzzled. Could there have been a problem with the test flight just now? Old Hua, keep a low profile, let's follow and take a look first. Huafeng also thought that perhaps Su-hai had found a problem but didn't want to say it. He told the others to go back and continue their work, then followed over. Su-hai walked to the spot and saw a white micromissile lying on the ground. Approximately a little over half a meter in length, cylindrical in shape. By now it was already late, and it lay on the vast runway, not particularly conspicuous. But what's terrifying is that it is less than 20 meters away from the drone that was just test flown. Su-hai felt a chill break out all over his body, and a guess immediately formed in his mind. If the weapons being recycled are from America, that means American planes have just flown over the sky above the 8th Division. And none of the radar or the control towers at the 8th Bureau detected the other party at all. Even more, after observing the drone's test flight, the other side silently aimed and fired a micro-missile at it. If Suhai hadn't been present, and if there were a bug-like function such as a trans-dimensional door, this drone prototype would have already been blown to pieces. Even the 8th Bureau would have faced considerable casualties. Mother-er. Suhai grit his teeth and cursed. This is so arrogant. At this moment, Chen Jing had already walked behind Suhai. What is the matter, Xiao Su? Is there something wrong with the drone? Suhai quickly restrained his emotions, stepped aside, and showed Chen Jing what was on the ground. Chen Jing grew old, and at night his eyesight began to blur a bit. He took a few steps forward and finally made out what was on the ground. What is this thing? How could it appear on the runway of the 8th Bureau? Suhai said nothing, bending down to pick it up. There is a number on this. What does the CD001 mean? Suhai pretended to be unaware. Chen Jing was immediately aware and felt his hands and feet grow cold. This is the numbering method of American missiles. What's the matter, Chen Lei-oi? Huafeng walked over. Seeing what Suhai was holding, he was also quite surprised. Suhai, what is this that you're holding? Chen Jing grabbed Huafeng by the arm. Although it is small in size, it is very likely a missile. Hurry! Contact the bomb squad. Huafeng acted quickly, not only contacting the bomb disposal personnel but also the Arms Bureau. This sudden incident was immediately reported to the central government. The Arms Bureau experts dismantled the missile overnight and drew up detailed blueprints. In the end, it was concluded that this missile functioned normally in all aspects. For some reason, it fell to the ground and misfired, and surprisingly did not explode. The central authorities conducted a thorough nationwide probe of the radar systems, and not a single one detected the American aircraft that dropped the payload last night. Early the next morning, at the Foreign Ministry press conference, a Chinese spokesperson publicly announced the matter. Last night, American aircrafts entered our Huaxia airspace through illegal routes without application or authorization, and openly launched missiles within my Huaxia territory. This action seriously violates international law and the basic norms of international relations. This matter seriously endangers Huaxia's national security and territorial integrity. We firmly oppose this and strongly condemn it. Please the United States immediately stop such illegal and provocative acts and provide a reasonable explanation. Otherwise we will take all necessary measures to resolutely safeguard national sovereignty, security, and development interests. And released photos of the missile to the whole world. And the detailed data and parameters obtained after the technicians analyzed it. We are almost ready to directly publish the drawings for this model of micro-missile. Originally, the United States did not want to respond to this matter. Their aircraft safely flew over Huaxia's airspace, which shows that the entire Huaxia radar system and airborne warning system are effectively useless. The Chinese people have no idea that they once came here. After discovering the prototype aircraft being tested by Huaxia, they did not hesitate to launch a micro-missile toward that base. After it was issued, there was no air raid siren heard, nor was it intercepted by the anti-ballistic missile system. This is enough to prove that Huaxia's air interception capability is zero. And even after the missile exploded, even if remnants or fragments were found, there would be no proof that this missile belonged to the American Republic. Therefore, such a country is not worth wasting words with. There is no need to respond at all. Anyway, they are so weak that besides condemning with their mouths, they can't do anything else. But they did not realize that this micro-missile was actually a dud. Even to be dismantled by Huaxia people, and even to the whole world all the parameters and all the detailed data. Common Chinese people, how dare they dare to oppose America with the United States directly? Soon, the United States Department of State responded to this matter. Our pilots were only flying our new stealth fighter jet, accidentally getting lost and accidentally passing through. This new stealth fighter is still in testing. Maybe the weapon rack is not fixed securely. Who knows, the missile might fall down? Huaxia unilaterally disclosed our weapon secrets, severely affecting the national security of America. Huaxia must pay our country a huge compensation, including missile development costs. This matter has sparked worldwide heated discussion. De Xiongui, an America aircraft illegally entered our airspace. Wasn't it intercepted? Hangui, too ridiculous. Do you think Huaxia's military strength is like ours in Dahangua? Even if you intercept, you probably wouldn't be able to detect it. Sakura Kingdom, Baka. You're mistaken. That is America's new stealth fighter jet. How could it be detected by radar? United States, losers. Do you see the Empire's lighthouse? It's best to quickly bow your heads in submission and hand over the oil and the beauties, and you won't be killed. White elephant's country, America is too powerful. They only surpass us pale elephant nation by a little. Our weak China is not worthy of being our enemy. Huaxia, so shameless. How can there be such a shameless country in the world? Even heaven can't stand this anymore. Tianyu, Huaxia has turned this missile into a dead shell. Disassembly is already completed. We will take this technology for ourselves. How could we compensate you? Go dream your spring and autumn fantasy elsewhere. We countries have no diplomacy after all these years, this saying can still be applied to us. It's terrifying. Last night I saw it and thought it was a falling star. If this missile had exploded successfully, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 63, QN-202 Micro-Missile System. Su-hai doesn't have time to pay attention to the news for now. He found Zhang Lifeng, who was about to return to the Armaments Bureau, and produce the drawings of the QN-202 Micro-Missile System. Zhang Lifeng was startled at first, but he quickly felt it was only natural. After finding the missile last time, Su-hai quickly came up with a new missile design. He opened the drawings Su-hai had provided, and this time it was somewhat subversive to his understanding. The missile is full scale at 52 centimeters in length, per centimeters in diameter, and weighs 1.2 kilograms. So compact? To know that the American one they dismantled is 63 long, 6 centimeters in caliber, and weighs 2.7 kilograms. Su-hai's figure has suddenly shrunk by a large margin. Yes. Su-hai quickly introduced the detailed content to Zhang Lifeng. Compact design is for handheld use. Look here. Su-hai pointed at the drawings, letting Zhang Lifeng look while he explained. A launcher roughly the size of a rifle with one micro-missile installed inside. A person can carry 6 at a time. Thus, individual guided operation can be achieved. Maximum range is 2 kilometers. Zhang Lifeng was greatly shocked. This greatly extended the infantry's lethal reach. Each individual soldier can carry 6 at a time, easily handling anti-light armor, cluster personnel killing, and long-range strikes on fixed fire points. It can be applied to local low-intensity wars, anti-terrorist bomb disposal, and complex mountain areas in urban guerrilla warfare, and it is also the key to victory. Su-hai, you really are a genius. Su-hai shook his head. Don't rush to say that yet, Director Zhang. I need you to build it within 3 days. Zhang Lifeng was puzzled. What's the hurry for? Su-hai hurriedly explained. This QN-202 can be used by an individual soldier, and it can also achieve multi-platform launches. For example, mounted on a small unmanned aircraft, its firepower is more flexible and versatile, making attacks hard to defend against. Hearing this, Zhang Lifeng finally understood Su-hai's intent. This time, he came to the 8th Bureau and learned that the 8th Bureau is conducting the development of unmanned aerial vehicles with integrated reconnaissance and strike capabilities. Su-hai means developing this nearly unstoppable mini-missile, mounted on drones. This is a very novel combination. Director Zhang, at most 3 days after 3 days, the drone will be ready for testing. Zhang Lifeng agreed to come down. Su-hai has helped the Military Equipment Bureau so much finally he begs for help for himself once, and of course this favor will be granted. Moreover, this blueprint is so detailed that it wouldn't be too difficult to manufacture. After sending Zhang Lifeng away, Su-hai exhaled a foul breath. The moment I saw this missile yesterday, I realized a very serious problem. His rebirth can indeed use the experience and memories from his previous life to help the motherland avoid certain dangers. But at the same time it disturbed the original rhythm of historical development. Therefore the unseen dangers will become more numerous. Just like last night, he was glad he had made the decision to come to the 8th inning. If he hadn't come here, the 8th Bureau might already be in ruins now. And this unknown danger will only increase. The system's recycling prompt will only highlight opportunities that may arise. Dangerous things are absolutely not something Su-hai should do. Even something like underwater salvage has provided a dimension door-like auxiliary function that disregards environmental factors. Only when Su-hai truly faces life-threatening danger will the system forcibly activate the arbitrary door function to ensure Su-hai's life safety. Su-hai has already checked it since last night. His portal of anywhere usage has decreased from 3 times to 2. This proves that the system will only issue a danger warning when it detects that Su-hai is facing death. This also means that Su-hai's unknown danger cannot be foreseen by the system. So Su-hai cannot predict everything. Danger will still arrive at random times and random places, just like last night. Not only targeting Su-hai, but the entire Huaxia. This beloved homeland. Su-hai recalls the blueprints he handed over. So far, the military arms catalog recycling progress stands at 25. Only firearms and rocket launchers have been developed into finished products. Aircraft carriers, nuclear submarines, missiles, satellites, and unmanned aerial vehicles are all in the midst of intense development, but progress is still slow. Too slow. Su-hai's heart was surrounded by this burning anxiety. Apart from himself, he couldn't tell anyone else. The only thing to place hope in was the system. He opened the system panel, and suddenly a message popped up. Ding! Arms Catalog Recycling Progress 25-100 reached a quarter. Reward Assisted Recycling Function. 1. Recycling Reminder. Available uses 0. 2. Any door. Available uses 2. 3. Restoring old to new experience only. Available uses 1. Are you going to view it? Su-hai stared at the words experience only, pondered for a moment, and opened to take a look. Note, this feature can be experienced only once during the recovery process of the ARMS Illustrated. Please be sure to think carefully before making a cautious choice of the person to use it with. Restoring old to new feature introduction only supports repairing recycled scraps to look like new. These 3 items are quite straightforward at a glance. But upon serious consideration, there seems to be some subtext within them. First rule, at this time you can experience it only once, which means that after completing the ARMS blueprint reclamation task, at LV3 you will be able to use this function. It is very likely to be distributed according to the task completion progress, just like the current any door feature. Second rule, this emphasis on careful use indicates that if you use it wrongly, you will regret it greatly. Third rule introduces it, and unlike the any door description, it's not as detailed, but it is still easy to understand that it only supports recycling junk. As for repairing like new, it should be a one-click repair. Suhai fell back into contemplation. What he wants to fix with one click the most right now. That wrecked aircraft carrier is already completely obsolete, repairing it would be a waste, and it's not easy to tow it back home. That ballistic missile submarine is still in 6,000 meters of deep sea even though there's a door to anywhere. How could Suhai, all alone, move such a huge submarine back by himself? Not good either. Satellites? Scrapped and outdated, of little value like that aircraft carrier. Missile? After disassembly, the technology is in hand, it can be repaired manually, and there is no point. What else is there? Suhai focused his idea on the recovery prompt. Hwasha Southern Sea Area, coordinates XXXX. An American reconnaissance aircraft will infringe upon Hwasha airspace and encounter a mid-air collision, leading to a crash into the sea. The United States' new stealth fighter? Last night it already demonstrated its strength, the entire Hwasha radar could not detect it. This should be the strongest fighter of this era. And 3 days later it will crash and be destroyed. Chapter 64, 3 Prototypes. Take off. In 3 days, Suhai focused all his attention on the development of the drone and on training the operators. He did not involve himself in any other matters. With the entire 8th Bureau pulling together, working overtime and burning the midnight oil for several long nights, the 3 Rainbow Series drone prototypes were finally completed on schedule. Hwafong organized a simple unveiling ceremony and invited everyone from the 8th Bureau to attend. All 3 prototypes were covered with red silk and parked on the runway. The sunshine was just right, shining on it, reddening the faces of everyone in the 8th round. So great. I've been so busy these days that my head hurts from exhaustion, and seeing this finished product fills me with a sense of pride and honor that comes from the heart. A researcher, with dark circles under his eyes, lamented. The other person is not so optimistic. I just don't know whether this drone will work or not. I'm really afraid of the test flight later. Stuff rushed out in 5 days, the drawings haven't even undergone rigorous verification, epsilon equals omicron psi. What's wrong with you? Even if you lack confidence in yourself, you should have a bit of faith in old Chen's choice. Since old Chen said these drawings are acceptable, what if we give it a try? Even if it's wrong and problems arise, Suhai is the one who provided the research funding. Our 8th Bureau 1T suffer losses. Couldn't we just treat it as free practice? If you say it like that, there is some truth to it. Huafeng adjusts the microphone and proudly announces that the unveiling ceremony has begun. Suhai and Chen Jing stepped forward together, and with Huafeng, they lifted the red silk. The red silk slides off the fuselage, uncovering the sleek silver-white airframe beneath. The fuselage is painted with a rainbow pattern and the numbers 4, 5, and 7. 3 airplanes have similar shapes, but there are differences. Because it is not large in size and lacks a cockpit, it looks extremely sci-fi. Shining in the sunlight. The researcher who had just raised the inquiry was momentarily stunned by this flashy appearance. Wow! So damn handsome. When developing it, we only cared whether each part could operate normally. Looking at it from afar like this, it's really a case of judging a book by its cover. These 3 prototypes happen to form a small bombing squad. The upcoming test flight is exactly something to look forward to. Dear colleagues, I was going to say just now, no matter how the drone performs, as long as it can pass today's test flight and target bombing, it will prove that our Hwasya has mastered the technology of integrated reconnaissance and strike drones. Look around the world, even the United States military drones can't possibly achieve that, right? If others knew, wouldn't they be envious to death? Your angle is indeed unique, but you can't be blindly confident. America simply hasn't disclosed its drones publicly. What if their technology is already more advanced than ours, and they've just hidden their strategy? This issue, once mentioned, immediately makes many people ponder. Yeah, who can prove that their technology is even more advanced than that of Amaligua America? For them, the technology of the United States of America has always been the most advanced in the world. It's only in looking up that there is no moment of being surpassed. He didn't know what they were talking about. After the unveiling comes the test flight. Suhai had already obtained the Rainbow 7 operating system at the first possible moment. The 2 operators trained by him, Li Wen and Wu Mu, also obtained the operating systems for the Rainbow 4 and Rainbow 5. Just 5 minutes before the test flight was about to begin, Suhai received a call from Du Dupeng. Suhai, good news. The BD satellite has entered orbit and passed the first round of basic tests perfectly. Suhai immediately handed the phone to Huan Feng. The two directors, after a brief discussion, unanimously decided to immediately connect the Rainbow series drones to the BD satellite for joint testing. Suhai led Li Wen and Wu Mu to open the Rainbow drone's navigation system. The images from the 3 Rainbow drones are all connected to a large screen, showing in real time everything the drones capture. Suhai is holding a simple debugging session for the operating system. Rainbow 7, first test flight, all systems ready. Please advise. Li Wen and Wu Mu also reported. Rainbow 4 is ready, please give instructions. Rainbow 5 is ready. Please give instructions. The tower issued an instruction. Weather conditions are favorable for takeoff. Suhai manipulated Rainbow 7 onto the runway, with Rainbow 4 and Rainbow 5 close behind. During the plane's acceleration, someone anxiously asks a question. Suhai's operation is not bad, but are these two guys capable? They have only been trained for 3 days. Didn't Suhai say that even someone with only a college diploma could learn this operation in just 7 days? Li Wen and Wu Mu are at least researchers from our 8th Bureau studying this should be well within their capabilities. They stared intently at the large screen. Rainbow 7, as the main unit, occupies half of the field of view, while Rainbow 4 and Rainbow 5, as wingmen, each occupy the other half divided in 2. Only 3 screens on the display were already showing the sky. 3 aircraft smoothly ascended into the sky, arranged in a triangular formation. Suhai led the way, with Li Wen and Wu Mu on either side behind him. After climbing to an altitude of 7,000 meters, the 3 drones entered the cruise phase and headed for the first planned strike point. 7,000 meters is already the Rainbow 4's maximum ceiling, and the first strike point is precisely to test the Rainbow 4's strike capability. With Suhai's command, 3 drones quietly changed their formation. The Rainbow 4, controlled by Li Wen, led the formation, with the other 2 as wingmen, approaching the first strike point. Suhai saw that Li Wen's face was grave and softly comforted him. Relax, don't be nervous, believe in our effort. Li Wen held his breath in nervous anticipation, aimed at the strike point, and confirmed the BD satellite global navigation connection once more. BD satellite assisted aiming function is active, target locked, request to fire. Huafeng immediately issued an order. Open fire. Li Wen confirmed again and, with great caution, pressed the attack key, ejecting all live ammunition from the 4 weapon pylons of the Rainbow 4. The large screen cuts Rainbow 4's image to the main viewpoint, and everyone is waiting to see whether the 4 live rounds will hit the target. Soon, 4 projectiles lined up in a straight line, accurately hitting the first strike point. The dust raised by the explosion soared high. They were blown away by the wind just as quickly. The technicians responsible for surveying the strike points quickly sent back messages. Report, Rainbow 4, for live rounds, attack successful. The 4 impact points are basically the same, with an error of less than 6 meters. This news instantly blew up the researchers in front of the big screen. Success! It actually worked! Researchers hugged each other and cheered. Targets hit precisely at 7,000 meters altitude. All 4 live rounds hit the target. Error less than 6 meters. What concept is this? This proves that BD satellite positioning and drone bombing lock-on perfectly combine. The facts are right before my eyes, yet I still find it hard to believe. The prototype we rushed to complete in 5 days actually achieved true Intel combined strike functionality. Chapter 65, Enemy Aircraft Approaching. But this is not over yet. The technician sent another message. First strike point on site inspection, target special steel plate damage measurement, armor piercing depth 1054 millimeters. Deliver a devastating strike against armored targets such as tanks. The message once again sparked heated discussion at the scene. Too powerful. This impact, this lethality. This is only the first test flight. I can't imagine how terrifying it will be after practice data accumulates and this unmanned aircraft model undergoes revisions and upgrades. Have you noticed the response speed of the BD satellites before launch? Almost within a second, the correction was completed, assisting Li Wen in achieving target lock. Truly exciting. The speaker's eyes are already filled with tears. I really can't believe that one day I will actually see Huaxie's own global navigation satellite serving my own aircraft with my own eyes. I thought I'd have to wait another 20 years for this day. Huafeng and Chen Jing looked at each other, and in each other's eyes they saw hope and admiration. They stood among the crowd without ever speaking, but the researchers' words expressed exactly the two of them's true feelings. At this moment, the image on the screen had already changed again. Rainbow 4 swaps places with Rainbow 5, riding alongside Rainbow 7. Rainbow 5 enters the mainframe location and begins to ascend. Rainbow 5 is the largest of the 3, and it carries the most payload. But its ceiling is 1,000 meters higher than the Rainbow 4. The large screen has already switched his feed to the main perspective. Wu Mu is seen piloting the Rainbow 5, ascending to an altitude of 8,000 meters, and activating the synthetic aperture radar and wall-penetrating radar functions. Start approaching the second strike point. The second strike point simulates the scene of the enemy command center. Set up multiple mobile heat source targets inside the high wall to simulate members of the enemy command center. Radar is automatically identifying targets. Wumu operated the console, and in less than a minute, the radar faithfully displayed multiple strike targets. Target locked automatically, request to open fire. Huafeng, open fire allowed. The Rainbow 5 carries a huge amount of ammunition, and the planned attack was divided into 3 waves. Wumu fired the first barrage of live ammunition from the weapons rack. Soon, the technicians sent back feedback. Rainbow 5's first wave attack, all enemy buildings have been destroyed, 90% of their fighting forces have been wiped out. Huafeng was overjoyed to receive the news. 90% of the surviving forces were annihilated, which does not mean that 10% of the enemy personnel survived. But 90% of the people die on the spot, leaving only 10% with signs of life. In other words, it just hasn't happened yet. In the case of a building collapse, the remains are not guaranteed to be intact. In general, completely wiped out. Sure enough, when the dust at the scene had completely settled, the technicians delivered the results of a second inspection. All enemy forces with living strength have been wiped out. The enemy command post has been annihilated. Huafeng clenched his fist. Good. Good. This battle result, even the seasoned Shinjing could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Just the first wave of attack, and you've already completely taken down the second strike point? Did everyone see the radar image of Rainbow 5? A single drone being able to ascend to 8,000 meters in altitude is already enough to astonish me. But the Rainbow 5 can actually identify and lock onto living people inside ground buildings while patrolling at 8,000 meters high. This radar system was just made by following the blueprints I drew. I never imagined the technical effect would be so extraordinary. I thought these blueprints were just bragging, but I didn't expect the technology to deliver such a shocking result once implemented. You all pinch me a few times quickly. This feeling is so unreal, like I'm dreaming? Is this really a technology that R can produce? Why does it feel like I'm watching a science fiction movie? Wabu, is this big screen really real-time imagery? Huafeng's smile at the corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. He glared at those who spoke as if dreaming, and laughed while cursing. Isn't this real-time footage? Could it be the sci-fi movie I shot for you? You bunch of stinking kids. Instead of building confidence for your own family, you start questioning it as well. If you are punished by not being allowed to participate in the next stage of development, be honest about it. Huafeng finished speaking, and a few of them hurriedly begged for mercy. Wumu looked at 75% of the Rainbow 5's remaining ammunition and reported to Huafeng. Report, remaining ammunition is 75%. Should we continue the strike according to the original plan? With a grand gesture, Huafeng swept it aside. Shut down the weapon system and await further instructions. Yes. Wumu adjusts Rainbow 5 back to its original state, descends to an altitude of 7,000 meters, and travels alongside Rainbow 4. Next comes the Rainbow 7 controlled by Su Hai. The performance of the Rainbow 4 and Rainbow 5 has already surprised everyone greatly. As the Rainbow 7, the most sci-fi looking and most capable among them, it is now in the spotlight. Everyone wants to see whether Rainbow 7 can really perform the functions shown in the drawings. Su Hai smiled slightly. Li1, Wumu, please activate all radar systems of Rainbow 4 and Rainbow 5. Director Hua, please contact the Air Force Base to activate all radar detection systems. The others carried out the orders one by one. The large screen has already cut the Rainbow 7 footage to the primary view. Su Hai maneuvered Rainbow 7 to climb higher. Everyone could only see patches of clouds being pierced in the footage, followed by the clear blue sky. Su Hai adjusted the flight attitude, and an arc-shaped horizon appeared in the footage. Rainbow 7 has reached its maximum altitude of 13,000 meters. Rainbow 7 has risen to an altitude of 13,000 meters, and the reconnaissance system has been fully activated. As the voice fell, 2 green dots, the Rainbow 4 and Rainbow 5, the closest to it on the radar image of Rainbow 7 appeared. Looking back at Li Wenha and Wumu, no radar of Rainbow 4 and Rainbow 5 detected anything. Report, Rainbow 4 has completely lost its Rainbow 7 visual field and its positional information. Li Wen said. Report, Rainbow 5 has also lost the position information of Rainbow 7. Wumu said. Huafeng spoke with the Air Force Base and likewise confirmed that the Rainbow 7 completely disappeared within the radar waves. 7. Su Hai piloted the Rainbow 7 with a smooth flight, steadily approaching the third strike point. Suddenly, another red dot appeared on the Rainbow 7 radar, rapidly approaching Rainbow 4 and Rainbow 5. Su Hai's expression stiffened. Hua Bureau, does the Air Force Base today have fighters to cooperate with our test flight exercises? Huafeng heard this and frowned. No. Another possibility immediately sprang to Su Hai's mind, and he quickly ordered Li Wen and Wumu. Li Wen, Wumu, immediately enter combat mode. An unidentified fighter jet is rapidly approaching you. Chapter 66, B2's Purpose. Li Wen and Wumu immediately looked at their radar. Sure enough, a red dot appeared on the image. The speed is very fast, approaching Rainbow 4 and Rainbow 5. Li Wen and Wumu exchanged a glance, maneuvering the plane to dodge in the opposite direction. Just as they hurriedly dodged, a gray-blue fighter jet flew past from the position they had just occupied, dragging a long cloud trail behind. The 8th Bureau quickly shifted its focus to the real-time footage of Rainbow 4 and Rainbow 5, and the fighter jet rapidly disappeared from the view. This paint job, it looks a bit familiar, doesn't it? Chen Jing is getting older, and for a moment he can't quite recall. But there were enough young people present today from the fleeting shot just now, someone quickly recognized it. There is a blurry pattern on the wings of that fighter jet, it looks a lot like a bald eagle. It is America. Hua Feng pummeled the table with a punch. They dare to overstep again. Su Hai, Li Wen, Wu Mu quickly maneuver the drone to return. I need to contact the Air Force Base and the Ministry of National Defense immediately. America's such conduct, it's basically sitting on our neck and taking a dump. This time we must put up an interception, or they really think the Chinese are easy to bully. Li Wenwu responded swiftly, slowed down, and prepared to turn around, maneuvering Rainbow 4 and Rainbow 5 to return to base. Su Hai frowned and pushed Rainbow 7's speed to the maximum. Wait a moment. Bureau Hua. Li Wen can return to base, but Rainbow 5 still has a large amount of live ammunition, we can leave it behind for now. I see that the American fighter jet is average in speed, so I LL7. After contacting the Air Force Base, fighter jets can also use Rainbow 7 data to track enemy aircraft. Hua Feng thought for a moment, feeling somewhat hesitant. Su Hai hurriedly tried to persuade them. Hua Ju, Rainbow 7 is said to be the master of stealth. Keep following, and without the other party noticing, that is the real test of invisibility. And Rainbow 7 carries live ammunition and can open fire if necessary. Especially the newly developed QN-202 micromissile by the Weapons Development Bureau, today is the moment to demonstrate its effectiveness. Hua Feng found Su Hai's words logical and had no choice but to agree. The Rainbow 7 live feed switches on the big screen. At 0.75 Mach, it swiftly caught up with the other party and hovered steadily above them. Su Hai eyeballed the scene and estimated that the other party's flight altitude was a little over 11,000 meters, about 2,000 meters higher than that of the Rainbow 7. Su Hai adjusted the lens angle, and the fighter below could be clearly seen with its markings. Bald Eagle B2. The scene on the big screen was enlarged, and everyone could clearly see this group of letters and numbers. Chen Jing trembled with both hands, pointing at the screen. B2 Stealth Ghost Bomber. America actually dispatched this national treasure to the sky over China to complete reconnaissance? Or do they intend to bomb some target? Chen Jing's words caused everyone present to flinch. B2 Ghost Invisible Bomber, the strongest stealth bomber in human history. It was developed jointly by the American Air Force and major research institutions. The primary mission is to conduct strategic nuclear strikes, and sometimes it also participates in conventional strike missions. It can be said to be the world's strongest low-observable flying wing bomber. The American Air Force even claims to have the ability of global reach and global strike. Su Hai had also heard of the United States Air Force's B-2 Spirit bomber. But based on his experience participating in S4, B-2 Ghost is still very primitive, and in terms of performance it is completely inferior to the Rainbow 7. The reason B-2 is so terrifying is that it can carry two massive 13.6-ton ground-penetrating bombs. This type of earth-penetrating bomb can penetrate 60 meters of reinforced concrete and 40 meters of rock. Even an underground nuclear bunker would be reduced to rubble under its strike. But unfortunately, this type of earth-penetrating missile was not developed by the United States until 2007. And now, it's only 2000. So B-2 is just a paper tiger to Su Hai. Chen Jing and the others were still discussing the dummy missile that did not explode that night. They unanimously believe that the bombing target of B-2 is Huaxia's Air Force Base. At this moment, Hua Feng happened to receive a call from the Air Force Base. Director Hua, none of the radars at the base detected the aircraft you mentioned. Is your radar broken, so it misidentified a bird as an airplane? The Foreign Affairs Ministry has already intervened in this matter. How could the United States again dispatch fighter jets into our airspace? Director Hua, aren't you getting too nervous? Hua Feng hurriedly explained. Our drone captured this aircraft twice at altitudes of 7,000 meters and 13,000 meters. All 8 of our bureau's people witnessed the real-time footage with our own eyes. How could Hua Feng possibly fool you? A light laugh came from the other end of the line. 13,000 meters? Real-time drone footage? Director Hua, you were dreaming even before night fell. Just stop fooling around with me and end it like this. Hua Feng hung up the phone in a daze, not knowing what to do next. The radar at the Air Force Base hasn't updated its technology, so they don't believe American warships will fly in a second time. Also do not believe that the UAV in Hua Feng's mouth can ascend to an altitude of 13,000 meters. Asking them to send fighter jets to support us is absolutely impossible. Hu Feng and several seasoned veterans like Chen Jing, after a brief discussion, decided to let Su Hai return home first. Su Hai, return the Rainbow 7 immediately while the other side hasn't noticed. The B-2 Spirit bomber is formidable if it's also in a fully loaded state, we simply cannot cope. It could easily spark an international dispute. Su Hai, this is an opponent we absolutely cannot beat. Return to base now, hurry. Su Hai does not think so. No. Hua Ju, Lao Chen, calm down and think about it. It has been at least 5 minutes since Rainbow 7 caught up with B2 just now. If B2 had been able to detect Rainbow 7, measures should have been taken long ago. But 5 minutes have passed and they haven't done anything at all. Why is that? After a moment, Su-hai said with certainty. Explained that they absolutely have not detected that Rainbow 7 is right above their heads. Chen Jingwen, upon seeing B2 on the screen, felt that what Su-hai said had some truth to it. The Rainbow 4 controlled by Li Wan had now completed deceleration and turning. Huafeng had to look at Li Wan and commanded. Rainbow 4, return to base immediately. Li Wan nodded in agreement. At that moment, B2, which had been motionless all along, suddenly slowed, turned, and charged toward Rainbow 4 again. Su-hai muttered that things were not good. I'm afraid this B2 was intended to shoot down the Rainbow 4 and Rainbow 5. Chapter 67, Another Phantom? The B2 on the screen suddenly slowed and turned, and Chen Jingxin, who had been watching its movements, his heart rate quickened. B2 moved. Su-hai. Su-hai looked at Li Wan. Li Wan, beware behind you, its target is very likely you. Wumu, turn immediately, cover Li Wan. Yes. Su-hai's Rainbow 7 suddenly dropped to the rear, and he quietly descended in altitude, tailing behind B2. In the screen, Rainbow 4 is in the front, Rainbow 5 is in the back covering, B2 relentlessly pursues the two drones in front, and Rainbow 7 follows lazily behind. Su-hai is waiting for these Americans to reveal their true intentions. At the same time, the Sakura Kingdom's National Gulf is here, and the American Hulson aircraft carrier is docked here. The American commander is showing off to Sakura Ito, a senior female general of the Sakura Self-Defense Force Navy. Did you see it? This is the Huaxia unmanned aircraft that was found during the last inspection on B2. It's nothing but a pile of junk. Last time they were lucky not to be blown up. This time, it isn't going to be as lucky. B2 will silently follow them back to the drone base, and then reduce all their research and personnel to ashes. Itong Yingzio Ito Sakura bows to express congratulations. Indeed, General Will. What a brilliant plan. The stealth power of the B2 ghostly invisible bomber can render the entire Huaxia's radar completely useless. Even if we blow up their drone research base, we won't find the source of the bombs. Even if we found the bomb fragments, it would only be talked about with words during diplomatic talks. Completely at the mercy of others. General Will, the strength of America is truly formidable. Everyone in the nation of Sakura is willing to give everything for you. Saying this, Ito Sakura stepped forward 2 steps and placed Will's hand on her own chest. Including me, where, I'm willing to give you everything. Will felt very comfortable being praised by her during this call. Ha 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 ha. Sakurako, there is no suspense in this battle at all. How about you let me see something with suspense? Yoshiko Ito understood and unbuttoned. Will opened the communication channel of the B2 aircraft. Alexander, isn't tracking this kind of prey pretty boring? Alexander, piloting the B2, let out a sigh. General. For the glory of the United States. Such a simple task I could complete with my toes. Only a plastic toy made by stupid Chinese. In my view, this thing isn't even as sturdy as a condom. Will let out a loud laugh, pinching Ito Sakurako's throat, and pushed her onto the countertop. Violence tore open her naval packaging. Ito Kajiko let out a soft sound of ing and quickly covered her mouth again. Alexander, would you like to hear some entertaining music? With that, he had Ito Sakura start singing. The messy, saccharine voice drifted over to Alexander. Fuck. Roger. Return to home before you finish. Alexander spoke and activated the fire control radar. Rainbow 4 operating system immediately issued a warning. Warning, this aircraft has been locked by fire control radar. Warning, this aircraft has been target locked by fire control radar. Warning, this aircraft has been radar guided by fire control. A sweat suddenly broke out on Li Wanto's head. Su-hai stared at the Rainbow 7 image, calmly commanding. Don't panic, Rainbow 4 is a drone, it's cheap to produce, as long as it isn't shot down in the city, our losses won't be big for us. Now immediately change course and fly toward the southern sea area. Li Wenchen took a deep breath and changed course according to Su-hai's instructions. Alexander watched Rainbow 4 turn and thought back. The last place where Alexander piloted the B2 to launch a miniature missile was only the drone's impact point, and it cannot be concluded that it was a drone development base. This time his mission was very clear, to completely bomb Huaxia's unmanned aerial vehicle development. It cannot be ruled out that the Huaxia drone base is built on an island. So Alexander drove the B2 and immediately caught up. Su-hai pulled out the BD satellite navigation system, found a suitable uninhabited island, and signaled Li Wan to pilot the Rainbow 4 to pretend to land. Sure enough, when Rainbow 4's flight altitude dropped to 1,000 meters, the B2 bomber piloted by Alexander moved. A missile is aimed at the Rainbow 4 and launches. Alexander whistled excitedly. Alas! General, you must hold on, I will turn back to our ship immediately. Will's response was to pin Ito Sakurako to the microphone. I want to do it this way too when I get back. However, before his words finished echoing, the launched missile was intercepted by another and exploded in mid-air before it could hit the Rainbow 4. Alexander looked up and cursed. "Fuck, I forgot there was another one up there. Don't worry, in a moment I'll knock both of you down and feed you to the sharks." Rainbow 4 was hit by the shockwave and the flight became clearly unstable. Li Wen's palm was covered in sticky sweat, and only after many efforts did Rainbow 4 regain its flight attitude. So it turned out Su Hai had seen everything and launched an interceptor missile. He will surely continue his attack. "Wumu, turn on Rainbow 5's fire control radar, all live rounds aimed at B2 for launch." "Roger." Wu Mubian spoke as he acted. A man from Huafeng wanted to stop him, but could not stop him at all. Su Hai gritted his teeth and watched the real-time footage of the Rainbow 7. "Hua Ju, Rainbow 7 has all been recorded. They attacked first, targeting our UAV's missiles. And moreover, he illegally intruded into our Huaxia airspace and illegally intruded into our live fire exercise. Even if we bring this B2 down today, even if we break the heavens, we would still be in the right." Su Hai, in his speech, saw the Rainbow 5 pour down as rain, unloading 75% of its weaponry stockpile all at once. In the B2 cabin, warning sounds rang out chaotically. "Warning, fire control radar has locked on. Warning, fire control radar has locked on. Warning, fire control radar has locked on." What the hell? Does Huaxia's drone actually have a fire control radar? Will on the other side fought hard. "I'd rather believe that B2 early warning is malfunctioning." Alexander shrugged. It was not impossible, but at a glance at the radar image, there were indeed a large number of bombs flying toward him. No matter what, he is an ace pilot who has flown countless battles. Only Alexander swerved and dodged, successfully evading the first wave with the B2 shuttle. What a thrill! This Chinese missile is just so shoddy. Su Hai also did not intend to rely solely on the Rainbow 5's untraceable live ammunition to shoot him down. As Alexander talked trash to celebrate himself, suddenly, he spotted an aircraft that looked very much like the B2 in shape, flying to his right like a ghost. The same flying wing configuration. The front half is a triangle, and the back half is an M shape. "Holly. General, did you deploy 2B2S? Will, at a crucial moment, did not want to listen to Alexander ramble. "Alexander, you should return to base." With that, he ended the call. Alexander watched the aircraft outside the window carefully. The terrifying discovery is that there is no glass. In other words, there is no cockpit. It is autonomous. Chapter 68, American-style express delivery. How is that possible? Alexander looked at the radar screen again. The display above showed 2 Huaxia drones were detected. How could there be a third one? How could Huaxia's stealth technology possibly evade the world's top radar loaded on the B2? Alexander, in a panic, rubbed his eyes with his hand. This is definitely my hallucination. He took a deep breath and turned his head again to look. The plane was still there. Like a true ghost, it flew in tandem with the B2 he was piloting. No! Mom! This can't be happening. Alexander opened the international radio channel, trying to contact Rainbow 7. Su Hai refused to connect and activated the fire control radar. The alarm sounded again in the cockpit of Alexander. "Warning, target locked by fire control radar. Warning, target locked by fire control radar. Warning, fire control radar has locked on." At this moment, Alexander could no longer be as at ease as before. Su Hai controls the Rainbow 7 and launches a QN-202 micromissile at the B2 Spirit bomber. Alexander piloted the B2 to dodge, but he realized this bomb was completely different from the ones without tracking capability before. It automatically tracks, always falling behind his combat aircraft. Alexander immediately launched 3 jamming munitions to intercept. But Su Hai had long expected that he would do this, so he fired interceptors at his decoy flare. Eventually, B2 was struck on the right wing, losing its balance. Plunging, spiraling as it smoked, they fell downward. Su Hai immediately gave orders. "Rainbow 4, Rainbow 5, return to base at once." Li Wen and Wumu hurriedly controlled Rainbow 4, Rainbow 5 as they started their return to base. Alexander is indeed America's ace pilot, able to control the B2's flight attitude even in this situation. Once he steadied himself, he noticed the nearest Rainbow 4 starting to climb in altitude. "Trash, thinking you'd win just by hitting me? In such a hurry to become a deserter." Alexander spoke as he fired every weapon carried by the B2 this time. For a moment, several missiles streaked toward the targeted Rainbow 4. Su Hai immediately fired all the decoys and interceptors carried by the Rainbow 7. At the same time, 5 QN-202 missiles were launched toward the B2. But the number of missiles launched by the B2 was simply too great, and all the various models exploded in the air. Su Hai's 5 QN-202 missiles crashed in the confusion. He really did not expect that before he set out. He hadn't prepared in advance, bringing 6 QN-202 missiles, yet only one could hit the B2. Having no choice, Su Hai had to issue an order. "Li Wen, let's swap the control consoles between us." Li Wen, hearing the words, manipulated the Rainbow 4 to perform a vertical climb, taking advantage of the gap to complete the handover with Su Hai. Su Hai, leveraging his experience from the previous life in controlling drones, maneuvered the Rainbow 4 to dodge 2 missiles. But what remains is truly impossible to hide from. Su Hai stared at the B-2 still falling. Rainbow 5 and Rainbow 7 have exhausted their ammunition. Because it was only a test flight exercise, the fuel tanks of these 3 drones were filled to only 60%. Now there is only enough fuel left for the return flight. As for Rainbow 4, its fuel tank is already empty due to continuous acceleration to dodge the missiles. In other words, there is only one last option left. Su Hai spoke. Li Wenwu, manipulate Rainbow 7 and Rainbow 5 to return immediately. Yes. Yes. 2 drones quickly rose to a high altitude. Su Hai turned the Rainbow 4 around, diving to pursue a B-2 that was struggling to adjust its flight attitude. Then ordered again. Don't look back, turn around and head back immediately. Huafeng and Chen Jing had already seen Su Hai's intention at this moment. They also understand that the energy of the Rainbow 4 is probably running out. Anyway, it cannot escape today's crash fate. Chen Jing, being old, is prone to being sentimental, and tears unexpectedly streamed down. He sighed, 1 Rainbow 4 drone for a B-2 Spirit bomber and a top American pilot. This deal is really a huge profit for us. But at this moment, no one in the 8th Bureau could force a smile. Alexander was still admiring the Rainbow 4's frantic scrambling and floundering around. Wasia, stupid pig. Your aircraft's speed can't compare to our. Enjoy it to the fullest. You only have 1 minute left of your life. Saying this, Alexander prepared to abandon B-2 and jettison to survive. But he did not notice that on the radar chart, Rainbow 4 was speeding straight toward him. 1 second before he pressed the ejection seat, Rainbow 4 crashed into B-2's left wing. A roar. The 2 aircrafts could no longer maintain their flight posture. Alexander tumbled into the sea with his own vehicle, becoming a true ghost. Rainbow 5 and Rainbow 7 were walking unblinkingly on the way back to base. After the Rainbow 4 screen disappeared, Su Hai had long prepared the arbitrary portal and placed it precisely on the surface of the sea at the crash point. Everything has settled into dust. Ding! Recovered American junk B-2 Ghost Invisible Bomber. 10-fold cashback has been obtained. Unlocked H-20 blueprints. Load complete, print now? Ding! Recycled the wreckage of Huaxia Nation's broken toy Rainbow 4 armed reconnaissance unmanned aircraft. A 10-fold cashback has been obtained. Unlocked the blueprint for the twin-tailed Scorpion UAV. Loading complete, would you like to print? 2 pieces of good news in a row, and Su Hai's heavy mood was cured in an instant. He has just used the door to relocate the wreckage of 2 aircraft into his dilapidated warehouse. And now there is also a new feature, restoring the old to its new, waiting for validation. The Friendship Express delivered by America, he has already received, and there is now absolutely no need to be sad. Within the 8th round, Chen Jing wiped away his tears. Fortunately today our drone encountered the B-2. The scene of the 2 machines colliding just now left everyone faintly fearful. If today the ones who encountered all this were the Air Force warplanes on a mission, then the outcome after the collision would be something absolutely unacceptable to all Chinese people. Therefore, witnessing the crash and the gruesome scene left everyone in silence. Su Hai was the first to regain his senses. He patted Li Wen and Wu Mu on the shoulders. It's nothing, the Rainbow 4 costs only 2 million. And he has just received 10-fold cashback, netting 9-fold profit. Although we may have let everyone down with our efforts these past few days, it hasn't been sacrificed in vain. Because it left us with valuable data from fighting the American nation's ace fighter the B-2 Spirit. Li Wen's eyes welled with tears, and he could only nod. Su Hai looked at everyone again. Don't be sad, integrate the experience. We still have a hard battle to fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Huafeng received a call from the Air Force Base. Old Hua. In the Southern Sea area, coordinates XX, a collision explosion was detected just now. Does this matter have anything to do with your 8th Bureau? Huafeng let out a cry of AIO. I told you just now. It's you who don't believe me. Now is not the time to discuss this. The other party spoke in a very serious tone. Tell me first, what happened with the crash? Chapter 69, Review, is this really drones? Huafeng briefly introduced the 8-unit drone development results. He spoke openly and plainly about how Rainbow 4 drones could be used to perform a suicide strike to shoot down America's B-2 Spirit stealth bomber. The Air Force general on the opposite side, Lu Shichang, heard it and felt both angry, anxious, and frightened. What infuriates me is that American country actually dares to infringe China's airspace once again. What is most urgent is that the other side dares to open fire and attack Huaxia drones in Huaxia airspace without authorization. What worries me is that if we actually deploy pilot-driven fighter jets today, it would probably be a lose-lose situation for both sides. La Hua, to put it differently, this matter won't end well. Huafeng also understands that he is prepared to stay up all night for a meeting tonight. No matter how it ends, I am proud of what our 8 teams did today. Soon, the Nanjing 8th Bureau received the order, and everyone stood fast on the spot, strictly forbidden to leave the 8th Bureau. But this order is optional for the 8th Bureau people. Because they have made up their minds, before the issue is resolved at the national level, even if it means working around the clock, they must stay late to reassemble a new Rainbow 4. Suhai hurried home to verify the repaired to like new function just as he received an order not to leave. He was then named to follow Huafeng to attend a meeting. They want to meet the operator who shot down the B-2 drone. Huafeng chuckled, "Don't be afraid. It's a small scene, they just want to understand the real situation at that time." Suhai knows this is a consolation. Soon, the Air Force Base dispatched a helicopter to pick up the two and hasten to the meeting location. Lu Shichang reported this matter at the first moment he learned of the news. The incident of my own family's drone shooting down the United States B-2 Spirit stealth bomber has drawn the attention of all those in the know. Therefore, all the generals from every military region were present at this meeting. When Suhai arrived at the venue, he saw a room full of people in military uniforms, and it felt like a distant memory. The last time I saw so many soldiers was in the military camp of my previous life. At that time, all of Huaxia was prosperous, stable, and peaceful, filled with the calm before the storm. Today is somewhat similar to it. Suhai, little brother. I heard today's main character is you again. The speaker is Chang Yangsu, who motioned Suhai to come over and sit beside him. Suhai nodded slightly and said casually, "We've met a few times. Shall we meet?" Huafeng thought it over. Chang Yangsi is a general in a certain military region. What person has had only a few encounters with him? Suhai walked over with Chang Yangsi and sat in the reserved seat. The meeting hadn't started yet, and Suhai heard everyone around discussing the downing of B-2. Some people are concerned with the technology. Is this information really reliable? Do we really have such drone technology in Huaxia? Who knows, it's said to be the research of the 8th Bureau. But we all know that the 8th Bureau finishes at the bottom every year. This is indeed a bit suspicious, but a collision did occur in the Southern Sea area. These 8 bureaus can't talk recklessly, right? Researchers still need to have a bit of face credibility. Someone is worried about how to resolve this. Shoot down the American warplanes, and we'll be in a passive position this time. But I heard it was the other side that fired first. It crashed all at once, fell into the sea, and we can't find it at all. How can we prove that the other side fired first? This really is a problem. We've quietly developed for so many years, and today we actually had a head-on confrontation with America? I'm not used to this at all right now. I'm just afraid they won't relent if war breaks out. Our decades of our years of development will all be ruined. Are you worried about laying low for 50 years and then returning to the pre-liberation era overnight? It's not that it's impossible. With our current strength, how can we fight them? That talk of yours is wrong. If we could fight decades ago, what is there to fear now? Suhai and Huafeng listened in silence, without saying a word. Before long, the meeting formally began. Huafeng, as the head of the 8th Bureau, spoke first to recount the sequence of events. After he finished speaking, the on-site crowd became highly agitated. These Americans are so arrogant. This behavior is like riding on our necks and defecating. This behavior is pure American robber logic. I can already imagine how difficult diplomacy will be. Huafeng took out a hard drive storing real-time footage of 3 drones and connected it to the conference room computer. Suhai, please combine the footage and explain the details to everyone. Suhai walked over, and Huafeng announced to the whole venue. Everyone, this comrade Suhai is the operator who controlled the drone at the time. Huafeng, are you sure you got it right? He is neither a soldier nor a researcher from your 8th Bureau, how could he? Yeah, I'm increasingly doubting the authenticity of this matter now. Could it be that your Huafeng is playing a spellbinding trap to make the 8th Bureau not come in last place? The fighter jet crashed into the sea, leaving not a trace. Coincidentally, did your 8th Bureau and America's aircraft also crash together? Moreover, up to now, there has been no word from the American side. If it were true, how could they possibly not react? Huafeng sweated at the top of his head when asked. Gentlemen generals, don't worry, isn't I just about to show you real-time drone footage? Real-time drone imagery? How could this technology be possible? Television live broadcasts still require wired networks. Could the drones from your 8th Bureau be tethered like wire-guided kites? Huafeng can count on understanding Suhai's feelings when he first doubted Suhai. He was too lazy to argue and directly played the scene. Today's protagonist is the Rainbow 4 that shot down the B-2, so Huafeng first released the Rainbow 4's perspective. At the very start, it shows Rainbow 4 following Rainbow 7 and Rainbow 5 as they take off. The Rainbow 7 directly ahead has a unique flying wing configuration, causing everyone to immediately mistake it for the B-2. Is it really a B-2? This Rainbow 4 actually took off right after it? No. Suhai spoke, this isn't a B-2. This is the unmanned aircraft developed by our 8th Bureau, the Stealth Master Rainbow 7. What? This clearly looks exactly like America's B-2 Spirit bomber. Suhai pointed to the Rainbow 7 on the elevation image, carefully explaining the differences between the two, and even enlarged the aircraft's paint scheme for everyone to see. If you still don't believe it, look at Rainbow 7's head. Clearly, there is no cockpit here, nor a cockpit windshield. It is just a flying wing layout unmanned aerial vehicle. Everyone, half doubting and half believing, observed the Rainbow Seven's details, only to discover that what Su-hai said was actually true. This plane really has no cockpit. Chapter 70, reporting to the Allied nations overnight. So unbelievable. Are you telling me that America SB2 is only a few years old and we already have a bomber of the same type? And it's even an unmanned drone. Everyone present exploded into an uproar. Nothing proves a claim or doubt more effectively than the facts laid bare. It was also from here that everyone began watching the footage and carefully reviewing it according to Su-hai's narration. Seeing Rainbow 4 and Rainbow 5 connect to BD Global Navigation satellite system to complete precise bombing. Incredible! A drone can carry out precise bombing at an altitude of 7 or 8,000 meters. This BD satellite, I remember it was just launched into space a couple of days ago, right? It can be debugged and put into work so quickly, and the correction function is so powerful. The latency is even less than a minute. To be precise, the delay is less than 3 seconds, Su-hai corrected. Really? Is what you're saying credible, kid? Su-hai hadn't had time to speak when Du Dapeng stood up first. Absolutely credible. Comrades, I must also introduce to you that Comrade Su-hai is the chief designer of our BD Global Navigation System at the Aerospace Authority. The drawings for the BD satellites and the launch vehicles were all provided by him. Su-hai was taken aback. He didn't expect Du Dapeng to say it so directly. This statement immediately sparked another round of heated discussion. That seemingly ordinary guy is actually capable of undertaking 2 such large projects. Genius. Truly a gift from heaven to us Chinese. He can, need translate as crossover into or to span disciplines to achieve 2 accomplishments in satellites and drones. If Director Du hadn't spoken up himself, I wouldn't have believed it at all. I had long heard that there is a world under heaven, but I didn't expect that geniuses could be so genius. I think we need a word that's more fitting than genius to describe him. Su-hai knows very well that he is not a genius, he simply has a bit of talent and opportunity on him. I myself am not the main focus for everyone should still be here. He pointed to the screen, Rainbow 7 right above the B-2 Spirit stealth bomber. Next, we shift our focus to the Rainbow 7. Practice has proven that Rainbow 7 stealth technology and radar technology both surpass those of the B-2. As he spoke, he released a video showing Rainbow 7 quietly following the B-2 for more than 10 minutes. I sped up the video a bit. You can see that in the 10-odd minutes, the B-2 completely failed to detect Rainbow 7. Everyone's eyelids were unwilling to blink, watching the screen intently, until the B-2 fired first and Su-hai pressed pause. Here you can clearly see that it was the B-2 that fired a missile first. But everyone's attention is on Rainbow 7. B-2 really hasn't been found? Why do I feel like it wants to go after them one by one, so Rainbow 7 doesn't matter following him? No. I think they didn't find it behaved too calmly throughout. The speaker is Lu Shichang. He did not pause, analyzing. If it had been discovered, it would subconsciously think it was already surrounded by 3 drones. Even if you look down on Hua Xiao's combat power, a 3-to-1 ratio is not so easy to beat. So it will surely break out first. But look, it has shown no reaction at all. Even with Rainbow 7 following closely behind, they still dared to strike first. Lu Shichang's words won the agreement of most people. Su-hai continued playing. After B-2 launched the first attack, the 3 Rainbow series drones worked in perfect coordination, dodging the first wave of attack and mounting a proper counterattack. The rain of bombs from Rainbow 5 once again left everyone in awe. So much. Rainbow 5, didn't it just conduct a drill earlier? How can there still be so much stock? This payload capacity is basically a flying heavy-duty truck. It's a pity we didn't mount missiles. Otherwise this volley of missiles would have blown the B-2 into fragments long ago. That was awesome. This is what suppression of fire feels like. But unfortunately, most of Rainbow 5's ammunition was dodged by B-2. Then another wave of fierce battles followed. Su-hai explained, everything happened too suddenly. B-2 fired too many rounds. Rainbow 5 and Rainbow 7 ammunition have been exhausted. We can only retreat. And Rainbow 4's fuel had already run out, and in desperation I had no choice but to take over Rainbow 4's control, using an extreme method, ramming the aircraft to shoot down the B-2. After watching the whole process, the whole hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was in shock. The scene of this collision makes people unable not to think of the 2 warships colliding at sea 100 years ago. What is different is that this time Huaxia paid the price with a drone. I know this kind of handling is a bit extreme, Su-hai said. But what I want to say is that this Rainbow 4 costs only 2 million, which is cheap compared to the B-2, which costs hundreds of millions of dollars. We still made a profit. After he finished speaking, a few laughs finally erupted in the venue. Well done, kid. Courageous and cunning, your judgment of the battlefield situation is spot on. A general complimented. Su-hai replied with a faint smile. Just not sure how America will handle this matter. Don't be afraid. This footage is so detailed, it's clear we are in the right. This time we can finally hold our heads up proudly. Those foreign devils were shouting a few days ago that we should compensate their funding. They surely didn't expect us to turn the tables so quickly. I'll contact the media right away. We'll file a midnight complaint to the United Nations. Okay. Huafeng was extremely happy. This means the incident has already been characterized, and the 8 bureaus no longer need to worry about disciplinary actions. When he felt a surge of happiness in his heart, he couldn't help but say a few words from the bottom of his heart. The development of the Rainbow series has been 6 days today. We've only produced 3 prototypes, and there are still many deficiencies. This is no different from riding on someone's neck, lying by their ear, and pulling their ear to loudly show off to them. 6 days? Old Hua, you mustn't joke. What kind of fairy pill did you eat to develop so quickly? Huafeng gave a sly smile, thanks to Comrade Su Hai's blueprints. That's incredibly detailed. At this moment, the Sakura National Capital Gulf, the American Husan aircraft carrier. Will and Ito Sakura fought a fierce battle, and finally, his footing wobbly, he stepped down from her. And there were many people in the command center lining up to try this project. Will wiped the sweat from his forehead and pinched Sakura Yuji Ingzi again. Really bad. Izumi Sakura giggled, then was hugged by the next person. In fact, the rank of the so-called Senior Rear Admiral Sakura Ito of the Sakura Self-Defense Forces Navy is only to facilitate her to provide services for the American military. Not only her, but all the female soldiers she leads are also entirely there to salute the American military. Across the entire aircraft carrier, every corner is playing out the same scene as here. While their verbal clashes were as fierce as gunplay, no one noticed that the B-2 piloted by Alexander had already crashed. Everyone believed that Alexander would complete the mission and land safely on the deck of the Hausen ship. Chapter 71, Ministry of Foreign Affairs Statement. That night at 23:44, an urgent news bulletin suddenly interrupted a Chinese television program. Insert a special message. According to a military district source, this morning an American B-2 Spirit stealth bomber violated our airspace. It was discovered by China's armed unmanned aerial vehicle Rainbow 4 while illegally flying in the southern sea area of our country. But B-2 was daring and presumptuous, with an extremely arrogant attitude, and even took the lead in firing on Rainbow 4. After 2 confrontations, Rainbow 4 was defeated by B-2 and could only sacrifice itself, ramming B-2 and causing it to crash and fall. At present, neither of the 2 aircraft's wreckage has been found. Please watch the live footage. This message instantly ignited the fury of the Chinese audience. They clenched their fists and cursed, staring at the television to scrutinize the details of the images. Only B-2, trailing behind Rainbow 4, fired first after Rainbow 4 dodged. It surprisingly launched a dozen or so rounds in succession. Rainbow 4 narrowly avoided part of it, but ultimately could not overcome the opponent, and had to collide with B-2, using a suicidal method to shoot it down. The footage is accompanied by narration, and Rainbow 4 is like a heroic martyr who faces death with unwavering courage, instantly earning the respect of all Chinese people. All the online forums and chat rooms were instantly overwhelmed by the influx of netizens. Open a window at random and you can see messages flooding the screen. Too much. America has ridden on top of us. Do they really think there are no Chinese people here? A few days ago they already sent us a dummy shell, and now they actually want to bomb our airplanes. Unfortunately, another good son of our Huaxia land has fallen. The martyr lives on for eternity. Wait a moment, upstairs I know you want to cry, but please don't cry yet. Have you read the news clearly? Our family is a drone. Do you know what a drone means? Why do I say the news isn't reporting on the pilots? Shocked, Huaxia drones single-handedly took on America's strongest bomber and even shot it down. Netizens, look, does writing the title this way look much better? Oh my god. These news reporters are so good at fooling people at a glance, you'd think our family took a huge loss. Which of you fools is mixing in military forums? What does Zhan Hujiu mean? Haha, so according to you, is the real intention of this news to complain to the whole world? Top secrets must not be leaked. By the way, Haven T, you notice that this battle scene is from a third-person perspective? I'm a photographer, I've known this for a long time, and the scene has already switched camera positions multiple times. There are at least 3 angles. Isn't it? I thought our family was being bullied, ready to passionately unmute and curse these foreign devils to death. So you tell me this is our mom deliberately playing the victim? Water friends, latest news, it has already been reported to the United Nations. Quickly go and read the Foreign Ministry's statement. Statement from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Huaxia. Today, the American B-2 stealth bomber sneakily entered Huaxia's airspace without permission. The Huaxia UAV Rainbow 4 is conducting live fire exercise missions, and while commanded to move forward to intercept and persuade the retreat of the B-2, it was unreasonably bombarded by that aircraft. In the face of a massive explosion shock, Rainbow 4 diverged from its course and unfortunately collided with the B-2, causing both aircraft to crash. The American driver has vanished without a trace. This matter seriously endangers Huaxia's national security. Please the American side provide an explanation immediately. Huaxia strongly condemns the American military's actions and demands that the American side immediately apologize to Huaxia sincerely. The responsibility for this incident lies entirely with the American side. Huaxia Party has thus made a solemn representation in protest to the American side concerning the losses caused to Huaxia Party by the American side, and Huaxia Party reserves the right to pursue further negotiations. The entire section below consists of comments of the same type. America immediately knelt down and apologized. Compensate for my Huaxia's losses. This is entirely the United States' own doing. They reap what they sow. They spun their own cocoon and trap themselves. Reserve the right to further negotiations. We Huaxia do not seek trouble, but we are not afraid of trouble. Friends in the chat circulated around and returned to the chat room, exchanging secrets in private. What the heck, my mama's plan is brilliant. There are many details here that are worth probing carefully. From the footage, it looks like Rainbow 4 actively crashes into B2, but my mom says it was B2's artillery impact that was so strong that Rainbow 4 had to ram into B2. You're flipping a great pan. Ha 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 ha. What nonsense is upstairs talking about? How can this be called shifting the blame? It is fundamentally America's responsibility. If he hadn't attacked, Rainbow 4 wouldn't have rammed him to dodge the bombs. What my mother said is not wrong at all. And they claim that their pilots are missing, and that it is the result of their own actions. This is plainly said, whether you pilots live or die can't be blamed on us. That was some tough talk indeed. I've never heard anyone speak so hard-edged before. The art of diplomacy requires several careful considerations. No wonder it's worthy of our Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Hide one's light and bide one's time, fully playing the victim in front of outsiders, that is our mother's top-level strategy. Conceal one's edge. After you've suffered a loss, you still have to apologize to me, who am weak and helpless and cannot take care of myself. Why is the script so satisfying? At this time, another online friend posted a long string of video analyses. Friends and water friends, I have studied all the details of the video. First of all, this flight altitude is not achievable by ordinary drones. There are missiles, flight attitudes. I actually feel a bit proud after you analyzed it. Upstairs +1. +1. Turns out, while we didn't know, Huaxia had quietly grown powerful. At this moment on the Housen, Will had just woken up and returned to the command room. The indoor air carried a special smell after exercise. Will kicked the soldier lying on the ground. Has Alexander returned to base yet, and why haven't you reported back to me? The soldier slowly got up. Report, sir. There was no landing information received on the deck. His fuel can't last that long. Check his position. The soldier immediately looked at the display, which did not show his position. He restarted the radar and navigation systems, but there was still no B2 position. Report, sir. B2 positioning has disappeared. What? That's impossible. William yelled loudly. The fighter jet's signal will absolutely not be lost, and pilots do not have the authority to proactively turn off the function. Unless the airframe has suffered a devastating blow and been blown to fragments, the location information would be globally searchable. Will, in disbelief, started the call, but all he could hear was a prompt tone of lost target signal. Sir, could it be that the B2 mission failed and was shot down by Huaxia? Chapter 72, Demanding Compensation. It's impossible. B2 is the strongest bomber in all of America. From its birth until now it has never tasted defeat. How could that group of stupid yellow-skinned people from Huaxia possibly shoot down the great American Air Force's aircraft? Alexander is the top pilot. America spent tens of millions of American dollars to train him. Just bombing the Huaxia drone development base is a small task. Like this he could absolutely accomplish it quietly and without a sound. Check the satellite weather map to see if there is offshore storm today. Yes, sir. The satellite weather map shows that there is strong convective weather in the area along the Alexander corridor. That's right. Alexander hasn't turned back yet. He should have encountered extreme weather and temporarily lost signal amidst the thunderstorm. That is the only explanation. Contact the Sakura Kingdom, open the airport permissions. Tonight we only need to wait. Alexander will surely pilot the B2 to land safely. Yes, sir. Just inform Ito Sakura that tomorrow we will continue to cooperate with the entire crew of the Housen to rest and recuperate. Let her find a few more voluptuous ones to make a gift for Alexander. Yes, sir. Will sat in the command chair, his expression pretending to be relaxed, but inside he was also uneasy. Before this, American pilots had never experienced a mission failure. Even the pilots who once dropped 2 mushroom-shaped bombs on the Sakura country can safely return to base. But today, Alexander was already 9 hours late returning than expected. Even in extreme weather, it should not be this late. Will's mind gradually cleared, and the more he thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. A strong sense of foreboding made his heart race. After thinking for a long time, he decided to first check the media updates. If Alexander had already completed the bombing mission, then the Chinese media should be in an uproar by now. Will immediately called for a translator who could read Chinese, and watched as he opened a Chinese online forum. In an instant, he saw the translator begin to tremble, his eyes wandering. How's that? Are the Huaxia people scared by our sudden bombing and fleeing everywhere? No, sir, it isn't that. What is that? Translate it truthfully. Swallowing hard, I gulped down my saliva and stammered as I began to speak. The worry in Will's heart finally died after all. Alexander's bombing mission was not completed? What's more, even the B-2, which has the strongest radar stealth capability, was actually detected by Hwasea's drones. Did it end up crashing into the sea after being struck by a drone? The pilot is still missing in action? In an instant, Will even doubted that this translator didn't recognize any of Hwasea's characters at all, and that it was all nonsense. But the translation has already found the full version video uploaded by Forum Water Friends. And pressed play. Will personally witnessed B-2 fire 2 waves, then was rammed by a Hwasea drone. He suddenly went blind in both eyes, a day of debauchery plus this sudden, making his body unable to bear it, and he fainted directly. The translation startled him, so I stepped forward, swung left and right, and slapped him several times before I finally woke him up. Will heard his heartbeat hammering in his chest, and he trembled as he shouted, "I will contact the Minister of Defense and personally apologize." What Will doesn't know is that this explosive news has already spread to all corners of the world. All the countries that have ever been oppressed by the United States are feverishly sharing and commenting. How can a sovereign nation have its airspace violated so casually? The United States exercises global hegemony, and Hwasea dares to shoot down an American B-2 bomber. The eagle can also falter and be brought down by a rabbit. This is the greatest shame in America's 200-year history. They cannot claim to be thinking from the position of Hwasea, but at least they achieved merciless mockery of America and the United States. For a time, countries around the world were settling scores with those they bore grudges against and voicing grievances. Will's call to the Ministry of National Defense kept ringing off the hook. Because the Ministry of Defense's phone lines have been flooded by media from all sides. The entire White House press corps is frantic over this issue. Their latest first-hand information surprisingly still comes from footage from Hwasea media. Everyone is hard-pressed to accept the fact that B-2 was shot down by Hwasea people. The American Secretary of Defense Smith pounded the table in anger. Damn Hwasea, when at war they excel at using human wave tactics, and in air combat they also employ suicidal attacks. What a cowardly and shameless thing. He then began to curse the journalists who had crowded outside, blocking the water flow. These people prevent him from leaving his own office, and he cannot even attend emergency meetings held at the White House. Damn it! Is the HMS Housen's commander still unreachable? Yes, sir. HMS Housen is still missing. Smith's secretary replied. Idiot. Establish satellite communication with them. Smith swore loudly. Hwasea has now issued a statement that B-2 accidentally intruded into the other's live fire exercise area and fired first. Originally, this kind of statement should be completely ignored as long as the other party has no evidence. We have done nothing at all. Well, didn't he handle this carefully enough this time? Getting caught on camera is one thing. But even AB-2 has crashed. The inclusion of the pilot and the bomber directly caused $500 million in direct losses for the United States of America. And it has greatly weakened America's deterrence globally. Look at the faces of these clowns. They're all waiting to see the joke about the United States. At last, the secretary connected the call with the House ship. He handed it to Smith. Smith swore loudly on the spot. Son of Beach. Will, what are you doing? You are nothing but a pile of crap. You must give me a detailed report on today's matter immediately. Otherwise, after you complete the voyage of the Hausen and the Hulsen? Actually likely Hausen or Hausen ship. The Chinese is a ship name. I'll transliterate as Hausen. After you finish the Hausen, I will send you to the military tribunal. In fact, Will knows less than Smith about it. After all, he spends all day receiving services from the Cherry Blossom Girl. At this moment, his speech was halting and unfocused, and Smith was so angry that he threw the satellite phone. The next day, until noon, everyone in the world who was this matter finally waited for a response from the American Department of Foreign Affairs. Regarding the entry of the American B-2 Ghost stealth bomber into Hwasea airspace, this is very regrettable. Only the thunderstorm caused a brief loss of navigation. It is a rare event within the freedom of flight. As for Hwasea's accusation of firing first, it should be an operator error by the pilot, who accidentally triggered the fire control radar. Regarding my aircraft's crash, the American side will pursue compensation from the Hwasea side. Hwasea, please immediately pay a total of $1 billion American dollars in compensation. Still the same domineering and overbearing behavior. If you want money, I can accept it, but I definitely won't give you any. We'll negotiate forever if needed. Let us see who has the bigger rogue. Chapter 73, The Divine Falcon emerges above the sky. Everything is in the hands of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Hwasea. Su-hai handed over all ongoing projects to the 8th Bureau, and first went home for a trip. Xia Zishang still works at the junkyard, and Su-hai saw her as soon as he got home. Su-hai, you're back, that's really great. Hurry up, I'm about to send you this month's report. Xia Zishang eagerly pulled him into the door and pressed him onto the seat. Then he bent down to open the report for him. Su-hai only felt a woman's fragrance wafting toward him. He tilted his head slightly and could see the pale, radiant profile of Xia Zishang. After she started earning money on her own, Xia Zishan bought many fashionable dresses to wear to work. Today I'm wearing a purple dress with a very wide neckline, and in the bend of my body, you can see my snow-white chest. Su Hai only felt a warmth somewhere. He cleared his throat softly, sat up straight to cover it. Xiangxiang, you adapting well to work? Xia Zishan, look over here, a brilliant smile. Especially adaptable. As she spoke, she unexpectedly rested one hand on Su Hai's shoulder, and her entire body leaned in. Thanks to Xiao Hai giving me work, otherwise I really wouldn't know what to do with my life in the future. A gentle exhale like orchid fragrance. Su Hai felt as if half of him turned to jelly. Women are really terrifying. Xia Zishan suddenly cried out in surprise. Oh no, Xiao Hai, why are you having a nosebleed? Speaking, she hurriedly handed paper to Su Hai to wipe. But Su Hai's blood flowed so quickly that it actually dripped onto his pants, and Xia Zishan didn't think about it at the moment. She reached out and wiped it off. He touched a thick, hard thing. Su Hai shuddered, hurriedly stood up, and went straight into the bedroom to lock the door. Xia Zishan's face was flushed with embarrassment, and the lingering sensation from the touch remained at her fingertips. She was a married woman, she knew better than anyone what that state in men signified. Xia Zishan thought of what her mother had said to her. Xianjia, I think the boy next door, Xiao Hai, is a promising kid. He asked you to work for him. Does this mean he has taken a fancy to you? If the two of you can get along, as a mother I'll be at ease. Xia Zishan bit her lip and thought. I probably aren't ugly either, right? Su Hai, with that kind of reaction, could it be that he really has some feelings for me? Her daily job is to help Su Hai organize the money coming in from various countries, so she knows how rich Su Hai is. But he's still willing to live at this scrapyard. Does that mean? Xia Zishan thought, mustering the courage to go up and knock on Su Hai's bedroom door. Xiao Hai, what happened to you? Did your sister just hurt you? Su Hai touched the swollen, painful area, gritting his teeth and saying. It's nothing, Shangshan Jia, you go ahead first. I'll give you a few days off. When Xia Zishan heard his voice, she knew what state he was in right now. Her face flushed red, but she still asked. Are you alright? Do you need elder sister to help you? When these words entered his ears, Su Hai immediately imagined Xia Zishan's waist, chest, and buttocks. The fragrance on her body seemed to drift through the door and into his nose. He was supposed to hand it over like this. Su Hai narrowed his eyes, and with a serious tone he said it again. Don't worry, Xiangxiang Jia, you go first. There is no movement outside for the time being. Su Hai wasted several minutes, thumping the bed in frustration. So embarrassing. A knife on top of the character 4 color. It's really a waste of time. Fortunately, with foresight, I had already bought a house, otherwise I would have to look up and down all the time, and sooner or later sparks would fly. Su Hai gave a quick tidy, ensuring there was no movement outside, then opened the door and stepped out. Xia Zishan has indeed already left. Su Hai breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to the small storeroom. The wreckage of Rainbow 4 and B2 is parked here. Su Hai was startled at once. I didn't expect the collision at the time to cause such severe damage to both aircraft. B2 has lost the entire front end including the cockpit. At this moment it looks like a capital M. Rainbow 4 has lost the entire right half, leaving only half the fuselage and the broken left wing. The two are like puzzle pieces, jammed together. Now that would be convenient. No need to handle pilot debris. Su Hai nods. He found a cutting tool and separated Rainbow 4 from B2. Then clear away the surrounding debris, leaving enough repair space for B2. Everything was prepared, and the sky darkened. Su Hai opened the system panel and clicked the repair to like new function. A dazzling spectrum of light flashed before him, and when Su Hai's vision returned, he saw an aircraft in front of him that could not possibly exist in this era. The 6th-generation aircraft that Huaxia announced to the outside world only in 2030. Divine Eagle. Ding. Have already had a first experience of restoring the old as new. Successfully repaired the B2 Ghost Invisible Bomber into the Divine Eagle. Unlocked the Divine Eagle blueprint. Expected to finish loading within 3 hours. Su Hai was stunned and unable to say a word. He never imagined that repairing the old to be like new would turn out to be such a kind of new. This feature can actually repair an old model into a new model among the same type. In this era, no one knows the power of the Divine Eagle as well as Su Hai does. Divine Eagle, Huaxia's first 6th-generation aircraft, utilizes a flying wing fuselage integration and a high lift-to-drag ratio design. At a glance, the 6th-generation aircraft features a curved, flat, smooth, and seamless exterior, with the traditional fuselage, wings, and tail becoming blurred. In simple terms, its shape is close to a flying saucer but in a triangle form. Divine Eagle can be based on the Internet of Things to achieve true integration of land, sea, air, space, electricity, and networks, enabling seamless interconnection, interoperability, and mutual communication. It uses a variable cycle adaptive engine, capable of speeds above Mach 5. And it has stronger stealth performance, and also features electronic jamming capabilities that can interfere with enemy radars and incoming missiles. In addition, there is also highly intelligent artificial intelligence capable of carrying unmanned aerial vehicles. It can be said that in the year 2000 of Huaxia, no, the whole world, owning such a divine eagle is simply like possessing alien technology. This is unbelievable. Su Hai climbed onto the cockpit and sat in the pilot's seat. The familiar feeling gave him a strong sense of security. Although the various high-tech components that accompany Divine Eagle have not yet been created, they have already pointed Su Hai in the direction of progress. As long as he recovers step by step and completes the Weapon Blueprints mission, he can continue to unlock new system functions downward. Someday, he will build a perfect tree for China. However, the most urgent thing right now is to rest. Su Hai dares not sleep at the junkyard again. He is truly afraid that when he wakes up tomorrow, Xia Zishan will be in his bed. He found a striped waterproof cloth and draped the entire Divine Eagle with it, ensuring nothing outside could be seen. Then he rode his own pedal tricycle to his newly bought villa. Chapter 74, The Unexpected 38D appears. Su Hai has not been at home these days, and the renovation team has been fairly diligent. The various problems that existed with the small villa have all been repaired. The walls were replastered, and the whole house looked brand new. Just need to tidy up the cleanliness a little. The sky had grown late, so Su Hai could only tidy up the bedroom first and then lay out the new bedding. Finally lying on the soft bed, the tense nerves could finally relax. He fell asleep quickly, sleeping soundly through the night. Su Hai had always kept the habits of a soldier. The next morning, he woke up and intended to do a thorough cleaning of the entire room by himself. Unexpectedly, a guest arrived at the door, one who surprised him greatly. Is anyone there? Can you open the door? A woman is knocking on his door. Su Hai listened carefully. The sound was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall who it belonged to at that moment. The front gate of the old house has no cat's eye viewer. Su Hai walked to the door and asked, "Who are you?" Perhaps because his tone was not very good, the other party immediately apologized. "Sorry, I've just returned to the country. This is the house I lived in when I was a child, and I didn't know it had already been sold. If you are interested, we can talk. This house is very important to me." Su Hai was happy. I didn't expect that besides himself, there would be others who like this shabby villa. How much money are you prepared to pay? The other party hesitated and asked, 500,000 American dollars, is that okay? Hearing this, Su Hai immediately twisted the door lock off. But when he opened the door, he found that the person in front of him was an old acquaintance. Ida? AD looked at Su Hai in disbelief, then leaped into Su Hai's arms, hugging his body as she bounced and skipped. Su Hai! The person who bought this house is actually you. Oh my god. I am really that lucky. Ada's soft body rubbed against Su Hai, the scent of a mature woman lingering at Su Hai's nose. Su Hai lowered his head to look at Ida, wanting to push her away, but he met Ida's gaze. Ida was excited and thrilled, hugging Su Hai's neck, and kissed him directly. When Su Hai realized what had happened, the soft, moist lips had already left. His mind instantly went blank, with only 4 words appearing before his eyes. My first kiss. He felt his blood rushing in one direction. Ida still holds on to him. Gazing up at him, I love you so much. Thank you so much indeed. You helped me find a job in Huaxia, and you also helped me keep this old house. You will definitely sell the house to me, 1TU? I really don't know how to repay you. You're really too nice. Su Hai was once again shocked by how open foreign-grown women are. Even if foreigners like to express emotions with kisses, you can't just start by kissing someone else's lips no matter how excited you are. But what's more open is yet to come. Ida has already felt the changes in Su Hai's body. Oh, your flagpole has been raised. Su Hai is wearing very loose pajamas. Ida's hand easily slipped from Su Hai's waistband to give it a squeeze. Wow! Ida exclaimed in admiration. Su Hai stiffened, and his face suddenly burned with heat. He pushed Ada away forcefully and turned to close the door. But Ada had already squeezed in. Don't be shy, I'm happy to help you. Did I ever say that you're my type of favorite kind of man? Then Ada swung her hoodie off with a flick, revealing her erect 38D. Then she looked at Su Hai, whose gaze avoided hers. Why aren't you talking? Aren't you satisfied? Su Hai took several deep breaths, not knowing what he should say at this moment. The phone happened to ring at this moment. Su Hai quickly circumvented Ida, rushed into the bedroom, and bolted the door. She picked up the phone. It was Guet Song-san. Hey, Xiao Su. Did you move house? I sent a car to pick you up. The driver said he couldn't find you. Su Haiping steadied his breath. Director Gua, is there something urgent you need to discuss with me? Here's how you said, the female translator you recommended, namely Ida, we have investigated, and her background doesn't seem to have any major issues. So she has already been notified to start working. This isn't it. Since the two of you are more familiar, I'd like to ask you to pick her up at the airport. Su Hai glanced at the bedroom door. This encounter there's no need to continue, but the thing that was done when they met this time really caught Su Hai off guard. God knows, just a moment ago he almost fell into a Mary's honey trap and would have committed an unforgivable breach of principle. Director Gu, there's no need to trouble your car, I can pick it up myself. Okay, that would be great. Sorry to trouble you, Xiao Su. Once you pick her up, take her for a stroll and get familiar with the surroundings. Just report for duty during afternoon work hours. Suhai let out a barely audible sigh. Okay. Promises are promises, but this job, if one isn't careful, could cause me to lose my chastity. Even if Guet Songshan says she is not a spy, this behavior really makes Suhai feel uneasy. Sure enough, after hanging up the phone, Ida began to knock on the door. Suhai, have you finished your phone call? Seeing that Suhai did not respond, Ida spoke again. Step out first, I think we need to talk. Suhai is really scared. Can you please put your clothes on first? Ida shrugged, okay. Suhai finally opened the door. Ida asked directly, do you not like me? Suhai is almost ready to surrender. He could only explain obliquely that Huaxia people are very conservative in matters of affection and generally would not be so passionate. Aida's complexion improved a little. I'm not like this with everyone, I just really like you. The two of them explained to each other and chatted for a while. It was then that Suhai realized why Ida insisted on finding a job in Huaxia. Aida's father, involved in the oil business, offended the gang, causing her mother to be shot dead, and surprisingly the killer was not executed. Therefore Ida hates the American system and laws, and only wants to escape there, to return to her mother's homeland. Therefore, I immediately returned to my childhood old house and met Suhai. Suhai offered a simple consolation and was willing to sell the house. Ida was excited and wanted to hug again. Suhai hurriedly stood up and took Ida to the Academy of Engineering to report. Guet Songsan greeted the two warmly. After arranging Ida, he kept Suhai around. Xiaohai, I have something I want to ask you. You may say it. The UAV from the 8th Bureau has been getting a lot of attention recently. Was it you who provided the blueprints? Our Academy of Engineering would also like to know. Guet Songsan spoke indirectly, but Suhai understood it clearly. This means they want to investigate whether these unmanned systems can be used as carrier-based aircraft. No problem. Suhai agreed. Are you free this afternoon? I happen to need to go to the 8th Bureau again, and I can take you there. I'm free. Okay, wait for me a moment. I'll contact a truck, load the cargo, and we'll set off. Chapter 75, Full Wing Body Fusion. Suhai wants to ship to the 8th Bureau cargo, Shining. Wrapped in striped waterproof plastic sheeting, hoisted onto a freight truck. Suhai and Guet Songshan sat in the engineering car leading the way. Guet Songshan puzzledly asked Suhai, what goods are you delivering to the 8th Bureau? Suhai suddenly thought of a question. Director Gu, if you hadn't asked, I would have almost overlooked this issue. The 8th Bureau's venue might still be too tight to operate. I need to contact Director Hua first. Guet Songsan was at a loss. Suhai has already dialed Huafun's number. Hua Bureau, has Rainbow 4 been produced? After receiving a positive response, Suhai spoke again in a mysterious manner. Director Gui of the Engineering Institute is very interested in our drones. They want to evaluate the feasibility of using drones as carrier aircraft. Perhaps the 8th Bureau can't be used effectively. Could we get in touch with Lu Shichang so we can spar with the aircraft at the Air Force Base? Only by comparison can the performance of the drone be better demonstrated. Huafeng repeatedly agreed. He also knows that the Academy of Engineering is working on building an aircraft carrier. If the drone can really become a carrier aircraft, it would also be a contribution to the country. By the way, I also brought you something good, just in time for the Air Force to take a look too. Huafeng asked hurriedly what it was, but Suhai did not say. Translates to, Huafeng's appetite has been hung up, but there is nothing he can do. We can only contact Lu Shichang first and apply to take a drone to an Air Force base for a test flight. Lu Shichang readily agreed. He had already wanted to compare the current bomber with the Rainbow series developed by the 8th Bureau, and the opportunity happened to present itself. After receiving permission, Huafeng immediately led his team and the drones to the Air Force base. The two places were very close, only about a 10-minute journey. Lu Shichang warmly greeted Huafeng and the others. They were too anxious to wait for Suhai to arrive, and they started test flights directly. The Lu Shichang dispatched 2 of the currently active J-8 fighters, which had long since been prepared on the runway. As soon as the 8 episode's 3 drones appeared, they immediately drew the attention of everyone at the airbase. They had studied the combat footage of drones versus B2 dozens of times, but seeing these drones in person still shocked them with their appearance. Especially the flying wing layout of the Rainbow 7, full of sci-fi feel. Wow! Good heavens! This is much larger than I imagined. Xiao Zhanzi exclaimed in astonishment. It doesn't look this big in the picture. But judging by the payload, it should indeed be this size. Shi Shuaipeng chimed in. Xiao Zhanzi and Shi Shuaipeng are 2 ace pilots under Lu Shichang, and this time they are the ones piloting the J-8 alongside 3 Rainbow drones on the test flight. Huafeng looked at Lu Shichang and asked, ? Training pilots isn't easy, is it? Of course, an excellent pilot is far more valuable than a fighter jet. I know, but I tell you, our drone operators only need a college diploma, 7 days of training and they can get started. Lu Shichang's eyes widened at once. Huafeng continued, but today I brought engineers with me. Su-hai doesn't know when he'll arrive, so let's take off and have a look directly. Lu Shichang felt very unconvinced. This is to humiliate Hua Fengniu. When the time comes, he won't believe that a mere drone could outperform a professional fighter like the J-8. Indeed, after circumnavigating the sky once, the difference becomes clear. The J-8 speed can reach 2.2 Mach, which the Rainbow series drones cannot compare to. Even the fastest Rainbow 7 is still under 1 Mach. This makes it easy to pursue and unable to complete tasks that require a high degree of flexibility and complex judgment. But the advantages of drones are also very evident. Zero casualties, high cost effectiveness, high speed, high maneuverability, high stealth. For example, unmanned aerial vehicles can avoid safety risks caused by pilots' physiological limitations or errors, breaking through bodily limits. Moreover, with low cost, it can form clustered operations and intelligent transformation. Most importantly, after flying a circle, Hua Feng and Lu Shichang both realized it. Drones and fighters can operate in coordinated combat. The two were talking when Su-hai and Guet Songshan finally arrived. I heard that Su-hai brought something by truck, and Lu Shichang immediately sent people to meet him on the runway. When the car arrived, Lu Shichang finally saw what was tied to the vehicle, wrapped in an unbelievably ugly waterproof plastic tarp. What is this thing? Lu Shichang asked Hua Feng beside him. Hua Feng hadn't seen this either. This thing looks like a large ball of moisture-proof plastic sheeting that should be used in farmland for grain. Why does Su-hai have so much rainproof canvas? Su-hai ran over and began unwrapping the plastic wrap. Hua Feng hurried over, and under this plastic sheet of Su-hai there seemed to be something covered, looking flat. Su-hai, what is this thing you brought? Today we're here to see the plane, so don't bring any of that messy stuff. He truly cannot imagine what's inside this. Su-hai chuckled. Hua Ju, you still don't trust me? Every time I bring out something, it's all good stuff. Don't just stand there, lend a hand and take it down. Hua Feng was puzzled, full of doubt as he and Su-hai together unraveled the fixed rope. Everyone at the Air Force Base crowded around, waiting for this mysterious object to reveal its true face so they could have a look for themselves. Finally, the rope is completely untied, and the Divine Eagle is finally removed from the car. Everyone gathered around the strange triangle formed by this striped plastic sheet, whispering. What is this thing? Its shape is a bit strange, it doesn't look like a fighter at all. Strange? Isn't this just a big triangle? I can't imagine what this will be like. What could such a large triangle be used for? Su-hai maintained a mysterious smile and untied the places on the Sparrowhawk where the fixed plastic sheeting was attached. Come, please make way. Stand a bit farther back, everyone. Only after I lift the curtain can we better see the Divine Eagle clearly. Divine Eagle? Sounds quite proper feasible. Could it really be an airplane? It looks so flat, and it doesn't even seem to have wings. How could it take off? The crowd discussed as Su-hai stepped back under his command. Su-hai grabbed one corner of the plastic sheet and pulled hard. Heavy and ugly plastic sheeting slid off the streamlined fuselage, exposing the machinery beneath. Overall, it looks like a very smooth quasi-triangle. At first glance, it feels full of science fiction, almost like it's not earthly technology. There is no obvious wing, because its wing has already fused with the fuselage. This thing looks like a piece cut off from a flying saucer. Su-hai, is this still an airplane? With such a small nose angle, can it really take off? Hua Feng is also a bit skeptical. Su-hai says he understands all of this. After all, the full wing body fusion design is something the whole world hasn't seen yet in this era. Chapter 76, H2O Blueprints. Su-hai, stop beating around the bush, hurry up and tell us, is this the new fighter jet you developed? Hua Feng couldn't wait to ask. Su-hai wore a proud smile on his face. That's right. Director Hua, this Divine Eagle I brought is the legendary 6th-generation aircraft that even the United States hasn't developed yet. After listening to Su-hai, Hua Feng and Lu Shichang glanced at each other, their expressions revealing worry. Lu Shichang, with a worried look, asked Hua Feng. Old Hua, Su-hai can't be crazy, right? Doesn't he know that B2 has already come out as a result and he scared himself? Hua Feng shook his head, it shouldn't be. This kid usually has a lot of courage. But why, suddenly talking about such crazy talk? Su-hai was suddenly speechless. Both of you talking so close to me, I can hear you. The Hua Feng waves its hand. This doesn't matter, what's important is, how do you think your mental state is? Su-hai sighed, pointing at the Divine Eagle. You have simply never seen this kind of advanced design before. The eyes of everyone never left the Divine Eagle. This fighter jet really looked like something out of a science fiction movie. Lu Shichang felt that someone's description just now was very fitting. This thing is like a saucer cut into a few pieces, leaving a sector. Or, it's like a slice of pizza in Western cuisine. Indeed, ahead of its time. Whose good person could design a fighter jet in this shape? Old Hua, it's not that I don't believe, if it were you, would you believe? Hua Feng also looked at this strange warplane with a puzzled expression. To be honest, he really wants to believe Su-hai. But the psychological preparation can't really be built up in a short while. Actually, he really wants to say, I don't believe it. But this is still a heavy blow to Su-hai. Huafeng forced an awkward smile and could only step in to save Su Hai from embarrassment. Su Hai's design must have its reasons. Lu Shichang suddenly held his head in his hands. Lao Hua, you shouldn't try to patch things up for him yet. Let us hurry up and continue discussing the issue of fighter jets and drones coordinating in combat. Huafeng turned to Su Hai, preparing to persuade him to join. But Su Hai spoke with eyes shining and voice excited. Great! One of the features of this Divine Eagle 6th generation aircraft is its powerful joint operation capability. Lu Shichang was overwhelmed by Su Hai's confidence, and his patience had almost run out. Comrade Su Hai, do you know what the development trend of fighter jets is in the world right now? 4th generation fighters are in their prime, while 5th generation fighters are still only in the concept design stage. On what basis do you think you're utterly gifted to bridge the vast gap, surpass global standards, and present a complete 6th generation aircraft design? This statement can be said to be extremely ruthless and blunt. Huafeng shot Su Hai a reproachful look and quickly stepped forward to mediate Lu Shichang. Old Lu, only when youngsters have a bit of drive do they really seem like youngsters. The drone series designed by Su Hai is quite decent. Aren't you praising it non-stop as well? Lu Shichang's expression softened a bit. There's such a huge technical gap between drones and fighter jets. Young people should have drive, which is a good thing, but they can't be too reckless. I, Lu Shichang, have spent most of my life in the Air Force, and I have a full grasp of all the research progress of every research institute related to aircraft. For a 5th generation jet, at our Huasao's level, it would take at least 20 years. Su Hai doesn't even know what a 5th generation aircraft looks like, yet designs a 6th generation aircraft. It's utterly ridiculous. Huafeng saw him growing more and more anxious and hurriedly tried to advise him. Who would have thought that Su Hai would speak up again? Who says I don't know what a 5th generation aircraft looks like? Rainbow 7 is just a simplified version of a 5th generation aircraft. If you want a proper combat aircraft, I can also produce the blueprints. Huafeng listened and cried out in self-abasement. Crazy, crazy. Su Hai, why do you have to stubbornly argue about this mouth of yours? Lu Shichang pointed at Su Hai, furious. Okay, so boasting isn't enough, right? If you can't produce 5th generation aircraft blueprints today, I, Lu Shichang, will make sure you cannot leave the base gates. Su Hai remains unmoved. If I don't have the 5th generation aircraft blueprint, I'll clean the entire airstrip at your Air Force base by myself. I wouldn't leave even if you let me go at that time. But on the other hand, if I could really produce it, then what? If you can produce it, I will publicly apologize to Su Hai in the Jiangjuan Daily. Is that all? Su Hai was a bit unsatisfied. Don't put on airs and bite the hand that feeds you. Whether you have it or not, hurry up and produce it. I would naturally bring it out. It's just that if I really have it, you would have to transfer all of this US Air Force base funds to the 8th Bureau. To build airplanes. Lu Shichang couldn't help but be on the verge of laughing with anger at his age. He was actually making such a childish bet with a young man. Still at their own Air Force base, it would be embarrassing to say it out loud. Okay. Lao Hua, you must testify. I definitely didn't bully the young people from your 8th Bureau. Huafeng watched helplessly as the two of them couldn't be persuaded, and worry filled his eyes as he looked towards Su Hai. I'm afraid today all 8 crews will have to accompany Su Hai to scrub the runway. It's a deal. Su Hai spoke, took out his own backpack, and pulled out the H2O blueprint. Then he greeted the onlookers. Come on, everyone, take a look at this, and tell Lu Shichang loudly whether this is the blueprint of a 5th generation aircraft. First, the engineers from the 8th Bureau crowded around. Wei Songshan had originally been observing the drone, and after noticing the commotion here, he also came over. Lu Shichang saw Su Hai actually pull out a set of blueprints, and he thought it was just an unqualified thing used to bluff his way through, so he hurriedly leaned over. The cover of the blueprint is labeled. Detailed blueprints and parameters of the H2O stealth bomber. For a moment, no one spoke at all. Huafeng leads to open the file, and the first part is the structural drawings of H2O. The schematic is fairly straightforward. Anyone who has seen the footage of America SV2 will find the appearance of H2O to be very familiar. Very familiar, right? Su Hai spoke. For 5th generation aircraft compared to 4th generation aircraft, the most important feature is the 4S standard. Ultra maneuverability, supersonic cruise, beyond visual range air combat capability, and stealth capability. This H2O design already fully includes these features. Among them, the most important is high stealth. Lu Shichang had been certain that Su Hai would bluff his way through, but upon hearing Su Hai talk confidently, he couldn't help frowning. There is no other reason what Su Hai says is all correct. I have to admit, you really do have some insight. But Lu Shichang still didn't believe that Su Hai could draw blueprints for the 5th generation aircraft. But each of these technologies is extremely difficult to achieve. I've already visited every aircraft research institute in the country. It will take at least 20 years for these technologies to be realized. Oh? Have you not watched the real combat video of Rainbow 7? Didn't you notice anything? Chapter 77, the 5th generation aircraft is still too far behind. Su Hai's question really stumped Lu Shichang. Although it is said they have studied that video countless times, the focus has always been on America's B2 and the Rainbow 4 that collided with the B2. Su-hai suddenly mentioned Rainbow 7, and for a moment Lu Shichang could only recall the flying wing layout appearance of Rainbow 7. Rainbow 7 only achieves a flying wing layout, but compared to a 5th-generation aircraft like the B2, the gap is still too large. Oomph. Lu Shichang seemed to suddenly understand Su-hai's meaning. You wouldn't think that a flying wing layout design is the end of it, as if you're talking about its 5th-generation aircraft, would you? Su-hai shook his head and spoke lightly. A flying wing layout is just the foundation. It seems General Lu hasn't discovered Rainbow 7's most powerful feature, the stealth capability. B2 didn't detect it at all throughout the entire process. Lu Shichang couldn't believe it. What? He had thought that B2 would adopt a tactic of eliminating the Rainbow aircraft one by one, but upon reflection, Rainbow 7 had indeed been tailing B2 all along. If the other side truly notices, they will find themselves surrounded by 3 aircraft. The normal first reaction should be to break through. But it does not exist. Su-hai looked at Lu Shichang's changing expression and spoke lightly. So, we already have the core technology for 5th-generation aircraft. Huafeng also thought of this. Yeah, old Lu, Su-hai is the designer of Rainbow 7, and he personally piloted Rainbow 4 to shoot down the B2. Lu Shichang still insisted, what else can this prove? Maybe he just referenced B2 and made a replica. No. Su-hai retorted. This H2O is completely different in its flying wing layout from America's B2. H2O is a large 4-engine, shoulder-mounted, inlet-hidden stealth flying wing bomber. Its flying wing layout is more rational and efficient than the B2. To be blunt, the design concept of B2 is really far behind the times. As soon as those words landed, everyone present was in an uproar. Ha? Did I hear that wrong? He said the world's only 5th-generation fighter, America's B2, is behind? So strong, how can a person be so confident? How can he remain calm and composed, speaking such words so frankly without a change in his expression or a tremor in his heart? Huafeng was afraid that Su-hai would get stuck high up and not come down, so he hurried to help Su-hai find a solution. There's some truth to it. Both are flying wing designs, but at least the Rainbow 7 can be unmanned, while the B2 completely cannot, and it was shot down. But that's a suicide crash. What does it prove about their strength? The group that had just been holding a wait-and-see attitude towards Su-hai suddenly became excited and worked up. Even Guizong-san couldn't help but speak up to advise. Xiao-hai, you went a bit too far. Huafeng held up the H2O blueprint in his hand, trying to divert everyone's attention. There are still many new designs on the blueprints, I think we can take another look at them. Bureau, there are too many terms on this that we have never seen before. We all acknowledge Su-hai's outstanding performance in drone design, especially that the Rainbow 7's capabilities are indeed remarkable. But he is too crazy as well. These technologies and data are things we've never seen, so of course we can't tell what is true or false. Yeah. We have to give him a hand, we can't let him get away with academic fraud. At this moment, Su-hai remained completely calm. He turns and walks toward the Divine Eagle, followed by a large crowd of voices questioning him. See for yourselves, isn't he feeling guilty? Su-hai, you just admit you were wrong. At most, all of our 8th Bureau people will watch the runway with you. Su-hai ignored him entirely, walking over to the Divine Eagle and turning around. I'm not just saying that B2's design concept is outdated, even H2O is outdated. Because this Divine Eagle is an all-wing blended wing-body fuselage design that is more advanced. When Su-hai steered the topic back to this pizza, Wanfeng could no longer hold back. Epsilon equals Omicron psi, it seems Su-hai is really crazy. Heavenly fate hates genius. Our Chinese nation rarely sees someone as talented as you. Why must your destiny be so fraught with misfortune? Su-hai looked at the crowd. It's very simple. As long as the Divine Eagle takes off and flies a circle, you will understand everything. Lu Shichang frowned and refused. No. Our fighter pilots are the precious assets of the nation. Your pizza plane looks totally unreliable, and I will never allow them to risk their lives test flying for your flawed experiments. Su-hai shook his head. I can fly myself. He did indeed have experience in this area in his previous life. Huafeng reached forward and grabbed him. No, Su-hai. You can't go off the rails like this. Madness can be cured, but if you lose your life, you'll have nothing at all. Su-hai is almost at a loss for words, laughing and crying at the same time. Director Hua, just trust me this time. Huafeng gripped it tightly and wouldn't let go. Su-hai looked at Guizong-san again. Director Gua, among everyone present, you understand me the best. I've produced so many blueprints, when have I ever been wrong? Guizong-san recalls the blueprints Su-hai has handled. Aircraft carrier, nuclear submarine, missiles, satellites, drones. Huafeng, perhaps you should have him give it a try. Guakan-san speaks in a calm tone, yet with an undeniable force that cannot be refused. Genius must be allowed to go crazy before we evaluate him. Huafeng could hardly believe it. Director Gua, you really let him go crazy? Guakan-san nods. He went to the trouble to bring this over, and he certainly isn't hoping to hear your doubts. As he is so confident, we should let him give it a try. Wei Tsung-san has already secretly observed the appearance of the shennying. With his expertise, he can roughly judge this peculiar shape indeed favors flight. Guo Tsang-san drew Huafeng back and nodded at Su Hai. Stay safe. Lu Shichang also wanted to say something, but was blocked by Guo Tsang-san. Su Hai boarded the Divine Eagle and sat in the cockpit. At Guo Tsang-san's gesture, the runway was cleared for Su Hai. Lu Shichang immediately arranged an unmanned test flight route for Su Hai, in order to guard against any caused by his mistakes. Under the command of ground crew, Su Hai slowly piloted the Divine Eagle onto the runway. Will this thing work? It looks far too thin, fragile, and delicate. Hope Su Hai can come back alive. Uselessly worrying, I think he will probably not even be able to take off. Su Hai is completely unaware of this. He set off in the Divine Eagle, accelerating. At the end of the runway, lift the Divine Eagle up. Ascend vertically at nearly a 90-degree angle. The people on the ground raise their heads, their eyes following the Divine Eagle. A pilot sighed. What the? Is this takeoff pose of digging up onions on dry land really not my hallucination? Chapter 78, Send You to Hell. Everyone was startled by Su Hai's takeoff attitude as he plowed the ground with a dry stance. Soon, the Divine Eagle had already entered the high altitude. The people on the ground can no longer observe it with the naked eye. Lu Shichang urgently called two pilots. Xiao Zhanzi, Shi Shuipeng, immediately pilot the J-8, follow Su Hai, and maintain radio contact with the ground at all times. Yes. Xiao Zhanzi and Shi Shuipeng take the J-8 onto the runway, and it quickly lifts off orbiting into the sky. But as they chase Su Hai at full speed, they find not even a shadow of Su Hai to be seen. Report to the command center, the Divine Eagle is out of sight. Liu Shichang heard the pilot's report, a look of disbelief on his face. How could that be? With that broken pizza-like plane that Su Hai made, how could its speed exceed yours? Turn on the radar and scan it must be nearby you. Xiao Zhanzu, Shi Shuipeng immediately turned on the radar, but aside from their two aircraft, the radar did not display any other aircraft. Report to the command center, radar shows no display. Hey, Su Hai, this one won't crash in such a short time, right? Huafeng, however, understood that since Su Hai could design a stealth fighter like the Rainbow 7, the capability of the Divine Eagle would surely be even more advanced. He began to exhort, Old Lu, your radar might really be unable to detect him. The radar on B2 at the time also failed to detect the Rainbow 7. This technology was brought forth by Su Hai. Lu Shichang was a bit skeptical. Are you sure? Huafeng nodded very firmly. Lu Shichang continued to issue orders to the two pilots. Turn on the radio and try calling Su Hai. Yes. Xiao Zhanzi turned on the radio. Divine Eagle, Divine Eagle. This is J-8. Are you safe? Please report your location. Su Hai replied quickly. I am above you. Very safe. I have seen your location. Xiao Zhanzi was very surprised he did not say that they were two people, but Su Hai knew. This proves that their radar cannot see Su Hai, but Su Hai can see them. Xiao Zhanzi immediately reported this news to Lu Shichang. Commander, good news, I have visually observed the position of the Divine Eagle. The bad news is that the radar shows no display at all. Could it really be true? Lu Shichang finds it hard to understand. He looks at Huafeng. Is the stealth technology Su Hai produced really this powerful? Huafeng nodded. Lu Shichang finally had a smile on his face. It's said that Su Hai's airplane might be fake, but the stealth technology is indeed quite good. By now Su Hai had already risen to a suitable altitude, preparing to accelerate. He warned the two pilots. I'm going to accelerate, you don't need to follow. Even if you follow, you still won't be able to keep up. Pay attention to your own flight safety. As the ace pilot of this Air Force base, when have Xiao Zhanzi and Shi Shuipeng ever heard such arrogant words? But Su Hai disregarded their thoughts and directly accelerated. Xiao Zhanzi and Shi Shuipeng and J-8 also sped up to catch up. Soon, the two of them heard the sonic boom, and through the cockpit glass they could see that the Divine Eagle indeed had a sonic boom cloud forming on its body. Report to the command center, Divine Eagle speed has surpassed Mach 1, producing a sonic boom. Continue to observe. Lu Shichang gave the orders, but his heart was already turbulent with waves. This Su Hai actually managed to handcraft a fighter jet that can reach speeds of 1 Mach all by himself. However, the matter is not finished yet. Two J-8s were chasing, but as the pursuit continued, they found themselves falling farther and farther behind the Divine Eagle. The Divine Eagle has accelerated to its maximum speed of 11 Mach and vanished without a trace. Holy crap, the J-8's speed has reached a critical point. Su Hai's Sacred Eagle's speed is astonishingly higher than 2.2 Mach for the J-8. Shi Shuipeng sighed in awe. However, as soon as he uttered that sentence, the Divine Eagle had already vanished from his sight. What kind of terrifying speed is this? The two J-8s circled a few more times in the sky, but could no longer detect the condor, so they had to return early. Seeing that the two of them returned empty-handed, Lu Shichang and the others could only stand on the ground, staring at each other. Even the J-8, the strongest active fighter, cannot keep up or detect it, which is enough to show the strength of the Divine Eagle. Just as they anxiously awaited Su-hai and wondered when he would return, Su-hai suddenly saw an aircraft on the radar. The other party had not noticed him at all and was flying at a medium speed toward the crash site of B-2. Obviously, this is an American search and rescue aircraft. Venturing again into Huaxia airspace should be to search for B-2 wreckage and try to locate the pilot. But Su-hai 1T indulged their behavior. They've all been shot down, yet they dare to come again, completely showing they don't take Huaxia seriously. He piloted the Divine Eagle and rapidly approached, issuing a dispersal warning to the other side. Warning, you have illegally entered Huaxia airspace, threatening my flight safety. Please depart immediately. On the American reconnaissance aircraft, the search and rescue personnel are concentrating on observing the sea surface and the islands and reefs, trying to locate the crash site of the B-2. When the pilot suddenly spoke this line in Chinese while maintaining radio silence all the way, everyone was startled. Is this my illusion? The radar shows nothing, so why am I hearing the voice of Huaxia people? I heard it too. It couldn't be the radar failing, could it? It's impossible, this radar is still linked to satellite signals, how could there be a problem? A few people started arguing. Seeing that the other party showed no reaction, Su-hai switched to English and spoke again. Holly. The pilot was a bit panicked and operated erroneously, turning on the transmit key. Have we been detected by a Huaxia fighter jet? But why can't we see the other party at all? God, we aren't running into some ghost, are we? After fighter jets collided with the B-2 and crashed together. Perhaps it was the pilot's ghosts driving us away. Su-hai heard their remarks and let out a faint laugh. Look! The ghost is laughing. I think we must turn back immediately. I don't want to crash at all, and I don't want to stay here and keep company with ghosts. Several rescuers suddenly became chaotic. The pilot muttered a curse under his breath. I still lean toward the conclusion that Huaxia's fighter jet has discovered us, but where exactly is it positioned? No one can see it, and no one wants to see it. Su-hai sent them a line over the radio. If you come to the sea area again, I will send you to hell. Chapter 79, New Details. An American reconnaissance aircraft broadcast a terrified scream. The pilot immediately changed course and quickly withdrew from Huaxia airspace. Su-hai then returned to port. When he landed on the runway, everyone immediately swarmed around him. They all abandoned their earlier doubts about Su-hai and surrounded the Divine Eagle excitedly. What is the maximum speed of the Divine Eagle? How can a J-8 not even catch up? Su-hai removed his protective gear, speaking casually. 11 Mach. 11 Mach? Lu Shichang thought it would be quick, but he did not expect it to be this fast, and his first reaction was still that it was impossible. The 5th generation aircraft we are developing now can reach at most 5 Mach. Su-hai, don't go too far. Su-hai said helplessly, don't measure the 6th generation fighter by the standards of the 5th generation. The gap between them is a huge chasm. H-2O is a 5th generation aircraft, its maximum speed indeed is only 5 Mach. But the Divine Eagle uses a variable cycle adaptive engine. 5 Mach is only its starting point, and 11 Mach will not be its endpoint. Variable cycle adaptive engine? What kind of technology is this? I've actually never heard of it. Huafeng looked at Su-hai as if looking at a lump of gold. Lu Shichang was momentarily frightened by this unfamiliar term. What do you mean? This kind of engine can achieve higher speeds? Su-hai nodded. Based on his experience from previous lives, it could indeed be improved. The speed limit should be able to reach 20 Mach. Should? Really? Why do I feel like this is a bit beyond my understanding? Who on earth can believe such words? You could say Su-hai has real ability, but there are just too many impractical things. Yeah, I had a bit of admiration for him just now, and he pretended again. But when you come to think of it, his stealth technology and engine are really top-notch. Perhaps Director Gu is right, we really must accept the madness of geniuses? Su-hai knew nothing about their conversation, and he walked up to Lu Shichang, who was still deep in thought. General Lu, there is one more thing. We just encountered an American reconnaissance aircraft during flight. He hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Lu Shichang. What did you say? Americans dare to come here? Where did you encounter it? Did you engage in combat? As he spoke, even though he still held doubts about the Divine Eagle, he looked over with concern to check for battle damage. In the waters near the B-2 landing point, the objective should be search and rescue. The enemy aircraft didn't detect the Divine Eagle at all. I only shouted a few lines and drove them away. I just don't know whether they will go and come back. Lu Shichang also realized the seriousness of this matter. Breaking through Huaxia airspace 3 times in a row as if entering an empty realm. 2 rounds of diplomatic negotiations failed to meet the Chinese people's expectations. They say 3 is a crowd. The United States keeps bouncing on the Chinese people's sensitive points. The clayman still has a third of his blood. Moreover, let alone the Huaxia people who once suffered 100 years of humiliation. At this moment, Lu Shichang gave up worrying about whether it was a 5th generation aircraft or a 6th generation aircraft. He wanted to report this matter immediately. Suhai handed over the flight navigation footage and the radio recordings to Lu Shichang, and Lu Shichang hurried off to complain. Leave behind a group of people to continue discussing Divine Eagle. What Songshan stared for a long moment and asked a core question. Suhai, a 6th-generation aircraft is not just about speed and stealth, there are many other requirements in other aspects as well. Suhai nodded. Of course. Director Gu, allow me to introduce some of the other functions of the Divine Eagle for you. Speaking, Suhai produced the complete set of drawings for the Divine Eagle and gave everyone a detailed explanation of the various parts of the Divine Eagle. The engineers were overwhelmed by the new terms that spilled from Suhai's mouth one after another. What do you mean by the Internet of Things? I've only heard of the Internet. Integrated land, sea, air, space, electromagnetic, and Internet. Can this really be done? Can you carry an unmanned auxiliary aircraft at this location? In such a small space, how would you carry it? True to a professional engineer, he can ask questions that hit the core. The Internet of Things is a technology that connects any object to the network through information sensing devices and in accordance with agreed-upon protocols. The core is the Internet of Everything. Although it is still just a concept now, once we start building from this moment, results will quickly come. Wei Sangsan was very satisfied after listening. Building on the that Suhai has produced, he indeed believes that Suhai has this capability. The next generation is formidable. Suhai, your idea is really ahead of its time. Without you, I wouldn't believe that one day this Internet of Things could truly be built. By that day, we will have surely stood at the peak, right? No one has answered this question. But Suhai knew that there would always be a day when one reaches the pinnacle. The on-site engineers still had many questions to ask. Seeing that this exchange was about to evolve into a technical conference, Wei Songsan hurriedly interrupted. I came today because I want to see the drone. I haven't seen it yet. Suhai, we'll discuss your technical issue after we return to the 8th Bureau. For now, can you fly one first and open this old guy's eyes? Suhai readily agreed. On the other side, the American reconnaissance aircraft returned to the USS Hobson. Will listens in bewilderment as they report stories about encounters with ghosts. Oh my god. I just found out for the first time that there are so many soldiers on our American aircraft carriers whose intelligence quotients do not meet the standard. Are all of you full of crap in the head? You are in the reconnaissance aircraft, and you are only a few inches from the sea surface before crashing. Which ghost can fly so high just to scare you bunch of fools? But the pilot spoke up timidly. The radar didn't detect anything, and our eyes didn't see any aircraft approaching. Unless the other side has a super stealth fighter, or a jamming device that can shield radar from tens of kilometers away. No way. Will roared. China does not have such a thing at all. You are a bunch of dumbass. Stop making up fanciful excuses, the other side is simply hiding in your blind spot. Now, go back and regroup, continue reconnaissance tomorrow. I demand that you must find the wreckage of B2. There is also Alexander dead or alive, I must see him. Even if he is a fragment. Will is now very anxious. He wants to know the truth about the B2 crash immediately. Only in this way can he clear his label of incompetence and regain the defense minister's political trust. On the other side, the American Secretary of Defense Smith has already received detection photos from the satellites. The photo shows some of the conditions during the time of the B2 crash. In some snap captures, some intriguingly revealing details emerge. For example, it is evident that B2 reveals an unusual state when it sees the drone beside it. He was very skeptical about what could have shocked the pilots. Chapter 80, Chief Designer. Smith carefully compared the photos. He found that when the Huaxia drone and the B2 were side by side, the B2's flight angle shifted 30 degrees away from the drone's direction. Why? Smith quickly summoned some Air Force generals to discuss this. The pilot who was carrying out the mission at that time, Alexander, was the most experienced ace on the Hasan. Such a large angular offset is almost impossible to occur during a professional pilot's flight. Unless he encounters a danger that threatens his life. An Air Force general analyzed it. But the China-made unmanned aircraft next to him is traveling at less than 1 Mach, trailing behind B2 for a long time. B2 should have been able to detect it. Why didn't they break through at the first opportunity? Returning to this question, no one can answer it. After a round of discussion, everything returned to the starting point. Just at this moment, Will's investigative report had already been delivered to Smith's inbox. Smith, after reading it, couldn't help but curse. Son of Beach. Damn Will. Even unable to conduct proper search and rescue operations, they dare say the crash site is haunted. You can even come up with such a clumsy excuse. The Air Force generals present looked at each other in astonishment. Perhaps it might also be possible. After all, China has such a long history, perhaps there really are some witchcraft practices? One general ventured to ask. We know that Huaxia absolutely cannot manufacture aircraft more advanced than ours. So maybe the remaining reason is the truth we've been seeking. No matter how unbelievable this truth is. Another one takes the channel. Their long-standing arrogance makes it easy for them to accept this view. Although it's a bit absurd, at least it preserves face. Smith thought for a moment, it's not certain yet. Although there is some truth to it, we still must gather as many fragments of B2 as possible. As long as we find the black box, we can restore this truth. So Smith continued to reply to Will's email. Order him to continue to look for opportunities to conduct search and rescue. At this time, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Huaxia released the news again. China strongly condemns the repeated illegal incursion of American aircraft. Urged the American military to immediately stop this action. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the media merely condemn it. In fact, a phone call had already come into the White House. If the American side engages in another intrusion of a reconnaissance aircraft, a eviction video will be released again. Gu Weifeng. And the audio of your rescue personnel screaming in fear and crying out in pain. At that time, let the whole world understand that America is not the guardian of world peace, but a hegemon who casually intrudes upon the airspace of sovereign nations. They were planning to continue waffling. But after receiving the email from Huaxia, I only felt ashamed. A whole plane full of people cried and begged to return home, which completely contradicted the grand image of America. Smith could no longer hold back after reading it. Damn you, Will. You sure as hell didn't tell me the other party had this recording. Fortunately, the five-nation talks led by the United States have ended, and this episode cannot affect their subsequent joint military exercises plan. Now China holds the reason, while America temporarily cannot find any reasonable justification for what to do. But by the time the five-country naval exercises began, the entire first island chain was firmly under control. It's not too late to retaliate then. Thinking this way, Smith proposed a proposal, and it was eventually approved. They ultimately decided to take a wait-and-see approach to the matter. Neither reply nor apology. If we don't admit it on our side, there will be nothing you can do. As for B2, change the search and rescue method from air to underwater. Deploy a submarine for underwater search and rescue to locate the B2 wreckage. Wei Tsong-san is very satisfied with the combat capability shown by the 3 drones of Section 8. Hua Feng invited the person back to the 8th Bureau for in-depth, detailed talks. The Divine Eagle was also brought back to Division 8 together. Take 3 planes out, come back with 4. All the people from the 8th Bureau were drawn here. Chen Jing smiled as he walked over, and after he clearly saw that Divine Eagle, he quickly put on his reading glasses and examined it cautiously. He didn't even have to think about it, this must be Su Hai's research achievement again. Sure enough, Su Hai had already gotten off the car. Su Hai, tell me quickly, what achievement of yours is this? Chen Jing stepped forward, grabbing him and not letting him go. Su Hai had to introduce it to him again. Chen Jing looked at the extraordinary appearance of the Divine Eagle, exclaiming in wonder. How did you do it yourself? This design is truly something unheard of. Is it really as good as you say? Su Hai directly produced the Divine Eagle drawings and handed them to Chen Jing. Is it really true? You'll know just by looking at the drawings. Chen Jing laughed so hard he could not show his teeth since there were drawings again. Earlier, the engineer at the Air Force Base who was half believing and half doubting Su Hai, upon seeing Chen Jing, also became interested in the Divine Eagle and gathered around to take a look. Yet Chen Jing exaggerated wildly. Old Chen, have you understood clearly? Isn't Su Hai really not talking nonsense? Can this Internet of Things, with everything interconnected, really be realized? Chen Jing's expression suddenly grew serious. Let you pay more attention to international academia in normal times. Each one of you young people only knows how to build a door-closed car by yourself. The concept of the Internet of Things was proposed as early as the appearance of the Internet. Whether it happens is merely a matter of time. One person took a scolding and immediately stopped talking. Chen Jingyu invited Su Hai. Hi, can you stay at 8 Bureau recently? Don't worry, I'll personally ask Huan Feng to assign you a proper position. At this moment, Su Hai felt very relieved. It takes someone as insightful and learned as Chen Jingyu, a clever person, to spare him from all kinds of trouble. Old Chen, do you want me to stay and build the Rainbow Series production line? Chen Jingxingyi gripped Su Hai's hand with relief. Not only that. Little Su, with your abilities, you're more than capable of being the chief designer. The H2O you produced and the Sacred Eagle must be perfected under your own eyes. As long as you don't mind, I will personally apply for this chief position for you. Su Hai was somewhat surprised chief designer is an honor earned only after Chen Jing's decades of effort. This won't do. Old Chen, you're the boss, I can at most be your assistant. Seeing Su Hai decline, Chen Jing's face turned flushed with anger. What? How dare I let you be my assistant? With your ability, the entire 8th Bureau combined can't match you. Let you take on this role as chief is only natural. Don't turn it down, Su Hai. Only you can bear this title. Chen Jing spoke with extraordinary seriousness. Seeing his persistence, Su Hai had no choice but to agree. Chen Jing actually found Huafeng and gave the top position to Su Hai. Chapter 81, 2 New Torpedo Prompts. For the next half-month, Su Hai stayed at the 8th Bureau all alone. The Rainbow Series drone production line was fully assembled, and the prototype of H2O had completed its test flight. Tests on all aspects of the performance of the Divine Eagle had also been fully completed. In addition, Suhai helped Mission 8 find a carbon fiber fishing rod factory that could manufacture it. This solved the new material problems for Mission 8 and several other aircraft research institutes. Huaxia now possesses both a 5th-generation aircraft and a 6th-generation aircraft in a very short time. If this had been in the past, it would have been something all researchers wouldn't even dare to dream of. The next research direction is to set up the H2O production line. Suhai opened the system panel and checked the recycling. Prompt: near the Mariana Trench, coordinates XXXX. Today in the XX hour this afternoon, an offshore oil rig platform will be subjected to torpedo attacks by pirates. Please go to the recycling center. Task completion reward, attempts available +1. Task failure penalty, armaments atlas progress reset to 0. The drawings already obtained will disappear. Suhai saw the message very early, but the time interval was still long at that moment, so he went ahead to do other things first. In the past 2 weeks, he has thought many times about why pirates would attack his drilling platform. Until the day before yesterday, he had received a congratulatory message from the oil company. They really detected oil near the Mariana Trench. And the estimated reserves could fuel all of Huaxia for 10 years. At that moment, when the news came out, Suhai understood what was going on. No wonder those pirates targeted this oil company. Behind this, there could be no escape from the instigation and military assistance of a certain country. Now, the 8th Bureau's work has fallen into the right track, and Suhai is basically no longer needed. Suhai asked Huafeng for leave. Director Hua, I want to take a few days off to go on a trip abroad. Huafeng was very surprised. Although recent research work had been progressing smoothly, since Suhai was already the chief designer of the 8th Bureau, leaving the country required a strict review. What are you going abroad to do? Huafeng is very puzzled. Before this, his understanding of Suhai came entirely from Du Dupeng and the Academy of Sciences. He is known to be mostly a scrap collector by trade, but he is quite talented, which is why he has gradually reached where he is today. Suhai knew this rule too, but he had his reasons that compelled him to go. Hua Jun. It's like this. The oil company I bought in America has started producing oil, and my boss must personally go there to sign. Without my handwritten signature, these oils can't be transported into our Huaxia territory at all. I was also planning to fill up all our fighter aircraft. You must absolutely grant me leave. Ha! Huafeng is utterly jaw-dropping. He only knows Suhai's occupation, and he is quite generous with money. But he didn't expect Suhai to actually own an oil company. From Suhai's appearance, he doesn't seem to be the kind of person who would lie. Huafeng had to help him with his exit application. Soon, Suhai's exit approval was granted. In fact, Suhai didn't need to go there in person at all. He has one last use of the anywhere door, which is just enough to retrieve the torpedo. But what he told Huafeng wasn't a lie. He truly intends to go there in person and sign an order that would grant Huaxia a favorable deal on oil purchases. Suhai still returned to the junkyard warehouse and used the arbitrary door to complete the retrieval task right at the scheduled time point. Ding! Recovered Iligua broken Toy A244S3 electric light torpedo. Translation: tenfold cashback has been obtained. Stingray Mod 4 light torpedo blueprints unlocked. Loading completed. Do you want to print? Translation not possible due to incomplete input. A recovered Duri Country Junker DM2A4 electric heavy torpedo. Have received tenfold cashback. Unlocked 48 Malawian Kwacha's heavy torpedo blueprint. Loading completed. Print now? In the shabby warehouse, a nearly 3-meter-long torpedo painted blue suddenly appeared on the floor. Immediately afterward, a torpedo painted in dark green appeared, with a length more than twice that of the first one. Suhai was startled. The two projectiles appeared with less than 5 seconds between them. He had thought destroying his own drilling platform would be more than enough, but he never expected the other side to launch too. Less than 5 seconds apart, it further indicates that the other side used the same launcher system to fire twice in succession. Moreover, both were models belonging to eligible member countries. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Suhai's forehead. Fortunately, the door of pathways and anywhere door has an effective time of 1 minute, otherwise, it would be truly hard to defend against. Suhai watched the gate of arbitrary return until its time limit arrived, then it disappeared on the spot. It seems there are only 2. This shows that they care a lot about this oil field near the Mariana Trench. But unfortunately, it didn't explode. Suhai immediately sent a text message to Wang Tao at the Academy of Sciences and Zhang Lifeng at the Military Equipment Bureau. Dean Wang, Director Zhang, I am Suhai. I need to go abroad right away. Come to my house quickly. In the little warehouse of the scrapyard, I have a surprise to give you. The door lock code is XXXXXX. After sending it, he also left behind 2 recently unlocked torpedo blueprints and hurried to the airport. From here on, until Suhai's plane lands, the 2 of them can no longer reach Suhai. Wang Tao and Zhang Lifeng immediately connected a call after receiving the text message. Xiaoxiang, hasn't Suhai been at the 8th Bureau recently? Why is he suddenly planning to give us a surprise? Director Wang, I haven't heard any wind either. I ran into Suhai last time. Before the drone test flight he gave me a set of miniature missile blueprints. I had also sent a copy to your Academy of Sciences at that time. I know this. Wang Tao nodded. Suhai's micro-missile provides new technology for many researchers and academicians in this field. Director Wang, I still lean toward this time being weapon schematics. I think it's reasonable. Let's set off now to go take a look. The academy was relatively close, and Wang Tao, along with several academicians, quickly arrived at Suhai's junkyard station. It was weekend that day, and Xia Zishan was not at work either. The junkyard was empty. They arrived at the door of a small warehouse, whose walls were made of dilapidated color steel panels and rusted steel bars. The door was also covered with rust, looking very fragile. On the top, there is a password fingerprint lock installed. Although it looks dull and gray, it does serve a certain anti-theft purpose. Wang Tao pulled out his phone to look for the password Suhai had sent. An academician couldn't help muttering. Director, is this really Suhai's family? Is he truly a scrap dealer? Another academician always felt that the atmosphere was strange. Several people gathered around a dilapidated warehouse, waiting for the door to open, looking like thieves stealing scrap iron. What a dump this warehouse is. Surely Suhai isn't playing a trick on me, right? Wang Tao could not understand what medicine Suhai was selling out of the gourds and input the passwords one by one. Suhai wouldn't. This child's conduct is still trustworthy. But he is being so secretive, it's hard not to suspect anything. Wang Tao had just pressed the last password. With a click, the door opened. A few people pushed the door open and were immediately stunned by the scene before them. Chapter 82, The Self-Learning Torpedo. First comes into view two torpedoes, one large and one small, and two stacks of drawings and documents. Just placed in the middle of the entire warehouse. Undoubtedly, this is the gift left by Suhai. Surrounded by neatly arranged piles of various scrap steels. And various tools and machine tools that are somewhat old. Rather than calling it a small warehouse, it might be more accurate to say it's a tiny laboratory that contains all the essentials in a miniature form. Wang Tao entered with a few people and, after seeing the torpedo's paint scheme, everyone was startled. This, I didn't Ms. C, right? A 244S3 electric lightweight torpedo? The one from Italy? A academician pointed at the serial number on the blue torpedo and asked incredulously. Exactly. It's a 244S3. Another academician recognized it as well. He immediately produced the testing tool and stepped forward to measure the dimensions. The overall length is 2.75 meters, the diameter is 324 millimeters. It can be clearly determined to be a 244S3. I can't believe I'm actually seeing this with my own eyes. It is said that the operating depth of this torpedo is 3,600 meters, the warhead weighs 45 kilograms, with HBX-3 non-directional explosive filling at a speed of 38 knots. It has a range greater than 1 kilometer, and at a slow speed of 30 knots the range is greater than 13.5 kilometers. Although the A244S3 has a very short maximum range, its navigation accuracy is extremely high, capable of precision within 10 meters. Adopting an advanced sonar self-guided head, it features multiple preformed transmit and receive beams, with an active detection distance greater than 2 kilometers. This is Italy's most advanced anti-ship torpedo. From the information we have, the torpedo's radiated noise is very low, allowing it to quietly approach the target and keep the submarine's detection system's warning distance to a minimum. Can Suhai predict the future? We just talked yesterday about torpedo loading for the submarine. This torpedo has already arrived. This is a genuine Italian gun at real value. Wang Tao was very satisfied after listening to the introductions from the academicians. Form a research team as soon as possible to dismantle and study it. Only when the technology is in our hands will it be our true capability. At this moment, another academician interjected, then what about this big one? Is it also a torpedo, and what model is it? Let me take a look at this. Academician glances over the numbers on the torpedo. Deligua DM2A3 type Haiyu line guided long torpedo. We once tried to purchase from Dili State, and they quoted an astronomical price of 8 million euros for a single unit. Yes, I'd been to the negotiation table twice, but it was too expensive, and in the end I couldn't bring myself to buy it. Suhai can actually buy even this? This is incredibly miraculous. With this, we got both light and heavy ones. Still worrying about submarine equipment. Do as I say, the electronic reconnaissance ship should also be equipped with a few of these things. Once it detects the opponent's ballistic submarine signals, we'll give them a shot to taste what is fresh. At this moment, Zhang Lifeng, who was farther away, had already brought people to arrive as well. As soon as he stepped in, his attention was drawn to the two torpedoes. Yo! Suhai, this guy is impressive. He can even buy this thing. A light A244S3, a heavy DM2A3, quite considerate. After finishing, he looked at the two piles of drawings beside him. Looking at the various tools laid out in this little storeroom, maybe Suhai, startled, finished the dismantling work. Ah, isn't this even more thoughtful? Zhang Lifeng pointed at the drawings and spoke. Let us take a quick look to see if Su Hai has drawn the drawings for us already. A few torpedo specialists, researchers, and academicians immediately picked them up to examine, but found that the names on the drawings were completely different from the torpedoes on the ground. Stingray Mod 4 lightweight torpedo? 48 Malawian Quachas heavy torpedo? What is this? Could it be an upgraded version researched by Su Hai? First, everyone opened the first lightweight introduction. Brand new sonar system, insensitive ammunition, exhibits good stability under intense external stimuli such as heating, impact, ammunition attack. New tactics and navigation systems capable of autonomous detection, classification, and attacking targets. Be able to accurately select the aiming point so as to precisely place the warhead at the vertical incidence position near the submarine's pressure hull, maximizing lethality. Oh my, what is this design? Surprisingly, it can counter submarines while also countering warships. If we install it on our destroyer, it could achieve a double kill for both submergence and surface. So exciting! The academicians looked at this blueprint, as if through these pages they could glimpse the mighty momentum of Huaxia's ships and submarines after mass production. So, what about the second model, the heavy one? Is it more superior? Everyone turned to the second drawing again. The 48 Malawian Quachas heavyweight torpedo is the primary anti-submarine and anti-ship weapon for attack submarines, and the main defensive weapon of ballistic missile submarine fleets. Dear God, this model is surprisingly also a dual reaction design. Look at its estimated lethality. Adopting a thermodynamic inclined disk mechanism and an Otto Type 2 gas turbine, with a system power of 500 horsepower, featuring high energy density, low noise, and no tail plume. The torpedo warhead is an explosive warhead with 150 kilograms of charge, and a single torpedo hit can sink a large submarine or a medium-sized surface vessel. Only one is needed. Besides, it is also an intelligent torpedo. Look here. Everyone looked over when they heard the sound, and they could see many sonar structure diagrams on the blueprints. Heavy sonar radiation autonomous guidance torpedo, equipped with advanced sonar, fully digital guidance and control system, digital fuse system and improved propulsion system. In other words, as long as you press the launch button, it can handle the rest of the tasks by itself. And after completing the strike, it can also feed back the attack data to the program through the sensors. After so many times, improvements can be made through system upgrades. In simple terms, it is so intelligent that it has the ability to learn. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone sucked in a cold breath. A torpedo launching system program with learning ability. As long as it has enough experience, it can generate its own optimal path and the most devastating strike mission. Zhang Lifeng felt all the hairs on his body stand on end. This is too terrifying. Fortunately, it's a design made by our own country. If the enemy were to come up with such technology first, Zhang Lifeng could not dare to imagine it at all. Wang Tao strolled over to Zhang Lifeng's side. I can see it now, this heavy torpedo is especially suitable for attacking deep diving, high-speed submarines and large to medium-sized surface ships. Zhang Lifeng nodded. So Su Hai is not in front of him right now, otherwise he would have beaten Su Hai up a couple of times, either up or down. This is unbelievably awesome. He was about to contact Su Hai immediately, but found that Su Hai's phone was turned off. Chapter 83, Sudden 6/11 Incident. What is going on? Zhang Lifeng is puzzled. I know Su Hai has some overseas business, but traveling abroad in such a hurry, has something happened? Wang Tao is not very clear about this matter either. The two of them asked Hua Feng about it again, and only then did they learn about Su Hai Oil Company. Wang Tao Dun immediately felt that something was not right. The international energy market is very chaotic lately. According to statistics, many American oil companies are losing money and facing bankruptcy. Their current strategic goal is the energy-rich Middle East. In order to obtain energy, it is highly likely that war will be waged directly. And Su Hai's company recovering oil at this moment would be easily targeted by the other party. Whether he can handle it all by himself is unclear. Zhang Lifeng's brows also furrowed after hearing it. Su Hai is now extremely important to the entire Chinese scientific research community and the military armaments sector. If China loses Su Hai, it will suffer extremely serious losses. So what do we do now? We don't even know where Su Hai has gone, how can we ensure his safety? Wang Tao pondered for a moment. Check his flight information and contact him after he lands, then we'll decide. That's all we can do for now. Zhang Lifeng and his team brought back both torpedoes and the two drawings to the Academy of Sciences. After handing it over to the academicians, they coordinated with the customs together with Wang Tao. We finally learned Su Hai's flight information. He will land at the American XXX airport tomorrow early morning. The two of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the United States suddenly erupted in an unprecedented terrorist attack. A passenger plane from a Middle Eastern country was hijacked and, while flying over a city in the United States, it went out of control and crashed into a department store. And this city is the place where Su Hai is about to land. Television stations around the world are frenziedly broadcasting this news. When Wang Tao and Zhang Lifeng saw it, they instantly felt a chill run through their entire bodies. Hijacked passenger aircraft. Terrorist attacks on the homeland of the United States. These two have a relationship with Su Hai, whom I can't get in touch with. On the other side, after more than 10 hours of flight, as soon as Su Hai's plane landed, he received multiple messages from Wang Tao and Zhang Lifeng. He originally thought that the polite words he received after those torpedoes and blueprints had been taken were just that. But after he opened it, he found it to be somewhat unusual. Su Hai, danger. Call back immediately after landing. Su Hai was taken aback when he saw it. What's the situation? Before he could call back, after getting off the plane, he found that the entire airport was enveloped in a very tense atmosphere. Many of the people who went to meet them cried and hugged their loved ones. It was like a reunion after a parting, as if between life and death. The people who had come for him had not arrived yet, and Su Hai dialed Zhang Lifeng's number in this atmosphere. Hello? Director Zhang, what's going on? Is there a problem? As soon as the call connected, Su Hai spoke up. The man opposite, Zhang Lifeng, shouted, "Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Su Hai, you're safe. No matter what urgent matters you have right now, you should return to your country immediately." Su Hai is puzzled. At that moment, a screen in the airport lobby was showing a scene that caught Su Hai's attention. An airliner crashed into a building. This scene looks so familiar no matter how you look at it. The news anchor cried as she read the press release, lamenting how many people were wounded or killed in this attack. A buzzing sounded in Su Hai's head. Today is June 11, 2000. The terrorist attack that happened in the previous life occurred in 2001, exactly 1 year and 2 months earlier. Zhang Lifeng was still speaking to Su Hai on the phone, while Su Hai's attention had already been completely drawn by this matter. One should know that this event can be said to be a turning point in the development direction of the entire world. In the previous life, after this incident occurred, the United States declared war on the oil kingdom. This blow, for more than 20 years, directly triggered the global scale S3 season. Su Hai quickly reflected on the time milestones of each stage. Because of this, the United States shifted its attention to the oil kingdoms, thereby delaying the timely actions in the Asia-Pacific region. This is a rare opportunity for Huaxia. And in this life, this opportunity has somehow arrived a year early. Soon, Su Hai thought of another question. Once war breaks out, he will have an endless supply of reusable military equipment. This opportunity was truly rare indeed. In the earpiece, Zhang Lifeng was still shouting something. Su Hai, hello? Can you hear me? Su Hai? Say something. Su Hai composed himself. Yes, understood, Director Zhang. I'll wrap up my work here as soon as possible and return to the country promptly. Don't worry, everything's under control here. After Su Hai's repeated assurances, Zhang Lifeng finally agreed. Su Hai then moved on to the second matter. This oil field has an exceptionally high output, and it's relatively close to China. I've contacted several buyers, but none are interested in large quantities. If this oil field doesn't benefit China, it goes against my original purpose. Therefore, Director Zhang, could you assist me in identifying potential partners capable of acquiring these energy resources? Zhang Lifeng and Wang Tao exchanged glances, both taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Wang Tao pondered for a moment. China is vast and populous. The more energy we can secure, the better. Since this is a noble cause for the nation and its people, we'll certainly assist wherever we can. Zhang Lifeng then replied to Su Hai. Alright, I'll make a trip to the energy department. After hanging up, the people sent to pick him up had already arrived. Su Hai swiftly handled the paperwork requiring his signature and boarded a boat bound for the drilling platform. Chapter 84, The Arms Dealer. Su Hai inspected the drilling platform, ensuring all operations were proceeding normally. The discovery of oil at this location was pure serendipity, nothing more than good luck. Su Hai stayed for 3 days, waiting until the Chinese oil tanker arrived. He watched as it filled up. Only then did he head to the airport to catch his flight back to China. Upon arriving at the airport, Su Hai immediately sensed a different atmosphere. Following the 611 incident, the United States had implemented stricter security checks at the airport. This aspect mirrored his previous life exactly. Eager to return home, Su Hai purchased a first-class ticket. Once aboard the plane, a middle-aged American man took the seat next to him. The moment Su Hai sat down, the man shot him a scrutinizing look. It was as if he recognized him. Su Hai racked his brain but had no recollection of this man. Finally, the man spoke first. Mr. Su, you may not recognize me. But I know you. Su Hai was slightly surprised, for the man spoke fluent Mandarin. Excuse me, who might you be? Su Hai inquired. The other person continued speaking in a measured tone. You started your business in America dealing in scrap metal, then acquired a nearly bankrupt oil company. I must say, you've been incredibly fortunate to discover an oil field so quickly. Su Hai was startled again. Why did this man know so much about his American businesses? His tone turned cold. Who might you be? I don't believe we've met. I'm Ada's father. You can call me Johnson. The man extended his hand, inviting Su-hai to shake it. Mr. Johnson, hello. Su-hai shook his hand. Mentioning Ada made Su-hai feel a bit uneasy, especially now that he was facing her father. If he found out that Ada had stripped down to reveal her 38D bust the moment she saw him, a beating would be inevitable. Johnson saw the guilt in his eyes and knew he hadn't made a mistake in choosing him. As a father whose daughter was abducted, am I not entitled to conduct a thorough investigation? Just as Su-hai was about to explain his relationship with Ada, the other man continued. I'm in the arms trade. At that, Su-hai immediately shut his mouth. Running an arms business in the United States? That's practically his specialty. Though your wealth is hardly worth mentioning, you do possess some influence, barely enough to qualify as a suitor for my daughter. It was worth the effort to track down your flight. You may rest now. Once we land, you will take me straight to Ada. As America's largest arms smuggler, Johnson had always been decisive and uncompromising. He always arranged everything for others, brooking no interruption or dissent. This had created an irreparable rift between him and Ada. This time, she'd even fled to China to work behind his back. In Johnson's eyes, Su-hai was the lowlife who had stolen his daughter away, and he kept a close watch on him throughout the journey. He could only awkwardly feign sleep. Finally arriving in China, Su-hai immediately called Guo Songshan. Dean Guo, could you arrange a meeting with Ada for me? At noon. I'd like to take her out for lunch. Oh my, I knew there was something behind your recommendation of her all along. Guo Songshan said with a smile. No, Director Guo, you've got the wrong idea. Alright, young people are so shy when it comes to dating. Where should she meet you? Guo Songshan agreed with a smile, and Su-hai gave him Johnson's hotel address. Su-hai had intended to find an excuse to leave Johnson's place, but Johnson kept a close watch on him, not letting him move an inch. Su-hai had no choice but to sit and wait for Ada to arrive. Ada was overjoyed, thinking Su-hai had planned a sweet date just for the two of them. But when the private room door opened at the hotel, she saw her stern-faced father. And Su-hai, forced to sit beside him. Ada instantly understood Johnson's intentions and shouted angrily. What do you think you're doing? I absolutely refuse to go back to America with you. Threatening Su-hai won't work. Ida. Calm down. I'm not here to take you back. As your father, I wanted to see how you're living in China. Su-hai had no desire to get involved in this father-daughter family affair, but now he couldn't leave. He could only sit awkwardly and listen to their argument. Their conflict wasn't complicated, and Su-hai quickly grasped the situation. Johnson was a mixed-race American-Chinese man who married Ada's mother and inherited his father's arms business. After Ada's mother died young, he never remarried and wanted Ada to take over the business. But Ada had no interest in it and ran away from home. Johnson, desperate not to lose his daughter, followed her to China. After arguing for a while, neither could persuade the other, and they fell silent. The waiter served the dishes and quietly withdrew. In the silence, Johnson suddenly spoke. Ada, if you can marry a reliable, capable man who can help me manage my business, then I can agree to let you stay and work in China permanently. As he spoke, he actually looked toward Su-hai. Su-hai frowned at his gaze. Ida also looked at Su-hai and slammed her hand on the table. All right. I think he's perfectly capable of handling both jobs. With that, Ida stepped in front of Su-hai, grabbed his collar, and leaned in for a kiss. Su-hai was instantly flustered, feeling only the tingling sensation from her soft lips and moist tongue. His mind went completely blank. Until Ida released her grip. Johnson patted Su-hai on the shoulder. Very good, Su-hai. I've got high hopes for you too. Come see me tomorrow. I'll walk you through my list. Su-hai was led along by the father-daughter duo in a daze, still finding it hard to believe even after finishing his meal. If he hadn't misunderstood, was Johnson planning to hand over his arms smuggling operation in America to him? And he was going to introduce him to the entire transaction list tomorrow? This seemed a bit too reckless, didn't it? Why did it feel so much like a ploy by this father-daughter duo to snare a son-in-law? Su-hai drove Ada back to the Academy of Engineering, puzzling over it the entire way. Ida smiled and said, "It's okay, Su-hai. Don't worry. My dad just wants to cultivate an heir. I'm not necessarily going to marry you. Don't get the wrong idea. It was just a kiss." With that, she flung her long, wavy hair and swayed her hips as she entered the engineering academy. Su-hai was left standing there, utterly bewildered. But he didn't have time to dwell on it. He had more important matters to attend to. Su-hai headed straight for the Academy of Sciences to Wang Tao's office. Wang Tao was visibly thrilled to see Su-hai. "Su-hai. You're back safe and sound. Director Wang, I'm fine. And I've brought back some big news from this trip to America." Chapter 85, Celebration Banquet. Seeing Su-hai's serious expression, Wang Tao knew the matter was important. "What big news?" Su-hai lowered his voice. "It's about the aftermath of the 611 incident. It seems the United States will soon declare war on the oil kingdom. So, while their attention is entirely focused there, we must seize this opportunity." Wang Tao pondered for a moment. Are you certain this intelligence is reliable? Suhai couldn't reveal his past life knowledge, so he invoked Johnson as a cover. You remember that female translator I introduced to the Academy of Engineering, right? Her father, Johnson, is the biggest arms smuggler in the United States. My information comes directly from him. Absolutely reliable. Wang Tao was utterly shocked. Smuggling arms? Suhai, don't be fooled. Can you trust intelligence from an arms dealer? Suhai nodded solemnly. Rest assured, President Gui of the Academy of Engineering had the State Security Bureau investigate Ada's background long ago. There's absolutely no issue. Wang Tao nodded and asked for more details about the matter, to which Suhai provided answers. Good. In that case, we must report this information immediately. To avoid complications, your relationship with Johnson must also be reported. Suhai wasn't surprised and nodded in agreement. Soon after, Wang Tao and Suhai were invited to attend a crucial military meeting. Upon arriving, Suhai recognized many familiar faces. Academy of Sciences, Academy of Engineering, Bureau 8, Ordnance Department, Shipyard. Everyone who had ever received Suhai's blueprints was present. Suhai had already guessed what was going on. It seemed his blueprints were too numerous and varied, drawing attention. Now they intended to subject him to a grilling, much like a graduate student defending their thesis, bombarding him with questions. Suhai quickly adjusted his mindset, preparing to face it with composure. Sure enough, not long after the meeting began. After the opening remarks, Suhai was immediately invited to the podium to speak. A significant portion of the attendees didn't recognize Suhai. Seeing him called to the stage, they whispered among themselves. Who is this guy? Didn't they say today was for announcing something big? How could they let someone like this take the stage at such an important meeting? Usually, it's either a role model or a cautionary tale. He looks pretty ordinary, hardly model material. Has anyone here seen him before? Never seen him in the military district. Maybe he's a researcher? The chattering group scanned the seats reserved for research staff, searching for clues. On stage, the host invited Suhai to introduce himself. Suhai spoke concisely. Comrades, hello. My name is Suhai. My main job is collecting scrap. Ha? A scrap collector? A scrap collector showing up at our meeting? Could it be he stole something and got caught, so they brought him here for identification? Announcing a thief at such a big event? That's unrealistic. I'd say 9 times out of 10, he's here to steal something else. He might be an enemy spy infiltrating our ranks. Don't arrest him and make him a cautionary example. The audience buzzed with wild speculation. The host chuckled. Comrade Suhai, no need for false modesty. Today's meeting is primarily to celebrate your achievements. Celebration? Suhai was completely taken aback. Wasn't this supposed to be a 3-way interrogation? Of course. Suhai relaxed. The host raised his voice, speaking with passion. Today marks the day our nation's first deep-sea submersible, the Jiaolong, completed its testing mission. Comrades and fellow soldiers, the Jiaolong has successfully completed its 8,000-meter underwater dive mission. And it has returned safely. This news came as a sudden delight to everyone present. Really? An 8,000-meter deep dive accomplished so effortlessly? Why didn't you believe me? His neighbor pinched him as he spoke. I believe it. I have to believe it. I'm a former submariner myself. I know how grueling this line of work is. Surviving at 8,000 meters underwater depends entirely on the submarine's performance. I heard about this Jiaolong a month ago. Apparently someone just pulled the blueprints out of thin air. That's why they achieved results so quickly. At this point, the host added. This Jiaolong deep-sea mission marks humanity's first successful 8,000-meter dive for scientific exploration, followed by a safe return. Comrades, we're the first in the world. Suhai clenched his fist excitedly. Yes. First? Did I hear that right? China can actually be number 1? Before a century of humiliation, we were undeniably the world's best. Now we're just reclaiming what was rightfully ours. Don't doubt your ears, we all heard it. We are number 1. At this rate of progress, national rejuvenation is just around the corner. Everyone was engaged in heated discussion, cheering for the success of the Jiaolong submersible. Suddenly, someone noticed Suhai still standing on the stage. But what does this have to do with that scrap collector kid up there? Exactly. The Jiaolong's success is cause for celebration, but what does it have to do with this Suhai? Good question. The host pointed at the speaker. Good question. What does it have to do with Suhai? Now let's get to today's main event. Celebrating Suhai, the designer of the Jiaolong's blueprints. The moment the words left his mouth, a collective gasp filled the hall, followed by a buzz of murmurs. Designer? Who is he talking about? That guy up there who said he collects junk? He looks like an ordinary guy to me. How could he possibly design something as monumental as the Jiaolong? Weren't you just calling him a thief? Why's he suddenly so great now? Well, I didn't know the whole story back then. Now that I see him, Comrade Suhai truly has a commanding presence. He's practically a scrap collecting genius. And that's not all. The host continued. Su-hai also designed and submitted numerous blueprints. For instance, the WS-2 multiple rocket launcher, which has already completed its assembly line setup. WS-2 multiple rocket launcher? This thing was also designed by Su-hai? What is this guy's brain made of? I saw the first prototype at the military expo earlier. Honestly, I've never seen a rocket launcher this effective. You guys wouldn't understand that feeling of seeing it in person. This rocket launcher is so awesome, it's a shame you haven't seen it yet. The host, observing the audience's reaction, continued. Take another example, the Rainbow 4 drone that shot down the American B-2 bomber known to every Chinese person. The blueprints were also designed by Su-hai. This remark ignited another wave of excitement. Chapter 86, the double-tailed scorpion drone. What? I don't believe the Rainbow 4 was designed by him too. He's just one person, how could he possibly design so many different types of things at the same time? Even if he's a genius, he can't be that good, right? Is this some well-connected guy trying to pad his resume here? Does he really think we're all fools? But look at the researchers over there, so many people sitting there, and not a single one is objecting. Are you kidding? This research project was definitely bought with money. The original designers must have been paid to keep quiet. The host continued. Beyond these declassified projects, there are several ongoing classified initiatives. I can't reveal specifics to everyone. But I can say that Su-hai's contributions alone could propel China's military industry forward by 20 years. Therefore, today we celebrate his achievements. And we celebrate China. Following deliberation, we have decided to establish a dedicated department for Su-hai to support his research endeavors. Furthermore, the state will fund and present him with a fully equipped laboratory. Su-hai was utterly overwhelmed by the honor. But before he could speak, skepticism began to ripple through the crowd. Hold on. Don't take his word for it. Does this scrap-collecting kid really have the capability? A young officer stood up and shouted loudly. The host glanced at him and recognized Su Jiaxing, a notoriously stubborn stickler for rules within the military. Su Jiaxing, sit down. No way. Su Jiaxing had been listening to others discuss Su-hai and found their arguments compelling. There was no way one person could be so incredibly talented that they could produce any design and master any field. I want this Su-hai to prove himself. If he can show that all the blueprints are his designs, I'll sit down. The host first looked at Su-hai, who showed no reaction, then turned to Su Jiaxing, practically wanting to smash the microphone over his head. Popping up to sabotage things at this moment was just plain clueless. How did they promote such a brainless brute to this position? Just as he was at a loss for words, Su-hai stepped forward and took the microphone. Instead of me proving these blueprints came from me, why don't you prove they didn't? He who questions must provide evidence that's only fair and just. Su Jiaxing snorted coldly, humph. You dare say that because you know I can't produce evidence? Because you destroyed all the evidence. I see you for the despicable coward you are. Su-hai was nearly laughing in anger. He genuinely couldn't fathom why, even here, someone could harbor such intense malice toward him. The only explanation he could fathom was that someone among these officers was deliberately stirring the pot, steering this celebratory gathering toward a disastrous outcome. Su-hai had no clue who this person might be. But he knew it absolutely couldn't be Su Jiaxing, who was being used as a pawn without even realizing it. Before Su-hai could speak, those who had dealt with him, representatives from the Academy of Sciences, the Academy of Engineering, the Armament Department, the Aerospace Bureau, Bureau 8, and others could no longer hold back. You young officer, watch your tone. Su-hai is a special advisor to our Academy of Sciences, Academy of Engineering, and Aerospace Administration. Wang Tao declared, with Guo Songshan and Du Dapeng nodding in agreement beside him. Su-hai is also the chief aircraft designer for our Bureau 8. How dare you question him? Su Jiaxing was momentarily stunned. With so many bureau chiefs and academy presidents speaking up for him, could Su-hai really be that capable? But he quickly snapped back to reality. Did their support automatically make him a good person? I still don't believe it. Unless he can prove it right here. At that moment, Chang Yangxi rose from the crowd and pointed at Su Jiaxing. Su Jiaxing, stop spouting nonsense. Sit down immediately, don't pick a fight. I'm not picking a fight. Even the great mushroom bomb pioneer only crossed over from mathematics to physics. He's just a scrap collector by trade. How could he possibly produce so many outstanding blueprints? Enough! Chang Yangxi snapped angrily. Any further questions will violate confidentiality regulations. I, Chang Yangxi, will say this only once, mark my words. I stake my reputation on it. Su-hai's designs are flawless. This statement only seemed to solidify the rumors that Su-hai was a connected insider. Many who hadn't previously suspected him now couldn't help but doubt. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Su-hai knew words were useless, now only facts could prove his innocence. General Chang. Su-hai interrupted Chang Yangxi, speaking with remarkable composure. I can prove myself. Saying this, he requested paper and pen from the host, then stood in place and began writing and sketching. He had just checked the system space. When he recovered the B-2 and Rainbow 4 earlier, besides the repaired 6th-generation aircraft, he had also unlocked another drone blueprint, the Double Scorpion. Su-hai had been swamped lately and nearly forgotten about this blueprint. Now it would come in handy. The host stood beside him, watching as Su-hai sketched the Double Scorpion drone's exterior. "What is this?" the host asked softly, afraid to interrupt Su-hai yet genuinely curious. The drone's appearance, sketched by Su-hai's hand, was peculiar. The nose connected to straight, ultra-long wings, while the rear section featured a shaped tail configuration. The left and right tail sections curved upward where they joined, resembling a scorpion with two long tails. As he drew, Su-hai replied, "I call it the double-tailed scorpion." Pointing to the drone's unusual tail section, he explained, "I call this configuration the twin-tail strut layout. It allows the fuselage to be completely independent from the engine compartment, enabling it to function entirely as a payload bay." "What?" Hua Feng, seated below the stage, gasped in surprise and leaped to his feet, rushing toward the stage. "Let me see. You've designed a new drone?" Su-hai handed the sketch to Hua Feng, who gasped in astonishment. "Goodness, Su-hai, what kind of mind do you have? These designs just keep coming one after another. Each one is better than the last." The crowd below craned their necks, desperate to catch a glimpse, but with only a single sheet of paper, they couldn't see a thing. "Old Hua, stop hoarding it for yourself. Hand it over so us old-timers can feast our eyes too." The speaker was Yin Wenjun, director of another aircraft research institute in China, the Bureau of Shenyang. Compared to Bureau 8, Bureau Shen's research capabilities were significantly superior. Every year when Bureau 8 came in last, Bureau Shen consistently ranked in the top 3. So when Bureau 8 suddenly unveiled 3 Rainbow Series drones, Yin Wenjun was so furious his face twisted in anger. Now, seeing Su-hai, he finally understood where Bureau 8 had obtained those blueprints. Last time, he hadn't known. But now, with the truth right before his eyes, he had to fight for it to see if he could secure Su-hai's new designs. Chapter 87, Exaggerated Data. But Hua Feng clutched the blueprints like he'd found a gold nugget, refusing to let go. Yin Wenjun was so anxious he wanted to rush up to the stage himself, but his age made his legs unsteady, and with people blocking his way, he cursed in frustration. Finally, the host activated the projector, casting Su-hai's freshly sketched draft onto the screen. Only then did everyone present clearly see the form of the double-tailed scorpion. How bizarre! How could an aircraft look like this? Su-hai had marked the basic dimensions of the double-tailed scorpion on the blueprint, and now he became the primary target of criticism. A wingspan of 20 meters and a length of 10 meters? That's completely upside down. Isn't it top-heavy? Su Jiaxing found a new angle for his skepticism. "Su-hai, you're not seriously trying to prove your design skills with this thing, are you? Even a paper airplane folded by an elementary school kid has better proportions than this. Thank goodness this monstrosity with its unbalanced proportions is an unmanned design. If a pilot had to test fly this thing, I'd be worried for their safety before takeoff." Su Jiaxing was a complete scatterbrain, blurting out whatever came to mind without a second thought. He didn't notice the murderous glare Yin Wenjun was shooting him a look that could have skinned him alive. Only when someone beside him pointed it out did Su Jiaxing finally catch on. "Mr. Yin, do you agree with what I said?" Su Jiaxing's neighbor groaned, pressing his hand to his forehead. This kid was hopeless. Right? Absolutely dead wrong. Su Jiaxing was stunned. He listened as Yin Wenjun continued. "This design is technically called high aspect ratio. Its advantages are quite evident. Because the fuselage has a large volume, its payload capacity is incredibly substantial. And I think this layout is very reasonable. It should also be possible to equip different payload modules based on mission requirements." Su-hai hadn't expected anyone could discern so much from just a rough sketch. He looked at Yin Wenjun with admiration. "Indeed, sir, your insight is truly remarkable. Additionally, I should note that the double scorpion can also mount pylons on its wings. Its wingspan is exceptionally long, reaching 20 meters. This allows for multiple attachment points to accommodate various payload types." Yin Wenjun nodded in admiration. "Excellent. This design concept is truly outstanding." Su-hai took a pen and marked each suspension point on the original blueprint. Preliminary design, 12 hardpoints total on the airframe, each rated for 1 ton. 12 tons? Hua Feng was stunned. "Su-hai, did I hear that correctly?" Su-hai nodded. "You heard correctly. 12 tons. Everyone present looked utterly incredulous. Even with a 20-meter wingspan, how could it possibly carry 12 tons? Where would it get that kind of power? Su-hai continued his explanation. This double scorpion has a maximum range of 8,000 kilometers, a maximum endurance of 40 hours, and a service ceiling of 10,000 meters. With each figure Su-hai uttered, a chorus of skepticism erupted from the technical staff's seating area. Impossible. How could it fly 8,000 kilometers while carrying 12 tons? That tiny fuselage couldn't possibly house an engine capable of handling such payload and range. This might fool laypeople, but don't try to pull that on us professionals. Your exaggerations are embarrassing enough for me. Even Yin Wenjun, who had just praised Su-hai moments ago, began to waver. As a professional aircraft researcher and manufacturer, the figures Su-hai cited were indeed a bit too exaggerated. Sigh, Yin Wenjun sighed, addressing Su-hai. Su-hai, even if you're trying to prove your capabilities and dispel others' doubts, there's no need to exaggerate the figures like this. This old man still supports you. You really don't need to resort to such tactics. The more gifted you are, the more you should protect your reputation. This kind of behavior will only bring you trouble. Su-hai didn't respond immediately. He buried his head and sketched another page, projecting it onto the screen. I'm not exaggerating. The double-tailed scorpion achieves all this solely because of the 20-style aerodynamic layout design. Moreover, the fundamental design of the double-tailed scorpion is based on a dual-engine configuration. If you wanted to, there's ample room to configure 3 or even 4 engines. After speaking, Su-hai glanced around. To his surprise, no one immediately voiced a challenge. Everyone was stunned by Su-hai's second-hand drawn blueprint. It depicted an exquisitely detailed structural diagram of the double-tailed scorpion engine. Achieving such precision through pure hand drawing alone was proof enough of Su-hai's capabilities. Even Su Jiaxing, who had been the loudest critic moments ago, fell silent. 2 consecutive hand-drawn blueprints, each proposing entirely novel design concepts and technical terminology. Only the most senior figure present, Mr. Yin Wenjun, a man who had dedicated his entire life to aircraft research, could respond. Was there any doubt left about Su-hai's abilities? After a brief silence, Su Jiaxing led the applause. His lead ignited thunderous applause throughout the hall. Su-hai, regardless of whether the double scorpion technology you mentioned can be realized, I must admit you truly possess remarkable talent. Su Jiaxing said this and sat down obediently. Chang Yongxi shot him a glare. Su Jiaxing. Come to my office after the meeting. Stubborn as a mule, Su Jiaxing showed no sign of realizing his mistake, merely stiffening his neck and shouting, yes. Yin Wenjun observed Su-hai's unruffled expression amidst the applause and found himself quietly impressed. Regardless of whether this technology can be implemented, I'd like to invite you to work at our Bureau of Science and Technology. Yin Wenjun said. This immediately sparked Hua Feng's competitive spirit. A guest? As the chief designer of Bureau 8, why should I be a guest at your Shin Bureau? Mr. Yin, it's not that I'm being disrespectful to you as a senior, but Su-hai is actually one of our Bureau 8's people. I can't hand over these blueprints to you. Yin Wenjun's expression darkened. His earlier invitation to Su-hai had been a veiled demand for the blueprints. But Hua Feng proved shrewd beyond measure, dismissing both possibilities with just 2 sentences. Left with no choice, Yin Wenjun resorted to his last desperate tactic, playing the seniority card. Hua Feng, you're still young. There will be plenty of great projects and opportunities in the future. This old man doesn't have many years left. Before I go, I just want to see more of the great things our country has developed. Your Bureau 8 already has the Rainbow series. Giving this one to our Bureau Shun would also lighten your research burden. Just have a little pity on this old man who's nearly done for. Let Bureau Shun take on this project. Let this old man feel a little involved. Can you do that? He even pretended to wipe away tears from the corners of his eyes. Hua Feng wasn't one to indulge him, he'd had enough of being pushed aside. No worries, old Yin. This project isn't going anywhere without Bureau 8. I'll personally invite you to oversee it here. Chapter 88, A Bold Plan. Seeing Su-hai remain silent, Yin Wenjun sensed an opening and quickly leaned in. Su-hai, don't listen to Hua Feng. Speak for yourself. Bureau 8's facilities, talent, and funding are all subpar, but our Bureau Shin is a top-tier research institute. Bureau 8 consistently ranks last year after year. They fall short of our Bureau Shin in every aspect. You really need to think this through. Bureau Shin is offering you this chance to prove yourself. It's up to you, do you want to give it a shot? She finished speaking and turned to look at Su-hai expectantly. Su-hai frowned at Yin Wenjun. Even if he had reservations, there was no need to disparage Bureau 8 so thoroughly. Moreover, Yin Wenjun's flattery and disparagement, coupled with the underlying assumption that Su-hai accepting was a foregone conclusion. It was genuinely unsettling. Noticing Su-hai's uneasy expression, Yin Wenjun quickly added. Look, so many people questioned you just now, but I never doubted you. Your capabilities are truly outstanding. Only Director Shin can offer you better opportunities for growth. Yin Wenjun practically had the words Director Shin is the pinnacle of academic ivory towers written on her face for Su-hai to see. But this was precisely not what Su-hai wanted to see. Because what he needed to do was run all over the world, completing the system's recovery missions. Not sit in an ivory tower doing research. Seeing Su-hai hesitate, Hua Feng couldn't help but sweat for himself. Yin Wenjun was absolutely right. Bureau 8 was a rundown, perennial bottom dweller with pitifully low funding. Yet Bureau 8 had never experienced personnel defections. In contrast, Bureau Shin constantly faced poaching by foreign entities, losing a large number of outstanding talents. After a moment of deep thought, Su-hai finally spoke. I admit, I've looked into it too. Bureau 7 is indeed superior to Bureau 8 in every way. But Buroshin is too far from my scrapyard. I don't want to be too far from home. Secondly, Bureau 8 has already successfully established a mature drone production line. We can start production as soon as we get the blueprints. Therefore, Mr. Een, I can only offer my apologies. It was an honor to meet a luminary of your stature. But our collaboration will have to wait for another time. Su Hai spoke, offering a slight nod to Een Wen-jun. He then stepped down from the stage with a flourish and took his seat between Wang Tao and Hua Feng. Een Wen-jun was momentarily speechless. He never imagined that the nation's most prestigious research institution, the most renowned aircraft institute, would actually have a young person refuse to join its ranks. He stared blankly as Su Hai returned to his seat. Only after a long moment did he register the awkward atmosphere, forcing him to return to his own seat. Seated beside Een Wen-jun were two deputy directors under Director Shen. Noticing Een Wen-jun's displeasure, they took turns criticizing Su Hai. Mr. Een, this young man is utterly ungrateful. You personally extended an invitation, and he dared to refuse. Exactly. He just designed some weird-looking thing who knows if it'll even work in real tests, and he's acting all high and mighty. Young people these days talk big but deliver little. He'll regret turning down Director Shen, he'll cry about it later. Let those good-for-nothings at Bureau 8 waste their time with Su Hai. You can't reason with the stubborn. They need to hit a brick wall. When they fail to deliver, they'll come crawling back. Being recognized by Oldin only shows he has some talent, it doesn't prove he can get things done. Refusing guidance from an authority? I'll be damned if I don't see what they can actually produce. When he fails and comes crawling back, I'll be the first to oppose his re-entry into Director Shen's team. Een Wen-jun sighed, feeling slightly comforted by their words. Ah, what a waste of a promising young talent. Now he'll be stuck wasting his time for so long. Enough. He's young, let him learn through trial and error. But his design concept is genuinely sound. We can draw inspiration from it and explore that direction ourselves once we return. It's all for the sake of China. They can afford to make mistakes, but Bureau Shen absolutely cannot waste time. Understood, Director Een. We'll arrange it immediately upon returning. Su Hai sat some distance away from them and was unaware of their conversation. After the celebratory segment concluded, the host proceeded to the next agenda item. It was the issue regarding developments in the United States that Wang Tao and Su Hai had reported. The Americania suddenly suffered the 611 terrorist attack. Given Americania's consistent global approach, they absolutely won't let this slide. Therefore, they will undoubtedly respond with violent countermeasures. However, several nations in the Oil Kingdom region maintain close cooperative ties with our China. This is our key point. The host's words abruptly halted. Yet in the minds of everyone present, a single, shared answer emerged. Protect our partners and provide whatever assistance we can. As for Su Hai, his thoughts reached much deeper. If war came, it would mean weapons of every kind would appear. Then there would be an endless stream of weapon fragments to recover. Recalling his past life, where the entire Oil Kingdom region would be ravaged by the Amerilife forces, Su Hai still felt a pang of sorrow. But the wheels of history turn relentlessly for all. Now was not the time for him to wallow in melancholy. What demanded his immediate attention was how to proceed without leaving a trace. Suddenly, Su Hai thought of Ada's father, arms dealer Johnson. What was discussed in the subsequent meeting was completely lost to Su Hai's memory. He only remembered opening the system panel to check his next retrieval mission. Notice. Countdown, 8 days. Oil Kingdom, coordinates XXXXXX. War is imminent. Belligerent nations, Americania, etc. Proceed to the battlefield during wartime and complete as many recovery missions as possible. Recovery count must not be less than 9. Mission completion reward, +1 available attempts. Mission failure penalty, weaponry compendium progress reset. Already acquired blueprints will vanish. Su Hai stared at the prompt as a crazed plan began to take shape in his mind. 1. Sell Johnson's handheld weapons, guns, RPGs, etc. to America's enemies. 2. Provide China's drones to America's enemies as support, collect combat data, and use that data to upgrade the drone systems. 3. Have America's enemies help him recover fragments of American military equipment, and use those fragments to purchase handheld weapons at a 10% discount. This would generate a steady stream of fragments to unlock blueprints and develop new weaponry. Simultaneously, this would slow America's offensive progress and protect China's partners. Chapter 89, New Equipment. After the meeting, Su Hai continued to ponder the details of his audacious plan. He followed Wang Tao back to the Academy of Sciences in a daze, while Wang Tao kept observing Su Hai's expression. Su Hai, is something troubling you? Su Hai ignored him, still lost in his own thoughts. Wang Tao tapped the table in front of Su Hai. Su Hai, the aircraft carrier is about to be launched. The words finally snapped Su Hai back to reality. His eyes instantly lit up, sparkling as he looked at Wang Tao. Dean Wang, what did you say? Did I hear that correctly? His mind raced through the timeline from submitting the carrier blueprints in March to now. The 611 incident. Indeed, nearly 3 months had passed. The carrier's construction should be over 90% complete by now. Wang Tao burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. What are you thinking about, kid? You look so deep in thought. Suhai felt a rare flicker of embarrassment, but it quickly gave way to wild excitement. Nothing much, it doesn't matter. Dean Wang, you mentioned the aircraft carrier is about to be launched? When? Is it fully constructed? Have all the blueprint specifications been fully realized? The barrage of questions left Wang Tao unsure which to answer first. You're surprisingly patient now that it's urgent. How did you manage to stay so calm during the meeting earlier? Suhai froze. Really? He hadn't even noticed. Wang Tao teased. The whole room was cheering, but you sat there like a monk in deep meditation, not even a hint of a smile. Now you're suddenly firing off all these questions and they're all classified. How am I supposed to answer you? Suhai knew Wang Tao was deliberately teasing him. If these matters violated confidentiality regulations, Wang Tao wouldn't have brought them up in the first place. Dean Wang. Please, just tell me already. I'm dying here. Wang Tao burst into laughter at Suhai's reaction. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. So you're finally begging me for something. Suhai responded coolly, Dean Wang, when you're done playing around, just tell me already. The greatest pleasure in life is knocking gods off their pedestals. Seeing Suhai beg for mercy gave Wang Tao immense satisfaction in his twisted sense of humor. Ahem, he cleared his throat ostentatiously. Actually, this is something I must tell you. Superior orders state that as the blueprint provider, you must participate in the aircraft carrier's christening ceremony. Wang Tao rambled on without getting to the point, prompting Suhai to press him. When? Tomorrow morning. Suhai glanced at the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. It's so late already, Dean Wang. I really need to get going. With that, Suhai started heading for the door. Wang Tao hurriedly stopped him. Where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? I need to go buy a decent outfit to wear. Wang Tao glanced at his attire. Suhai's everyday clothes were indeed rather casual, but as grown men, they didn't usually pay much attention to such details. But for tomorrow's formal occasion, Suhai wasn't a military man and didn't own formal attire. He genuinely needed to buy something appropriate. I never really noticed before, but your clothes really aren't suitable for such a formal occasion. Wang Tao said, circling Suhai to get a full look. But honestly, with your sense of style, I doubt you'd pick something suitable on your own. Suhai had always believed clothes were functional enough as long as they fit. Wang Tao's point seemed rather valid. What should I do then? Wang Tao stroked his chin. I suggest you bring along a few female friends with good taste to help you shop. Fearing Suhai might miss his well-intentioned advice, Wang Tao elaborated further. Women tend to be more detail-oriented and have better taste. Bring more people, many hands make light work. Suhai thought about it and realized he had a point. Stepping out of Wang Tao's office, he immediately ran into Chang Rundong. Suhai got straight to the point with his invitation. Rundong, it's almost quitting time. You shouldn't be too busy, right? Would you mind coming with me to buy a few clothes? Suhai's direct invitation made Chang Rundong blush and she shyly agreed. They agreed to meet at a certain mall after work. Suhai then contacted Yi Shuxue and Xia Zisheng. He only knew a handful of women like this. Calling them all to serve as references should be fine, right? As for Ada, he truly dared not meet her, fearing she might do something unseemly in public. At the agreed time, Suhai waited at the mall entrance for the three beauties to arrive. They had met before and shared meals, their relationship neither particularly close nor distant. After meeting up, they headed straight for the men's clothing section to help Suhai pick out an outfit. Chang Rundong, the youngest, selected lively, casual outfits. When Suhai put them on, he looked like a fresh-faced college student, drawing curious glances from the sales assistants. Since Suhai mentioned attending a very formal occasion, Yi Shuxue selected more traditional attire like Zhongshan suits for him. When Suhai emerged from the fitting room wearing a black Zhongshan suit, Yi Shuxue's eyes lit up repeatedly. The tailored fit accentuated his excellent physique, while the black fabric made his slightly tanned skin appear fairer. Suhai's striking features, bold eyebrows and large eyes, were fully accentuated. Chang Rundong and Xia Zisheng's gazes were filled with admiration. They say men love to look at beautiful women, but when women see a handsome man, that's when they truly can't take their eyes off him. Xia Zisheng, being married, understood that her appreciation for men went far beyond mere looks. If someone had said such things to her before, she would have looked down on them. But after her accidental touch with Suhai, seeing him now in such dazzling splendor, that was pure contempt. The moment Suhai stepped out and saw the three women staring at him, their eyes sparkling, he didn't know where to put his hands. So, what do you think of this outfit? The three women nodded silently. Suhai glanced in the mirror. Clothes really did make the man. This outfit made him look taller and more energetic. After buying the outfit, Suhai wanted to treat everyone to dinner as a thank you. But just then, Xia Zisheng suddenly spoke up. Xiaohai, you're still my boss, after all. Since we're already at the mall, and with 3 advisors here, why not buy a few more outfits? You should stop wearing those ugly clothes from before. Otherwise, you'll ruin your business image if your boss walks around looking like a bum all day. Su-hai pointed at himself. Do I usually dress that badly? Clothes aren't about being good or bad as long as they're wearable, right? Yi Shushue felt the same way. What really annoyed her was Xia Zishang acting like she was in charge of Su-hai's affairs. Exactly, Su-hai. Yi Shushue hooked her arm through Su-hai's. Since we're already here, I can help you pick out some outfits. Buy a few more to rotate through. Seeing that both agreed, Su-hai had no choice but to accept. Alright. But don't just pick things for me. Feel free to grab whatever clothes you like, I'll cover everything. Chapter 90, The Battlefield. Su-hai took the three of them on a shopping spree through the mall. Their hands were filled with bags of all sizes. Though Xia Zishan and Yi Shushue bickered constantly, the overall atmosphere among them was fairly pleasant. Still, this quartet was quite an eye-catching sight. Johnson finally coaxed Ada into the car. Ida happened to glance out the window nearby and spotted Su-hai shopping with the three women. Ada, what would you like to eat? Johnson asked. Her response was a loud slam of the car door. Johnson had no idea what he'd done to upset her again and hurriedly jumped out of the car. Striding with long legs, Ada dashed up the stairs to the women's clothing store. Su-hai. Su-hai was waiting for several women trying on clothes when he suddenly spotted Ada. His heart sank. He glanced around. The entire store was empty except for him and Ada. The sales staff, seeing Ada storming in with such force, had quickly retreated to a safe distance. Ida, you're here shopping too? Su-hai forced himself to greet her. Ida demanded, her anger boiling over. You promised my dad you'd marry me, so why are you shopping with another woman? Her voice carried, drawing a crowd of onlookers who gathered to hear the commotion. Su-hai felt utterly innocent. Didn't you say last time you wouldn't marry me? Only after the words left his mouth did Su-hai realize he'd just delivered a textbook line from a scumbag. Yi Shushue had just stepped out wearing a new dress. Hearing this, she froze in place. Xia Zishan also felt uneasy. She deliberately left the zipper half open and walked out pretending not to have heard anything. Su-hai, help me see why this zipper won't go up. The three women locked eyes, their gazes clashing as the tension threatened to boil over at any moment. Su-hai steeled himself and zipped up Xia Zishan's dress from behind. He hurriedly explained. Ida, you've got the wrong idea. I have an important event to attend and asked them to help me pick out an outfit. Then why didn't you call me? Ida felt deeply wronged. Su-hai sighed. Just what she feared had happened. He couldn't exactly say he was afraid she might do something crazy. Of course it's because you're unfamiliar with Chinese aesthetics. Su-hai had a sudden idea. Besides, your translation workload at the Academy of Engineering is overwhelming. I know that. Only then did Ida's expression soften, though she still pouted. Just then, Chang Rundong emerged in fresh clothes, her face brimming with curiosity at the scene outside. Su-hai praised, beautiful, beautiful all of them. Buy them all. He quickly paid and invited Ida to join him for lunch. When Johnson caught up, he saw Ada walking ahead, followed by Su-hai with three women in tow. Daddy sweetheart, tell Daddy what happened? Ada shrugged her shoulders, nothing. Let's eat. Seeing that Ada was in a relatively good mood, Johnson merely glared at Su-hai. Su-hai had no choice but to follow Ada and her father to dinner with the three women. Johnson, being an experienced man, immediately noticed that Yi Shushue and Xia Zishang treated Su-hai differently. But it was only natural that a good man would be popular after all, they couldn't compete with Ada anyway. Driven by the desire to help his daughter eliminate the competition, the meal was nothing short of extravagant. Johnson ordered every single expensive dish on the menu. Su-hai introduced everyone, though he deliberately omitted Johnson's identity. When Johnson heard there was a daughter of a Chinese general present, he swallowed the words he had been about to speak. Everyone ate in silence. Ada, however, paid no heed. Pointing to the seat Su-hai now occupied, she declared. You sat right here last time. Su-hai? Didn't you forget? My father said he'd marry me to you. And we shared a very sweet kiss of commitment. Su-hai. Cough cough cough. Su-hai choked on his food, unable to swallow a single bite. Yi Shushue and Xia Zishan's glares could have killed him on the spot. Even the innocent Chang Rendong shot him a disapproving look. Hold on. Ada, I never agreed to anything with you two. Ida slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Are you saying my kiss wasn't sweet enough? As she moved toward him, Xia Zishang stepped in to block her path. What are you doing? Give him a kiss, Ada said lightly, sizing up Xia Zishang. You're just an employee of Su-hai. What gives you the right to stop me? Get out of my way. Su-hai was genuinely afraid of Ada now. Couldn't they just talk things out? Why did it always have to come to words and blows? He shook his head, dismissing the memory. Had he known Ada possessed such a temperament, he never would have helped her secure the job opportunity at Huaxia. But it was too late for regrets now. Faced with this hellish situation, the best solution was to lay everything out clearly. By then, Xia Zishan had already been shoved aside by Ada. Wait. Ada. Suhai reached out to stop Aida's lunging motion. But his gaze was fixed on Johnson. Mr. Johnson, there are some things I must make clear. Regarding the partnership you mentioned, I'm honored you recognize my abilities. But I will never sell out my marriage. And Ada's life shouldn't be treated as a bargaining chip. As a father, you must surely agree with my stance. Johnson remained unmoved, and Suhai grew impatient. Right? Johnson? Johnson wiped his mouth leisurely. As you can see, I have no control over Ada's thoughts. The only reason she's doing this is because she genuinely cares about you. I can't interfere. Hearing Johnson say this, Suhai felt a chill run through him. Just then, Yushushua suddenly stood up, wrapped her arms around Suhai's waist from behind, and with what seemed like tremendous courage, declared firmly. Suhai, I like you too. Suhai felt like he was caught between a rock and a hard place. Ida shrugged indifferently, wrapped her arms around Suhai's neck, and looked him in the face. Well, fair competition then. Feeling utterly helpless and unable to touch either of them, Suhai could only spread his arms wide to avoid any misunderstanding. Stop it, you two. There are people watching. He looked to Xia Zishan for help. Sis Shangshang, please pull them apart for me. Before he could finish, Xia Zishan grabbed his hand too, biting her lip. Xiaohai, the truth is, I like you too. Suhai froze, shifting his gaze to Chang Rendong, whose thoughts were the purest. Chang Rendong, however, dared not make direct physical contact, stammering instead. I. Though she didn't finish her sentence, her face flushed crimson as she avoided meeting Suhai's eyes. Her reaction spoke volumes. A chill ran through Suhai's heart. It's over. Back in his previous life, the company commander had warned him that women were the most troublesome, telling him to be careful around them. He hadn't even dated once in 2 lifetimes. Now he'd suddenly gotten himself entangled with 4 women. What on earth was he supposed to do? In the days to come, these 4 women were bound to devour him alive. Chapter 91, Aircraft Carrier Launch. That night, Suhai dared not return to any of the homes. He felt like Tang Sanzang, who had wandered into the kingdom of women, terrified that the women would capture him and force him to do something. He ended up staying in a cheap hotel for the night. The next morning, Suhai woke up feeling refreshed and energetic. Changing into fresh clothes, he promptly contacted Wang Tao. The two set off together for the Dalian shipyard. A viewing platform had been set up beside the dry dock, and Suhai and Wang Tao quickly found their assigned seats. Amidst the technical personnel contingent, they stood beside key engineers from the Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Engineering. Standing directly below the carrier's starboard side, they looked up and could only see the towering hull. Suhai felt deeply moved. Seeing Guo Songshan with tears welling in her eyes, he exclaimed, "President Guo, your team has completed this project well ahead of schedule." Guo Songshan's voice caught in her throat. When he first received the aircraft carrier blueprints from Suhai, he had harbored doubts and confusion. But as the Academy of Engineering and the shipyard meticulously followed the blueprints step by step, he felt nothing but profound admiration and pride. After over 80 days of relentless overtime, they had finally conquered this project. A full 10 days ahead of the projected 3-month timeline. Being the first one, it was bound to be unfamiliar territory. Guo Songshan clenched his fist. The next one will definitely finish within 80 days. Wang Tao was startled. Old Guo, are you getting too excited? Don't talk nonsense. Guo Songshan shot Wang Tao a look that said he was talking nonsense. You don't believe me? Do you have any idea what we've been through these past 80-odd days? Every single material and component has been meticulously refined. We've nitpicked every detail. Since it's our first time making this, we couldn't afford even the slightest error. Tens of thousands of workers collaborating with thousands of engineers, working around the clock without rest. Not a single day off. I can confidently say we haven't wasted a single step. Though time-consuming, it's been invaluable experience. If we were to build a second one now, with these technicians and skilled workers, 80 days per vessel would be more than sufficient. Guo Songshan spoke with passionate fervor, and Wang Tao listened with growing excitement. Regardless of whether Guo Songshan's claims could be realized, at the very least it showed they had the drive. That was enough. By then, everyone had gathered. The host announced. It is now 8 a.m. on June 18, 2000. The launching and naming ceremony for China's first aircraft carrier is now officially underway. As soon as the words were spoken, Chang Yongxi, commander of the receiving unit, accepted the naming certificate for the aircraft carrier. The Rongwon of the Chinese Navy is hereby accepted. Immediately afterward, he joined several other military and civilian leaders in cutting the ribbon for the carrier. Next came the bottle-breaking ceremony. Chang Yongxi pressed the button, activating the automated mechanical device. The champagne bottle shattered against the bow, sending a shower of sparkling spray into the air from the perspective of Suhai Station. Colorful streamers shot from both sides of the hull, accompanied by the wail of the ship's whistle. The spectacle was dazzling and deafening. Suhai felt his heart pounding in his chest. This moment had finally arrived. The Chinese Navy's glory, hull number 01, is officially launched. At Chang Yongxi's command, the dry dock gates opened and the carrier slowly emerged, embarking on her first combat mission. This aircraft carrier was massive in size, measuring 338 meters in length, 78 meters in width, with a draft of 12 meters and a displacement of 120,000 tons. Its silver-gray hull appeared exceptionally imposing. 3 large characters were spray-painted along the hull: Glory. The glory of the Republic officially set sail. Suhai stood on the shore, watching it glide steadily into the sea. China's first aircraft carrier was finally launched on June 18, 2000. A new chapter in history begins here. Han Kingdom, at a certain military base. All Fox-K anti-missile missiles and Fish Spear anti-ship missiles purchased from the United States had been fully deployed after 3 months. Several officers gathered together, awaiting the commissioning ceremony. With these interceptor missiles, our great Han nation will become East Asia's foremost power. Who dares challenge us now? But with such grand publicity, might China retaliate against us? Let them try. These missiles cost us a fortune from the United States. They're the most advanced technology in the world. The Fox Killer surface-to-air missile boasts a 99% hit rate, a proven figure from testing. Even if China dares to attack, they'll be taken out the moment they show themselves. The Fish Spear anti-ship missiles are also perfectly suited to target China's naval vessels. They don't even have an aircraft carrier. If they dare come, these missiles will give them a taste of their own medicine. We're riding the coattails of the United States, the world's most outstanding nation, with the most cutting-edge scientific and military technology. China's military industry is still scavenging scrap from around the world. The fighter jets they buy are models declassified by Russia 2 decades ago. Compared to our equipment, they're like children's toys, utterly defenseless. Ha 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 ha. With China's current military strength, we don't even need our great Han nation to lift a finger. The American forces stationed here will protect us. They're the world's premier military. The entire group burst into laughter. Soon after, Han Nation leader Park Il-gwo and U.S. General Black, commander of U.S. forces in Han Nation, finally arrived. A large group of reporters followed behind them, flashes popping incessantly. The ribbon-cutting ceremony countdown began, 15 minutes. All personnel were in position, commencing final equipment calibration. All radars are functioning normally. No strike targets detected. The moment the words left his mouth, everyone heard several muffled booms coming from the sea. What's going on? Is that thunder? The weather forecast didn't mention any storms at sea today. Just as everyone was puzzled, a message came from the base lookout. 10 nautical miles offshore, a fleet is conducting live fire exercises. Live fire drills? Could it be that the United States sent a fleet to protect us in celebration of the base's completion? It was well known that Han Nation's territorial waters extended only 3 nautical miles. Any vessels within 10 nautical miles were already a highly dangerous signal to them. Park Il-gwo politely inquired of Admiral Black, does the United States have any additional naval exercise plans scheduled for today? Poof. A mere missile defense base hardly warrants mobilizing our fleet. Then whose fleet could it be? The lookout reported again. Mr. President, it's Chinese vessels and an aircraft carrier is leading the formation. Chapter 92, The Little Cold Country's Grip. An aircraft carrier? Did you misread that? How could China possibly have an aircraft carrier? Park Il-gwo said, glancing at Black. Black sneered dismissively, definitely false intelligence. Given the extent of our technological blockade against China, they couldn't even touch an aircraft carrier within a decade, let alone possess one. The two personally ascended the lookout tower, scanning the sea through binoculars. Another series of cannon blasts echoed as their gaze settled upon the imposing vessel. Its sleek silver-gray hull, massive in size, sat deep in the water. The ship flew the Chinese national flag, its name inscribed in Chinese characters. No, no, no. Black repeatedly denied the reality before him. This is utterly impossible. How could a mere China, under such layers of blockade, build an aircraft carrier and one of this scale? The world's largest aircraft carrier at present was the American Nimitz-class carrier, with a displacement of merely 100,000 tons. Yet this Chinese carrier, seemingly materialized out of thin air, was even larger. So large that Black could discern its immense size with his naked eye. Black rubbed his eyes in disbelief and looked again. He saw that this carrier had separated its landing zone and takeoff zone on opposite sides of the hull. This bold design concept had been proposed by the Americans before, but they had abandoned it due to technical challenges. To see it now on a Chinese carrier, how could Black possibly believe it? Before his astonishment could subside, several carrier-based aircraft launched from catapults, soaring into the sky at 280 km/h. Blake stared intently at the deck after the launches, yet saw no steam billowing from the catapults. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Electromagnetic catapults are considered alien technology beyond our reach. How could China possibly master it? Their steam catapults must have malfunctioned. Next comes engine failure and fire. It has to be that. Yet he watched those carrier-based aircraft take off safely. And they were heading straight toward the base. Black's eyes narrowed sharply. He immediately ordered the stationed U.S. forces to scramble an RC-135 Valley reconnaissance aircraft. The Valley immediately took off, attempting to intercept the Chinese carrier-based aircraft. Black kept Han Prime Minister Park Il-kwo outside and entered the command center himself. Opening the command console communications, Black issued a secret directive to the pilot. Ryan, don't fire. The Han people aren't worth protecting. Your mission is reconnaissance. Ensure the Chinese aircraft do not enter Han territory. Headquarters needs our first-hand intelligence. Roger that, sir. Ryan piloted the river valley toward the Chinese fighter jets. As he drew closer and could clearly see the Chinese fighters with his naked eye, he suddenly felt something odd about them. Especially the one in the middle. Its shape bore a striking resemblance to the American B-2 bomber. But something seemed to be missing from its fuselage. A moment later, it dawned on him. Typical China, masters of counterfeiting, only capable of copying others' work. Even their fighter jets seemed to be missing something. They looked like a pile of scrap metal, lacking any real deterrent. At that moment, he noticed the three fighters weren't showing up on the River Valley radar. The River Valley just underwent maintenance. The radar must be fine. The only reason these fighters aren't being detected is that they lack electronic equipment. Absolutely ridiculous and outdated. Ryan scoffed as he switched the communicator to the international channel, preparing to issue an intercept warning. However, before he could intercept, the Huaxia fighter jets had already turned at 5 nautical miles from the coastline, heading toward their designated strike location. The River Valley, having flown 3 nautical miles off the coast of Han Nation, pursued the Chinese fighter jets but received a warning transmission from them. You have entered our live fire exercise zone. To avoid friendly fire, withdraw immediately. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. After the warning in Chinese, it was repeated in English and then in Korean. Ryan, a veteran pilot, had never witnessed anyone daring to issue such a warning to a U.S. Air Force fighter jet. But recalling Black's orders, he merely circled the target, snapped a few photographs, and immediately turned back. After all, the fighter looked inherently flawed and held no real deterrent value. Black sat in the command center, studying the radar display before him. River Valley had safely returned with the photographs. Across the way, the Chinese fighter jet had completed its designated strike mission and landed safely, being securely intercepted by a chafing cable within 2 seconds. Black froze in place. The U.S. Secretary of Defense once predicted it would take the Chinese over a decade just to develop arresting gear, and a full 50 years to build an aircraft carrier. Yet the reality before my eyes tells me this eastern sleeping lion has awakened. We devised countless countermeasures, yet they still broke through our blockade. It wasn't until Ryan arrived at the door with photographs that Black emerged from the command center. Park Il-kwo cautiously inquired of Black. It's just one aircraft carrier. Our anti-ship missiles should handle it easily. Right, Admiral Black? No. Black looked at Park Il-kwo with pity. He took the photo Ryan had snapped and examined it closely. The more he looked, the more alarmed he became. Holding the photo up, he demanded confirmation from Ryan. These carrier-based aircraft, they're unmanned? Ryan finally understood. Yes, that explains it. He recalled the earlier scene. No wonder he'd felt something was off about those Huaxia fighters. And the fact that the enemy had issued voice commands had distracted him from noticing the absence of cockpit canopies. Up there, I found it odd that none of those fighters had cockpit windows. So they were a small drone formation. Ryan realized this belatedly, breaking out in a cold sweat. Carrier-based drones capable of precision bombing and real-time voice communication with enemy aircraft. The technology behind these capabilities was so advanced that only the U.S. Air Force, standing at the forefront of global aviation science, could grasp its sophistication. Black shared his thoughts. They had just witnessed the precision strike capabilities of these aircraft. Now that they were confirmed to be unmanned, their threat level had risen even further. Park Il-kwo looked utterly bewildered. Drones? Aren't those just kids' toys? Like remote-controlled airplanes? Black felt exasperated by his ignorance. He sighed and said to Park Il-kwo, "Cancel the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Han Nation's anti-missile and anti-ship missiles are now nothing but scrap metal, completely useless." Park Il-kwo was stunned into speechlessness by Black's shocking statement. Why? Our great Han kingdom spent billions of American dollars on this base. How can we cancel the ribbon cutting? Black turned and descended the stairs without offering further explanation. He needed to return to America immediately to report the situation. Their plan to intimidate China had failed. Park Il-kwo returned to the control console and ordered the operator to restart the system, but the radar still displayed. All radars operational. No strike targets detected. How can this be? This is the world's most advanced anti-missile radar system. Why can't it detect Chinese vessels right at our doorstep? Chapter 93, The Birth of the Aircraft Carrier. The operator couldn't answer. He certainly couldn't say. Prime Minister, good news, no enemy vessels appear on radar. Bad news, we can see the enemy's deck with the naked eye. If he did, the Prime Minister might be so furious he'd make him eat a peanut. So he said nothing. Park Il-guo's mental defenses had completely collapsed. What exactly had Huaxia's aircraft done? What had transpired in Black's command center? What on earth could have caused Black to flee in such panic? What could render the anti-missile system, purchased by Han Nation at a cost of billions of dollars, utterly useless? China had merely added one more aircraft carrier and sent a few planes. How could this alone wield such formidable deterrence? Park Il-guo, raised in a tiny nation, had no idea how much untold technology China had deployed in this leap from 0 to 1. He only knew this: the most terrifying neighbor on this land had awakened. 2 days later, every major Chinese newspaper carried this headline on its front page. Congratulations to the Glory aircraft carrier fleet on successfully completing its 2-day live-fire naval exercises. The news sent shockwaves across the nation, followed by wild jubilation. One netizen: I knew there was a reason the Navy suddenly posted "Fight for the Glory of the Motherland" 3 months ago. It all makes sense now, it was the aircraft carrier. Another replied: my dad's an engineer at the shipyard. He hasn't had a day off in ages, saying it was a classified mission. Now I get it, his project must have been the carrier. TVT. A military enthusiast posted on a forum. Am I the only one noticing something extraordinary about this carrier? Even though the photographer's angle is weird, judging by the reference objects, this carrier is bigger than America's largest Nimitz-class carriers. He attached a photo showing the carrier's full hull, with a familiar military boat dwarfed like a sesame seed in the corner. Fellow enthusiasts, let's discuss. Based on this scale, this carrier's displacement must be around 120,000 tons. An absolute behemoth, one of a kind in the world. The replies below mocked the photographer's skills, labeling it war denial-style photography. Finally, we have our own carrier, and this photographer makes it look like a fishing boat. You gotta hand it to him. If you don't look closely, even our own people would be fooled. That evening, the evening news broadcast even aired footage from the carrier drills. Electromagnetic catapult launch, 2-second emergency stop, full weapon loadout, precision-guided munitions, phased array radar, all these technologies flashed by. The broadcast concluded: this is China's first aircraft carrier with complete independent intellectual property rights. All technologies were independently developed by our scientists and engineers. The news sent shockwaves across the nation once more. The television station even conducted a special street interview. A retired veteran said, "Today I went to the Martyrs Cemetery to share this good news with our forebears. Our motherland has finally grown strong. May the glory live up to its name and bring supreme glory to our nation." A young girl clutched her red scarf tightly to her chest. "I'll study hard to become an aircraft carrier helmsman and steer our motherland forward." A young man from Manhwa who runs a supermarket pulled out all his savings. "I want to donate this money to the country. We still don't have enough aircraft carriers, can we build 10 more? A smoker remarked, "I suffer from firepower anxiety. Could we increase the military budget?" Many young people danced in the streets, their moves inspired by the takeoff gestures of aircraft carrier commanders. Across the entire nation, everyone rejoiced over this event. They sang and danced, celebrating their nation's acquisition of yet another formidable maritime weapon. Meanwhile, at the White House in the United States, a solemn meeting was underway. Who on earth leaked the critical technology to China? How could they suddenly build an aircraft carrier despite facing such heavy blockades? Could it be an internal leak from our own ranks? None of the officials present dared to respond. They hadn't leaked the aircraft carrier blueprints, but they had all taken kickbacks and sold arms. Now, of course, they felt guilty. After a long silence, one official finally spoke up. "But based on what Admiral Black witnessed firsthand in the partial footage of the carrier released by Huaxia News, we can conclude that the technology used in Huaxia's carrier surpasses ours in certain aspects." This was a remarkably clever statement, effectively absolving himself of suspicion. Soon, others followed suit. "Yes, we must admit that, just like with the hydrogen bomb back then, they have developed weapons more advanced than ours." President Bill of the United States slammed his fist on the table in fury. "Impossible. Those Asians are as dumb as pigs. How could they possibly have technology and weapons superior to ours? I demand the Bureau launch an immediate investigation. Grant full access to all satellite imagery. I need to know what China has been doing behind our backs. In 1 week, we will launch war against the oil kingdoms of the Middle East. I won't allow China to become a threat to us while we're distracted." Director Clay responded immediately, "Yes, Mr. President. I will initiate the investigation at once." With that, Clay accessed the satellite imagery database and began meticulously reviewing recent satellite images of China. Others continued discussing matters concerning China. This nation is terrifying. Their researchers receive neither high salaries nor adequate facilities, yet they consistently produce world-renowned research breakthroughs. We've imposed a technological blockade on them since the 1960s. 40 years later, this policy still hasn't succeeded. Their cohesion is simply unbelievable. Have you ever seen any country in the West that resembles them? President Bill listened to these harsh remarks, still unable to accept the reality that Huaxia already possessed an aircraft carrier. China absolutely could not have built an aircraft carrier on its own. It must be the work of the Great Bear Nation. The room fell silent. The only sound in the room was Clay operating the computer. Bill asked impatiently. Still haven't figured it out? Focus on the interactions between Bear Country and China. Cray pulled up satellite imagery of the areas where the two nations' coastlines met and indeed spotted some traces. Found it. Cray projected the satellite images and began explaining to everyone while pointing at several photos. About half a year ago, a cargo ship from Bear Nation passed through Huaxia and docked at Dailan port. And 2 months ago, the initial form of an aircraft carrier had already appeared in the dry docks of Dailan shipyard. These seemingly unrelated events reveal a secret collaboration between Bear Nation and China. The missing months in between? That's when China reverse-engineered the technology based on data provided by Bear Nation. Cray delivered his theory with unwavering conviction, instantly winning over the assembled crowd. They hadn't believed China could achieve this so suddenly either. With Bear Nation's assistance, it made perfect sense. Damn the Great Bear Nation. It seems we should strike against them in this campaign too. Chapter 94, Project Department. The sweetest misunderstanding in the world is when your enemy thinks you're weak. White House, America. After the meeting concluded, Defense Secretary Smith swiftly drafted an offensive plan targeting the Oil Kingdom and submitted it to President Bill. The plan designated the Oil Kingdom as the primary target while simultaneously rallying treaty nations to impose economic sanctions on the Great Bear Nation retaliation for their transfer of aircraft carrier technology to China. This two-pronged offensive strategy was swiftly approved by the American Congress. Military bases across the United States began redeploying troops. Tensions in the Middle East escalated instantly, with war looming on the horizon. China, within a luxury villa district. Suhai finally bit the bullet and splurged on a large villa. The reason was simple: its exceptional security, with strict access controls at the community gates. Ever since 4 women confessed their feelings to him last time, he realized one thing. If he stayed in his old place, his innocence might be compromised. So, for the sake of his virtue, Suhai had no choice but to spend the money. With this villa, he hoped to avoid any more incidents of women barging in and making unwanted advances. After 2 days of rest, Suhai received news from Changyangsi. The military district, the Academy of Sciences, the Academy of Engineering, and major domestic research institutes would each select one person to form a new project department. This project team would focus solely on one specific mission. As for the nature of the mission, Changyangsi had smiled and said, "You'll find out when the time comes." Suhai sensed a hint of mischief in Changyangsi's smile. But he remained in the dark about the situation. Until just now, when he received a call from Wang Tao. "Suhai, are you free now? Come to the Academy of Sciences immediately." Wang Tao's tone was urgent. Thinking some project at the academy had hit a snag, Suhai rushed over in a hurry. Pushing open the conference room door, he saw over 20 researchers seated inside, both men and women. Suhai scanned the room. Most faces were familiar. There were representatives from the Armaments Department, the Aerospace Bureau, the Academy of Sciences, the Academy of Engineering, and others. Worst of all, Chang Rundong and Yi Shushue were also present. Wang Tao beamed as he invited Suhai to take the stage and sit down. Suhai walked over, completely bewildered. Wang Tao introduced him to everyone. "Comrades, let's welcome Engineer Su." The room erupted in enthusiastic applause. Suhai nodded awkwardly in acknowledgement, then whispered to Wang Tao. "Dean Wang, what's going on here?" Wang Tao didn't respond to him, instead announcing to everyone. "All personnel are now present. I hereby declare the Information Direct Access Project Department officially established. Comrade Duan Ing will serve as the Project Department Director." Suhai was still in the dark when Wang Tao gestured invitingly, and a poised woman with short hair stood up, addressing everyone present. The primary mission of the Project Department is to interface with all types of blueprints from the Suhai laboratory. It must ensure the swift, secure, and confidential delivery of these documents to relevant institutions nationwide. Only then did Suhai grasp the situation. In short, this was the project department Changyangsi had previously mentioned to him, one tasked with coordinating in only one direction. It was established to coordinate with him. After a moment's thought, Suhai grasped the reason for establishing this project department: the sheer diversity of the blueprint projects he had brought forth. It comprised members from various research institutions. The blueprints Suhai would subsequently bring would undergo their evaluation before being assigned to different research institutes. This would help balance the research workload across institutes. It also prevented internal competition. This really is convenient. Suhai thought to himself, finally sparing him the hassle of running around finding people to accept his blueprints. It was indeed quite annoying to be questioned all the time. Afterward, Wang Tao repeatedly emphasized the project department's disciplinary requirements and confidentiality levels. Suhai was essentially just a mascot sitting up on the stage. Finally, the meeting concluded. Suhai could finally ask Wang Tao the question he'd been holding back for so long. "Dean Wang, what exactly is this Suhai lab you mentioned earlier?" Wang Tao chuckled. "Oh, that? I applied for it personally. Last time I went to your junkyard warehouse to get that torpedo, that place was beyond dilapidated. If you hadn't actually produced all those blueprints, I wouldn't have believed that place could function as a research lab. Su-hai nervously picked at his fingernail. That place wasn't a lab at all, just a recycling drop-off point. That's why I got you a proper lab, spacious and fully equipped. Later, I'll have Duaning show you around. You'll be satisfied, I guarantee it. A proper facility would be much better. Su-hai's first thought was security. It would definitely be far superior to his own shabby scrapyard. Duaning stepped forward immediately to shake Su-hai's hand. Engineer Su, I look forward to working with you in the days ahead. Her expression was polite yet distant, her tone utterly matter-of-fact. Su-hai returned the handshake with a nod. Thank you for your help. Now, let's head over to the lab and take a look. Duaning said. The group set off together. The lab wasn't far, just a few blocks from the Academy of Sciences. It was just in a rather secluded spot, with few pedestrians around. From the outside, it appeared to be just an ordinary white building. Inside, however, lay vast warehouses and laboratories. Su-hai was thoroughly satisfied. Dean Wang, you've been incredibly generous to me. This location, these facilities, everything is exactly what I had in mind. Glad you're satisfied. This used to be a research institute, but it relocated elsewhere, leaving only this old building behind. Though it looks a bit dated from the outside, the facilities are still quite complete. Su-hai surveyed the place with satisfaction, while the project team members looked around with curiosity. Suddenly, Su-hai realized a serious issue. Does the entire project team work here? If so, with so many eyes watching, using the any door to retrieve items would be like retrieving them out of thin air. Wouldn't that make it incredibly easy to get caught? Future operations would inevitably be restricted. Duaning looked at him and suddenly let out a cold laugh. What do you mean? Are you afraid we'll steal your secrets? Her tone carried a hint of contempt and resentment. Su-hai sensed the palpable hostility in her words. But he couldn't fathom where it came from. What had he done to offend her? Seeing Duaning's attitude, Yi Shuxue immediately stepped in to defend him. Duaning! What kind of attitude is that? Su-hai, don't pay her any mind. She's just jealous of you. Jealous of me? Su-hai was baffled. Oomph. She's so full of herself, yet she hasn't produced a single research achievement. She's been rude to you from the start. What else could it be but jealousy? Yi Shuxue stepped forward, standing in front of Su-hai, and glared defiantly at Duaning. I'm not. Duaning offered a feeble defense. Then what do you mean by that? How dare you speak to Su-hai, the great contributor to our Gelong project, with such an attitude? I just couldn't stand his arrogant demeanor. Chapter 95, Thermonuclear Weapons. Arrogant? Su-hai was utterly baffled. Duaning bit her lip and fell silent. Wang Tao stepped in to defend Su-hai. Xiao Duan must have misunderstood something. Su-hai is actually a decent person. You two will be working closely together. Don't let any misunderstandings come between you. Duaning immediately said, I'm sorry, Engineer Su. Su-hai waved his hand dismissively, signaling it was fine. But Duaning's hostility toward him must mean something was going on. But Duaning quickly changed the subject. Engineer Su, rest assured. All members of this project team work at their original offices. They only come to the lab when you present the blueprints. Ah, I see. Su-hai was thoroughly satisfied with this arrangement. The matter with Duaning was thus brushed aside. Although Yi Shuxue and Chang Rendong were part of this project team, they wouldn't be by his side every day either. This truly was the best arrangement. After everyone got acquainted, they all returned to their respective homes. Su-hai had one more important matter to attend to today. He had to meet with Johnson. To be precise, Johnson had insisted on the meeting. The location remained the same, the Grand Hotel. While eating roast duck, Johnson informed Su-hai that he needed to return to the United States immediately. So soon? Is it because war is about to break out? Su-hai asked casually. Johnson stuffed a wrapped piece of roast duck into his mouth, then pulled it out in surprise. Su, you know a lot. That's not a good thing. He paused. But you're certainly qualified to be my daughter's husband. His face showed approval for Su-hai. But you're not entirely correct. The reason I'm returning to America is to sell weapons to the enemy. Su-hai wasn't overly surprised. Johnson was a smuggler of arms. He didn't care about nations or ethnicities. He was a businessman driven solely by profit. Selling arms to the enemy was undoubtedly the most lucrative venture now. So he didn't hold back on the praise. Good job. Johnson was pleased with his reaction. Truly the son-in-law he had chosen. Are you coming back with me? Su-hai understood this was Johnson extending an olive branch. But his ambitions lay elsewhere. He was only interested in business. So he declined without hesitation. No. But I also want to buy the goods you have. May I take a look at your list? This piqued Johnson's curiosity. If I recall correctly, China is a country with strict gun control. What do you intend to do with my weapons? Su-hai replied with remarkable candor, to sell to your enemies. A huge question mark appeared on Johnson's bald head. What? Why wouldn't I sell them myself? Su-hai looked at him and laid out his terms. Because if you sell me your weapons, I can also deliver China's arms to you for sale. The question mark on Johnson's head multiplied into a dozen. After a long pause, he tentatively asked. Really? Su-hai called Zhang Lifeng right in front of him. Director Zhang, revenue generation, big deal, take it or leave it? Yes, yes, yes. Zhang Lifeng agreed emphatically and immediately headed over. Upon arrival, Su-hai introduced Johnson to them directly. This international friend here is the largest arms smuggler in the United States. And this is Director Zhang from the Chinese Ministry of Defense Armaments Department, who also oversees China's international arms trade affairs. After the introductions, Zhang Lifeng and Johnson stared at each other blankly, completely baffled by Su-hai's meaning. Only then did Su-hai leisurely explain to them. Johnson, we sell to anyone who pays. China desperately needs to generate revenue. The oil kingdom desperately needs all kinds of weapons. The logic here is very simple. We can't sell openly, but Johnson can. Johnson sells whatever goods he's offered. The kickbacks go to whoever takes them. Everyone here is smart, these points only need to be hinted at. Zhang Lifeng finally understood this was the revenue model. Selling China's weapons through American hands meant avoiding sides while raking in huge profits. Johnson was delighted too, it meant adding another supplier to his business. It was a win-win-win for all three parties. Su-hai nodded and smoothly presented the terms he had mentioned earlier. But first, we need you to present the list and sell us some of the goods. Zhang Lifeng tugged at Su-hai's sleeve and whispered in his ear. Su-hai, what do you mean by that? Are you planning to buy some American gear to reverse engineer the technology? Su-hai nodded. Truthfully, he wanted to see if he could advance the progress of his weapons catalog. Johnson pondered for a moment before agreeing. Selling goods to anyone was selling goods, and kickbacks to anyone were kickbacks. In his view, nothing was more important than profit. Su-hai soon obtained Johnson's list. He didn't realize until he looked. Su-hai stared at it, speechless. He passed the list to Zhang Lifeng, who also fell silent upon reading it. Because it was utterly mind-blowing. It was beyond belief. Johnson's list actually included thermonuclear weapons. Su-hai pointed at that line, his voice trembling. Is this real? They're selling this? Johnson remained perfectly calm. It's on the destruction list, you know. These things have expiration dates. I just moved it into my warehouse ahead of schedule. Su-hai and Zhang Lifeng exchanged glances. A shared question was written in both their eyes. The corruption among American officials is truly something else. Su-hai immediately pointed at this item and said, Then I'll take this one. Name your price. He was genuinely curious if he successfully recovered this, what blueprints might it unlock? Chapter 96, Miniaturized Nuclear Warhead. Su-hai waited expectantly for Johnson to name his price. Johnson leisurely finished the roast duck before him, then spoke slowly. You must understand, this is the only one I managed to get my hands on. It's my most valuable cargo. It represents my dignity and standing as a globally renowned arms dealer. Su-hai nodded. Johnson's implication was clear, he intended to raise the price. That was perfectly acceptable. Name your price. I have the funds. But Zhang Lifeng stopped Su-hai and whispered. Hold on, Su-hai. Do you really believe he has thermonuclear weapons to sell us? Su-hai retorted, Of course not. Zhang Lifeng's voice immediately rose. He stared at Su-hai wide-eyed, as if seeing him for the first time. You know it's fake and you still want to buy it? Johnson noticed the two men whispering in Chinese and couldn't help but sneak a peek at them. His eyes held a hint of cunning. Su-hai caught every detail, calmly replying to Zhang Lifeng. That's exactly why I'm buying it, because I know it's fake. If I got the real thing, that would be way too dangerous. Su-hai drew on his past life experience. In the year 2060, scandals involving the American military were rampant. Even so, they had never actually sold nuclear weapons. In fact, they consistently worked to uphold the nuclear non-proliferation regime, promote nuclear disarmament, and advance the peaceful use of nuclear energy. It wasn't because they yearned for peace, but because they knew how deeply they were hated. The consequence of making too many enemies was the imperative to ensure nuclear non-proliferation. So Su-hai knew from the start that Johnson was lying. He absolutely could not produce a complete thermonuclear weapon. But for Su-hai, this was tremendous news. Anything related to thermonuclear weapons, even fragments or wreckage, would suffice. Opportunities like this don't come around often. Zhang Lifeng looked at Su-hai in confusion, genuinely unable to grasp his reasoning. Su-hai turned directly to Johnson and stated his price. $100 million. Take it or leave it. I don't care if this so-called thermonuclear weapon is wreckage or fragments, I'm taking it. Johnson visibly startled. He held only a fragment in his hand. A remnant left behind after an explosion test. It was essentially useless, at best a collector's item he'd included in his sales list as inflated inventory. He never imagined Su-hai would offer $100 million for it. It's a deal. Johnson extended his greasy hand and grabbed Su-hai's, shaking it vigorously. Zhang Lifeng was stunned when Su-hai named that price, but before he could intervene, the two had already swiftly sealed the deal. Su-hai, you. All that money just went down the drain. Su-hai ignored him completely, writing a check and handing it to Johnson. Could you throw in a few freebies? Johnson's hand paused mid-reach for the check. What do you want? I'm not going to lose money on this. Su-hai was particularly interested in the army gear Johnson was selling, circling the entire row of military equipment. Johnson glanced at it, about 7 or 8 items, all wearable army gear. The total value didn't even reach $100,000. Since Su-hai was investing $100 million, giving him these items wouldn't hurt. Deal. Johnson shouted the agreement and took the check. Su-hai immediately heard the system notification sound. Ding! Recovered American junk fragments of the experimental thermonuclear bomb W-88. Tenfold cashback acquired $10 billion. Miniaturized nuclear warhead design blueprints unlocked. Estimated loading time, 12 hours. Please wait patiently. It worked. Su-hai pumped his fist excitedly into the air. This left Zhang Lifeng and Johnson beside him utterly bewildered. In their eyes, Su-hai was a sucker who'd spent $100 million on junk. They couldn't fathom what he was celebrating with such an enthusiastic gesture. Johnson sighed, pressing his hand to his forehead. With Su-hai's utterly tasteless demeanor, when on earth would Ada ever be able to win him over? Whatever tactic she used on him would probably be like playing the violin to a cow, right? Zhang Lifeng watched with a pang of pity as Johnson tucked the check into his own checkbook. He inwardly complained that Su-hai was truly a fool with money to burn. Now it was up to him to negotiate with Johnson and recoup the losses through arms sales. Zhang Lifeng sat across from Johnson and presented him with China's list. The two began their discussions. At that moment, Su-hai received another message from the system. Ding! American Army individual equipment recovered. Lightweight body armor, lightweight helmet. Armor support system combat protective suit. Received tenfold cashback. Full blueprints for the individual combat exoskeleton system unlocked. Loading complete. Print? Before Su-hai could open it, another message arrived. Ding! American Army individual soldier equipment recovered. Helmet mounted display. Received tenfold cashback. IVAS headset integrated visual augmentation system blueprint unlocked. Loading complete. Print? Ding! American quadruped mountain reconnaissance robot recovered. Big dog. Received tenfold cashback. UG2 mechanical dog blueprints unlocked. Loading complete. Proceed with printing? The continuous stream of messages left Su-hai overjoyed. He had casually selected that column of U.S. Army individual equipment earlier, never expecting to actually unlock the military armament catalog. Individual combat exoskeleton. Integrated visual augmentation system. Reconnaissance robotic dog. Su-hai remembered them clearly. All 3 items were revolutionary in their own right. The exoskeleton enables soldiers to carry heavier weaponry and equipment, enhances their mobility, and significantly boosts individual combat effectiveness. The integrated visual augmentation system projects battlefield information and data directly onto the visor screens of soldiers' helmets, providing real-time situational awareness. It also enabled navigation and assisted targeting. The robotic dogs could stand guard tirelessly, alerting soldiers to threats. They can also serve as sacrificial units for reconnaissance and enemy detection, even carrying out suicide attacks when necessary. They can transport ammunition, food, and other supplies to hard-to-reach areas on the battlefield. Combined, these 3 items would easily constitute the simplified individual soldier equipment for the Army in 30 years. Add a personal flying vehicle, and you've got the complete standard kit. Su-hai immediately printed all the blueprints, awaiting only the conclusion of Zhang Lifeng and Johnson's negotiations. Chapter 97, Launch of the 815 Reconnaissance Boat. After detailed discussions, Zhang Lifeng and Johnson finalized the list of arms to be sold by Huaxia. Among them were the machine gun and rocket launcher developed by Su-hai. This equipment was 20 years ahead of the rest of the world. Once these weapons reached the Oil Kingdom, the war plans devised by the United States would undoubtedly be disrupted. Moreover, this collaboration with Johnson was projected to generate 30 billion yuan in profits for China. 300 billion yuan that amounted to 1/3 of China's entire military expenditure for the year 2000. Securing this order, Zhang Lifeng would immediately return to report the good news. Su-hai returned alone to the Academy of Sciences. The moment he entered, he heard Kai Tianyun's "Forgot Who He Is?" Go review Chapter 40 Jubilant Shout. My 815 has launched. The electronic reconnaissance vessel has launched. Many at the academy were annoyed by the commotion, standing in the courtyard cursing him to be quiet. Seeing Su-hai enter, Zhao Yihe, who had been scolding Kai Tianyun, immediately approached him. Su-hai, you're here. Su-hai glanced at Zhao Yihe, vaguely recalling that this man had once guided him through the campus. He offered a polite smile. What's going on? What's Kai Tianyun shouting about? Zhao Yihe curled his lip. You don't know him? He's a mad dog. The radar project he spearheaded has been implemented. It's already been loaded onto the 815 electronic reconnaissance ship and is scheduled for sea trials today. So this mad dog's gone even crazier. Before you arrived, he'd been shouting for 2 hours straight. The entire Academy of Sciences is so annoyed they can't get any work done. I see. Su-hai felt like laughing. This Kai Tianyun really does have quite the temper. Put. Zhao Yihe snorted disdainfully, glancing at Su-hai. He's so excited, anyone watching would think it was his own research achievement. If it weren't for your help, he wouldn't have pulled this off even with 2 more years. Su-hai remained non-committal. Zhao Yihe, however, turned to yell at Kai Tianyun. Hey! Mad dog! Stop yelling! Look who's here! Kai Tianyun poked his head out the window and spotted Su-hai below. He was overjoyed. His entire face contorted with intense excitement. He shouted at Su-hai. Aha, Su-hai! Come up here. You have to witness this important moment with me. Su-hai waved him off, but Kai Tianyun rushed downstairs and forcibly grabbed Su-hai's hand, pulling him back up. Unable to resist, Su-hai was dragged into the laboratory. In the center of the room stood a large display screen connected to numerous mysterious-looking control units. To the left of the screen sat a control console, cluttered with a chaotic array of buttons. Just like Kai Tianyun himself, chaotic and manic. Surveying the scene, Su-hai asked. What are you showing me? Kai Tianyun grinned widely. The remote control system for the electronic reconnaissance ship, of course. With that, he tapped a series of buttons on the control panel, and the display screen showed the current radar interface of the 815. Without Kai Tianyun's explanation, Su-hai understood everything. He stared intently at the screen, which now projected all target information within a 1,000-kilometer radius captured by the 815 electronic reconnaissance ship's phased array radar. Kai Tianyun watched with equal excitement. This marked the first operational deployment at sea for the radar he had helped develop. The screen displayed numerous green dots, representing the radar's detected targets. Thanks to your blueprints! Kai Tianyun exclaimed to Su-hai. Otherwise, even with 2 more years, I wouldn't have been able to pull this off. Su-hai gave a perfunctory nod in response. His entire attention was riveted on the display screen. Suddenly, he noticed a target near the Sakura Island chain rapidly heading toward China. What is that? Su-hai pointed at the target and asked. Kai Tianyun couldn't answer, but he had the authority to establish a direct line to the captain. The communication was quickly established, and Su-hai stated bluntly. From the direction of Sakura Nation, coordinates XXXXXX, a vessel is rapidly heading toward China. Upon hearing this, Captain Sun Guoliang immediately checked the radar display. A vessel matching the description was indeed present, but he deemed the threat level low. Our radar coverage is too broad. It's likely picked up a fishing vessel from Sakura Nation. I'll contact the Coast Guard vessels immediately to prepare for their removal. Su-hai stared at the target's trajectory and suddenly realized it was heading straight for the B-2 crash site. No! Captain Sun, activate satellite reconnaissance immediately and examine this vessel. Sun Guoliang was utterly perplexed. As captain of the 815, his mission this time was merely to test the reconnaissance vessel's various capabilities. While satellite functionality was part of the test, it was hardly the place for a radar engineer to be giving them orders. Seeing Sun Guoliang hesitate, Su-hai pressed him again. Activate satellite reconnaissance permissions. We'll know their identity immediately. I strongly suspect it's an American vessel, as its course is directly toward the B-2 crash site. Sun Guoliang marked the B-2 crash site on the electronic map and confirmed the vessel's course aligned with it. But the distance was too great. This could not possibly serve as evidence. The ocean is so vast, how could we prove it was heading straight for that specific landmark? Don't be so suspicious, engineer. We've got missions to complete, no time for your make-believe games. With that, Sun Guoliang abruptly cut off the call. Su-hai hadn't expected such an abrupt decision and jumped up in a panic, ready to find Wang Tao. Kai Tianyun hurriedly followed behind him. What's wrong, Su-hai? What do you think that ship is? I suspect it's an American search and rescue vessel. They previously sent a rescue helicopter there to look for the B-2 wreckage. The two rushed into Wang Tao's office and Su-hai immediately asked. Director Wang, who has command authority over the electronic reconnaissance ship. Wang Tao froze for a moment, then recognized Su-hai and instinctively replied, Chang Yonsi, I suppose? Su-hai slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten General Chang? What a mistake in the heat of the moment. He immediately dialed Chang Yonsi's number. General Chang, critical situation. I suspect an American warship is heading toward the B-2 crash site. Chang Yonsi was startled. Su-hai briefly explained the current situation. Chang Yonsi was currently in the command center. After hearing Su Hai's report, he immediately ordered Sun Guoliang to activate satellite reconnaissance permissions. Upon activating it, Sun Guoliang nearly lost his composure. Reporting, General, the target is an American aircraft carrier. Su Hai was equally stunned by the news. An American aircraft carrier? Heading straight from Japan toward China? He could think of only one possible purpose, a four-nation military exercise to intimidate China. Chan Yongxi's brow furrowed deeply as he addressed Su Hai. This is what we'll do, come to the military district immediately. I'll clear the way for you. We'll discuss it in person. Chapter 98, Four-Nation Military Exercise? Show them what we're made of. Su Hai truly hadn't expected to find an American aircraft carrier here. He recalled that in his previous life, American carriers approaching China's coastline wouldn't happen for at least another decade. Could it be that by accelerating the development of China's aircraft carrier by over a decade, he had forced the United States to act prematurely, bringing forward their deterrence strategy against China? With a heavy heart, Su Hai got into the car and soon arrived at the military district headquarters. Chan Yongxi's aide personally greeted him and escorted him to the command center. Chan Yongxi was confirming the situation aboard this American aircraft carrier with Sun Guoliang. Through satellite-linked, seamless surveillance, personnel aboard the 815 could monitor every inch of the carrier. This data could be rapidly uploaded to headquarters. When Su Hai arrived, Chang Yongxi was examining satellite imagery of the carrier. The entire flight deck was clearly visible. Su Hai, come take a look. Is that a B-2 parked here? Chang Yongxi pointed at the deck image. Su Hai was the only person who had ever seen an American B-2 bomber up close. He stepped forward. The satellite image was crystal clear. The carrier-based aircraft parked on the deck of the American warship was the very same model he had downed with the Rainbow drone last time, the B-2 stealth bomber. Beyond that, Su Hai also recognized the reconnaissance aircraft that had flown to the B-2 crash site for investigation, the very one that had turned tail and fled in terror upon encountering the Divine Eagle. Su Hai immediately relayed his findings to Chan Yongxi. After analyzing the situation, the two reached a terrifying conclusion. This American aircraft carrier must have arrived in the Asia-Pacific region long ago. The earliest possible date could be traced back to the day the Bureau of Defense was struck by micro-missiles. That's quite a while. Must be around a month now? Chan Yongxi felt a chill run down his spine at the thought. This meant that for the past month, the American aircraft carrier had been resting near the land of cherry blossoms. Recalling the events of the past month, there was only one possible explanation. Chan Yongxi and Su Hai exchanged glances and uttered four words in unison. The four nations' military exercises. Exactly. It must be for that. Chan Yongxi immediately issued deployment orders to the Navy. He specifically ordered the aircraft carrier strike group to stand by on standby. He had assumed that with the United States poised to launch its offensive against the oil kingdom, it would relax its vigilance in the Asia-Pacific region. Unexpectedly, the United States truly treated the entire planet as its own backyard, attempting to have its cake and eat it too. If their carriers dared to intrude into Chinese waters today, China would not be intimidated. And we will certainly teach them a lesson. Su Hai studied the real-time satellite imagery transmitted by 815. General Chang, come quickly. There are several targets moving toward us from the direction of Han Nation. Chan Yongxi looked and saw the satellite images were crystal clear. They were Han Nation warships. Judging by their trajectory, they're likely heading to rendezvous with the American carrier. 9 times out of 10, they're planning a four-nation military exercise. We held a special meeting to discuss this very matter a month ago. We thought they might postpone the exercises after the 611 incident. But it seems what was bound to happen has happened. Chan Yongxi immediately reported the situation to the Central Military Commission. The Central Military Commission's stance was, observe developments and respond flexibly. If necessary, prioritize safeguarding national honor. The meaning was crystal clear. To put it bluntly, if they dare come, wheel them up. Chan Yongxi felt as if he'd been given a reassuring pill. A smile immediately spread across his face. His entire body relaxed. He turned to look at Su Hai and motioned for him to sit beside him. Come on, Xiao Hai, let's see what your electronic reconnaissance ship can pick up. As long as we can track the enemy's movements, everything else will fall into place. Su Hai was supremely confident. When it came to reconnaissance, the Type 815 was a professional. Yang Yangxi's reminder suddenly made Su Hai recall the nickname netizens had given the Type 815 electronic reconnaissance vessel in his previous life, the Sea Street Stalker. He also recalled that classic line describing the Type 815. When you team up, there's always one extra person. That's the true Chinese-style horror. Su Hai's cryptic remark left Chan Yongxi utterly baffled. Su Hai gave a mysterious smile. General Chang, have the 815 head to the location based on satellite imagery and wait for them to assemble. It doesn't need to be pinpoint accurate. An error margin of within 1,000 kilometers is acceptable. Once everyone's assembled, we can eavesdrop on their military exercise plans. Chan Yongxi still didn't quite grasp it, but since Su Hai had said so, he knew something was definitely up. He immediately issued orders to Sun Guoliang. Sun Guoliang immediately set sail for the target waters. Suhai estimated their speed it would take roughly 2 hours for the four nations' fleets to converge. That was ample time. Suhai immediately contacted Hua Feng. Director Hua, Rainbow's been idle for a few days now, right? Hua Feng cheerfully replied, yes, it was loaned out for test flights by various bureaus. We finally got it back and just finished maintenance. That's perfect. Suhai exchanged a glance with Chang Yongxi, who immediately understood and took the phone. Old Hua, would it be okay if the military district borrowed it? Hua Feng recognized Chang Yongxi's voice and asked urgently, Old Chang? What's going on? Nothing major. One of our electronic reconnaissance ships encountered a foreign fleet at sea. The ship has little self-defense capability. We'd like to borrow your aircraft to conduct a reconnaissance flight. Hua Feng breathed a sigh of relief and was about to assign personnel. But Suhai stopped him. Hold on, Director Hua. Get ready, but wait for our signal before taking off. Suhai hung up the phone. Seeing Chang Yongxi's puzzled look, he explained. The Type 815 electronic reconnaissance ship has an effective surveillance range of 1,000 kilometers. Within this range, it can freely suppress and monitor enemy activities, decode all enemy electronic signals across frequencies, and collect all communication data within their channels. It also possesses formidable electronic countermeasure capabilities, capable of emitting powerful electromagnetic pulse waves to effectively jam the radar systems of other warships and the electronic systems of aircraft. The high-energy electromagnetic pulses carried on board can even directly burn out the enemy's control systems. After listening, Chang Yongxi pondered deeply for 2 minutes before grasping the purpose behind Suhai's actions. He intended for the 815 to infiltrate the fleet participating in the four nations exercise, even penetrating the enemy's command communications, thus gaining insight into the enemy's every move. With a reconnaissance range of 1,000 kilometers, it didn't even need to stay close. It could operate effectively while staying well behind the fleet. Chapter 99, Defeating Little Sakura, Dogs Fighting Among Themselves. But why did you contact Bureau 8 to deploy the drone? As you said, 815 is virtually impossible for the enemy to detect. Suhai chuckled. Because I want them to find me. Chang Yongxi didn't quite grasp Suhai's reasoning. Since they want to stage a four-nation military exercise right on our doorstep, it means they're trying to intimidate us. You heard the Central Military Commission's directive too. While your idea is risky, it's... Chang Yongxi paused. Subconsciously, he still believed it was feasible. So he shifted his tone. But when they bully us right at our doorstep, we really should stand up to them. Go for it boldly. Don't forget, we still have the aircraft carrier strike group as our backup. Chang Yongxi, recognizing Suhai as the most knowledgeable about the 815's capabilities, directly transferred command of the 815 to him. As for himself, he would simply sit by and observe the battle. Suhai promised. General Chang, just sit back and watch me handle this. I guarantee I won't disgrace our nation. The USS Hauser, an American aircraft carrier. Commander will activate the internal communication system and address the four-nation fleet assembling before him. Commanders of Sakura Nation, Han Nation, and the Philippines, report your fleet assembly status. Reporting, Sakura Nation fleet has reached the designated waters. Reporting, the Cold Nation fleet has reached the designated waters. Reporting, the Philippines fleet has reached the designated waters. Will activated the radar system to survey the number of vessels in the vicinity. Now, all fleets report your strength. Sakura Nation, 7 vessels. Han Nation, 5 vessels. Philippines, 3 vessels. We'll cross-check the numbers displayed on the radar. Adding the 9 vessels from the United States, the total in the entire sea area came to exactly 24 ships. All stations, stand by. I will now issue orders. First, all command authority is surrendered. My orders take precedence above all else. After assuming command, we'll transmitted the exercise battle plan to all vessels. Second, strictly adhere to the exercise plan. Now, commence the first phase. Meanwhile, Suhai had already obtained the opposing side's exercise battle plan through 815. Step 1. Conduct maritime target strikes. Naval vessels from various nations will conduct simulated strike training in coordination with the Americarrier Strike Group. Step 2. Multi-service cooperation across sea, land, and air. Conduct cyber reconnaissance, targeting, tracking, and engagement. Step 2 specifically involved coordinating land-based facilities in Sakura, Han, and the Philippines to exert pressure on Huaxia. Having intercepted this operational plan, the enemy's movements were now transparent to Suhai. After reviewing the American combat plan, Chang Yongxi immediately reported the situation to the Central Military Commission. He received renewed affirmation from the commission, proceed without hesitation. China won't tolerate bullying on its own doorstep. After deliberating with Chang Yongxi, Suhai decided to play a dangerous game. We'll broadcast the coordinates for the maritime strike over the communications channel and directed the warships of the four nations to form their battle array and commence bombardment toward the target coordinates. When the order was issued, the communication channels remained normal. Will heard copy from all parties. But when he issued the fire command, the channel fell silent. Sakura Nation, open fire immediately. Will repeated the order, but the Sakura Nation warship still showed no response. Instead, a faint crackling static filled his earpiece. Don't tell me Sakura Nation's communications are down. Those damn Sakura bastards. The only thing useful about them are their women, the rest are utterly stupid. Meanwhile, the Sakura Nation captain frantically queried Will over the comms. Sir, target acquired. Should we open fire? Sir? Fire? But the response came from Han Nation instead. Little Sakura, you've switched to the wrong communication channel. Impossible. I haven't touched the comms at all. Can you hear Commander Armory's orders? Only then did Captain Han realize his own communication with Armory had also been severed. Just as both officers were at a loss, the communication suddenly restored. Sakura, target has moved to coordinates XXXX. Reacquire lock. Aye, sir. Without a moment's hesitation, the Sakura Nation captain reacquired the target and launched the missile at the command. Seconds later, a massive explosion echoed through their communications. Then came Will's furious voice. Son of a. You cherry blossom-fed bastard. You actually missed the target. It turned out the earlier command had been a fake order issued after Su-Hai jammed the communications. The shell landed 100 meters off the starboard side of the American aircraft carrier. The explosion triggered massive waves on the sea surface, causing a fighter jet undergoing catapult launch to fail takeoff. Moreover, it caused the steam catapult cylinder to explode. A thick plume of smoke from the ruptured cylinder billowed over the deck of the USS Hausen. Captain Sakura endured a scathing reprimand, protesting his innocence with utter bewilderment. Sir, you personally ordered me to relock the coordinates. Oh God. You worthless piece of trash. Why don't you fix your damn communications instead? You nearly hit my own Hausen just now. Do you think I'd order you to fire on my own ship? Now the entire crew was utterly baffled. The silent Han and Fei nations remained completely silent. They dared not point out the flaws in Will's communication, nor did they dare speak up with the Sakura people. They simply waited in silence for Will's tirade to end. Finally, Will's temper cooled slightly. He copied the missile impact data he had just detected for the Sakura Nation and sent it to the fleets of all nations. When the nations opened the file, a cartoon lamb wearing a blue bow tie and yellow bells popped out, pointing at them and declaring in Chinese, Hitaro, get out of Yangtzuan. Everyone was utterly baffled. Just as they prepared to ask Will for an explanation, their communications were severed once more. On Will's end, he received a file from Sakura Nation. He opened it. A cartoon lamb wearing a blue bow tie and yellow bells stood with one foot planted firmly on a gray wolf, wielding a wooden stick to smack the wolf on the head. What? Will instantly turned red with rage. Those cherry blossom people, raised on dog, dared to send images mocking the American aircraft carrier. Had they lost their minds? This was a drill, yet he was provoking the commander. Will barked over the comms. South Korea, Philippines, assemble your fleets. Designate Japan as the target and commence free fire exercises. The moment everyone received the transmission, they heard this outrageous order. The Sakura captain desperately wanted to know why, but the Han Nation warship close by and harboring a grudge against him was already closing in. The enemy's fire control radar had locked onto him. Whoosh! With a piercing whistle, a shell struck 20 meters off the starboard side of the Sakura flagship. The explosion sent a wave crashing over the ship, nearly capsizing it. Captain Sakura fell to the deck, crying out over the comms. Stop! You're going to hit my ship by mistake. But Will paid no heed to his pleas. Daring to fire on an American carrier? A few measly Sakura warships? Sinking them wouldn't be too harsh. And this was merely a lesson. Seeing Wilmer's tacit approval, the Han captain intensified his pursuit of the Sakura fleet, and the Philippines soon joined in. The Sakura fleet could only dodge desperately. China, Command Center. Chang Yonsi burst into laughter at Su-Hai's dog-eat-dog tactic. Ha 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 ha. They still haven't spotted us. I see this American carrier fleet isn't all that impressive after all. Chapter 100, showing the carrier Shi Yang. Su-Hai studied the intelligence feed from 815. He said calmly, don't worry, I still have more moves up my sleeve. With that, he issued another order to 815. Intercept all enemy fleet fire control radar frequencies. Roger. Under Su-Hai's command, Sun Guoliang pressed button after button, recording every fire control radar frequency of the four-nation fleet. Meanwhile, the Han and Phi nations continued pursuing the Sakura. Seated in the command center of the Hausen, Will calmly directed his warships to complete their pre-planned strike objectives. After firing a few rounds, he found the engagement utterly tedious. Will opened the comms. All hands, 1 hour standby. Phase 2 of the exercise commences in 1 hour. Roger. 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 The captain of the Sakura Nation's vessel wept openly. Their flagship had been tossed about in the waves caused by the explosion for so long that even the bravest sailors had been shaken to the point of vomiting. Now it was finally over, and they could catch their breath for a moment. Upon receiving this message, Suhai ordered the 815 to initiate the launch of a powerful electromagnetic pulse wave to jam the four nations' warships. Sun Guoliang immediately carried out the order. The four nations' fleet remained completely unaware, their crews chatting and laughing as they enjoyed an hour of respite. We'll open the comm. All fleets, prepare. Form up and proceed to the marked coordinates. The nations opened their maps. The location marked by Will was in the southern waters of China, near the site where the Philippine warship had run aground. Suhai and Chang Yangsi also saw the marked location. Chang Yangsi sneered coldly. This clearly shows the United States wants to stir up territorial disputes for China in the South China Sea. Choosing this location for the exercise is purely to back the Philippines. Suhai smiled faintly. General Chang, you'll see they won't be able to back them up. Sure enough, several minutes after Will issued the order, there was still no response from the other fleets. What's going on? Will's first thought was that they were trying to slack off again. I only permitted 1 hour of rest. That time is now over. Under my command, no soldier shall ever defy my orders. Will roared over the comms, yet still heard no reply. Damn it! Will glanced at the radar display. Most of the warships remained in their original positions within the formation. But why had the communication been cut off? Meanwhile, aboard the warships of Sakura Nation, Han Nation, and Fei Nation, the rest period had ended. Captains in their command rooms activated their communications, yet no orders from the Hausen arrived. For a moment, the swarm was leaderless. If not for the faint outline of the Hausen carrier fleet still visible on the horizon, they might have suspected they had been abandoned. Unable to contact the Hausen, the flagship captain of the Philippine fleet took matters into his own hands, deciding to gather his ships and depart first. But when he opened the communications within his own fleet, he found they were still disconnected. Soon, crews on other ships also discovered the communication outage. Will slammed the communication microphone he was holding onto the deck. He unleashed a torrent of curses at the communications technician. You stupid bastard. You can't even handle system maintenance properly. Do you have any idea how much the United States invested in this four-nation military exercise in the Asia-Pacific region? Our priority even outranks the oil war. And you let the communications fail during the exercise. The technician trembled under the barrage of insults, utterly baffled by how this situation had unfolded. Sir, I personally performed maintenance yesterday. All equipment was fully functional at the time. Will didn't want to hear his excuses. He slammed his fist on the table and roared. I don't want excuses. If communications aren't restored within 15 minutes, you'll be court-martialed the moment we return. Hearing this, the technician was terrified and immediately led the entire crew to inspect the circuits. After 20 tense minutes of investigation, they finally located a burnt-out electronic component. Will grabbed the technician by the collar, his fist poised to strike his face. And you say it wasn't your negligence? The technician shouted with eyes closed. Sir! We're under attack. Will's expression hardened as he scanned the command console, finding nothing amiss. His rage intensified, and he swung his fist. The technician dodged just in time, shouting urgently. The enemy used a powerful electromagnetic pulse wave to attack our communication system. It damaged the electronic components and severed our lines. Sir! If you doubt my words, try signaling the other ships with flight codes. Seeing how serious he was, Will felt there might be some truth to it. But in a four-nation military exercise, who would dare attack the flagship of the American carrier strike group? So he personally went out onto the deck. Soldiers from Allied ships on both sides were waving signal flags. Call the Hausen. Our communications are down. In the distance, soldiers waving signal flags could be seen on the decks of other ships. How could this be? Will stared at the scene in disbelief. How could all ships' communications fail simultaneously? No one could answer that question. All 24 vessels were now in a passive state of electronic silence. They couldn't communicate quickly. Even though they were gathered in groups, they were like mutes who could only gesture. Will frantically retraced every detail. What kind of enemy could possibly destroy all communications across every single ship? He recalled the cartoon of a sheep and a wolf sent from Sakura Nation. Something seemed to be missing. Will hurried back to the command room, pulled up the illustration again, and pointed to a pattern on the sheep and wolf. What is this? A badge? Or writing? No one could decipher it. Will summoned all the translators and finally learned the symbols were Chinese characters. Shi Yang Yang and Hui Ta Lang. The moment they deciphered the mysterious symbols, the sheep and wolf before them came to life. The entire command room screens filled with an animation of the sheep eating the wolf. Shi Yang Yang swung a big stick, smacking it on Hui Ta Lang's head, accompanied by a shrill, joyful laugh. He even shouted in Chinese. Hui Ta Lang, get out of Yang village. Will couldn't understand, but the translator kindly provided an explanation. Furious and humiliated, Will frantically pounded the power button on the command console. But there was no response whatsoever. Damn it! Damn those Chinese bastards! Why can their hackers infiltrate our American aircraft carrier? The technician, fearing he'd be implicated, quickly shifted the blame. It must be that image carrying a computer virus. Will listened in fury, his suspicion immediately turning toward Sakura country. Damn Sakura nation, they must have done this on purpose. They deliberately misfired the shells earlier, then transmitted that image infected with a computer virus to us. Chapter 101, Pulling Out the Tiger's Fang. Will cursed repeatedly. Damn it, they even used Chinese for the presentation. But this wolf is named Taro. A classic cherry blossom countryman's name. As a dog of the United States, I see the cherry blossom nation has no real strength yet insists on acting tough. How dare they oppose the great United States? After forcing the display to play 5 minutes of cartoons, it finally returned to normal. Will snorted coldly and inquired about the repair progress of the communication system. Replacing the electronic components wouldn't take long. But with so many components fried, the repairs were proving troublesome and would take several hours. Will pondered for a moment. While waiting for the communications to be repaired, he could use the time to teach Sakura country a lesson. He ordered. F-35, enter the holding position. Prepare for takeoff. The operator quickly cautioned. Sir. The F-35 is still in the testing phase. Putting it into action now might not be advisable. Will glared at him. I'm the commander. Precisely because the F-35 is still in testing that it should be deployed to gather combat data. With that, he ordered the F-35 to take off immediately. The F-35 pilot taxied the fighter onto the runway and, following ground crew instructions, successfully took off. Will issued his directive: bomb the Sakura nation's flagship, but do not sink it. Receiving the order, the F-35 immediately commenced execution. The Sakura nation's captain, utterly bewildered, was bombed into a frantic retreat. Before long, the ship was riddled with holes, battered and broken. The Sakura nation captain still didn't know what he had done wrong. After enduring the bombardment, he dared neither speak nor ask, swallowing his anger and holding back the curses on his tongue. Suhai watched his handiwork unfold, laughing so hard he doubled over in the 815 command room. Chan Yongxi stared in disbelief. He truly hadn't expected the usually stoic Suhai to do something like this. Still, the sight of the Cherry Blossom Nation's ships being relentlessly bombed was rather satisfying. But this was far from over. Suhai directed 815 to track the F-35's flight path. After learning the F-35s had bombed Sakura Nation, they circled the mainland's periphery along the predetermined exercise route. Though it didn't directly enter Chinese airspace, the threat was palpable. Will finally received word from the technician that communications had been restored. Communications were also partially restored for some ships from other nations. Will reactivated his communications and issued orders to all personnel. Original target. All ships, form up. Depart immediately. This time, scattered responses finally trickled in. Will tallied the responses. Out of 24 ships, only 10 had responded to the command. His expression hardened. No matter what, this exercise must succeed. This was an order from the Minister of Defense of the United States of America. Will had made a promise. If the exercise failed, he would resign in disgrace. 10 ships, then 10 ships it would be. Will repeated the order, and the Hausen charged ahead. The 10 ships whose communications had been restored followed closely behind. The others, whose communications remained severed, saw the direction the Hausen was heading and followed suit. Thus, through a series of fortuitous twists, the operation was set back on track. Under the Hausen's lead, the four-nation military exercise successfully entered its second phase. Watching the proceedings, Chan Yongxi clenched his fists and cursed. Damn it, we still couldn't stop them. They're still heading straight for China. Is this just to show off their carrier strike group? Times have changed. China has its own carrier strike group now. Who's afraid of whom? If it comes down to it, we'll clash head-on. I'll contact the Glory right now and order them to intercept at sea. Suhai had never seen Chan Yongxi this furious before. Calm down, calm down. General Chang, please wait patiently. Watch me handle this. Suhai first contacted the 815 to jam the enemy's fire control radar. Then he pulled out his phone and called Hua Feng. Director Hua, now's the time. I'll give you the coordinates. Got it, Suhai. Should we arm the drone? Hua Feng inquired. Suhai flashed a mischievous grin. Hell yeah, load it up. Even if we can't hit him, we'll smash him to smithereens. Suhai sounded pretty cool saying that, but Hua Feng was heartbroken. No way, no way. This is national property. How can we just crash it around like this every day? Suhai explained, what if we hit an American fighter jet? Hua Feng froze. Crash? Crash it to death. Suhai smiled faintly, saying nothing. After receiving the coordinates, Hua Feng immediately ordered the operators to launch 3 rainbow drones. They had just completed a prototype of the double Scorpion drone today and needed to test it. He decided to launch the double Scorpion as well. 4 drones followed China's maritime boundary line, heading straight for the coordinates provided by Suhai. As expected, 20 kilometers from the coordinates, they encountered American F-35 fighter jets. Thanks to the Rainbow 7's more advanced stealth capabilities, only 3 drones were detected on the enemy's radar. American pilot Hook immediately relayed this information to the carrier command center. Upon hearing the news, Will immediately thought of his lost B-2 bomber. He instantly gave himself an excuse. Chinese drones intruded into the live fire exercise zone of the United States and 3 other nations, and were unfortunately shot down by stray fire. This is nothing short of perfect tit for tat, an eye for an eye. But the difference is, America only lost 1 aircraft. China, however, stands to lose everything. Hook laughed arrogantly as he asked Will. So it was these drones that shot down the B-2, right? Cowardly Chinese, don't you even have a single pilot with the guts to fly? Sir, rest assured. I will strictly follow your orders and shoot down all 3 of these children's toys to accompany the B-2 to its grave. Will offered Hook a few more words of encouragement, instructing him to proceed without restraint. Su Hai, however, issued a command to the drones. Do not fire on the enemy fighter. We're bringing that enemy plane back intact. This single statement left over a dozen people including Chang Yongxi, Hua Feng, and the drone operator utterly dumbfounded. It was a fighter jet, for heaven's sake. Why did Su Hai make it sound like they were bringing home a kite? Su Hai offered no further explanation. Instead, he redirected the 815 to maximize its jamming signals targeting the 4 nations fleet. Communications aboard the Hausen, which had only recently been restored, cut out again. Will pounded his fist on the table in frustration. He couldn't even reach his pilots now. Soon, they discovered their fire control radar frequencies were being completely jammed. All firing commands were rendered useless. The entire complement of missiles, even the nuclear warheads, had become useless. The entire Hausen was like a tiger with its teeth pulled. Beyond basic forward and reverse movement, it was essentially crippled. Chang Yongxi was astonished. Su Hai, what did you do? Chapter 102, Aerial Dive Performance. Su Hai shrugged, his tone light. Nothing much. Just blocked their communication frequency. His casual tone made it sound as ordinary as ordering noodles with a fried egg for lunch. This F-35 after today, it belongs to our nation. Chang Yongxi was utterly stunned, his expression turning grave. The American F-35 was the most advanced fighter jet in the world today. Until today, it existed only in America's top-secret archives. Had it not taken off from the aircraft carrier during today's exercise, the world would never have seen its form. After a moment's thought, he asked Su Hai with great caution. Su Hai, you're not joking, are you? Su Hai looked at Chang Yongxi, his face wearing a spirited smile. Of course not. You know I never joke about things like this. Chang Yongxi nodded emphatically. Need any help? Su Hai thought for a moment. I really do. I need the Divine Eagle for support, but we're short 1 pilot. Chang Yongxi immediately contacted the airbase, instructing them to dispatch an ace pilot to Bureau 8 to take the Divine Eagle airborne. All preparations were complete. Su Hai began directing the 815 and fighter jets to encircle the 4 nations fleet. After losing contact with Hook, the F-35 pilot, Will had to make his own judgment. He continued executing Will's final orders. He would take down both Chinese drones. Avenge the B-2. Hook began rapidly changing flight patterns in his F-35, executing evasive maneuvers to confuse the 2 Rainbow drones. Su Hai maintained communication with Hua Feng, issuing real-time commands to the Rainbow drone formation. Stay calm. Don't let him confuse you. Prepare defenses, but do not fire on this F-35. Hua Feng looked puzzled. Don't fire? Then why did you have us load up on ammunition? Su Hai replied mysteriously. You'll find out soon enough. Rainbow 7, conceal yourselves. Divine Eagle, you'll be responsible for mopping up the final battlefield. All personnel, prepare for action. Roger that. Hook piloted the F-35, finally guiding the 2 Rainbow drones into the Quad Nation military exercise zone. He activated the comms, attempting to contact Will aboard the Hausen. Calling the Hausen. Calling the Hausen. Target has entered exercise zone. Request permission to engage. Target has entered the exercise zone. Request permission to engage. But both messages went unanswered. Hook wasn't sure what Will meant. He was unaware that the Hausen's communications had once again completely failed. Though he was eager to open fire immediately, he hesitated, mindful of the principle that whoever decides must take responsibility. He resolved to wait for Will. This wait stretched on for several hours. As an experimental model, the F-35 lacked sufficient flight data to determine its endurance. This was the most unpredictable factor. And now he had been flying for nearly 5 hours. Hook glanced at the fuel gauge. His tanks were nearly empty. If Will didn't issue orders soon, he'd have to land. On the Hausen. The technician finally repaired the communication equipment. Will finally made contact with Hook, who had been out of reach for nearly 5 hours. F-35, report your current status. Target has entered the exercise zone. Request permission to engage. Hook exclaimed excitedly. We'll check the radar display and confirm 2 Chinese drones trailing behind the F-35. Confirmed. Authorized to engage. Hook rubbed his hands together. The moment he'd been waiting for had finally arrived. He operated the control panel, carefully selected a missile, and pressed the launch button. His target was the Rainbow 4. But the moment the missile launched, Su-hai commanded Rainbow 7 to fire an interceptor. The two missiles collided midair, their explosion lighting up the sky like fireworks. Hook cursed furiously. Damn those Chinese bastards. Their drones are equipped with interceptor missiles from the Great Bear Nation. This is something I never anticipated. But you won't dodge the next one. Hook confidently launched another missile. But the result was the same as before. Only then did he realize he had misjudged his opponent. He decided to empty his entire arsenal before running out of fuel. Hook activated his fire control radar, locking onto the exposed Rainbow 4 and Rainbow V targets. Then he launched all 12 missiles stored in the F-35's weapons bay. This time, you're dead for sure. Hook declared with absolute confidence. Real men never look back at explosions. He sent a request to Will. F-35. Fuel depleted. Requesting landing clearance. Will had already spotted the aerial battle on his radar. A string of explosions echoed in his ears. He knew the F-35 had completed its mission flawlessly. Permission granted. Deck, prepare for landing immediately. Deck copy. Su-hai kept his eyes fixed on them. The moment the F-35 fired, he ordered both Rainbow fighters to launch all interceptor missiles they carried, then turn around and return at full speed. Meanwhile, the Rainbow 7 and Divine Eagle fighters concealed in the shadows stood ready for combat. As Will issued the landing preparation command for the F-35, Su-hai had already seized the moment. He ordered the 815 electronic reconnaissance ship to immediately deploy electronic countermeasure flares. Dozens of jamming flares descended around the Hausen. The Hausen instantly became a communications island. Hook, who was communicating with the deck about the landing point, suddenly lost contact with the deck and couldn't help but feel a jolt of alarm. But with fuel reserves critically low, landing was the only option. Without ground crew guidance to direct and lead it, landing an aircraft from 8 kilometers high onto the deck of an aircraft carrier in the vast ocean required precision. This was an impossible mission. The difficulty level of this task was akin to dropping a needle from 8 kilometers and demanding it land precisely in the mouth of a wine bottle placed on the ground. Aiming for the carrier deck from that altitude was no different than aiming for a falling leaf. Hook steeled himself mentally. He was an extremely experienced pilot. He performed countless takeoffs and landings on aircraft carriers every single day. He was confident he could land successfully on his own, even without ground crew guidance. Su-hai had already detected Hook's decision to make an emergency landing. He once again reminded Rainbow 7 and Divine Eagle to be ready. Ground crew on the Hausen, everyone in Su-hai's command center, operators controlling Rainbow from Bureau 8, and personnel at the airbase monitoring the pilot's movements. Countless eyes were fixed on the F-35's descent. Under the watchful gaze of all, the F-35 slammed heavily onto the runway of the Hausen. Ground crew swiftly deployed 6 arresting cables. But they proved useless. The F-35 snapped every arresting wire clean through, gliding smoothly and water-slick before plunging headfirst into the sea. Hook reflexively activated his seat ejection. The moment the cockpit ejected, Su-hai issued the command. Rainbow 7, Divine Eagle, open fire and bomb all vessels. Prevent them at all costs. The F-35s that crash into the water must be ours. Chapter 103, Recovering the F-35. After communication with the F-35 was lost, Will roared in frustration aboard the Hausen. What the hell is going on? Why are all our electronics communications, radar, sonar, satellites failing one after another today? No one could answer that question. Will frantically searched through satellite imagery transmitted before the systems failed. Within the exercise zone, there was nothing but the warships of the 4 nations. So who the hell was messing with them in the shadows? Fuming with frustration, Will stormed onto the deck, grabbing the most basic navigational tool, a marine telescope, and began scanning the horizon with his naked eye. Good news, he spotted an extra ship. The vessel looked peculiar, with 6 spherical objects of varying sizes mounted on its hull. Will had never seen a vessel like this before. But its peculiar appearance made its purpose clear. A survey ship? It posed no threat whatsoever, with combat capability virtually non-existent. It was just a bit too close to their exercise fleet. Dispatch a destroyer immediately. Order that vessel to depart the exercise zone at once. Will ordered his subordinate. The soldier immediately raised signal flags to relay the order to the destroyer. Just then, a shadow fell across the deck. Will looked up to see an F-35 targeting the deck for an emergency landing. And it was moving fast. At this rate, forget a successful landing, it might just punch through the deck. But it was too late to stop it. Will was pushed into the command room by others. Soon, a loud thud echoed through the air. The F-35 slammed onto the runway and skidded forward at breakneck speed. The arresting cables deployed along the runway were all severed by the F-35. Ground crew members who couldn't dodge in time were struck by the snapped arresting cables. Within mere seconds, several ground crew members were torn to pieces. Will watched the F-35 slide into the sea, frozen in shock. Then came an incredulous scream. No! Meanwhile, on the other side, Su-hai gave the order. 2 squadrons of fully loaded fighter jets had already flown overhead to the 4-nation military exercise fleet. Just a second ago, Will had been screaming over the F-35's crash. The next moment, he was stunned by a hail of shells raining down from the sky. What is this? Who's dropping bombs? Without my orders, which warship dares fire without authorization? Once again, no one answered him. Everyone scrambled to find cover. Only Will remained fixed on the direction the F-35 had fallen. At the last moment, he saw Hook's ejection seat launch into the air, the deceleration parachute deploying swiftly. Hook is still alive. Rescue him immediately. I need to know what happened to him in the air. Yes, sir. At that moment, the radar operator suddenly roared. God! Sir! The radar now shows 140 aircraft overhead. The number sent a chill through Will's heart. Impossible. According to the F-35's earlier report, China only has 3 drones on patrol. But the sheer volume of bombs we're taking is coming from the sky. Will still couldn't believe it. But when he inquired about hull damage, no one reported any. All those shells landed in the sea. Not a single one hit us. Hearing this report, unease surged within Will. There was only one explanation for such an attack: live fire exercises. That's exactly how they'd been pursuing the Sakura Nation fleet earlier. Though live ammunition was used, none had actually struck the enemy. What's going on? Could it be that it wasn't China attacking us? Will was utterly perplexed. What he didn't know was that Su-hai had already locked onto the downed F-35. He immediately activated the last portal remaining in his possession, transferring the downed F-35 to his laboratory. The attack on the sea surface was merely a diversion. Its sole purpose was to sever the 4-nation fleet's tracking of the F-35. After a round of bombing, Su-hai ordered all aircraft to return to base. Meanwhile, the 815 electronic reconnaissance ship had already positioned itself at the forefront of the action. Su-hai asked Captain Sun Guoliang, "Did you record everything?" "Everything is recorded," Sun Guoliang replied. As he spoke, the corners of his eyes and brows betrayed an uncontrollable smile. His attitude was completely different from his earlier skepticism towards Su-hai. This was the first time in his many years in the Navy that he had witnessed the United States predicament so up close. Su-hai nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent. Transmit the files back to the command center immediately. This will be the best global advertisement for China's military industry." He then ordered the 815 to re-establish communication with the Hausen. The moment the connection was established, he heard Will cursing wildly. Ha 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 ha. Su-hai couldn't hold back his laughter. Upon hearing it, Will's expression shifted from confusion to sheer elation. Communication restored. Then came the rage. Damn Sakura Islanders. Don't tell me you're behind this bombing. Haven't you had your fill of mushroom clouds? You better believe I'll dump the entire stockpile of the Hausen onto the Cherry Blossom Islands. Ha 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 ha. Su-hai let out another burst of mocking laughter. He'd intended to say a few more taunts, but his opponent was too stupid for it. Revealing himself would serve no purpose. Let them squabble amongst themselves. Or, better yet, let them live in fear of an unknown enemy. That was clearly far more entertaining. He seized control of the Hausen screens once more, resuming the unfinished broadcast of Xianjiang and Hueta Lang. Will's furious roar drew no response from the other side. The lamb swung its club, sending the wolf flying. The wolf left only a single line, "I will return," before vanishing like a shooting star on the horizon. At the end of the animation, Su-hai added a subtitle in American English. "See you again." The sarcasm was off the charts. Will trembled with rage, yet could do nothing about it. Though the 4-nations fleet had suffered no damage from the bombardment, their courage had been shattered. Mission accomplished. 815, return immediately. Su-hai issued his final command. On board the 815 electronic reconnaissance vessel, Sun Guoliang methodically reset each control switch to its original position. As 815 ceased its jamming, the 4-nations fleet's communications gradually resumed. Will ordered the entire fleet to retreat to the Sakura Nation archipelago. 24 vessels fled in disarray. Upon reaching a secure location, Will immediately summoned the captains of the 3 nations aboard the Hausen for a post-battle conference. The Sakura Nation captain entered the conference room only to be met with a vicious kick to the chest from Will. He knelt on the floor like a dog, kowtowing to Will in supplication. "Sir, please don't be angry. I followed your orders the entire time. I didn't do anything." After cross-checking the accounts with him, Will realized something was terribly amiss. Chapter 104, S3 commences. Captain Sakura desperately explained, pulling out the command room surveillance footage from the exercise and handing it to Will. Will watched the footage with skepticism. When he heard the command to shift Sakura Nation's firing coordinates, he was utterly stunned. "I never gave that order. Who hacked into our communications system? Clearly, none of the present officers could have done it." Will then recalled the Hauser, whose flawless systems had malfunctioned repeatedly during today's exercise. Even the F-35 had plummeted into the ocean after losing contact, its whereabouts unknown. Only then did he remember Hook. The evacuation had been so hasty that he'd forgotten to ask if Hook had been found. "Where's Hook? Did you retrieve him?" Will asked his subordinate. The officer in charge of the mission wore a deeply sorrowful expression. "I'm afraid not, sir. We had just locked onto his position when the bombing began. After that, we never found him again." Will closed his eyes in despair. The only source of intelligence on the enemy was now lost. Who dares to defy the United States? And sabotage the four nations' military exercises like this? Including today's repeated communication outages, I'm certain we're under electromagnetic interference. The captains of each nation fell silent. Will knew they were all useless. He fell deep in thought. Which nation possesses the capability to wage electronic warfare on such a massive scale? I fear none but the Great Bear Nation could match it. Soon, another question crossed his mind. This mission had already cost the Hosen 1B2 and 1 F-35. Both pilots were missing, with no trace of them. Upon returning to the United States, they would likely face a military tribunal and a harsh verdict. With this in mind, Will urgently issued a military order before returning. All warships of the four nations, delete all video footage related to the F-35's crash landing. No one is to disclose this incident to the outside world. Will understood clearly, to save himself, he had to pin the blame on the dead who couldn't speak. While the four nations' exercise wound down, China, having obtained the F-35 crash footage, was in an uproar of celebration. For this propaganda battle against the United States, Suhai did not choose to have official media release the footage. Instead, he had hackers register an account with an American IP address and secretly uploaded the footage. Then he waited to see how things unfolded. At first, when netizens around the world saw this video lasting just over a minute, they thought it was a trailer for some sci-fi movie. It sparked enthusiastic discussions among netizens. Must be the latest sci-fi movie trailer. The special effects look so real. The plot is so lame. Can you respect the audience's intelligence? Why aren't there any black people here? This is blatant racial discrimination. We have the world's most powerful navy. The failed aircraft landing shown in this video could never happen. I denounce this as blatant defamation against the United States. Such comments quickly propelled the video to the top of international trending lists. By the time the American Department of Defense detected the video, its view count had already reached a staggering 20 million. It had practically taken the entire internet by storm. The Fabol Network Monitoring Department urgently removed the video. Shortly after, the video's uploader released an explanation. "This is real footage I captured while cruising on the high seas. As an American citizen, I don't understand why our country's fighter jets would dive straight into the ocean from an aircraft carrier. This performance is like a baboon doing a diving act. As a proud American, I feel utterly humiliated. Especially when the government remains completely silent about it." These remarks have once again sparked a major uproar on foreign social media. At this point, another insider revealed that according to video footage, the fighter jet that crashed into the sea was none other than the F-35 fighter jet, a $3 billion project developed over 3 years by the United States. This news sent American taxpayers into an uproar. First the 611 terrorist attack, then a carrier-based fighter crashing into the ocean after a failed landing attempt. America's national credibility was facing unprecedented doubt. The White House immediately launched an emergency PR campaign, repeatedly emphasizing that America's strength was beyond question. But this only sparked another wave of public backlash. Left with no other option, the White House resorted to its old playbook. When domestic conflicts cannot be resolved, divert attention elsewhere. The best course of action now is to accelerate the plan to attack the oil kingdom. The American president immediately issued an executive order. America is a great nation. This nation possesses the world's most formidable national strength. If anyone dares threaten the national security of the Amaryllian state will employ every means at its disposal to make them pay the price. The real meaning is, if the oil kingdom dares to use terrorists to launch attacks on American soil, then America can wage war to purge the local terrorist organizations. After several days of preparation, troop deployments across regions are nearly complete, and over 50% of supplies have been transported. Launching the operation now yields greater benefits than the originally scheduled timing. This presidential decree indeed calmed the majority of Americans who had been vehemently criticizing the government online. However, many still await the government's explanation regarding the F-35 crash into the sea. Upon receiving this news, Suhai was in the process of contacting the project team members. The Bureau 8 and Bureau Shen teams were the first to arrive. They were gathered around the F-35, marveling at it. "I never imagined you'd actually salvage this F-35. Huafeng exclaimed, his face lit with surprise. Suhai nodded. It was at that very moment he received a notification from the system. Ding! The war between the United States and the oil kingdom has commenced. Proceed to the battlefield immediately to complete the recovery mission. Just as expected. As Suhai pondered how best to promote China's arms sales, when the system's second notification arrived. Ding! War has broken out between Ulan Nation plus Armory Nation and Great Bear Nation. Proceed to the battlefield immediately to complete the recovery mission. Suhai was utterly shocked. Huafeng noticed his sudden change in expression and asked with concern. Suhai, what's wrong? Why that look? Suhai's expression grew grave. Drawing upon memories from his previous life. The war between Ulan and Armory against the Great Bear Nation was the very beginning of Season S3. Why had it suddenly been brought forward to the year 2000 in this lifetime? Seeing Suhai's silence, others gathered around to ask him with concern. They saw Suhai frowning, his expression grave. They had never seen him like this before. In their memory, Suhai had always been detached, viewing everything with extreme rationality. Such an emotional state was almost unheard of. Suhai sighed, turned his face, and looked at the group. Season S3 is about to begin. Chapter 105, Acceleration. The others were stunned. Suhai's words came as a complete shock. The world had enjoyed 50 years of peace. To speak of war now felt utterly unexpected. Moreover, there was no evidence to support it. There was simply no logical reason for a large-scale modern war to be triggered. But Suhai's expression didn't seem fake. Could it really come to war? Huafeng asked. Suhai nodded. America has now opened two fronts. The Oil Kingdom and Ozhou. The assembled crowd gasped in shock once more. How is that possible? We haven't heard a single word about it. Since the June 11th incident, the United States has been attacking the Oil Kingdom. There are clues to follow. But to say they're targeting the Great Bear Kingdom and opening a front in Ozhou? I just can't bring myself to believe it. It was no wonder they were skeptical. If Su hadn't received the system notification, he wouldn't have believed it either. Season S3 had arrived so suddenly. But here we are. Shock, confusion, doubt. All these emotions were foolish and pointless. The first priority now is to guard against the United States, open the Asia-Pacific front. Direct the spearhead toward China. With this in mind, Suhai immediately summoned all members of the project department. Several sets of blueprints were still piled up in his hands. Before the flames of war engulfed China, he had to deliver these blueprints to the relevant authorities. Only then could the motherland gain more leverage to safely navigate the S3 season. The project team members quickly responded to the call. Suhai found a large conference room and laid out all the blueprints on the table. No more pretense. Let's lay our cards on the table. The situation is too urgent. We must turn these blueprints into reality in the shortest time possible, at the fastest pace possible. Everyone was still confused, but fortunately Yi Shushui and Chang Rendong were among the crowd. They were the first to spring into action. With them leading the way, others gathered around to examine the blueprints. Suhai presented the individual protection systems and F-35 fighter jets recovered earlier. The crowd was naturally stunned once more, marveling at Suhai's extraordinary capabilities. But this time, Suhai had no time to explain these technologies in detail. After presenting the blueprints, he realized this was far from sufficient. The progress of the weapons encyclopedia collection stood at a mere 30%. For Suhai, who had long suffered from a chronic fear of insufficient firepower, this progress felt like just putting on combat gear without even touching a gun yet. Therefore, he immediately set out to expand operations. Leaving the entire conference room behind, Suhai strode purposefully to his office and locked the door. He then began making non-stop international calls and sending emails. No matter who knocked outside, he refused to see anyone. Working late into the night, Suhai finally completed his arrangements. He converted all his scrap recycling stations in Bear Country and the Oil Kingdom into military scrap recycling facilities. He also provided footage of a Chinese drone shooting down an American B-2 stealth bomber as promotional material. His scrapyards displayed a bold slogan. Bring in American military ordnance and get a 10% discount on Chinese drones. Damaged or fragmented weapons accepted. Meanwhile, Johnson's arms business had already reached both battlefields. Outside the door, everyone waited with bated breath. Suhai finally opened the door and stepped out. Chan Yongxi stood at the very front of the crowd. Suhai, you're finally out. You had us all worried sick. Suhai's expressionless gaze swept over the crowd. Don't disturb me. I need to seclude myself for a while. Everyone? Wait, what did he just say? Did we hear that correctly? In this modern scientific society, what kind of seclusion is he talking about? But Suhai left only those words before closing the door again. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. What they didn't know was that system alerts were constantly ringing in Suhai's mind. Ding! Recovered scrap from the United States grenade fragments. Tenfold cashback acquired. Unlocked the flying grenade blueprint. Loading complete. Print? Ding! Recycled American junk military truck tire. Received tenfold cashback. Blueprint for Lynx amphibious vehicle unlocked. Loading complete. Print? Ding. Recycled American junk small reconnaissance drone debris. Tenfold cashback obtained. Cross-medium reconnaissance drone blueprint unlocked. Loading complete. Print? Less than 2 days into the war, Suhai had already recovered an astonishing 30 pieces of military hardware and unlocked blueprints. This instantly surpassed Suhai's efforts over the past 3 months. Choice truly trumps effort. When Suhai brought out the blueprints, everyone was stunned once more. They finally understood what Suhai meant by retreating into seclusion. Consequently, someone was stationed outside his door daily to tend to Suhai. Locked in his office, Suhai buried himself in his work. Ding! Weapons catalog recovery progress has reached 60%. Congratulations on unlocking the permanent feature, Portal. Usable times, infinity. After unlocking the permanent portal feature, Suhai could even coordinate seamlessly with the system's prompt functions. American ammunition and weapons. Once selected by the system, there's no way they'll ever hit the targets he wants to strike, because Suhai would retrieve them all using the portal. 1 week into the war, just 7 days, Suhai completed all 100 recovery missions for the armament compendium, successfully upgraded the system. Ding! LV2 recovery mission, weapon catalog successfully completed. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the upgraded system's core function. LV3, restore to original condition. Upon receiving this notification, Suhai rejoiced. Restore to like new condition, as the name implies. It means restoring old, broken junk into brand new items, even revolutionary new creations. Suhai felt immensely fortunate he hadn't sold the American-made aircraft carrier he'd salvaged. Had he sold it as scrap metal back then? Possessing the restore to like new function now would be the greatest regret of his life. With that thought, he immediately activated the portal and arrived at the warehouse where the abandoned or converted aircraft carriers were stored. Running his fingers over the peeling paint on the carrier's hull, Suhai muttered to himself, even though I've tested this function before, I still look forward to seeing a brand new concept aircraft carrier emerge. Suhai closed his eyes and activated the restoration function. When he opened them again, the sight before him was beyond belief. Chapter 106, Vertical Launch, Conclusion. Since the portal hadn't closed yet, Suhai activated the restoration function. The restored new aircraft carrier was automatically transported back through the portal. That is, the waters of China. When Suhai received the LV3 unlock success notification, he was out at sea aboard the 815 vessel. Upon receiving the notification, he immediately found a restroom, slipped inside, and activated the portal. Thus, after the carrier was transported back, it followed the 815's wake. The sudden appearance of such a massive carrier startled everyone aboard the 815. Nearly everyone rushed out of the cabins, standing on the deck to gaze at the colossal vessel less than a few hundred meters away. Sun Guoliang stared blankly at the ship that had materialized out of thin air and immediately contacted the command center. General Chang, we have a critical situation. An unmarked aircraft carrier has suddenly appeared in the southern waters, no national insignia whatsoever. Radio communication is also impossible. At that moment, Suhai on the carrier stared in disbelief at the scene before him. He now stood on the carrier's deck, directly facing the 815 vessel he had been aboard just a minute prior. Meanwhile, Sun Guoliang and his team had spotted a figure standing on the carrier's deck. They immediately began signaling to him. Where did you come from? This is Chinese territorial waters. Leave immediately. Upon seeing this, Suhai realized he had been transported back to China along with the carrier. He immediately turned, found a concealed location, and used the portal to return to the 815 vessel. He walked nonchalantly to Sun Guoliang's side and addressed Chan Yangxi over the comms. General Chang, since they haven't responded and there are no markings on the hull, I suggest we take a bold approach and board the vessel for inspection. Vessel 815 carries small reconnaissance drones. I can operate one as a scout. Chan Yangxi agreed. Suhai piloted a drone to hover above the aircraft carrier. The drone's camera surveyed the entire carrier deck, finding it completely empty. Suhai then guided the drone toward the command center, still completely deserted. Sun Guoliang whistled in astonishment. Strange. Such a massive carrier. And not a soul aboard? Where did that guy go just now? Could this be some ghost story? A ghost ship? Suhai thought to himself. Where did he go? He's sitting right beside you. He steered the drone around the hull 3 times without showing any emotion, yet still found no trace of anyone. This ship is too new. It looks like it just rolled off the assembly line. Suhai mused aloud. Should we be bold and go aboard to investigate? Meanwhile, Chang Yangxi, having received the report, had already dispatched professional carrier troops. Soon, they arrived at the scene. Fully armed soldiers cautiously boarded the vessel. Finding no one to intercept them, they proceeded with a thorough search of the entire vessel, and indeed, not a single soul was found. Everyone was stunned. Only Su-hai remained composed as he contacted Chan Yongsi. Confirmed, no one aboard. I feel like this is a gift. Chan Yongsi pondered for a long time before finally making a decision. Since it's already at our doorstep, we might as well take it. Find a tugboat and haul it back to Dalian port immediately. Su-hai countered. I've already inspected the propulsion system. This carrier is nuclear powered, and all systems are operational. We could even sail it back under our own power. Chan Yongsi trusted Su-hai's judgment. Moreover, he had already prepared a comprehensive reception plan, so he agreed to Su-hai's suggestion. And so, the aircraft carrier sailed back to Dalian port. Chan Yongsi, leading the garrison forces of the Glory, immediately took command of the vessel. After conducting another comprehensive inspection, the conclusion was that everything appeared normal. Chan Yongsi stared at the aircraft carrier, his brow furrowed in puzzlement. When his gaze met Su-hai's, inspiration suddenly struck him. This must be that kid again, secretly conducting research and building it, trying to pull this stunt to donate it to the country. With that thought, everything made much more sense. No matter what Su-hai said, Chan Yongsi had only two words. Agreed. Following a comprehensive inspection of the aircraft carrier, the Glory unit proceeded to evaluate all of her systems. The result, everything was in order. Chan Yongsi waved his hand decisively and began allocating personnel. The best way to verify if something works is to put it to use. Therefore, he ordered the nuclear-powered carrier to set sail for sea trials. Su-hai no longer needed to concern himself with what followed. He returned to the lab and contacted the shipyard. The shipyard engineers arrived promptly. When they saw Su-hai pull out a complete set of new carrier blueprints, they were utterly astonished. These are actually carrier blueprints? After all, it had only been a little over 3 months since Su-hai first submitted the original carrier blueprints, and now he was presenting new carrier blueprints. This meant he had completed a technological iteration in just 3 short months? Su-hai nodded. That's right, there are many new designs here. For instance, vertical catapult launch. Vertical catapult launch? The other man jumped to his feet in astonishment. Not only was the concept unfamiliar, but he'd never even heard the term before. Yes, vertical catapult launch, Su-hai replied. Compared to electromagnetic launch, vertical launch is faster, more convenient, safer. This system can catapult a carrier-based aircraft to high altitude within 2 seconds. It utilizes an entirely new material, so reliability is never an issue. After launch, the fighter can adjust its orientation mid-air and transition into normal flight mode. Compared to Su-hai's eloquent discourse, the engineer was so stunned by his words that he couldn't get a word in edgewise. He recognized every word, yet the way they were assembled left him struggling to grasp the full meaning. A thought began to take root in his mind. Has Su-hai really lost his mind? These technologies represent such a huge leap, it feels like something we'd only see a century from now. Noticing the engineer's subtle expression, Su-hai paused. I'm not making this up. You can take the blueprints back to study and verify them. Only then did the other party believe him, gathering, organizing, and categorizing the blueprints. Then he summoned someone and instructed them to move everything out. After seeing them off, Su-hai took the elevator downstairs, only to encounter an unexpected turn of events. The elevator malfunctioned. Su-hai found himself trapped inside. At this hour, Su-hai was the only one left in the lab. The elevator here was one of those old-fashioned wire mesh models from years ago. Now it was stuck between the 2nd and 3rd floors. It must be due to years of neglect and lack of maintenance. Su-hai speculated, trying to pry open the elevator door with his hands. To his surprise, he managed to pull it open a crack, but he couldn't pull it any further. It really is neglected, Su-hai thought to himself. But then he remembered, didn't the system have a restore to original condition function? With no one coming to rescue him now, he might as well give the restore to original condition feature a try. With that thought, Su-hai opened the system and selected the function. A flash of light enveloped him, and suddenly, his feet felt weightless. When the light faded, he found himself standing in a brand new elevator lobby. Ding! Elevator successfully repaired. Acquired new nanomaterial spider silk blade. Can be used in the construction of fighter jets, drones, space elevators, etc. Su-hai, did he see that correctly? Nanomaterial as thin as spider silk yet incredibly strong and resilient. The system's suggested applications are spot on. Su-hai immediately returned to the lab, retrieved some samples from the system, and placed them on the testing platform. After a series of tests, this spider silk blade indeed demonstrated the performance described by the system. Su-hai promptly retrieved all the spider silk blade samples provided by the system and printed out the synthesis technology. He then contacted everyone in the project department for an emergency meeting. Once the practicality of this material could be confirmed, Huaxia's technology would instantly leap beyond Earth. Enter the solar system era. By then, other nations would be left in the dust. Ding! Host has unlocked super new material, aiding the motherland in technological advancement. Mission complete. Will teleport to initial time point in 10 seconds. What does this mean? Su-hai was startled. The system began its countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. Su-hai had no time to think about it. He could only print out every single blueprint he had on hand. He never imagined everything would end so abruptly. According to the system's logic, unlocking the super new material would trigger rapid technological advancement in the motherland, meaning he wouldn't need to stay here any longer. 3, 2, 1. A flash of white light, and Su-hai returned to the year 2060. He sat up on the hard army cot. The assembly whistle sounded outside. 5-kilometer run. The slowest to assemble will run double. Su-hai walked to the window and looked down, seeing his former comrades in arms clad in mechs, carrying electromagnetic weapons. In the distance, the military camp was silhouetted against the massive base of a space elevator. It had all come true. Su-hai, hurry down. Don't get our whole squad punished. The voice belonged to a comrade who had died on the battlefield. Su-hai glanced at the calendar on the wall. December 29, 2060. Coming. Su-hai replied. Ordinary yet beautiful, the fires of war that once raged never happened at all.